That day, Yiwu turned 18. The whole family was very happy for him. They put a crown on Yiwu and made the young man a birthday cake. The father asked what Yiwu's wishes were this year. The young man smiled sweetly and said that it was a secret. Seeing his older brother playing secrets, Yi Yunfei immediately hugged his older brother and urged Yiwu to say what the wish was. Their parents asked Yi Yunfei to stop doing that and urged his older brother, who was starting to grow up. Finally, Yiwu said that his wish was that their family could continue to be as happy as it is now. But just as Yiwu finished speaking, suddenly a red light flashed across their house. A huge explosion occurred, and Yiwu's entire family fell from their apartment building. Yiwu could only roar, trying to grab all his family members who fell from the building. Suddenly, a very large monster appeared in front of Yiwu. This made the 18-year-old young man roar in fear until he came to his senses and woke up from his dream. It turns out that the whole incident that Yiwu just experienced was a nightmare he had when he fell asleep in class. The entire class stared at Yiwu because he had just shouted. The teacher at the front of the class was angry because his lesson was ignored. He asked irritably, did Yiwu find his history class so boring that the young man was sleepy, or did Yiwu understand everything? The teacher immediately asked Yiwu, what is Earth old age? Yiwu scratched his head awkwardly, then apologized for falling asleep in class. Yiwu didn't mean that. Yiwu explained he studied very late last night, so he accidentally fell asleep earlier. But when this young man wanted to explain the Earth age, the teacher immediately stopped him and told Yiwu to stand at the back of the class. In the end, Yiwu had to follow the order of his plan-oriented teacher. The teacher just remembered that Yiwu is a study fanatic. So instead of losing face, he told Yiwu to stand behind Saja. Then the teacher pressed several buttons on his desk, and a fairly large Earth-shaped hologram appeared. However, the shape of the land on Earth has changed. The teacher explains it is Earth all age. In the year 2036 meters, suddenly there was chaos in space and time. This made the entire Earth a playing field full of danger and opportunity. So it was called the Earth all age by later generations, and it was also their current era. The teacher also explained that apart from monsters that come randomly, humans also have levels that can be increased and the ability to develop various jobs and skills. After experiencing years of initial catastrophe, the 5 major alliances finally suppressed the monsters and established a new world order. Yiwu listened to all the material from the back of the classroom. This young man was aware that in this era full of danger and unknown, everyone was eager to improve their level. But Yiwu couldn't increase the level even after so many years. After school, Yiwu is kidnapped by Luo Feng and his gang. They thought Yihao was stupid and told the young man to pay the security deposit. Yiwu answered that in the past he had protected Luo Feng when he was being bullied by seniors. He didn't expect that it would be Luo Feng who would now ask him for protection money. To answer Yiwu's words, without further ado, Luo Feng immediately hit the young man in the stomach and said that at that time he was blind. He thought he had followed a genius level 3 martial artist when he first entered school. Unexpectedly, after entering school for 2 years, Luo Feng had already advanced to level 5. But Yiwu was still level 3. Without feeling, Luo Feng smashed Yiwu's head into the ground. Luo Feng even said that Yiwu was trash who couldn't level well. Luo Feng continued to beat Yiwu while saying every bad thing. When Yiwu's condition was getting worse, Yiwu's younger sister, Yi Yunfei, came and immediately kicked Luo Feng in the face. The girl didn't accept them beating her older brother. Seeing Luo Feng being thrown so far away, his 2 companions panicked. They were afraid of the existence of Yi Yunfei, who had reached level 7 even though he was only 16 years old. They were even more afraid when they heard rumors that Yi Yunfei had defeated a level 10 monster alone at level 7. With a fierce face, Yi Yunfei asked them to leave in front of him. In a panic, the school delinquents ran away from the Yi brothers. Even so, one of them still mocked Yiwu by saying that the young man was just a young man who could do nothing but hide behind his sister's back. After the delinquents left, Yi Yunfei approached his older brother and apologized for coming late. The girl also asked her older brother not to pay attention to what the delinquents said. Yunfei is sure that his older brother will become a great fighter one day. Yiwu rubbed her little sister's head and asked the girl to calm down. Yiwu was confident that he would become strong soon and would not give up easily. Even though he said that to his little sister, Yiwu was very aware that what Luo Feng said was true. He was indeed trash who couldn't level up. This young man had even checked the information from the calamity period to the present, and there had never been a situation where one's level could not be raised like Yiwu's throughout all these years. While walking home with his little sister, Yiwu asked himself, is he the only trash on the old earth? When he got home, Yiwu received a birthday surprise from his family. But this young man didn't look happy. He pouted with worry when he remembered the dream he had at school earlier. To prevent his dream from coming true, Yiwu invites his family to eat grilled fish at their favorite restaurant. At first, the mother complained because she had cooked a lot, but the husband tried to persuade her by saying that the food at home could be stored. What's important is Yiwu's happiness as the person whose birthday it is today. Long story short, That night, the family left the restaurant with full stomachs and satisfied hearts. They all looked happy and Yiwu felt relieved that nothing had happened to his family. But suddenly, a big explosion occurred behind them. The father swiftly embraced the bodies of all his family members. At this time, Yiwu looked at the source of the explosion and saw that an extremely dark gate had appeared behind them. Everyone ran away from the area because they knew that soon a monster would appear from the gate. Sure enough, a giant spider monster appeared from the gate. Everyone panicked even more and fled hastily. They didn't expect gates and monsters to appear in the safe zone like now. The Yi family couldn't just escape from the monster's presence because they were already trapped right in front of the ferocious monster. Because of that, the father came forward to fight the monsters. Before that, the father told his two children to run away to save themselves with their mother. With full confidence, the father jumped towards the monster and attacked it with fists filled with energy. Even though the father was only at level 10, he would not allow his family to be harmed. The father tried to attack the monster once again, but the spider monster managed to dodge and attacked back with slime and monster arms that were as sharp as spears. The father's body was thrown and this made the mother panic. The adult woman asked her child to leave while she ran to help her husband, but the mother's fate was worse. She was immediately hit by the monster's big arm, and with a terrible voice, the monster said he would eat her mother later. According to him, a level 10 human fighter would feel better. When the monster's huge arm almost attacked his father, Yi Yunfei immediately shot an arrow and challenged the monster to fight him instead of fighting his father. Without saying much, the monster immediately attacked Yi Yunfei, who looked troubled. Even so, Yi Yunfei still refused and told his older brother to take their parents away while she would restrain the monster. Yiwu was so panicked that he couldn't move. This young man realized that his nightmare had come true. At a critical moment like this, he could only stand still with his body shaking, realizing that he couldn't possibly win against a monster that was at level 15, whereas he was only at level 3. Suddenly the monster stabbed Yi Yunfei's body, causing the girl to fall with a bang, quite a large wound on his arm. The monster came towards Yi Yunfei while saying that the girl should be his food obediently. According to him, a young woman's body would feel good. When the situation became more critical, Yi Yunfei was so scared that his body couldn't move. The monster's attack almost hit him again, but fortunately, his older brother arrived in time to block the monster's attack with his body. Yiwu asked his little sister to leave that place immediately because he couldn't hold back the monster any longer. Yiwu insists that even if he has to become monster food, at least he can be useful to his family. Suddenly, the monster attacked Yiwu by stabbing him in the back. Even though he was in such a terrible condition, Yiwu still asked his little sister to immediately go to save himself. This time, Yi Yunfei followed his brother's words and ran for his life. In critical condition, Yiwu hoped that he was strong enough so that none of this happened. In his desperate condition, this young man still hopes that his level can be improved. To be honest, he didn't accept it because his level couldn't be increased and he was very weak. Slowly, this young man's consciousness disappeared. The monster laughed horribly when it realized that a level 3 trashman dared to challenge it. However, the system appears and notifies the host's accumulated X points have now reached the standard and that has been activated. As the host loses the ability to move, the system will randomly select a king account on behalf of the host. The system chose a king in red armor who looked very scary. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Yi Yunfei tried to escape with the remaining strength he had. The girl kept apologizing in her heart to her older brother because she couldn't help her older brother. But unfortunately, the monster managed to block the girl's path. This girl realized that because she couldn't escape, she would take revenge on her brother. So Yi Yunfei ran to attack the monster when suddenly a man's voice sternly asked him to dodge. Then as fast as lightning, Yiwu dashed with enormous energy to attack the monster. With just one attack, the monster's body was so large it hit the wall. Yi Yunfei looked at the figure before him and realized that the man filled with terrifying energy was his big brother. Yiwu had already returned to his senses with immense energy. The young man asked his little sister to leave while he fought the monsters. Not long after, the monster rose again from the pile of buildings and attacked Yiwu again. According to him, a level 3 trash human couldn't succeed in attacking him. So he was determined to defeat and eat Yiwu. Of course, this young man did not remain silent. He immediately created an enormous sword from his newfound energy, then attacked the monster with the lightning energy released by his sword. The attack was strong enough to break several of the spider monster's arms. The monster didn't expect the man in front of him, a level 3 fighter, to manage to deal with quite a big attack on him. Even so, when he retreated for a while, Yiwu suddenly vomited blood. Yiwu suspected that this extraordinary power was beyond the reach of his body because at this moment his body seemed unable to withstand the power until it felt like it was being split in two. Seeing its opponent pushed like that, the monster laughed with satisfaction. He laughed at Yiwu's weak body which was unable to exert such great combat power. In his opinion, it was certain that Yiwu's body would explode. In his heart, Yiwu confirmed the monster's words because his HP was almost gone and now his HP was locked by the golden transformation energy. He had to quickly defeat the monster before his transformation energy ran out, otherwise he would die. The spider monster walked in another direction while saying that trash like Yiwu had no interest in him and was just a waste of his time. Even though Master King had helped him open the safe zone portal, so he had to hurry up to devour some more high-level fighters. Seeing that his opponent was about to escape, Yiwu immediately created a fairly large circle of fire around them. Yiwu asked the creature to stop and just go to hell. For a moment the monster was shocked to see Yiwu's extremely energetic change in appearance. But suddenly a group of guards came to attack the monster. Yi Hao asked the guard troops to be careful and not approach the monsters directly because they might die. But some of the guards persisted because they thought there was no way that many people could be defeated by just one monster. They asked Yiwu to leave that place because as a level 3 fighter, he was only disturbing their work. All members of the guard squad felt confident that they could defeat the spider monster. Apart from that, the monster's HP only had 30% remaining. But the monster didn't think like that. It quickly deployed a net from underground to attack the entire guard squad. In a short time, the entire guard force was caught and could not escape the spider's web. The spider monster laughed with satisfaction because it managed to get a lot of prey. The monster says this is what makes it like humans, they can't tell how tall their opponents are until they are easily defeated. After that, the monster absorbed all the EXP from the guard troops. Yiwu panicked seeing that the monster managed to capture the entire guard squad. Moreover, when he saw that the monster immediately rose 3 levels after absorbing all the EXP of the guards. With higher strength, the spider monster approached Yiwu and said it was the young man's turn to die. The spider monster immediately attacked Yiwu with quite a lot of force. Even though Yiwu could withstand it, he seemed quite unable to withstand the monster's attack. The monster said he didn't care about defeating a lower human like Yiwu. As long as the level can increase, an earth-shaking transformation will occur. So while continuing to attack Yiwu, the monster decided it would play Yi Hao to death and then eat him. Yiwu was increasingly unable to withstand the monster's attacks. Yiwu realized that the monster's strength had increased drastically from before. This young man was confused and asked what he should do because his energy was almost gone. The spider monster laughed again at Yiwu, who looked very desperate. The monster asked where Yiwu's fighting spirit was from earlier. Unexpectedly, Yiwu's body was thrown away because he could no longer withstand the monster's attack. At this point, the monster says he thinks trash is trash. Yiwu stood up again and with a serious face said that for 3 years he was always laughed at and insulted by many people because his level could not rise. Now he will show what kind of human strength the monster considers rubbish. Yi Hao activated a bigger attack with his sword. A huge flame appeared, creating a storm that surrounded the monster. The giant monster roared extremely loudly as its body was roasted by the mysterious flames. The monster realized that the fire statement was not ordinary fire, because in fact, that fire contained the Taoist rhyme of a powerful king. The monster was surprised and asked who Yiwu was. Why was he able to create such a powerful attack? But before the monster got an answer, its entire body was already charred by Yiwu's attack. Not long after, the system appeared notifying that Yiwu had successfully defeated the Ghost Eye Demon Spider Monster until he managed to get 20,000 EXP points. But suddenly, Yiwu fell and almost fainted. This young man's body had truly reached its limit. But he was happy because he managed to defeat the monster. When Yiwu tried to pick up the dropped item, his eyes slowly closed because his body was too weak. The system notified that Yiwu had succeeded in taking all the drop items from the spider monster. But because the injuries on this young man's body were too severe, the 10,000 X points were automatically converted to repair the body, and the remaining X points were 10,000 points. The system automatically repaired Yiwu's body until the young man's health recovered 100% very quickly. Yiwu opened his eyes and was shocked to realize he was not in his own system space. This young man wondered where he was. And what place is that? Because that place was exactly like the vast space of the galaxy. It was filled with planets and stars and things he didn't understand. The system informs that since the global field conversion, each player has their own system space to observe and determine their attributes and store various equipment or. Yiwu saw the figure of a man in red armor in front of him. This young man suspected that this figure was the source of his strength. It turned out to be the Kaiyan King, who was at the maximal level. The system welcomed Yiwu to the maximal level account of the kings. Apparently, the system has max level accounts from countless game planes. Yiwu can use personal experience points to gradually open a king account. Since the host's accumulated X points have reached level 10, a random account has been automatically activated. From the notification, Yiwu realized that his 3 years of hard work had not been in vain, but his EXP had been forcibly absorbed by the system. Yiwu guessed that this way he would go straight to the top. The system notifies that even though the initial level of King Kaiyan is at max level, the host still needs to use X points to increase the link level for each account. The higher the link level, the stronger the account can be used. It is recommended that the host get more X points as quickly as possible to increase the link level. Hearing the system notification, Yiwu just realized there is nothing too good in this world. But it shouldn't be difficult to use the King Kaiyan account ability to get a lot of X points. But he thinks it's not enough. There are various copies of the known and unknown in this world, and although strength is the foundation, it cannot solve everything. Yi Hao thought about finding out the optimal use of the system as soon as possible. King Kaiyan had the ability of a max-level powerhouse from another world plane. That power had been used to lead his own clan in the past. They used the power of Kaiyan to unify the world, becoming the first generation of gods, and were named Kaiyan kings by subsequent generations. This account has a link level of 10 and the inflammatory attribute, or darkness. His weapons are flame shadow greatswords. His basic fire attribute skills are quite great. From the notification, Yiwu knew his first small goal was to level up as soon as possible to open more accounts and then create a king army with all attributes. This way, Yiwu was confident that he would not have any weaknesses in attributes. The system notifies there are 10,000 X points remaining in the system. The host can choose to increase the account link level or unlock other additional skills. So Yiwu decided to increase the link level. The main priority now is to improve your survival skills and open an account. Skills and everything else can come later. The system immediately confirmed Yiwu's request. So quickly Yiwu's body was covered in bright light. The system says his account link is 2 and his link level is 12. Yiwu smiled happily when he felt an immense power enter his body. When he asked if his basic attributes had also increased, the system appeared and informed him that his level was still 3. Yiwu was amazed and wondered, was the system forcing him to continue behaving like an idiot pig? Suddenly Yiwu heard his little sister's voice and immediately opened his eyes. Currently, Yiwu's body is lying comfortably in the hospital design. This young man woke up and realized that his body did not have any wounds. He realized he was healed, but also his whole body. Even so, he really regretted having spent 10,000 X points. From inside his room, Yiwu heard his younger sister arguing with the doctor about the very expensive treatment costs. Yiwu smiled happily, realizing that his family was still safe, but it seemed that their condition was not good because they needed quite intensive care. The doctor explained to Yi Yunfei that the 4 family members were all affected by elite monster debuffs or poisons, and the medical staff had to use special medicines for long-term treatment so that all Yi family members recovered completely. And according to doctors, the only way to get rid of the poison is with long-term treatment to prevent death. But according to the doctor, the other 2 men were not so lucky. Without medicine, their father couldn't live for a month, but Yiwu couldn't live for more than a week. Hearing the doctor's words immediately made Yi Yunfei and her mother fall into great sadness. Yi Yunfei even coughed quite loudly because she was so shocked. The mother asked Fei Fei not to worry because she would find a way to get the money. The mother said they could sell the house or whatever to pay for medical expenses. But suddenly, a young man's voice prevents the mother from selling their house because the house contains their family's memories. Yiwu was already standing in the hallway and firmly said that the house was the result of their hard work and a part of their lives, so the house should not be sold. Yi Hao also said that I would find a way to raise money for maintenance so that the house would not need to be sold. Everyone was shocked to see Yi Hao standing up straight and in good shape. Yi Yunfei immediately approached her older brother and asked, "Why are you out of bed already?" Saying Yiwu replied that I was fine, so he asked his little sister to stop talking because it would make his body condition worse. The doctor was shocked to see Yiwu's condition, which had returned to health and fitness. The doctor even detected that the poison in Yiwu's body had completely disappeared. In fact, among the 4 male family members, you are the one who received the most fatal wounds and poison. So the doctor was shocked and asked how Yiwu healed himself so quickly. Yiwu answered that the reason was not important. The most important thing now was that he needed more treatment. So the young man asked the doctor how much money was needed for the treatment of all his family members. With a heavy heart, the doctor answered around 300,000. The doctor thought that there was something wrong with Yiwu, because the doctor knew that the young man in front of him was only at level 3 but his healing speed was faster than those at level 60. Yiwu begged the doctor wholeheartedly to treat his family because he would collect that amount of money within 1 hour. The doctor was even more shocked when he heard Yiwu's words. He asked how the young man in front of him collected that much money in just 1 hour. But even though it sounded impossible, as a doctor he was willing to give Yiwu 1 hour of his time. Hearing the doctor's words made Yiwu truly grateful. After that, this young man went out of the hospital and sat in the park while thinking about how to get 300,000 as quickly as possible. Although this young man had a habit of saving, even if he added the money he got from killing ghost eye demon spiders, the amount was still far from 300,000. According to Yiwu, the fastest way to make money was to sell items and equipment. and the most valuable thing in his storage space now was a rare level 15 magic crystal. Yiwu stared at the crystal in front of him, hoping that it could be sold for a good price. The system's description of the crystal was that after defeating a monster a drop item would appear, and the crystal was the basic material for making magic equipment. The higher the level, the more valuable it will be. Yiwu thought that if he went to a normal auction house, although he could sell at a standard price, it would take a lot of time and couldn't be finished in an hour. And there was a level limit on the sender, and a level 3 fighter like Yiwu had no chance at all. Yiwu really had to rack his brains hard to earn that much money in such a short time. Finally, Yiwu decided on the only way that might work. The young man wanted to step into the narrow hallway. This young man knows that under the shadow of this safe zone 9, there is an underground black market that anyone can freely trade in regardless of their level. The prices of goods on the black market were secretly manipulated by several large power groups, which could be said to be a mixed place. If he had changed from before, he would never have come to that place personally, but now with the greatest need for money. When he arrived at the entrance, this young man was confronted by two large men. They said that that place was not a place for little devils to play, so they suggested that Yiwu leave that place immediately. Yiwu said that he knew the place and no one would go to the black market to fool around. This young man explained he had come to sell his goods. A man who had a wound on his face laughed at Yiwu's words. He said that his black market does not accept children's toys. Yiwu explained that he came to the place with good things to sell, so he asked to be let in because he was in a hurry. The other big man immediately grabbed Yiwu by the collar of his robe and asked harshly what good things a little kid like Yiwu could have. They were very impatient and told the young man to leave immediately before their patience ran out. But the rude attitude of the two gate guards had to be stopped by an old man who came out of the balcony door. The man says when he opens the door for business, then they will try to make a profit from good things. According to him, everyone can trade freely as long as they have good goods. Finally, the guards obeyed and remained silent before Elder Lai. Then the old man asked Yiwu to show him what good things were brought. Yiwu opened his robe and asked everyone to take a good look at the red gem he was carrying. Elder Lai was shocked to see such a rare crystal stone. The guards didn't expect a young man who was still at level 3 to have such a rare crystal. Elder Lai asked his guards not to discuss it in his business. Then the old man asked his guards to bring Yiwu in. When Yiwu walked into the first floor of the Black Market Trading Center, he was very amazed to see the very modern and advanced conditions in the room. This condition is very different from what was previously imagined. The place was more like a bar, plus there was a beautiful female waitress who was very flirtatious. Yiwu thought it seemed like the boss of that place had some way of getting the buyers drunk and having fun. Suddenly 2 men stopped Yiwu's steps. They laughed at the presence of a level 3 newbie like Yiwu. They even asked Yiwu to immediately go home and drink the milk like a child. When they intended to bully Yiwu further, Elder Lai's guards immediately stopped the 2 foreign players and said that Yiwu was Elder Lai's guest. So do they dare to cause trouble with guests from the Huangzhen group? Hearing this, the 2 big men immediately let go of Yiwu. When they saw Yiwu being taken away, they complained because their prey was taken away by people from the Huangzhen group. Meanwhile, in a special VIP private room, Elder Lai welcomed Yiwu with a friendly smile. So without wasting any time, Elder Lai said, although the magic crystal in Yiwu's hand was indeed good, after all, it was only level 15. So the price was not high. Yiwu smiled slyly. He didn't expect the price to be lowered in the transaction process. Yiwu now realized that the old man in front of him did not want to give a fair price. Although Yiwu was only at level 3, he was not a 3-year-old child, so he can still find out whether things are worthless. This young man asked to be given an attractive price because he was in a hurry. Elder Lai laughed at Yiwu's words. He realized Yiwu had decision-making skills, even though he was only at level 3. However, Elder Lai explained that if it was an ordinary magic crystal, it would be worth 1 or 2,000, but because Yiwu's rare magic crystal was rare, then it would be purchased for 100,000. Yiwu was surprised to hear such a small nominal amount. He stood up and said he no longer wanted to do business transactions because he was treated like a 3-year-old child who was easily deceived. Yiwu knew that although the price on the black market was lower than the auction site, his magic crystal was worth at least 200,000. Yiwu intended to leave the room to look for someone else who would buy the crystal at a high price, but the exit was immediately blocked by 2 big men. Then Elder Lai said that when the young man came into his room, he would have no other choice but to sell his goods to Elder Lai. After all, no one out there would ever dare to refuse what the Huangzhen group wanted. Yiwu looked at their preparations and asked in his heart, did they really want to fight in the first place? Even though on the black market everyone should sell freely. Yiwu thought about using the Kaiyan Emperor's account to get out of that place, but even if he could get out, the chaos caused would be detrimental to him. It is even possible that the young man will not be able to earn any money at all, and that will make caring for his family even more difficult. Elder Lai threw a bundle of money on the table and told Yiwu to accept 100,000, which was definitely a lot of money for a kid like Yiwu. This black remote youth stared at the money on the table and thought, can he just accept the money and have no other choice? He didn't expect to encounter something that couldn't be solved with strength this quickly. Yiwu really felt very unlucky today. But suddenly a voice came from outside the door saying that he didn't expect a respectable group like the Huangjang group to have business with a kid who was still at level 3. He thought it was very embarrassing, so he asked his aide, who was very tall and wore a mask, to get rid of him. People blocking the VIP door. After that, the young lady entered the room and said, I would join this business because I heard there was something good. Apparently, that woman is Miss Mo here. Elder Lai was astonished to see the woman and asked how she dared try to steal his transaction. Miss Mo answered that stealing is a very bad word, even though the black market regulations clearly state that trade must be proportional to the price and quality of the goods. Miss Mo also reminded that the older Lai should know the rules better than them. Yiwu glanced at Miss Mo and realized that I had heard of that woman's name. Miss Mo approached Yiwu and coquettishly said that the magic crystal that the young man had was very interesting, so I would bid at 300,000. Elder Lai immediately stood up with a shocked expression. He didn't expect Miss Mo to bid at such a high price, even though Yiwu only asked for 200,000. Miss Mo said that I am very rich and very stubborn, but I am not like the Huangjang group who have the heart to rob a level 3 kid's things. So according to her, the old diarrhea spent 100,000 more to protect Yiwu. Miss Mo thinks this sale is worth it. Annoyed by Miss Mo's words, Elder Lai immediately left with his guards. Miss Mo waved goodbye to Elder Lai and wished them to meet again when there was good stuff. Seeing the interaction between the two of them made Yiwu remember that the relationship between the Huangjang and Hanmo groups had long been hostile in the 9th security zone. But this young man did not expect that he would meet and benefit from their troubles. Realizing that the woman in front of him was very rich, Yiwu immediately thanked her while seducing her. Yiwu also tried to offer some other things to Miss Mo, but Miss Mo's face quickly changed. I immediately rejected Yiwu's offer and said that the young man didn't need to thank me. Miss Mo only deliberately used the opportunity to cover up and insult Elder Lai. So Yiwu's business actually had nothing to do with that girl at all, but I happened to be in front of Yiwu's path. Miss Mo walked out of the room while asking her bodyguard to give money to Yiwu, then ignored the crystal. After Miss Mo left, Yiwu smiled with satisfaction because I managed to get the money needed. Meanwhile, at the hospital, the mother and Feifei were still busy crying over their father's increasingly critical condition. But suddenly the hospital director, who had a very fat body, burst into the room and got angry because there was a patient who didn't want to pay the hospital fee. The director asked why the patient was still being treated at the hospital. The doctor tried to explain that they had already paid the money for the emergency room and were waiting for the accommodation costs. The fat director became increasingly angry with the doctor. He even grabbed the doctor by the collar and said in annoyance that he was opening a hospital, not a welfare institution. According to him, the life of a cheap person is not as expensive as the medicine he has bought. Even so, the doctor still tried to explain that the son of this family was collecting money so they could still wait a little longer. Because of his words, the doctor got an extra hard look on his face. According to the director, the level 3 fighter was just a child, so there was no way he could collect 300,000. Moreover, the nutrition given to their father was very scarce. The fat director cruelly said that even if the parents were sold, the money would not be worth it to pay for the nutrition they had bought. But even so, they still want to cure the disease. According to him, it was a waste of money. The fat director tried to grab his father's body, but Feifei stopped the director and begged his father for help in a moment. Feifei tried to convince the director that soon her older brother would definitely come back with the money they wanted. There was a commotion between the two of them because the fat director really wanted to remove the device attached to his father's body, but Feifei tried to hold it back with all her might. Until finally, the fat director pushed Feifei's weak body. It was at this time that Yiwu came into the room while kicking the door. The young man asked the fat director to stop abusing his family. Seeing that the hospital door was broken, the director was angry and immediately grabbed Yiwu's clothes. The adult man asked who the young man in front of him was, and why did he have the audacity to break down the hospital door. The director asked if Yiwu had the money to compensate for the door. Instead of answering all the director's questions, Yiwu instead asked with a terrible expression, "Was the director's dirty hands the ones he used to hurt my family?" The fat director groaned in pain when he felt his left hand burning. He panicked and asked what happened to his hand. Why did fire suddenly appear in his hand? The fat director panicked and left the room and looked for help to treat his hand. The doctor immediately approached Yiwu and asked what the young man had done to the director. Why did the fat director's hand suddenly burn? Yiwu replied casually that although the director had the authority to expel them, he had hurt his family, so it could not be tolerated. So that was a small punishment for the greedy director. Yiwu asked the doctor not to worry because he was willing to pay an extra 10,000 yuan for their treatment and also for compensation. Yiwu also said that if only the director had good ethics like their doctor, nothing would have happened. The doctor smiled awkwardly at Yiwu's words. However, he actually thought that the cruel director deserved it. Moreover, the director was very arrogant and only saw profit in his eyes without having the slightest sense of humanity. The doctor hoped that the director would not dare to be evil again in the future. Yiwu shows the doctor an account and says there is 310,000 in the account, so can the family continue treatment. The doctor answered that of course it was allowed. The doctor even said that although the hospital is expensive, the hospital never cheats. So Yiwu's family will get the best treatment. Yiwu thanked the doctor for being willing to believe him and giving him time to collect the money. Yiwu honestly said he was very indebted to that doctor. The doctor asked Yiwu not to thank him because this was an obligation that a doctor had to do. In his heart, the doctor was increasingly amazed at the young man in front of him. Apart from Yiwu's very fast self-healing, the young man also managed to collect 300,000 yuan in a very short time. In his opinion, Yiwu was very interesting. After the doctor left, Yi Yunfei apologized to her brother because I couldn't protect their parents. The girl's body even shook to hold back tears, realizing that she was currently so weak that she couldn't protect their parents. Yiwu rubbed his sister's head and asked her not to blame herself. Yiwu actually said it was my fault for not managing to return on time and ultimately making them all suffer. Yi Yunfei cursed and regretted being poisoned. This girl said if only she wasn't poisoned then I could participate in the dungeon competition at her school tomorrow. Even though the girl really wanted to take part in the competition and win. That way I could use the bonus to improve their families' lives. But now I can't participate in the competition and still owe 300,000 yuan. Hearing about the competition made Yiwu excited. He asked if it was a competition held by the school every year. Yiwu heard that the bonuses given for the competition were very large. Yi Yunfei confirmed her brother's words. It is rumored that the bonus for this year will reach 500,000. Yiwu became even more excited when he heard that. Then this young man told his sisters to carry out the treatment calmly and leave the money and competition matters to me. Yiwu was determined to win and get that bonus. The next day on campus, all the students gathered in the very spacious main hall. The committee welcomes all students who wish to take part in their university's annual competition. There must be rumors about the large number of bonuses that will be received. This time the committee will make it clear that these rumors are true. This year's starting bonus reached 500,000. And according to the level of completion, additional bonuses will be added without any restrictions. Hearing this, all the students immediately cheered very happily. The committee then explained why this year there is such a big bonus. That's because there is a sponsor from the Hanmo group. Right after the organizers said this, Miss Mo appeared on stage with her two aides. The organizers asked everyone to applaud Miss Mo. Of course, all the students immediately cheered and applauded enthusiastically for Miss Mo and the Hanmo group. They praised Miss Mo's dazzling beauty. Then the committee enthusiastically announced that the final winner of the competition could immediately enter the Hanmo group without selection. Hearing this, all the students became even more excited because they knew that the group was in the top 10 on the dungeon score list. According to them, compared to bonuses, this is the biggest and most priceless gift. Some even say that entering the Mo group is the same as going to the top of the world. Yiwu, who was standing among the disciples, thought that he had long heard about the competition between the major groups being extremely fierce. But he just found out that the eldest miss wanted to choose a talented child from the university. Although it looked impatient, it didn't matter because Yiwu's main goal was the bonus. After that, the committee showed a giant hologram screen and informed all the students that the dungeon competition this time was a shadow forest which had an average monster level of 5-10. Some students were surprised to hear the name of the shadow forest, because that place is the highest level dungeon in their university, and it is said that the place was never successfully cleaned by the students. Moreover, the lowest monster in that place is at level 5. Meanwhile, the average level of students at that school is only 5. Yiwu actually thought that the final boss of the dungeon was a shadow tree elf whose tree monster level looked very terrifying because its size was towering like a tall building. Yiwu smiled happily seeing the monster because he had already thought about smelling the bonus money. The committee asked children not to worry because even though the dungeon is very difficult, the model also has two mechanisms, namely PvP and PvE. PvP means players can attack fellow players or fight with opposing teams, while PvE means player versus environment, which requires players to fight against monsters around the dungeon environment. Based on that, this competition will allow students to form teams with a maximum of 5 people. All the students cheered again because they felt they had a chance to win. They thought that if they could work together as a team then a level 10 tree elf wouldn't be difficult to defeat. But on the other hand, there are some students who think that the method of fighting fellow players can be very difficult. so they had to guard against sneak attacks from other teams at all times. From all these methods, Yiwu drew the conclusion that the school wanted to train them in actual combat and survival skills. One of the students suddenly raised their hand and asked how to determine the winner if they were on the same team. The very eccentric principal explained that this competition was still collecting points for each individual, but the points obtained from defeating the tree fairy shadow would be divided equally within the team. So the tree elf has the highest points, so victory can only be achieved for the team that has attacked it. The principal also provided additional information that in order to make all students feel the atmosphere of a real battle, they could take the other team's points and make them their own points. But the majority of students immediately thought it was a very cruel rule, because it is the same as encouraging the desire to kill each other among fellow students. But the principal ignored his students' worries and immediately opened the dungeon gate while saying that the competition had started now. All participants were immediately busy looking for their team members. But as usual, no one wanted to be on the same team as Yiwu. They even mocked the young man as trash who was still allowed to participate by the school. They even cruelly asked the other disciples to be careful if Yiwu joined their team. Yiwu chose to leave the students who mocked them, thinking that even if they begged me in the future, I didn't want to be on the same team as those people. Besides, he didn't want the extra burden, so I thought it would be easier to travel alone. Yiwu immediately approached a female teacher and said that he wanted to register. The teacher asked where the young man's team was. Yiwu answered firmly that he was alone, so the teacher could immediately register me. The teacher was worried because the young man was only at level 3. She thought it was too dangerous to go alone, so she advised Yiwu to choose a partner carefully. Suddenly Luo Feng appears and tells the teacher not to pay attention to Yiwu. In my opinion, the young man is just trash, so the young man should go in there and be sacrificed. Two of Luo Feng's colleagues appeared and immediately told Yiwu to apologize to Luo Feng for yesterday's incident. They also provoked Luo Feng into beating Yiwu again. The blonde man said that Yiwu was once his older brother, so he would help so that Yiwu wouldn't be pushed around too much. So Luo Feng asked Yiwu to sleep on the ground and bark like a dog. If Yiwu was willing to do that, then Luo Feng was willing to take him into the dungeon. Luo Feng's two colleagues immediately laughed with satisfaction when they heard their boss's words. Unexpectedly, Yiwu asked how to bark. Luo Feng quickly imitated the sound of a dog barking. So after that, it was Yiwu's turn to laugh restrainedly. It was at this moment that Luo Feng realized his stupidity. Luo Feng quickly raised his arm and prepared to hit Yiwu, who dared to trap him. But suddenly the registrar's teacher immediately blocked them. The female teacher said if they want to fight, then fight again dungeon, because they will not receive points if they fight in the school area. Hearing the teacher's words made the blonde man annoyed and finally suppressed his anger as he walked into the dungeon. Before actually entering the dungeon, Luo Feng turned to Yiwu and asked the black hair bleacher not to run away from me, because I would love to wait for Yiwu's head in the dungeon. This time, Yiwu casually said that there were no obscure words in his dictionary. After Luo Feng and his group entered the dungeon, Yiwu asked the teacher if he could get the entry card. The female teacher handed over a card while saying that Yiwu's courage was commendable, but in the end, he still depended on his strength of speech. Since Yiwu insisted on entering the competition, the teacher could only wish the young man good luck. After receiving his entry permit, Yiwu entered the dungeon with a serious face. This young man hoped he would have a very enjoyable show inside the dungeon. Just before Yiwu entered the dungeon, Miss Mo watched him carefully and realized that this young man was the person she met at the black market yesterday. In his opinion, Yiwu was very interesting because not only was this young man still at level 3, but he had dared to enter the black market and even dared to enter dungeon 5-10 alone. This beautiful woman was looking forward to what was behind Yiwu's courage. When he finally landed in the dungeon, Yiwu realized that the starting location of each team entering the dungeon was deliberately random. This is to prevent different teams from being in one place and avoid fighting early on. This was also an advantage for Yiwu. This young man immediately ran into the dungeon and killed several small spider monsters that appeared in front of him. Yiwu managed to get 10 points every time he managed to defeat a monster, but he was quite troubled because the area was too big and the monsters were scattered. In my opinion, clearing the monsters one by one takes more time than imagined. This young man realized that if he wanted to win, he had to kill higher level monsters. Yiwu tried to follow some small spider monsters that were creeping into the bushes. As they continued to be followed, they led Yiwu deeper and deeper into the forest. Yiwu was even more shocked when he looked around and found a red web belonging to a red spider. Moreover, above the net, there was a girl who was trapped. The girl named Ruin Tian was unconscious. It seemed the girl had fainted since being captured by the red spider monster. Tianchen slowly opened her eyes, and when she remembered fainting after being attacked by a monster, the girl was suddenly shocked and looked around in panic. Only now did Tianchen realize that she had been captured by the spider monster. The girl tried to scream for help, but Yiwu climbed to the top of the tree where the girl was caught and immediately asked the girl to be quiet if she didn't want to make the spider monster come back. Tianchen was even surprised to see the appearance of Yiwu, a level 3 young man who couldn't upgrade. Tianchen asks how Yiwu got into such a dangerous dungeon. The girl immediately told Yiwu to go and save herself before the monster returned and attacked. But Yiwu replied that Tianchen was Yi Yunfei's good friend. If I fail to protect Tianchen, then Yi Yunfei will not spare me. Tianchen sincerely thanked Yiwu for her kindness, but she insisted on asking Yiwu to leave. In my opinion, Yiwu, who is still at level 3, couldn't possibly cut through the spider web and save me. Moreover, defeating a spider monster that had reached 8. Yiwu smiled when he heard that information. He didn't expect that the elite class spider monster had only reached level 8. Then Yiwu quickly burned the net in his hand until the entire net was charred. Tianchen was shocked to see that the net burned without hurting me. Yiwu then told Tianchen to go find a team because it would be very dangerous if the girl went alone. But suddenly, a drop of mucus fell on Yiwu's shoulder. The young man looked up and saw a red spider monster right above them. Yiwu quickly pushed Tianchen down to avoid the green slime that the monster spat out. Yiwu had to act very quickly because the slime was highly poisonous. The two of them fell on a huge spider web bridge. They both panicked and had difficulty waking up because they both fell into a lying position. While they were still struggling to get up, suddenly their bodies were both entangled in spider webs until they stuck very tightly to each other's bodies. In a state of panic like now, Tianchen could only scream frantically. The girl was afraid she would die now. Yiwu reminded the girl to calm down because if she kept moving, the bond between their bodies would also get tighter. Seeing the condition of his body now, Yiwu felt like he had been trapped by the spider that was possessing the egg. Yiwu knew he had the system, but even though his strength had increased, his experience in fighting was still too lacking. And his current condition is too deadly. He had to be more careful and work hard in the future. Suddenly, the red spider monster turned around, leaving the two of them. Tianchen thought that the monster had no appetite to see them, so they could survive. But Yiwu explained, according to the habits of red spiders, they would lay their eggs in the bodies of people they caught to produce offspring. But since the monster is gone, it means that the egg is probably not ready yet, and will return when the egg is full. Hearing this, Tianchen panicked and became even more hysterical. Tianchen continued to roar hysterically. She writhed frantically until it rubbed against Yiwu's sensitive area. The young man panicked because if they continued to be trapped like that, something dangerous could happen. Yiwu also realized, trapped with Tianchen too tightly, if forced to use the firepower of Emperor Kai Yan's account, then it would hurt Tianchen. Finally, Yiwu decided to cut the spider web manually. Yiwu tried to bite the net around her, but Tianchen misunderstood and thought that Yiwu wanted to do something strange to me at a time like this. Yiwu quickly reminded Tianchen to keep her imagination in check. Yiwu tried hard to break every net in front of me. He was thankful that the spider web wasn't poisonous and had just been removed, so it wasn't hard yet. At first, Yiwu tried hard to remove the net by himself, but then he forced Tianchen to help instead of just looking and making strange noises. Finally, the two of them worked together to bite the net around them so that it could be released quickly. They continued to argue throughout this process. Yiwu was annoyed because Tianchen bit him so often wrongly and kept making strange moaning noises. Even so, they were finally able to escape from the net. Tianchen cried with joy and felt very grateful because she managed to escape. Yiwu reminded the girl to stop crying and run immediately. Tianchen refused to follow Yiwu's instructions because my legs were still weak. Unfortunately, there was a noise coming from the bushes, which meant the giant red spider would be back soon. Yiwu asked Tianchen to go find a team, while this young man would face the red spider monster. A worried Tianchen asks why Yiwu wants to act like a hero. Even though Yiwu was a level 3 player, he had to think about his own safety too. According to Tianchen, Yiwu's life would end in a matter of seconds if he dared to fight the level 8 elite monster. So Tianchen wanted to invite Yiwu to run together. Yiwu smiled slyly and firmly said, "I didn't come to that place to become prey to be chased and run away. Its original purpose was hunting. Moreover, I had just been trapped and suffocated by a red spider web, so I wanted to take revenge on that monster." Yiwu walked to the source of the sound in the bushes while activating the flames on his arms. Finally, a red spider appeared before them. Tianchen panicked seeing such a big monster, but Yiwu still reminded the girl cruelly not to interfere or get in his way when fighting. Tianchen asked to be allowed to stay, to help treat Yiwu's wounds because she was a level 5 doctor. But Yiwu didn't pay attention to what Tianchen said. Yihao created a huge flame to surround the spider monster's body, then slowly walked towards the monster in a relaxed manner. Yiwu said he would let out his anger because his family was hurt by the spider monster. Yiwu immediately took out his flame sword. Seeing that, the spider monster felt a sensation of danger, so it attacked Yiwu brutally. Yiwu jumped high enough to avoid the spider monster's attack. This young man even managed to ridicule the ability of the red spider monster, which was not comparable to the ghost eye demon spider that Yiwu had defeated before. That's because the red spider monster can't talk like the ghost eye demon spider monster. But Yiwu didn't care about that because he didn't like hearing his potential victims beg for mercy. Then with one swipe of his sword, the spider monster's body split open, and it burned until it died on the spot. The power of Yiwu's attack was so powerful that it burned part of the forest. Tianchen was even stunned to see the scene before her. She didn't expect Yiwu to be able to defeat a level 8 elite monster with just one attack. This further strengthened Tianchen's suspicion that Yiwu could hide his level. The system appeared notifying Yiwu of successfully killing a level 8 elite monster, namely, and getting 1,000 points. He even got an extra prize of 5,000 experience points. Mr. Tianchen even got 500 X points for his participation. The girl was surprised to get quite a lot of points without doing anything. Of course, Ruin Tianchen is very happy now. The girl started to stick to Yihao and asked how the young man hit his level. Tianchen excitedly said that she already knew from the start that Yiwu was a genius who couldn't possibly level up. Tianchen kept clinging, hugging, and forcing Yihao to tell her secret. This girl even called Yiwu the great god to get her wish. But Yiwu continued to ignore the girl. Yiwu asked Tianchen to take it off, otherwise, Yihao would make the girl disappear. Yiwu honestly said he was already starting to feel regret for saving Tianchen. This young man cares more about points and achievements. Yiwu calculated, plus the 1,000 points from the dungeon, that the King System account had gained 5,000 experience points. So according to him, this is very cool. He could level up faster. Yiwu picked up the items dropped by the spider monster while saying to Tianchen that the girl had earned her points, but the items that dropped were not Tianchen's. So Yiwu wanted to take them all. Yiwu asked if Tianchen would mind. Tianchen replied that she didn't mind as long as Yiwu was willing to take her to the top. Yiwu observed each item. He saw a mysterious claw and picked it up. The system explained it was the damaged poisonous glands and tissue belonging to the spider monster, so Yiwu was entitled to get the battle item as a reward. Yiwu thought it was good luck. Although no equipment dropped, items like those spider fangs were in great demand on the black market and could be sold quickly. Suddenly the system notified that it had been randomly upgraded to. The effects of this item are that it can cause bleeding, provide poison, and weaken the enemy. Yiwu was surprised to see that the items dropped by the monsters could be upgraded. He remembered the ring that the ghost eye demon spider had dropped at that time. Yiwu looked at the ring in the inventory and wondered whether the ring was a legendary item. The system explained the item was a lucky ring that could trigger an effect by randomly increasing the level of the item obtained. Yiwu was happy that he had a good item that could help him upgrade the items he obtained in the future. Yiwu wanted to use the ring to equip his item. Yiwu advised Tianchen to do it alone and don't just look for opportunities. Yiwu firmly said he didn't want to be seduced. Tianchen replied she was sticking like that not to seduce, she was just scared. Only when near Yiwu would she feel safe. Tianchen called Yiwu the great god and suspected that the young man was disguised in front of all the students so that everyone thought Yiwu was trash. According to her, it was an amazing disguise. Tianchen continued to urge Yiwu to tell the young man's level. Tianchen was very curious about Yiwu's true level. Yiwu resolutely withdrew his arm and asked Tianchen not to ask any more questions, because Yiwu had his reasons and plans for doing that. If Tianchen still wanted to follow him, then the girl had to keep quiet and keep Yiwu's abilities a secret from everyone. Yiwu even threatened Tianchen if the girl revealed her secret. Suddenly several men appeared. They didn't expect that Tianchen was still alive and survived the red spider monster. Seeing the four men made Tianchen angry. The girl scolded Lai Yong and the rest of his team. Tianchen asked how could they still dare to come back and see Tianchen after what they did to that girl. Without any guilt, Lai Yong replies that he can go wherever he wants. After all, Tianchen had already been kicked from her team. They threw Tianchen out because they were annoyed that the girl kept babbling about love and magic all day long. If it wasn't because Tianchen was his classmate, Lai Yong wouldn't even bother to take the girl into their team. Tianchen pointed at Lai Yong's face full of anger. The girl said that Lai Yong didn't kick her from the team, but used her as bait to attract the attention of the red spider, while Lai Yong got scared and ran away with the rest of his team. So in his opinion, a man like Lai Yong has no right to laugh at other people's dreams. One of Lai Yong's team members finally realized that the red spider monster had lost and was on fire. They were shocked to see that the monster had been defeated even though Lai Yong and his entire team returned to attack the monster together. Lai Yong asks if Tianchen defeated the monster. Tianchen proudly confirmed this. This girl even said she had joined forces with the great god, Yiwu, to defeat the monster. In his opinion, Lai Yong was a despicable criminal who couldn't even use martial arts, so he couldn't possibly be comparable to Yiwu. Lai Yong and the rest of his team laughed when they saw that the figure called the great god by Tianchen turned out to be Yiwu. They laughed with satisfaction and said that the two lovebirds were perfect as a team, seeing that one was trash, and the other was famous for being stupid at school. The four youths were completely satisfied laughing at Yiwu and Tianqian. This made Tianqian furious. He didn't like Yiwu being laughed at like now. Lai Yong and his team were quite upset because they had lost 1,000 points for defeating the red spider monster, but they could find it elsewhere. However, now they believed that it was Ru and Tianqian who had killed the monster rather than Yiwu. Because of this, Lai Yong and his colleagues invited Ru and Tianqian to return to their team. They thought that Ru and Tianqian would be useful to them in the future. Just tetanus, Ru and Tianqian firmly refused. She will no longer want to believe in the nonsense of Lai Yong and others. Lai Yong casually says that they need Ru and Tianqian to just lie down and they will win the fight against the monsters. They wanted Ru and Tianqian to return as bait because that was the greatest contribution the girl could make. Besides, if Ru and Tianqian follows Yiwu, she will only die who knows when. Ru and Tianqian became very angry and asked Lai Yong and others not to insult the great god again. However, suddenly a voice boomed. Ru and Tianqian was very frightened and immediately hugged Yiwu while asking what that voice was. Likewise, Lai Yong and the others immediately turned toward the sound. Lai Yong then explains that it was the roar of the Tyrannosaurus demon, which is an elite monster with 5,000 points. Lai Yong and the others are certainly happy to be able to find such a monster around them. He immediately asked all his friends to go hunt for this monster, which was much more profitable than the red spider. Yiwu immediately prevented those who wanted to meet the Tyrannosaurus demon because that was the same as courting death. Lai Yong certainly wants to know what the man means. Yiwu continues to say that with Lai Yong's current strength, he will only become food for the monster. Yiwu certainly didn't advise them to leave if only to give their heads to the monster. Of course, Lai Yong was very angry when he heard those words. He was ready to kill Yiwu first, but the other colleagues immediately restrained Lai Yong. They remind Lai Yong not to be influenced by small trash like Yiwu or they will lose their bigger prey. Lai Yong finally chooses to leave, but of course, he threatens Yiwu and says he will not forget what the man said to him. Of course, Ru and Tianqian, who was there, also shouted. He thought Yiwu was too good for them and asked them not to come back, crying to ask Yiwu for help later. After Lai Yong and the others left, Ru and Tianqian invited the man to go around and collect points from the little monsters, which would be much easier. Yiwu finally complied with the girl's wishes. However, the map they were on now was too big and the monsters in it were scattered and the points weren't that big. So, if Ru and Tianqian wanted to collect more points just from small monsters, then it wouldn't be enough for them. Ru and Tianqian finally wanted to know what Yiwu would do under such conditions. Yiwu has plans to follow Lai Yong and others. They will just sit back and wait for the right time to take advantage. Elsewhere, a Tyrannosaurus demon is preying on monsters that are smaller than it. Lai Yong and others who had arrived there could also see what happened. How the monster is fighting with other monsters. That caused the Tyrannosaurus demon to lose 15% of its blood, which would be an advantage for them. However, the other team members started to get scared. He could feel the aura of the demon Tyrannosaurus, which made him feel breathless. The man intended to invite Lai Yong to surrender, but of course, Lai Yong flatly refused. They consisted of 4 level 5 people who should be able to defeat a level 8 elite. The Tyrannosaurus demon was the only rare elite in the dungeon. The devil also certainly holds many unknown treasures. Of course, Lai Yong will not just give up. He encouraged everyone and asked everyone not to worry because he was in the team, so there was no need to be afraid of anything. Lai Yong is determined to work together to kill the demon so that they can enter the top 10 even if they don't kill the final boss. In his heart, Lai Yong still has other plans to find Yiwu and settle their affairs. He also hoped that Ru and Tianqian would take the initiative to hug him as a congratulation on his victory. In his imagination, he could see how Ru and Tianqian hugged him and Yiwu apologized to him for saying something wrong. It's nothing yet. Lai Yong already feels very happy and becomes even more excited. Lai Yong starts running towards the demon and gives the order to attack. They insisted on showing no mercy. However, while they were running, someone suddenly remembered. Tyrannosaurus demons should be black and green, but the one in front of them was red and black. Lai Yong certainly doesn't know what his colleague means. The man then suspected that the devil was angry. It was probably because of the previous battle between the demon and another monster. Of course, Lai Yong was annoyed because his colleague was late in telling him. Meanwhile, their whereabouts were already known to the devil. They suddenly decided to retreat and run. However, the demon attacked first with its huge tail. They were devastated and asked for help. With a burst of flames, the demon immediately burned the bodies of 2 people in Lai Yong's team. Of course, the man was quite shocked to see his 2 colleagues killed instantly. Lai Yong finally saw for himself the extremely cruel demon before his eyes. For him, it was too scary. However, Lai Yong is not afraid at all. Right now, even though the demon's attention was on him, he was still optimistic. Lai Yong has good speed and agility. At least, he could run away and run later if he failed to defeat the monster. Although, the hatred of such a demon would not disappear quickly. He plans to direct the demon's hatred towards other people. At that time, he immediately thought of Yiwu, who happened to be close to him at that time. It was then that Lai Yong finally found Yiwu and Ruin Tianchen. In his mind, he could see the two people walking leisurely while he was running as hard as he could until he ran out of breath. Ruin Tianchen, who saw Lai Yong's presence, immediately became suspicious. To him, he was just a cunning wolf who liked to run away. Ruin Tianchen immediately suspects that there is another sinister plan Lai Yong is currently trying to carry out. Lai Yong immediately confirms that he did not return empty-handed to meet the two. Ruin Tianchen was still a little confused at that time. Lai Yong said that he came to give a special gift. Yiwu, who doesn't know what happened, thinks he will be able to take points easily from Lai Yong, who he thinks has succeeded in defeating the monster. In his mind, Yiwu still thought Lai Yong moved so quickly because he wanted to make a direct attack. However, he became a little confused because Lai Yong's friends were not there. Lai Yong still runs past the two just like that and promises to tell them everything later. He pushed Ruin Tianchen's body and asked the two of them to look at the gifts he had prepared. Of course, Ruin Tianchen didn't understand what Lai Yong meant. But suddenly a groan was heard and the Tyrannosaurus demon was already there. Reflexively, Ruin Tianchen attacked the demon first. Of course, Yiwu was angry because Ruin Tianchen attacked even though the demon was not angry with him. Ruin Tianchen had no intention of attacking the demon first. Now she could only run in fear towards Yiwu and ask for his help. Seeing the incident, Lai Yong could only laugh at the girl's stupidity. For someone who had never entered a dungeon, what Ruin Tianchen showed was not at all disappointing and comforting to Lai Yong. Lai Yong also wanted to know what Yiwu would do in such a situation. For Lai Yong, the trash and the idiot in one team is an interesting combination. Lai Yong also mocks and insinuates Yiwu, who is not arrogant even though he has good fighting skills. For Lai Yong, the man should be grateful for giving the gift. Lai Yong finally chooses to leave and let Yiwu fight the demon. He also said he would come back to collect Yiwu's body after the Tyrannosaurus demon killed him. Yiwu could hear Lai Yong's laughter gradually fading away. At that moment, Yiwu immediately grabbed hold of the air. He certainly will not let Lai Yong go easily. A surprised voice sounded. Yiwu continued again that he had just met the careless Ruin Tianchen. The girl's existence was completely worthless to him. However, compared with Ruin Tianchen, Lai Yong is more worthless. Lai Yong was certainly very surprised because it turned out that Yiwu was able to find out where he was even though he had used a move to make himself completely invisible. Yiwu casually said that Lai Yong's strength level was not high at all. After all, he was only invisible and not completely gone. For Yiwu, the man could still be seen in her eyes through the body heat he gave off. Lai Yong was even more surprised because Yiwu could feel someone's presence just by his body heat. Of course, Lai Yong still finds it hard to believe, but then he begs Yiwu to release the man's grip on his neck. He reminded Yiwu that he was the son of Yiwu's uncle. Lai Yong also asks Yiwu to immediately let him go because the demon Tyrannosaurus is getting more and more violent and could cause them all to die by then. Yiwu disdains Lai Yong's words and immediately displays his immense power. Lai Yong was of course very surprised and didn't expect that a trash like Yiwu could increase his strength to such a degree. Lai Yong, who realized Yiwu's strength, immediately asked the man to join him as a team to kill the Tyrannosaurus demon. He admitted that he needed points and equipment. Of course, Yiwu easily rejected it. In his opinion, Lai Yong is a shameless man. However, he said he would consider it if Ruin Tianchen, who was by his side, allowed it. Lai Yong immediately begged Ruin Tianchen, who was still scared. He was a classmate and he was also the one who brought Ruin Tianchen into the dungeon. At that time, Ruin Tianchen was impressed by Yiwu's domineering attitude, which made her heart beat. At that time, Lai Yong begged again. He tried to seduce Ruin Tianchen by saying that she was a beautiful and kind girl. He still begs to be on the same team as Yiwu even though Ruin Tianchen no longer wants to be on the same team as him. However, this time Ruin Tianchen has absolutely no interest in forgiving Lai Yong. She invited Yiwu to leave there and leave the cruel man. Lai Yong still tries to plead and realizes that he should not use Ruin Tianchen as bait. He admitted guilt and asked to be given a chance. At that moment, the growl of the Tyrannosaurus demon was heard again. He had become very angry. Ruin Tianchen was confused about what to do. They were worried because the demon's strength was much greater than theirs. However, Lai Yong used this opportunity to make a move. He planned to kill Yiwu with a deadly move that was full of determination. When Lai Yong tried to stab Yiwu's body, it turned out that the knife he was holding was blocked by a large sword that had been on Yiwu's back. Lai Yong became very confused because he had not seen anything there until now. Yiwu, on the other hand, became very angry because Lai Yong took advantage of such an opportunity to attack him. For him, Lai Yong is just someone who doesn't have the brain to think. Now that Lai Yong seems so determined to make Yiwu the target of the devil's wrath, he will no longer let Lai Yong off the hook. Yiwu finally kills the useless Lai Yong with his sword. In return, he can also seize all the prizes that Lai Yong had previously obtained. Yiwu got all the personal and team points from Lai Yong amounting to 5,000 points. On the other hand, Lai Yong's body, which he lost in the dungeon, will be returned to his original body at the university. Of course, Lai Yong is very angry and he promises not to let the man go easily. Yiwu also received other prizes in the form of a disappearing skill book and a poisonous dagger. Yiwu managed to defeat the enemy in PvP mode and had the opportunity to seize items and enemy equipment that could be exchanged. Yiwu looked at the list of loot he managed to collect, seeing that, in his opinion, Lai Yong is indeed worthy of being a rich second generation. Lai Yong, who is level 5, also seems to have good equipment. Yiwu looked at the hiding skill book, which could allow him to get the disappearing skill, which would last for 30 seconds and could be renewed. Apart from that, he also has a poisonous dagger that can deal a fatal blow to humans and can only be used once. Yiwu was happy that he could get 2 items at once at that time, something that had never happened to him before. Suddenly, a voice asked him to be careful. It was Ruin Tianqian's voice warning Yiwu about the demon Tyrannosaurus that was heading towards Yiwu. Yiwu saw the demon's movement very fast. The man knew the demon Tyrannosaurus was a signature creature of the Shadow Forest that was the only rare elite in that place. The devil has the fire attribute and he has an irritable or vicious character. Once a demon becomes vicious, all of its attributes will multiply and make it even more difficult to defeat. It was all that Yiwu read in books about reunification. Yiwu also remembered that if he encountered a fierce monster in the wild or dungeon and couldn't run, the thing he could do was clean himself and immediately sleep on the ground so he could walk better. However, so far the demon's attacks were not a problem for him. A Tyrannosaurus demon that is in an angry state will not drop any equipment or items even if it is killed. That means players have to kill him carefully so as not to make the demon even angrier. Yiwu found this very troublesome. However, Yiwu at least had enormous courage to stay there. Even if the Tyrannosaurus demon became ferocious, it would still have a way to defeat it. Yiwu immediately went to Ruin Tianqian to talk about his plans. The man asked Ruin Tianqian to listen carefully to his instructions. He asked Ruin Tianqian to prepare to appease the demon. Ruin Tianqian was of course a little confused about what these words meant. Yiwu knew that a doctor had a special skill to remove anger or violence. He asked Ruin Tianqian to prepare. The girl who was hiding in the tree trunk became doubtful, because even though she does have that kind of special skill, the levels that she and the devil have are very different. So, she will very likely fail to do so. Moreover, in such a short time, she can only use that special skill once. Yiwu knew that this skill would not necessarily work. He only asked Ruin Tianqian to follow his orders. He will also ensure his plan is successful by reducing the demon's HP to below 20%. Ruin Tianqian immediately understood, although in her heart she was still amazed by Yiwu's extraordinary strength and hand-fighting abilities. This strength was comparable to the members of a large professional team. Yiwu was still fighting with the monster demon. He knew that he could easily kill such a level 8 elite vicious beast, but it would be a huge loss for him if he fought with all his strength to kill the beast without gaining a single cent. He didn't want that kind of thing, let alone the Tyrannosaurus demon, who was a rare elite, famous for having many treasures. He couldn't wait to see what kind of treasure the devil had. As soon as Yiwu succeeded in knocking down the monster's body, he immediately asked Ruin Tianqian to use the special skill he had. Ruin Tianqian started to take out her wand. With the combination of beauty and wisdom, in the name of love and magic, Ruin Tianqian will cure the devil. Hearing all the words and seeing Ruin Tianqian's movements, of course, Yiwu became a little annoyed because the girl seemed to want to show off. However, they were confused about the effects. Yiwu asked if Ruin Tianqian used the correct skills. The girl was also doubtful because she felt there was nothing wrong with the skill. However, on the other hand, the Tyrannosaurus demon turns out to be very small and adorable. Of course, Ruin Tianqian, who saw it, became annoyed because the devil had become so cute. On the other hand, Yiwu was annoyed but couldn't do anything about it. Ruin Tianqian was surprised that she could have such a calming effect on the Tyrannosaurus demon. However, on the other hand, Yiwu wanted to give the demon the final blow so he could get points and equipment and then go from there. At that time, Ruin Tianqian immediately hugged the devil and prevented Yiwu from doing so. She asked Yiwu not to kill such a cute demon. After all, the demon was a rare elite that would be better to keep as a pet. Yiwu said that making the demon a pet was a good idea, so that in the future Ruin Tianqian will be the one responsible for the losses. He would kill Ruin Tianqian first and take all the points. Then he would also kill those rare elites and take their points. Yiwu could kill 2 birds with 1 stone, and that was perfect. Yiwu confirmed this to Ruin Tianqian. Frightened, the girl immediately came up with an idea. She felt points and equipment were much more important than the demon. The demon looked at Yiwu innocently, but of course, the man didn't flinch at all. For him, the devil should know better than him about the rules of survival, where the strong will survive and the weak will be eliminated. Humans and monsters alike do not want to be devoured by the other. They can only strive to develop into the strongest. Finally, Yiwu succeeded in killing an elite monster. He managed to get 5,000 points and Ruin Tianchen managed to get 2,500 points. The girl who was previously crying quickly became very happy after seeing the number of points she had obtained. She is very grateful for this achievement. On the other hand, Yiwu, who saw it, could only be amazed to see Ruin Tianchen's drastic change in attitude. Yiwu focused again on his achievements. He gets 50,000 XP points as a reward. Of course, Yiwu was very happy because the number was much greater than the previous level 15 demon-eyed ghost spiders. This also seems to be influenced by the dungeon mode. Yiwu logged into the account room system. He wanted to know where else XP points could be allocated besides increasing the relationship level. Yiwu knew that his XP value had many advantages. That means to maximize the use of the XP value, he can use the XP points to increase the relationship level of the Qian Emperor account to level 20 by unlocking more accounts. He can also choose to unlock other assistance skills from the Qian Emperor to add to the completeness of his account. Yiwu was curious whether he could open the next account at level 20. However, Emperor Qian was too strong, so he didn't know what surprises the account would bring him. However, he knows that he should not open an account carelessly. He can't play around. XP points should be used to increase the depth of the Qian Emperor's account, because no matter how powerful the attack, Yiwu might still encounter an enemy that could not be defeated. In the end, he can be helped by special skills and a combination of various versions of tactics. Yiwu chose to open the special panel now. He is at relationship level 12 and can unlock special skills, including camouflage, which can simulate the breath of a creature 1 time higher than his level for 2 minutes, crazy speed, which can release fire to burn and increase speed by 50% for 1 minute, and true eyes that can explore all creatures within a certain distance. Of course, Yiwu didn't believe it because special skills turned out to be very expensive, but he was quite interested in the real eye skill that could make him see monsters all over the map. The skill can let him see the final boss hidden in the Shadow Forest. He decided to buy it. Yiwu used 70,000 XP points to unlock the True Eye skill, whereas previously, Yiwu almost gave up on finding the boss of the Shadow Tree Elf, which was very secret and had not been revealed so far. But now he has a new skill that emerged from the Tyrannosaurus demon. Now he is determined to kill the boss of the Shadow Tree Elf. At that time, Ruin Tianchen called him to show him something great. At first, he was a little confused, but Yiwu thought it was just Ruin Tianchen's carelessness. However, the girl asked Yiwu to look more carefully. The girl saw an egg and Yiwu immediately knew that the egg was rumored to have a very low explosion rate. The unknown egg was an ordinary egg with a strange flower pattern on its surface. The eggs can be incubated with XP or just made into eggs for fried rice. Yiwu of course didn't expect that the egg could be made into a fried rice egg. However, it is said that these super rare items can be hatched, and that is certainly more interesting for him. Yiwu said that such a rare type of elite egg could be cultivated into a battle pet or mount. The degree of resistance as well as the effectiveness of the attack was terrifying. He could imagine Yiwu riding the Tyrannosaurus demon mightily and domineeringly. That made Ruin Tianchen's heart beat fast. Just imagining it made Yiwu happy and chose to keep the egg. Ruin Tianchen praised Yiwu. He also apologized and thanked him. As if understanding where Ruin Tianchen was going, Yiwu said that he did not plan to eat the egg, but instead gave the egg to Ruin Tianchen. Of course, Ruin Tianchen refused. She was really sincere with what she said, but Yiwu seemed to have misunderstood her. Ruin Tianchen didn't want the egg at all. Meanwhile, in the university waiting room outside the dungeon, someone kept watching Yiwu. Her guess was correct that Yiwu was a special man, especially after she saw Yiwu's performance against the Tyrannosaurus demon. She wasn't like someone with a level 3 surface. Then she asked the guards to summon and bring the head of the university to meet him. Girl had noticed that so far the copy system newly developed by Lao Lin was indeed easy to use, but it could only be used to monitor low-level copies. She hoped they could monitor the higher level or progress of the dungeon. This could help increase their group ranking. Finally, the man he had been waiting for arrived. He greeted Miss Mo and asked what the girl wanted. Miss Mo asked Chief Yan how many ranking points Yiwu got from the dungeon. The man was certainly confused because as far as he knew, Yiwu was just a student who couldn't improve himself. Miss Mo was of course confused and wanted to hear more. Chief Yan then explained that Yiwu had already been at level 3 since entering the university. Initially, he was known as a genius student at the university. However, it turned out that after 3 years his level had not increased at all and he didn't know what problem was causing it. Miss Mo was of course confused. She thought that Yiwu was just disguising himself and hiding his true level. She wanted to know what Yiwu's true purpose was. This made him even more curious about the man. However, suddenly Chief Yan was surprised to see Yiwu, who was at number 3 on the ranking table. She was curious how Yiwu did it. Miss Mo then asked Chief Yan to announce the rankings in the dungeon. She also asked the man to publish information regarding the rankings of all the players. Chief Yan was shocked. He suspected that Miss Mo wanted to increase the difficulty of the dungeon. even though the current dungeon mechanism is quite cruel. If the rankings were also published, then the students would start a civil war. He was increasingly worried about Yiwu, who might be surrounded. Miss Mo casually said that the real world would be even more cruel than a level 10 dungeon. She, as the representative of the Hanmo group, wanted to make sure to select the best talents. After all, Yiwu was not just any student. Shifian did not expect that Miss Mo would pay attention to Yiwu. She became curious whether the man was truly extraordinary. She also wanted to pay more attention to Yiwu's movements in the future. In the Shadow Forest dungeon, a man has been defeated. He is the team captain named Cheng Feng. He was angry because he felt betrayed. The man who killed him previously joined, but only to kill other people. This is very despicable. Meanwhile, the man who killed him could only laugh in disdain. He is the team captain named Luo Feng. As far as he knew, there were no rules regarding teammates. Cheng Feng was of course angry, but he couldn't do anything. On the other hand, what happened to Cheng Feng was the result of him not wanting to join Luo Feng. The man angrily asked Cheng Feng to return to the dungeon and report it to Chief Yan. He then stepped on Cheng Feng hard and even managed to kill him. He even got 2,000 points from it. A man named Zhang Yi immediately praised Luo Feng, who he felt led very well. It can even make them get points easily. Luo Feng regretted his fight with Cheng Feng a little because the man could become a member of a professional team in the future. However, he couldn't understand Cheng Feng's train of thought. For him, it was very boring to beat trash who wouldn't give him any pleasure except points. At that moment, a command system suddenly appeared in front of them all. The university finally revealed the ranking scores and player location information. They want to know what happened. Luo Feng casually said that it was very clear. The university thinks that the competition between them is less fierce. Therefore, they intend to increase the competition between them. However, that was what Luo Feng wanted. He can reasonably take other people's points. When he saw the rankings, Luo Feng was even more surprised because in third place was Yiwu with 10,000 points. Luo Feng was very surprised to see that the man was still alive and was even ranked 3. He wanted to know how Yiwu did it. Did Yiwu secretly rely on points from others? Whatever it was, Luo Feng was quite impressed because if that was true, then Yiwu was a man who should be praised for being so lucky. However, that luck would soon end as Luo Feng would take all of Yiwu's points. They were determined to go find and torture Yiwu in the trash. On the other side, a man who was the chairman of Zhu Tian's tomb ran over. He was scared because he was being chased by people who were like demons. However, an explosion suddenly occurred in front of him. Zhu Tian fell and he thought about how their team had previously gone to meet Yiwu to torture him. But now he is left alone. Zhu Tian was still surprised that Yiwu could have such great strength with only level 3. Zhu Tian couldn't escape at all because the street was covered with fire. Yiwu casually said that he didn't eat people. After all, from the start, Zhu Tian was the one who wanted to take his points. Yiwu waited to be killed by Zhu Tian. Zhu Tian was so annoyed because the man had killed all his team members before. But he still didn't want to lose to Yiwu. Ignited with emotion, Zhu Tian began to attack Yiwu. Yiwu felt attacked first as if forcing him to act cruelly. After all, for someone like Zhu Tian, it wouldn't make any difference whether he was a prophet or a devil. As long as he could gain points, then he would do it. Yiwu kills Zhu Tian and he reminds the man to bring more troops next time if he wants to defeat him. Yiwu killed Zhu Tian and managed to get 6,500 points and also took the primary recovery agent. Therefore, Zhu Tian's copy body had also been forced out of the dungeon. Ruin Tianchen immediately praised Yiwu as worthy of the title of Great God. Previously, 4 attacks from Zhu Tian and all his team members had been defeated by Yiwu. However, Yiwu regretted that from this attack, nothing interesting could be obtained except points. Yiwu started to think about the university that had already disclosed the ranking and location information of all the players, which was done by Miss Mo. He knew that Miss Mo did it on purpose to make the fight even fiercer, but it turned out that for Yiwu it was good entertainment. After successfully defeating all Zhu Tina members, Yiwu automatically became first place with 22,500 points. Of course, Ruin Tianchen was so happy that she hugged Yiwu. Yiwu understood, but he reminded Ruin Tianchen not to get too excited because they might lose concentration and become careless. In my imagination, Ruin Tianchen had already imagined how she, a doctor, could get the first prize as well as a bonus after getting first place in the dungeon contest. Yiwu tried to shake Ruin Tianchen out of her delusion. That being the best also means that more people will hate you later. Yiwu started to pay attention to the system and so far there were 3 teams left among them. Apart from Yiwu, there was Luo Feng and Zhang Yi's team there. Through the system, Ruin Tianchen also realized that the 2 teams were following them without doing anything. Yiwu was clear about Luo Feng's character. The man looked careless on the outside, but he was very careful. The man must have been hiding and keeping his distance to observe. Since Yiwu's performance was definitely beyond Luo Feng's expectations, he would enter unexpectedly. Once he calculated and had full confidence, he would jump out and kill Yiwu to then seize the points for himself. Hearing this explanation, Ruan Tianchen became angry. Luo Feng was very cruel because she was always trying to chase Yiwu. But I wonder what makes the man so determined. Yiwu said that Luo Feng was just trying to hide the fact about something that happened between me and my sister. But Yiwu chose to focus on increasing his concentration and finding the final boss in the dungeon. However, on the other hand, Ruan Tianchen was not sure because the Shadow Tree Fairy boss was integrated into the forest and had never been found before. The university uses the Shadow Forest for competitions. From the start, I was doubtful about the final result. Therefore, she tried to offer Yiwu to just use PvP to determine the winner. Yiwu was quite surprised to learn the conclusion the girl came up with. Of course, Ruan Tianchen was annoyed because Yiwu underestimated my intelligence because of my beauty. Yiwu then confirmed that it was because the dungeon competition was indeed a test to find out their PvP abilities. However, he did not plan to give up on finding the dungeon boss. By completing the Shadow Fairy Tree boss, they can get lots of items and XP points. So, Yiwu started to use real eye skills. Yiwu could see the entire Shadow Forest. Yiwu was quite satisfied with the skills abilities which had taken away 70,000 XP points from him. It was then that with his real eyes, he managed to find the Shadow Tree Elf. Yiwu was happy because he had a real eye for special skills, which was not at all disappointing. He finally managed to find the hidden final boss very easily. In both the real world and dungeons, he can use full power attacks combined with skills. This is a very powerful combination. Yiwu saw the flames he released earlier entering the forest. The fire functions as a navigator to show the whereabouts of the dungeon boss. Yiwu was very satisfied with all his abilities. At that time, Yiwu immediately ran and asked Ruan Tianchen to come along because I managed to find the whereabouts of the final boss of the dungeon. He asked the girl to hurry up so that other people wouldn't get ahead of her. Hearing those words, of course, Ruan Tianchen became very excited. But he asked the girl not to speak too loudly so that no one else would hear. However, the girl's words were too late because not far from them, the other two teams could hear Yiwu's words. They heard that Yiwu had found the boss monster, but they were doubtful because it might be Yiwu's way of hurting and trapping them. Luo Feng, who saw Yiwu's attitude, felt so strange because the man looked different. Yiwu was a weak man and was often helped by others, unlike today. Another man then said that Yiwu could kill 4 people in one team before. They couldn't put up any resistance at all. The man wanted to know what move Luo Feng would choose. Luo Feng naturally had no other choice. He wants to be part of Mo's attack team. Of course, he had to take points from Yiwu's body. No matter what Yiwu would try to do, he would not be afraid and instead teach him a lesson. They all finally chased Yiwu and were determined to kill him as well as the final boss of the dungeon. However, while in pursuit, Yiwu's position suddenly disappeared from the system. Of course, he was shocked and confused about how a human could just disappear. Luo Feng thought that Yiwu had already learned a new skill. Other members then want to know what steps the team captain will take. That's when he saw Ruan Tianchen, who was still standing. He asked everyone to surround and capture him. Luo Feng was a little suspicious of Ruan Tianchen's attitude at that time, so he was determined to follow Yiwu's game. At that time, Ruan Tianchen started to get scared. She tries to look for Yiwu, who just disappeared. Ruan Tianchen had been asked by Yiwu to be bait. Now the man disappeared directly. The girl was a little doubtful. Even though she knows that Yiwu asked me to lure Luo Feng and the others out, they probably won't be fooled so easily. However, how surprised Ruan Tianchen was that Luo Feng appeared. The man was provoked very easily. Luo Feng asked where Yiwu was, but on the other hand, Ruan Tianchen wanted to know what they were doing. Luo Feng didn't want to sympathize, so he asked again where Yiwu was hiding. Ruan Tianchen admitted that she didn't know. She got lost and couldn't find it on the map. Ruan Tianchen also told Luo Feng to look at the map. Luo Feng was of course angry because he thought he was being tricked by Ruan Tianchen. He threatened to kill the girl. Ruan Tianchen still admitted that I didn't know anything about Yiwu's whereabouts. At that time, Ruan Tianchen started to worry. In my heart, she begged Yiwu to show himself immediately. She had tried her best to restrain Luo Feng and company. However, suddenly the ground started shaking. They thought that an earthquake had occurred. However, suddenly a huge foot stepped on Luo Feng's group. They were still confused, but then quickly realized that it was the figure of the final boss of the Shadow Forest Elf dungeon. They were all very surprised because unexpectedly they were in the nest of a dungeon boss that had never been found before. Others think that they only need to maintain the PvP points until the end to win the dungeon. Now they are confused about how to overcome this boss monster. Luo Feng excitedly said that they just needed to attack the level 10 boss monster. After all, there were 10 of them in total. Luo Feng asked everyone to form a line and he would block the attack. Luo Feng asked in his heart, was that the real reason Yiwu lured them to that point? However, he didn't want to think about it any longer. For him, it wasn't that important. He was more focused on thinking about the reward he would receive if he succeeded in defeating the Shadow Tree Elf. Then as thanks, he would kill Yiwu. Luo Feng started executing his plan. First, he would follow a simple method of strategy against the boss, namely targeting the attribute that was his weakness. Luo Feng immediately attacked the boss monster. On the other hand, all his colleagues also helped attack the boss monster from a safe distance. They attempted to attack to deal continuous damage to the monster's body. Ruin Tianchen, who was watching, couldn't help but be amazed at the professional teamwork. Everything looks very different from the temporary team formation. The famously arrogant Luo Feng was no nonsense since he could prove his abilities. The monster also slowly started to lose its HP. Ruin Tianchen was already so worried. She was afraid that if Yu Wu didn't appear, then Luo Feng and the others would succeed in defeating the boss monster. On the other hand, Luo Feng also looked confident. He was confident that he could defeat the monsters as long as they continued to carry out similar attacks with more courage. Considering the huge number of teams, plus Luo Feng's command, a level 10 boss for them should be very easy. However, suddenly the boss monster switched to using fear mode, which made him invulnerable. This means that all types of attacks will not work on boss monsters. Luo Feng announced to everyone that the boss monster had entered stage 2. Everyone started to panic because they didn't know what situation was happening at that time. None of them had the experience to face a level 2 Shadow Ghost Fairy boss yet. They were confused about what to do. The trees around them also started to move and turned into a huge army of monsters. The boss monster spread its power and activated the small monsters. Those who initially won in terms of numbers now no longer do. The monster has the lowest level of 7. At that time all the troops chose to flee, leaving behind Luo Feng, who of course still insisted on moving forward. He asked everyone to maintain their formation. Besides, right now all the monsters' hatred is only directed at me. He asked everyone not to mess around. However, they all chose to run away. This of course made Luo Feng very angry. At that moment, a monster suddenly caught Ruin Tianchen's body. The girl who was being lifted upside down could only scream for Yu Wu's help. Sure enough, Yu Wu appeared and immediately attacked the monster's body, making Ruin Tianchen's grip loose and causing the girl to fly into the air. Yu Wu quickly caught the girl's body. The man said that Ruin Tianchen's task was completed. He asked the girl to watch and run away from there if the situation got bad. On the other hand, Ruin Tianchen was very happy because she could help Yu Wu. Ruin Tianchen was very relieved to hear that. She admitted that she was scared, but was grateful to be able to carry out Yu Wu's orders. The man didn't mind this. He also apologized for using Ruin Tianchen as bait. He promised to give relief to the girl afterward. On the other hand, Luo Feng was annoyed to see that Yu Wu and Ruin Tianchen were busy talking. Luo Feng was of course angry because he realized that it was all Yu Wu's doing. The man deliberately led them toward the location of the boss monster and then casually waited for an opportunity to take advantage. Luo Feng said that what Yu Wu did was despicable. Not wanting to be outdone, Yu Wu said that he didn't plan to take advantage of Luo Feng at all because he would be the one facing the boss monster himself. However, despite that Yu Wu praised Luo Feng's fighting abilities, the man had mature command and mental abilities. Luo Feng was naturally getting annoyed because it wasn't the time for him to hear Yu Wu's teasing. After all, he was aware of Yu Wu's abilities now, so he invited the man to collaborate. Luo Feng ordered Yu Wu to be the bait. But on the other hand, Yu Wu certainly wouldn't obey him easily. To him, Luo Feng was too confident. However, this made Zhang Yi angry and asked the man to get out of Luo Feng's sight or he would kill him. Yu Wu casually killed Zhang Yi immediately and obtained 8,500 points as a reward. Luo Feng, who saw it, naturally didn't believe it. How could Yu Wu, who was a former nephew, actually kill his troops at such a critical moment? Of course, Yu Wu didn't care. To him, Luo Feng and the others were just points that could be exploited. Luo Feng, who was getting angry, tried to kill Yu Wu. The man casually said that Luo Feng shouldn't be so hasty. Getting angry is not good, especially if someone doesn't have the strength. This can make people easily die on the battlefield. Yu Wu attacked Luo Feng's body and even made him fall on his back. The man became increasingly angry because he felt that he didn't need Yu Wu's advice at this time. He asked Yu Wu not to be arrogant because he would not be able to kill the boss monster alone. In the end, all the loot points that Yu Wu managed to collect would be in vain because he wouldn't get anything if he died at the hands of the boss monster. Yu Wu naturally disagreed. He planned to leave 1% of Luo Feng's HP so that the man could see with his own eyes how to take all the points and withdraw completely from the battle. Yu Wu started to show his moves and Luo Feng was naturally curious as to what the man would do. At that time he attacked all the monsters as well as Luo Feng's remaining troops. They were all shocked when their points were taken away and were forced to lose the battle. Some asked Luo Feng for help, but he couldn't do anything either. All the power that the boss monster had previously scattered was absorbed again. But later, the boss monster's body evolved to become smaller than the size of a human body. Everyone was shocked. They suspected that the boss monster had reached the third form and the final evolutionary form of its body. This makes them even more worried. Ruin Tianchen could see that the Shadow Forest Fairy Beast had already reached its final form. However, even though it was smaller, the monster was stronger. She hoped that Yiwu could be careful. The monster moved very quickly, making it too difficult for Yiwu to keep up. The monster's speed had increased and it didn't look like a level 10 monster. Plus, even though its body had become smaller and its speed had increased, the monster's strength had not weakened either. If ordinary players fought him without a strategy, then they would lose because it was too difficult to kill him. Luofeng, who was watching from a distance, could only laugh in satisfaction. He told the man to throw away his ego, saying he could kill the boss monster alone. Luofeng said that with the boss it would be very easy to crush Yiwu into dust. Yiwu still casually said that he had no problem with it. There were many ways he could kill a level 10 boss monster like that. The mainstay attack is not that complicated. No need to focus on attacking weak points. He just needed to increase the fire. At that time, Yiwu managed to kill the boss monster and got 10,000 points as a reward and another 10,000 points as a bonus for being the first killer in the system. With that, the Shadow Forest dungeon has been completed and the number of surviving players is 3 people. The portal finally opened and Yiwu, Ruin Tianchen and Luofeng were able to leave the place. Luofeng was of course very surprised and confused to see Yiwu being able to kill the boss monster in a matter of seconds. He couldn't even believe that the Yiwu he saw was the Yiwu he knew before. Yiwu casually said that one only needed to be strong to be able to kill such a monster. Yiwu had completed his mission and now it was Luofeng's turn. Luofeng was of course scared because he thought Yiwu was going to kill him. He said that Yiwu was very strong and should not care about weak people like him. He also promised not to look down on Yiwu again. From now on, he will be your brother and they can forget the past. Yiwu naturally didn't believe that Luofeng still had the face to say such words. For Yiwu, Luofeng did not meet the qualifications to be a brother at all. Luofeng was getting even angrier because the man's facial expression seemed to be mocking him. Ruin Tianchen was annoyed at Luofeng, who used the opportunity to sneak attack, but that definitely wouldn't work for Yiwu. Luofeng of course wasn't sure. He suddenly disappeared and it turned out that Luofeng, who had been in front of the two, was a puppet card. Meanwhile, the real Luofeng was already standing at the door and saying goodbye to Yiwu. Luofeng mocked the man who, although strong, had too little dueling experience. Ruin Tianchen was naturally worried that the man would run away. Meanwhile, Luofeng said that he wouldn't give up his points to that guy easily. Yiwu said that experience was not important at all compared to the comparison of strength between the two. He attacked Luofeng from a long distance. Of course, Luofeng, who was hit, could only curse before finally being defeated. Yiwu managed to kill him and got all his points. He also gets an item in the form of an active card to copy himself into a doll that can be manipulated freely. The remaining number of players from the dungeon was 2 people, with Yiwu who had a score of 62,000 points and Ruin Tianchen who had 21,000 points. Of course, Ruin Tianchen was very happy because she could get that many total points from the dungeon. Even from the calculation ratio, only 1/10 can be very lucky to get that many points. Yiwu said that he would immediately disband the team when he left the dungeon. So, he would take the 500,000 point reward for himself and Ruin Tianchen couldn't protest. Ruin Tianchen wouldn't comment at all because I was very satisfied with what I got. She thanked Yiwu for bringing me along and even making it through to the end. Seeing Ruin Tianchen's response, Yiwu was also happy. It seemed to him that the girl was not greedy at all. Even though she is a cute person, your mentality remains positive. After completing the dungeon, Yiwu got 50,000 XP points and 20,000 money, including 20 trunk properties of the Shadow Tree Fairy, 10 skins from the trunk of the Shadow Tree Fairy, and Magic Crystal level 10. He also got the gem enthroned by the Heart of Nature with its function of increasing the healing effect of weapons by 30% and can present baby trees to provide additional passive healing. Seeing the prize, Yiwu was quite happy because he could get a gem that could increase healing. The gem was very rare, but it was useless to him. Judging from the description and quality, it seemed like it could be sold for a lot of money, but in the end, he handed the gem to Ruin Tianchen. Ruin Tianchen, who received it, certainly couldn't believe that she could get such a rare item. She was very happy because even though it wasn't much help, Yiwu gave her the precious stone. Ruin Tianchen was already big-headed at that time, but Yiwu immediately asked to stop her ridiculous fantasies. He gave the gift with the help of Ruin Tianchen, who had been the bait before. He had also promised the prize beforehand. He then hurriedly wanted to disband the team. However, as soon as they were about to separate, the dungeon experienced an abnormal situation. They were asked to immediately leave the place for a maximum of 20 seconds. Ruin Tianchen didn't know what happened. Meanwhile, Yiwu suspected that something was happening in their real world. Yiwu and Ruin Tianchen immediately ran towards the exit. Yiwu asked the girl to run faster so that she wouldn't get trapped in there. While running, Ruin Tianchen fell. Yiwu asked what happened to the girl. She said that her foot seemed to be sprained. Yiwu of course panicked because she sprained her ankle at such a critical time. Ruin Tianchen immediately cried and apologized for slowing down Yu Wu. From the start, she, who was just a beginner, should not have entered such a high-class dungeon. She asked Yu Wu to leave and she would take care of herself without bothering Yu Wu anymore. Yu Wu held the girl and confirmed everything Yu Wu said. A person who does something beyond his means is a person who is just waiting for death. However, Yu Wu admitted that Ruin Tianchen was very good at seducing and troubling others. Ruin Tianchen was naturally a little surprised. However, for Yu Wu, Ruin Tianchen was still a team member to him. Yu Wu would not abandon their teammates and escape alone. So, Yu Wu asked the girl to leave by throwing her body towards the gate alone. Ruin Tianchen was certainly surprised. She couldn't believe Yu Wu was so stupid as to sacrifice himself. She certainly didn't want to be the only one who survived alone, even though Yu Wu himself said he wouldn't abandon his teammates. Ruin Tianchen was still crying until the dungeon portal finally closed. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Yu Wu was fine because Yu Wu in the dungeon was just a puppet. He couldn't help but be amazed at Ruin Tianchen's attitude, which was so excessive for a doll. He felt that Ruin Tianchen was exaggerating when he said he sacrificed himself to save the girl. He only threw the girl into the dungeon gate because he was afraid that someone like Ruin Tianchen would have trouble there. Even though Yu Wu only used the help of a city-town scroll which could make someone return to the binding location in copy form at any time, it was forbidden to use it if locked in PvP status. They all finally arrived at the student rest area of the university. As soon as he arrived, Yu Wu was very surprised to see the destroyed exit of the dungeon. He immediately wanted to know the situation of the teachers and other students. He had thought that an earthquake had struck, but then Yu Wu remembered that the dungeon gate was very strong and should not be destroyed so easily. Yu Wu was sure that something was going on at the university. Just as he was trying to find out, Yu Wu heard the sound of Ruin Tianchen crying alone. Ruin Tianchen cried for Yu Wu's stupidity. Yu Wu, who was there, naturally asked what Ruin Tianchen meant by being stupid. Besides, it's not the time for them to think about that. Ruin Tianchen was very relieved to see that Yu Wu was still alive. She had thought that the man would be swallowed by the dungeon forever. Yu Wu asked the girl not to cry. He made sure he was fine. He also used the city scroll after the gate closed. Still, Ruin Tianchen hugged Yu Wu with great relief while continuing to cry. On the other hand, Yu Wu was a little confused because for him it was basic knowledge that someone who entered the dungeon could use the city scroll to return. Ruin Tianchen then distanced herself because she was embarrassed by her excessive response. However, Yu Wu was confused to see Ruin Tianchen, who had a relaxed copy when she was in the dungeon but was shy in real life. Not long after, several men in uniform were surprised to see Yu Wu and Ruin Tianchen in the hallway. Even though they had locked all the students in the gym, they immediately tried to catch the two of them because if their boss found out, they would go on a rampage. Ruin Tianchen saw the marks on the men's bodies and recognized them as the Black Tiger mercenary group. Yu Wu confirmed whether the group was the group that had killed people in the safe zone 5 years ago and was thrown into exile as punishment. Yu Wu immediately realized that something was wrong here. The mercenary group is a group of evil people who only seek profit. So why do they come to university now, even though the university cannot provide any benefits to them? Yu Wu realized immediately that it must have something to do with the Mo group. The men from the mercenary group then saw Ruin Tianchen. They were tempted to play around with such a beautiful girl. Of course, Ruin Tianchen was scared and hid behind Yu Wu's body. Yu Wu casually said that Ruin Tianchen didn't need to worry. Hearing that, the men from the mercenary group became angry. They planned to cut off Yu Wu's legs so he could watch them play games with Ruin Tianchen that they had never tried before. They were going to cut off Yu Wu's legs and the man didn't flinch at all. Yu Wu easily managed to kill the criminals, leaving one person very confused. They knew that Yu Wu was only level 3, but how could he kill those at level 15 in a matter of seconds? Yu Wu casually said that he had heard sentences like that too many times to get bored. However, he was more curious about why exiles like them forcefully entered the safe zone. Someone is paying them no matter whether the criminal is caught or not. Yu Wu was curious about this information. The man immediately begged not to be killed. He was even willing to give anything like money and gems as long as Yu Wu didn't kill him. Yu Wu took out his sword and began to slowly injure the criminal. Finally, he admitted that he had come there to kill Miss Mo. Yu Wu was not satisfied with the answer and needed more explanation. The man finally mentioned the Huangjang group. They were the ones who recruited the mercenary group to kill Miss Mo. Not only did they let the group members into the safe zone, but also lent their team captain an extremely rare item to restrict the movements of Miss Mo's 2 personal bodyguards. Yu Wu understood now. He had also heard a lot of rumors about the Hanmo group and the Huangjang group, which had always been involved in a dispute between life and death since the beginning. However, this time the Huangjang group had openly followed Miss Mo. Yu Wu immediately deduced something about the Huangjang group. Feeling that he had given enough information, the villain was grateful because he thought Yu Wu would forgive him. He immediately drank a bottle of blood given by Yu Wu to restore his blood that had already come out a lot due to the wound he got from that man. On the other hand, Yiwu finally came out of the building. He could see the entire university building covered with barriers. That meant he wouldn't be able to go outside the university to meet the Hanmo group either, even though he planned to provide information and exchange it for rewards and money. But on the other hand, the remaining criminals did not feel any change after drinking the blood given by Yiwu. On the contrary, he felt the negative effects getting bigger. It was then that he realized that Yiwu was lying to him. Yiwu casually said that he never said he would forgive him. Yiwu also received points for killing the criminal. Yiwu was talking to Ruin Tianchen. He told the girl that their university was being blocked and she would not be able to leave. Yiwu asked the girl to find a safe place and hide. He also asked the girl to be careful not to get caught. Ruin Tianchen understood, but she wanted to know what Yiwu would do because at this time the university would be surrounded by members of the Black Tiger mercenary group. Yiwu says that currently only he has the chance to save everyone. Even though it was very dangerous, he had to do it. He also reiterated that Ruin Tianchen should look for a safe place and hide without making mistakes because mistakes in real life like that would cost lives. Ruin Tianchen certainly understands. She will hide in a place that no one else will know. In her heart, she felt that she was being worried by Yiwu. It was as if the man didn't take him lightly. Ruin Tianchen finally could only ask the man to be careful and prioritize safety. Yiwu asked him not to worry because he already knew what he was going to do. He just needed to ensure that Miss Mo could move on with her life. He would not let Miss Mo die. Even though he can't do it himself, he will ask other people for help later. On the other side, there were several men from the mercenary group who were walking around. One of them asked if they hadn't caught all the students enough to bother patrolling. Another man said that the captain was afraid that there were still students in the dungeon. That's why they had to confirm the condition of the dungeon gate. Another man then said that they had already damaged the existing dungeon gate, so there should be nothing left to be afraid of. Students who haven't left the dungeon will die in the dungeon. No fish can penetrate the net. They finally chose to go back to meet the captain. Yiwu looked at the two men and knew that the mercenary group had a large number of level 15 soldiers. The teachers who had levels between 10-20 obviously couldn't beat them all. He tried to use the real power of his eyes to see the ins and outs of the entire campus. He plans to find information from the two previous criminals. After that, he will try to find information from the captain. So, Yiwu followed where the two men walked. In a room, a man began to report that they had caught all the students who came out of the dungeon door and were all in the room. The group captain threatened everyone not to move if they still wanted to live. A teacher who was caught wanted to know what the criminals were going to do. He also asked to be released as well as all his students. The captain of the mercenary group of course ignored him and instead focused on the teacher's body which was tied to a chair. The teacher was even more annoyed because they dared to cause trouble at the university which was a safe zone area. The captain started to threaten and said that it was not something the teacher should be thinking about. The female teacher should have thought of a way to serve him as a condition for survival. The teacher of course avoided it and this made the captain feel challenged. Women from the safe zone are different for him. For him, women in the safe zone look tough but are easily eroded. He likes women like this teacher. One member even cheekily asked the captain not to forget them. They asked for their turn too after the captain was satisfied with it. The captain could only laugh. He promised to give a turn once he was satisfied. The troops certainly felt happy. On the other hand, Luo Feng who was also there looked at the students who were also tied behind him. Luo Feng was annoyed that the men looked scared. However, if they dare to act recklessly, they will be able to defeat the criminals in the room. At least release the teacher so he can escape and send a danger signal. The captain on the other hand began to tear the teacher's clothes. Of course, the teacher begged the man to stop. At that time, Luo Feng finally pushed the captain's body and asked him to let go of the teacher. In his heart of course he was very angry. Teacher Lai is a role model for him. There was no way he would allow the teacher to be treated lightly before his eyes. The captain was quite impressed by Luo Feng's bravery. Men who are only at level 5 try to save women and act like heroes. The captain immediately guessed that Luo Feng had his thoughts regarding the teacher. Even though in the end his efforts will be in vain, at least the captain understands that all men can see beautiful women. He appreciated Luo Feng's courage. The captain then handed over a knife and told Luo Feng that he could see the potential in the man to become someone ruthless. The captain then seduces Luo Feng by saying that this era is the end of the world. He asked Luo Feng not to be blinded by the illusion of peace within the safe zone. People without power have no right to live. The captain ordered Luo Feng to kill the bound students. Meanwhile, Luo Feng was able to survive and join the mercenary group. Of course, everyone was shocked and immediately begged Luo Feng not to kill them. Luo Feng was untied by the captain. He is indeed a naughty man. He realized that he was the boss at the university. He also had fun abusing the PvP mode in the dungeon competition. However, he could still clearly differentiate between reality and the dungeon. He was very angry and insulted the mercenary group. He wouldn't want to be part of such a group and told them to just go to hell. The knife attack from Luo Feng was of course very easily blocked by the captain. Even though the captain had a little hope in him, it turned out that Luo Feng could only disappoint him. The captain prepares to attack Luo Feng, who wants to pretend to be a hero. He intended to cut off the man's hand, which would be the end of Luo Feng's life. In his heart, Luo Feng was extremely scared. Even though he intended to do something good, in the end, his efforts had to end like that. Luo Feng could only close his eyes. Suddenly a voice sounded and said that he already knew that Luo Feng definitely wouldn't be able to block the captain's movements. The captain suddenly collapsed and died instantly. Luo Feng tried to remember the voice he heard. On the other hand, the captain was dead with poisonous red spider fangs on his back. Yiwu suddenly appeared and he said that even though Luo Feng had often done evil things, when faced with big problems, it turned out he could act fairly like a man. Yiwu's plan to follow the two mercenary group members earlier turned out to be correct. He managed to find everyone and defeat the captain. Yiwu then confirmed whether they were okay. In his heart, Yiwu was lucky because by using the advantage of the Qian Emperor's account, he could perform stealth mode plus attack items, which caused a great effect. He could even defeat enemies much higher in level than him, although he would have to find out his limits later at an opportunity to test them. Seeing Yiwu's presence, of course, all the members of the mercenary group immediately attacked him. They did not expect that Yiwu would appear and even kill their captain, who was at level 25. They were sure that Yiwu must have used a cunning property and tried to kill him. Yiwu immediately asked Luo Feng to lie down if the man wanted to live. Yiwu easily killed the remaining criminals and got the reward. All the students there certainly couldn't believe it when they saw Yiwu succeed in killing all the criminals. Luo Feng was of course annoyed because previously none of them dared to stand up to fight. Meanwhile, the praise continues. The students were relieved because if Yiwu had not appeared, then they would have died there. On the contrary, the death of the criminals was as it should be. Other students also praised Yiwu and thanked him. It was at this time that Yiwu then said to Luo Feng that in the real test of life and death, this man's performance was quite surprising. Luo Feng has the qualifications to be Yiwu's younger brother, so he wanted to know if Luo Feng still wanted to join to become his little brother. Of course, Luo Feng enthusiastically agreed. He will join the man he now calls brother Yiwu. He worshipped and said he didn't want to be humiliated anymore and wanted to become stronger. It doesn't matter what it takes to achieve that goal. Yiwu saw great loyalty from within Luo Feng. Only those who have experienced situations between life and death can understand it. Yiwu handed over the knife that belonged to the previous captain. Yiwu said that the XP value would be handed over to Luo Feng, so he should know what to do. The captain, who was still injured, could only ridicule them as smelly brats who dared to fight the Black Tiger mercenaries. He asked Yiwu and Luo Feng to let him go because otherwise all the students' families would die. Luo Feng, who was ready to kill the captain, said that he had no doubts or regrets at all because he knew what the mercenary group had done in the past. Of course, the captain still begged Luo Feng to stop. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Luo Feng was happy because, in the end, he had a moment where he killed other people for good. After successfully killing the captain, Luo Feng was even more surprised because he was able to rise 5 levels and become level 10. He immediately thanked Yiwu for allowing him to join. He promised to be loyal to Yiwu. Seeing all that, the students flocked to join Yiwu's team as well. They promised to comply with Yiwu's request. Yiwu asked if they were all reliable. Luo Feng then insisted that only Yiwu could decide. According to him, the students did not even have the qualifications to bring Yiwu's shoes. Yiwu wanting to save all the students is already a great gift. Luo Feng untied Teacher Lai. Then, Teacher Lai thanked him. Previously, Luo Feng was known as a naughty student among the teachers at the university. However, Teacher Lai never expected that Luo Feng would be able to defend the teacher at such a critical moment. Luo Feng was embarrassed, asking Teacher Lai not to thank him. He felt that being a naughty student made him braver. He just didn't want to see Teacher Lai being bullied by criminals. At that time, Yiwu asked Luo Feng to help him untie the other students, instead of staying silent with Teacher Lai for a long time. Master Lai then asked Yiwu what they should do now. Many friends are still being detained and the campus is still sealed. There was no way to escape and call rescue troops. Yiwu asked the teacher not to worry because he would think of a way out. Yiwu finally used real eye skills to see the condition of the university. Yiwu could see that the students and teachers were being held in the gym. Although the level of the guards was not very high, there were a lot of them. He also saw that there were no patrols or guards in the warehouse area, so the safe students can hide there. This mercenary group was also not that great because there were only 2 masters who had levels above 40. The level 45 in the rest room was undoubtedly the leader of the Black Tiger mercenary group. 20 people are subordinates. However, Yiwu couldn't find the bodyguard yet. Yiwu saw that there was a level 40 person in the parking area who could be the deputy commander. Yiwu, who claimed to have noticed the situation beforehand, finally asked Luo Feng to take Teacher Lai and all the other students to the warehouse to hide. Luo Feng felt a little reluctant because he wanted to come with Yi Wu to kill the commander together. For Yi Wu, Luo Feng was still a burden to him now, even though he didn't mean to offend. After all, there was a more important task for him, namely to protect Teacher Lai and the other students. In exchange, Yi Wu handed over the red spider fang item that he had previously used to kill the previous level 25 captain. Luo Feng was a little reluctant to accept this item, which was too good for him. Yi Wu asked Luo Feng to take him. According to Yi Wu, with Luo Feng's current strength, if he had to face the mercenary group, he would die. Luo Feng should avoid fighting, but if it's unavoidable, then he can stab the enemy in the back to deal massive damage. The fangs could only be used twice, so he asked Luo Feng to consider it carefully. Luo Feng asked Yi Wu not to worry as he was the best at sneak attacks and stabs. Yi Wu was happy to hear that. Yi Wu then continued on his way. His initial goal was to save Miss Mao, but he realized that the level difference between him and the level 45 commander was very large. Even using the advantage of the Qian Emperor's account to deal with a difference of 33 levels, Yi Wu had no confidence at all in defeating him. He is now faced with a big problem where he doesn't know the limits of how far he can fight with such a big difference in level. Currently, he who is at link level 12 has proven to be able to beat a level 25 captain, but what about level 40? A difference of 28 levels is not a safe situation. He felt he had to increase the level first. Yi Wu entered into the system space. He has accumulated 50,000 points and can choose to increase his account level or unlock special skills. He finally chose to increase the level, which made him link level 21 at this time. Yi Wu felt his body become strong again. Meanwhile, his links have managed to increase to 4. He now understands that the ratio of link level to personal level is 10 to 1. With this achievement, Yi Wu successfully reached link level 20 and the special talent was successfully activated. Yi Wu tried to check the talents he had and began to consider which talents he would choose. Yi Wu now saw the level link which, although it had changed to 20, still had a difference of 20 levels. So, he chose the defense talent because for him currently, survival is the main thing. After Yi Wu did it, the defense talent became 1 star. Then Yi Wu wanted to know the extent of the performance of the 1-star defense talent. It turns out that defense talent can also be used to provide firepower that can burn the enemy and absorb defensive equipment from the enemy to reduce damage. Yi Wu, who had been looking at the list, suddenly had an idea. In the parking area, the Black Tiger mercenary troops were on guard. There was a guard who saw how the safe zone was so peaceful and stable. Even though outside the safe zone it really looks like another world. Another man confirmed. Even those who are part of a mercenary group will not want to leave the safe zone to explore the middle of nowhere. Rumor has it that the area outside the safe zone was a product long before the old era of Earth. There are very strong and wild monsters everywhere. So far no one even dared to explore. Another man confirmed that even large groups can only explore slowly and they can't even compete with the discovered copies yet. Another man then stated that 2 large groups, namely the Hanmo group and the Huangjiang group, were also fighting over the dungeon. However, another man immediately stopped him. The chairman had asked them not to talk about this. Suddenly, they were attacked and died instantly. It was Yi Wu who immediately moved quickly to kill. He also knew that in the area there were 6 level 15 people, 3 level 20 people, and 1 level 40 person. He planned to quickly kill the low-level guards and leave level 40 for last. Noticing Yi Wu's presence, all the guards immediately attacked. They asked who was careless and caused one student to wander off. However, the captain ordered them to focus on killing Yi Wu only. Yi Wu then remembered that there were several modified armor trucks around the area. Yi Wu guessed that the mercenary group did not have a base. That's why they carry all valuable objects everywhere. Yi Wu guessed that it was stored in the truck to contain it. At that time, a deputy commander stopped Yi Wu's movements by throwing things. The man then laughed because it turned out that only one student was there. He asked everyone not to panic because Yi Wu was an easy opponent. All the troops clamored for the deputy commander. They were sure that if the deputy commander had acted, then Yi Wu would definitely be burned to nothing. Another man immediately agreed. It seemed to him that Yi Wu was a student who was curious to come. However, Yi Wu was not confident that the deputy commander could defeat him. He actually reversed the fire that the deputy commander used to attack him. The deputy commander was surprised because the 6 high-explosive grenades he had used previously could not kill Yi Wu, who was only level 4. Yi Wu said that the 6 grenades were not enough. He even asked the deputy commander to release all the firepower. In his heart, Yi Wu was quite satisfied because that king-level defensive talent did not disappoint at all. Even though it's only 1 star, its defense is very strong. If it reaches 5 stars, it can definitely be used to conquer high-level dungeons. The deputy commander said that Yi Wu was crazy for daring to fight the Black Tiger mercenaries. Whatever the background, it will definitely end in death. The deputy commander will demonstrate the firepower of his Hell Scream with the effect of unlimited ammunition. Yi Wu, who saw this attack, was quite amazed. He knew that it was a form of attack from a level 40 person. Yiwu also knew that he could use the leapfrog challenge better. On the other hand, the deputy commander actually underestimated Yiwu, who used leapfrog while he was still at level 4. Even though Yiwu turned out to be quite invulnerable, for him it was all useless. Yiwu wouldn't be able to kill him with a weak attack. He tried to remind Yiwu that he was at level 40. Yiwu was actually quite troubled. He was aware that the 19 level difference was on a physical level, so it would be difficult for him to injure the deputy commander. But on the other hand, the deputy commander started to get angry because he felt that he was being looked down on by a level 4 kid. Meanwhile, he was a level 40 person who was trying very hard to get outside the safe zone. Yiwu didn't want to lose. He talked to the deputy commander about how difficult it was to raise levels, but the man stupidly came up with the idea of kidnapping Miss Mo. The deputy commander said that Miss Mo's head was very valuable. The vice commander could clearly see that Yiwu's abilities were not like those of someone at level 4. He believed that Yiwu wanted to hide his strength and disguise himself as a pig to eat a tiger. However, the deputy commander nevertheless believed that Yiwu would not be able to match him. On the other hand, Yiwu was happy because he didn't take any damage from the vice commander's continuous attacks. That protective talent was indeed extraordinary for him. He felt it was appropriate to have it to fight someone at level 40 who grew up outside the safe zone, plus the level difference between the two. Yiwu could feel that the dueling skills and variety of attack properties he had were much more than the vice commander. Now there is only one trick left to defeat Big Un. Yiwu, who was actually doubtful, had no other way. He just needed to try. Big Un once again laughed at Yiwu's failed trick. He accused Yiwu of losing his sanity and suffering brain damage. There was nothing wrong with Yiwu's defense, but he didn't defend by simply standing like a pillar. For him, it was very boring. Don't know how much longer Yiwu will last. They had been fighting for 3 minutes. Yiwu finally risked his life to perform this melee skill. Big Un was a little surprised. Yiwu released Deflagration, which was an explosion that was part of his melee defense talent. He uses fire while absorbing enemy equipment, one step that will determine the outcome. Yiwu tried his last luck. Big Un felt that apart from the debuff, his HP was not reduced at all. The man thought that Yiwu was just playing with him. So the big guy fired at Yiwu again and told the high school boy to immediately go to hell because he no longer had the pleasure of playing with Yiwu. Meanwhile, Yiwu was increasingly pressed. This young man realized that his cell phone was getting drained and he was worried that he wouldn't be able to last another minute. The system warned that Yiwu's cell phone volume was less than 10%. And the Nirvana Limit defense talent is active for another 20 seconds. Yiwu realized the winner could only be determined in another 20 seconds. Big Gun was annoyed that a level 4 kid dared to challenge him. But suddenly the big man's gun went off. Not only that, but even this big man's armor was destroyed. Big Gun panicked and immediately grabbed all his weapons. Yiwu approached the criminal and said his guess was true, that the equipment resistance of people like Big Gun was not good. Even the big gun weapon couldn't survive until the final moment because it was never repaired. Yiwu admitted he had a small part to play, but ultimately he won the fight. Yiwu's body was automatically healed with primary healing skills. With this, Yiwu's returned by 30%. Not wanting to be defeated so quickly, Big Gun takes out a grenade and says that he's been collecting all the weapons for a year, and he will kill anyone who dares to destroy his weapon. Without saying much, Yiwu placed his sword against Big Gun's neck. Yiwu confidently said that if Big Gun could have killed him with tools, then he would have died some time ago, but in reality, those weapons didn't change anything. And conversely, Big Gun is easier to kill than before. Finally, Big Gun raised both arms and admitted defeat. He promised not to rebel as long as he was not killed. The big man also said he was only working while all his actions were in accordance with their commander's orders. Yiwu was willing to give the big man a chance as long as he was willing to open the treasure chest in the car. Big Gun was willing to tell Yiwu the password to the chest, but the younger refused to be given the password. Yiwu demands Big Gun to open the treasure chest himself. Finally, the big man had no choice but to kowtow and obey Yiwu's orders. Even though this big man was annoyed to death, he had no choice. Big Gun continued to type the password in the chest while hoping that the leader would send reinforcements so he could repay Yiwu for all his actions. After the treasure chest box was opened, Big Gun asked to be let go. But Yiwu lowered his neck sword and said that he was more alert by nature and definitely got rid of all potential risks. With this, Yiwu burned his enemy's body, and here he managed to get a prize of 30,000 Rupiah EXP points, 2,000 money, the weapon, special items, level 40 lock. Yiwu was a little annoyed because he only got 2,000 yuan. He said the group leaders were so pathetic that they didn't have money to repair equipment. Even so, Yihao was happy because he managed to get the key to the level 40 dungeon. After that, Yiwu focused on a treasure chest in front of him. This was the first time in Yiwu's life that he opened a treasure chest. even though he thought it was too small for a group like Black Tiger Mercenary. From the treasure chest, Yiwu got 1.28 million in cash, gunpowder, bombs, restoration fluid, ammunition, ancient magic crystals, and Medusa's tears. Yi Hao was amazed because there was an epic level property in the chest. Unfortunately, it is not written at all about the use of the crystal. Even so, Yi Hao was still happy because he found a rare magic crystal that could absorb and convert points into EXP. For a level 40 player, the crystal might be useless, but for Yiwu, who was still at level 4, the crystal was a very good gift. With that crystal, Yiwu successfully converted 10 ancient magic crystals into 100,000 X points. Yiwu was truly satisfied with this achievement. Yiwu immediately went to the system space to check the king's account and exchange the points. The system informed that currently, Yiwu had accumulated 130,000 X points. It is highly recommended for hosts to open other accounts to gain extraordinary powers. Even though it was suggested like that, Yiwu said he didn't need to worry about opening another account. This young man wanted to focus on making the Qian Emperor's account stronger in all types of attack and defense. So Yiwu asked the system to open Kaiser Kaiyan's talent map. Instantly the Kaiyan King talent is visible, and the system explains that currently the account defense is at 1 star and the host can use 100,000 X points to increase 10 link levels to obtain 1-star talent points for free. Yiwu was shocked to realize that he needed 100,000 EXP points to get 1 talent point star. He said it was very expensive. So this young man moved in front of one of the windows and asked how much EXP was needed to open a new account. The system answers that it requires 100,000 level points to open a new account. Yiwu realized he couldn't keep the 100,000 EXP points any longer, and according to him overall it is more effective to open a new account. Even though this young man still had doubts, he hoped to get a good and strong account. Finally, Yiwu decided and immediately ordered the system to open a new king account. The system quickly received the command. Slowly the door in front of Yiwu opened. When the account opening process was finally completed, an image of a mysterious man with a scary face and red eyes was visible. The system explains it is the Moss. He is a mad scientist from another world whose talents and inventions are capable of causing destruction. The Moss is able to know all the hidden mysteries of the world. Yiwu felt unlucky when he got the account because it turned out that it was not a fighting type great lord. Yiwu tried to read the man's data further and realized that Moss was one of the men at the top of the world. The system explained that the crazy Moss does not have fixed skills, its skills will change according to the name of the title chosen. The currently unlocked title is Master of Engineering, and the host can upgrade up to 10 levels. Now Yiwu realized that the character of this king's account was quite interesting. Judging from these titles, this tends to be a support position, the scope is very broad and the playing ability is quite high. Suddenly the entire room around Yiwu changed. Apparently, the system is changing the main account to belong to Crazy Moss. But suddenly a small AI robot burst out and asked the system to explain it to the master. The robot felt happy because after many years he was finally active again. The robot reports that he is an AI created by Moss' original owner. The robot asked to be called Wise. With great pride, the robot said he could help Yiwu conquer the world. Yiwu quickly explains that his main goal is not to do the world, so the AI robot doesn't need to help him like that. According to Robot Wise, Yiwu is not crazy enough even though the secret of this account is crazy. So in any aspect, be it action or imagination, everything has to be crazy in order to become stronger. Yiwu immediately scolded the robot, asked the robot to explain the entire operating mechanism of the account in a short time. The robot immediately explained that the core mechanism of this account is decomposition combined with function to become creation. The account's current title is an engineering master who can decompose and combine engineering-related objects to create powerful new objects. After hearing the little robot's explanation, Yiwu realized that the account was more interesting than he had expected. This young man realized that Crazy Moss deserved to be called crazy because he could make people stronger and more powerful, because such abilities are impossible for other people to play. But suddenly the AI robot explains that there are current limits on the objects that can be decomposed and transformed. Yiwu asked, what are the restrictions? Robot Wise explained that with the current link level, Yiwu cannot decompose objects that have a level more than twice his level. Moreover, they should collect as many technical design drawings as possible to produce a viable property quickly and accurately. Yiwu immediately understood the robot's explanation. This young man also asked what changed the mechanism between sections and whether were there any other certain restrictions. The wise robot was confused about answering that question, so the main system took over and explained that accounts in the system could be transferred smoothly, whether it's fighting status or not. However, it is recommended that hosts decide the right time to switch accounts to avoid unexpected dangers. Yiwu already understood all the explanations from the system. Now it's time to design and get down to business, so he shouldn't let Miss Mo wait too long. Meanwhile, in the principal's main room, the Black Tiger leader and several of his members were still on standby to detain Miss Mo. But at this time the big lady was still sitting casually in a chair while cursing at the leader of the Black Tiger group. In my opinion, the leader of the Black Tiger group is a coward for breaking into the safe zone without telling and kidnapping like now. A man sitting casually in the luxurious headmaster's chair said that in fact all members of their group generally dared to attack Miss Mo. But if someone supports it then they have to follow that person's orders. Miss Mo suspects that the figures behind her kidnapping must be people from the Huangjang group. According to Miss Mo, the Huangjang group's efforts this time were quite good because they even gave the Eye of Medusa item to Black Tiger to defeat Miss Mo's 2 loyal bodyguards who were level 60. Miss Mo also thinks that the Huangjang group has reached a dead end because it gave the order to kidnap the owner of the C23 region copy of the Hanmo group. According to Miss Mo, this kidnapping was a stupid method. This beautiful woman boldly said that killing me would not destroy the Hanmo group. The leader of the Black Tiger group, sitting at Miss Mo's side, then said that he actually didn't care about the complaints about the 2 big groups, because all his group cares about is money. So the Huangjang group has given Black Tiger 59 million, so they can kill Miss Mo. But if Miss Mo can give me that man 100 million, maybe I can let Miss Mo go. Miss Mo smiled at that. So the masked man said he would be happy to accept if Miss Mo could give me more. But unexpectedly, Miss Mo caught the masked man's chin and said the man's wish was just a dream. According to Miss Mo, people who do business without integrity do not deserve to be given a penny. Feeling intimidated by Miss Mo's attitude, the mysterious man immediately stood up and walked away from Miss Mo. In his opinion, an elegant figure like Miss Mo is not worthy of saying such things to tease me. Commander Black Tiger will give the woman a chance to think before speaking and rephrase her language better. But Miss Mo immediately answered that it was not necessary. In his opinion, the Hanmo group will not be led by animals, let them destroy their own greatness. Even Miss Mo's life was not worth it in front of the higher-ups of the Hanmo group. Miss Mo admitted that she had been careless today, but that killing me would not destroy the Hanmo group. The Black Tiger commander immediately drew his sword after hearing the woman's words. Now he doesn't care about all the nonsense from Miss Mo. Then quickly the mysterious man wanted a sword and was going to send Miss Mo to hell. But just before the Black Tiger commander's sword touched Miss Mo's body, a protective barrier appeared that immediately surrounded the beautiful woman's body. Everyone in the room was shocked by the appearance of this very strong protective energy. Suddenly from the entrance, a young man said that the protective energy was just a favor for Miss Mo for helping him with Elder Lieback in the black market. Yiwu, standing casually at the door, said but everything had to be equal, so this time he would charge separately. If later Yiwu manages to save Miss Mo's life, then I will ask for 10 million as a bonus. Miss Mo was actually surprised to see the young man come to save me. This beautiful lady asked what Yiwu was doing in that place. But before Miss Mo's words could be answered, the commander of the Black Tiger group had already jumped toward Yiwu with 2 swords ready. But fortunately, Yiwu managed to block the mysterious man's attack with his flame sword. Although the commander was shocked by the young man's abilities, he was curious how great Yiwu's defense would be if the commander attacked with all his strength. Yiwu was actually also surprised by the commander's ability. Even though he had faced level 40 some time ago, after facing someone who was a slightly different level above him, Yiwu already felt that the commander's ability could kill him. Yiwu knew that he couldn't make the slightest mistake, and if he wasn't careful, he would only end up dying at the hands of that commander. Seeing that Yiwu was getting more and more desperate, the lady asked Yiwu to go save her. Even though the young man was quite capable of fighting, this matter had nothing to do with Yiwu. Miss Mo even asked, how is it possible someone as close to death as Yiwu still has time to care about others? Meanwhile, several Black Tiger members who were still in the room continued to shoot the protective energy surrounding Miss Mo. The consecutive attacks from those people succeeded in reducing the man's protective energy to almost 30%. But Yiwu still asked Miss not to worry. If the non dies, then Yiwu will have no place to collect the points and bonuses he should get. Seeing Yiwu's determination made Miss Mo even more worried. This beautiful woman knows Yiwu is the type of person who wants money but is not stupid. Miss Mo realized that it was because of this that Yiwu dared to enter the black market alone. While Miss Mo was focused on worrying about Yiwu, the Black Tiger members were shocked when they saw the protective barrier energy figure reach 100% again. The Black Tiger commander was sure that Yiwu had come prepared and had rare items. The commander was even sure that the young man in front of him was not level 4. He was curious about where Yiwu came from, and why was that young man able to hide his strength. Now Yiwu tried to attack the commander. According to him, the commander not only had a high level but was also careful. Yiwu even said that compared to 5 ordinary people, the commander's brain was better. Actually, Yiwu used the ability of Crazy Moss to combine 3 protective energies into one and got 3 times the armor value. But the effect of that power was a little strange. Suddenly there was an explosion from outside. The commander naturally panicked and was worried about his members. But before he could give the order, several grenades were also hit in the room. The commander thought it was a high explosive grenade. That's why he created a shield of quite large energy. However, when the grenade exploded, they still couldn't do anything because the grenade released a red web from the spider monster. The net was very strong and could even devour the HP of several Black Tiger members. The commander Till was surprised to see such a tool because he had never seen a tool like that. Yiwu played with one of the grenades in his hand, saying that it was not an ordinary grenade. It was his work grenade called Sticky Bondage. The grenade uses Ghost Eye and Demon Spider Silk. So the grenade produces a sticky bondage that can restrain the target's movement for 10 minutes and cause continuous damage. However, in the end, the commander was able to destroy the net that bound him with his considerable strength. The commander refused to be defeated by relying on toy items like Yiwu's creation. The commander imbued his sword with the power of lightning and said that he would show how adults fight. Yiwu also took a standby position while holding a shield in his left hand and a sword in his right. This young man just discovered that the properties of low-level materials would not work on high-level fighters. The commander was the first to take steps to attack Yiwu and was determined to send the young man away to heaven. One blow from the commander managed to reduce Yiwu's HP by 50%. Yiwu noticed that the commander's speed and strength had increased. If it continued like this, then he would really die at the hands of that commander. But Yiwu thought about slashing the commander twice at a fairly close distance. He thought of doing that so that the commander wouldn't have time to drink the recovery fluid. But when Yiwu swung his sword, the commander managed to dodge it very quickly. The Black Tiger commander even mocked Yiwu because his movements were too slow. Even the mysterious man mocked Yiwu's weapon as a kitchen knife. When the commander counterattacked, the mysterious man's extremely powerful attack managed to destroy Yiwu's shield and lowered his HP by 10%. The system warned that Yiwu's HP was lower than 10% of the Nirvana defense talent limit. Yiwu realized that the HP lock had been activated, so it was time for him to decide the outcome. Yiwu tried to deal the final blow to the commander by creating a fire dragon from magic. Even so, the commander managed to repel the magic and said that if he was hit by Yiwu's low-level magic, then he didn't deserve to be at level 45. At this time, the lady asked Yiwu to run away again. Nismo was really worried that Yiwu would die if he continued to be pushed like this. Yiwu answered that it was impossible for him to escape and he asked the miss not to speak anymore. Yiwu still refused to lose because he still had his next show. This young man stuck his sword into the floor, creating a fairly large firestorm around the commander. The Black Tiger commander was not afraid at all to see such a huge firestorm. He even asked if that was Yiwu's only skill. The commander even suspected that Yiwu was there just to be funny. But because the time for playing around was over, the commander couldn't wait to kill Yiwu immediately. With lightning speed, the masked man ran towards Yiwu. But suddenly he was shocked when he received a series of attacks from a very large firearm. The commander knew it was his deputy's weapon. With this, the commander knew Yiwu had killed his deputy because the deputy's weapon was already Yiwu's. The commander tried desperately to block the fire from this very powerful firearm. Yiwu asked the commander not to get carried away by making a fuss about obvious things like the death of his deputy. But now the weapon is not called but called. The weapon now has support turrets and special effects to automatically track its targets. The weapon level is raised to 40 and the ammunition is unlimited. Yiwu smiled with satisfaction seeing that the commander was so overwhelmed with the attacks from his homemade weapons. Yiwu explained that the gun turret was made from an epic weapon, so did this weapon he made manage to surprise the commander. Meanwhile, the commander's protective shield was finally unable to withstand the attack and was destroyed. Finally, the commander ran in all directions to avoid the weapon attack. But the weapon continued to follow his movements and annoyed him because the firing speed of the weapon was very fast. According to him, the key to this weapon attack is the special effect of unlimited bullets, which always makes things difficult for the commander. Moreover, after being modified by Yiwu, the weapon had the ability to follow him automatically. The commander thought, is this kid in front of him taking advantage of the situation? In his opinion, Yiwu should have sacrificed most of his HP first before creating that weapon. But in his opinion, Yiwu only had one chance left. While running towards the weapons, the commander admitted that Yiwu's abilities were enough to surprise him. However, because the flexibility of the firearm was removed, it made it a permanent target. In his opinion, Yiwu's decision was really stupid, because he had wasted an epic weapon. Finally, the commander managed to destroy the weapon with just one attack. But suddenly, Yiwu was behind him and said the real show had just begun. Just as the commander was about to look back, he was attacked with a dagger that had a special effect. The dagger is called Improved Poisoning First. The dagger has a one-hit special effect on humanoid creatures within a certain level. The lower the target's HP, the higher the chance of triggering the special effect. The commander immediately fell and coughed up blood due to the impact of the heavy attack. Due to the attack this time, the commander's HP decreased by 5%. At this moment, Miss Mo realized that even the sneak attack of the backstab could not deal high damage because the level difference was too big. So the beautiful woman was sure that the commander's serious condition must be due to some special effect of his dagger. Commander Black Tiger immediately activated the Guardian Seal to heal his wounds and restore his HP. This could make someone passively immune to the special effects of some weapons. This item is also able to restore 30% of HP volume. The commander felt lucky, but he was also annoyed because he bought this item at a high price. While the commander was recovering, Yiwu attacked him again and asked the commander not to blame him because the commander was just wasting the special effect of his own weapon. While they were fighting fiercely, the system reminded Yiwu again that the HP lock time would end in 5 seconds. At this point, the commander complained because he thought the transaction could be completed easily. But unexpectedly, there was a bully like Yiwu who was very detrimental to him. The commander swung his weapon again and was determined to kill Yiwu and Miss Mo at the same time to earn some extra money. Yiwu's body was thrown far away until it hit the wall. At this time, the passive skill to lock HP has ended, so Yiwu had to restore the volume of his HP quickly to avoid anything bad. Meanwhile, the commander took a large injection of the potion and said that he had indeed been careless because he underestimated his enemy. The commander did not expect the snotty kid in front of him to be so strong, so the commander had to cast a secret technique to avoid failure. Then with all his strength, he stuck a very large injection in his own neck. Due to the effects of the potion, the commander's entire body suddenly emitted lightning that dazzled the eyes. The potion the commander used turned out to be the blood of Thunder Beast. This epic item can activate Thunderstorm electric armor into a Thunder Beast, which will increase various abilities and attributes for a short time of 5 minutes. After use, it becomes weak for 30 days. Yiwu just realized that this was what his report looked like when facing high-level players. Not only can his tactics change, but it turns out this young man also can't predict his opponent's combat abilities and tools. Yiwu was truly driven to despair and almost lost everything. Miss Mo also knows that the Black Tiger group has various rare items. Miss Mo regretted a little that she didn't spend more time clearing the dungeon and getting rare items. After his transformation was complete, the commander said the epic item he got was 56 times stronger in the Thunder Mountain Canyon dungeon, but he didn't expect to use it against a brat like Yiwu. After the lightning and dust covering his body completely disappeared, it was now clear that the commander's body had turned into a monster that looked like a giant lizardman. With his terrible voice, the commander asked Yiwu to show all the tricks he had up his sleeve. Unexpectedly, Yiwu raised both his arms and said that he had no more tricks up his sleeve. This young man casually said that his last attack had just been exhausted and was blocked by the commander earlier. The commander cursed angrily because he felt like he was being played by Yiwu. The monster immediately rushed towards Yiwu, saying that he should not waste his precious special item. Just as the monster was preparing to cut Yiwu's body, suddenly its 2 large arms were held back by Miss Mo's special forces. No wonder Yiwu had been so relaxed since earlier, even though the monster was so eager to kill him. The monster was shocked to see that the 2 high-level fighters managed to escape from Medusa's eye skill. Even though the skill effect disappears, it still takes a long time. Yiwu explained that when the commander said that the reason the 2 special forces froze was the eye of Medusa, Yiwu was outside the door of his room and heard all their conversation. The commander was shocked to realize that Yiwu opened his treasure chest and took the tears of Medusa to heal the 2 guards who had been turned into statues. When the monster was about to rampage Yiwu, the 2 guards immediately hit it with a special attack that pushed the monster's body quite far. The special guard's blow was so strong that it knocked the monster's body flying and destroyed several walls behind it. Yiwu was shocked to see the strength of a level 60 player. This young man felt goosebumps standing near Miss Mo's 2 special guards. After Miss Mo was free, she immediately approached Yiwu and asked if from the start the young man knew the trick to get rid of the Eye of Medusa effect, then why didn't Yiwu remove the petrification effect of Miss Mo's bodyguard from the start? And why did Yiwu fight to the end? This actually made people worry because it put Yiwu's own body in danger. Yiwu answered that he had thought about that possibility from the start, but now he had the confidence to win. That's why he wanted to fight as hard as he could to defeat an opponent of a much higher level. For him, it was a very valuable practical experience and one that money could not buy. Miss Mo was surprised and said that she had seen many people, but this was the first time she met someone like Yiwu. With full confidence, Yiwu said that it was also a valuable experience for Miss Mo. So the lady doesn't need to thank you. But as agreed at the beginning, Yiwu still asked for 10 million, not less. So Miss Mo has to add an extra gift of 500,000. After all, Yiwu was number 1 in the dungeon contest. Miss Mo asked Yiwu not to worry because the amount was not much to him. At this point, Miss Mo realized Yiwu was just an ordinary person who wanted money but not life. He thought that this kind of person really aroused his appetite. Mrs. Guards came carrying the Sea Commander's body, which was already very weak, and asked what they should do with that person. Miss Mo replied that the man was worthless, so she asked Yiwu to deliver the final blow so that the man's equipment and experience would be his. Without hesitation, Yiwu took out his sword and thanked him as he plunged his sword into the commander's battered body. Just before his death, the commander had said that the monsters outside the safe zone were secretly gathering strength. The man was sure that sooner or later the safe zone would fall to hell. Hearing the Black Tiger commander's words, Yiwu asked what was meant by the appearance of monsters and the fall of the safe zone. Miss Mo explained that it was just a conspiracy theory that had been circulating for a long time in the darkness of the safe zone, so Yiwu didn't need to bother thinking about it. Then Miss Mo invited Yiwu to join my group. With Yiwu's abilities and his services in saving the lady, the young man was qualified to join. Before that, Yiwu asked if they could talk about some benefits. After that, this young man will decide whether he will join or not. Hearing this, Miss Mo smiled and asked whether the young man thought that the Hanmo group would not be able to provide him with abundant benefits. Yiwu explained that he was just more careful and he did think more before making a decision. Suddenly, Miss Mo's two special guards grabbed Yiwu's shoulders and said it was Yiwu's honor to receive Miss Mo's invitation, so the young man should have paid attention to your identity before making a request. Miss Mo immediately told the two guards to get rid of Yiwu. The beautiful girl said Yiwu had saved my life, so I don't have such rules. Miss Mo told the two guards to go see the condition of the other students and not let any other Black Tiger members remain. Before the two special guards left the room, Yiwu told them to leave some Black Tiger members for him because they could produce gifts for Yiwu. After the special guard left, Miss Mo sat on a sofa and said that Yiwu was someone who liked money. Yiwu confirmed this and he didn't expect that the lady would accept him as someone who was greedy for money. Miss Mo explained that in this cruel age, as long as one was strong enough, beauty, money, and power would be within reach. This is the law of nature, so you don't need to hate things like that. And according to him, people with the same desires have extraordinary qualities. Yiwu didn't understand what the Miss said at the end about quality and similarity. Miss Mo brought her face closer to Yiwu and stroked the young man's cheek while explaining that it meant that everything could be driven by desire and Miss Mo was able to provide everything people wanted. At this point, Yiwu realized that the woman before him was more dangerous than he thought. After the incident with the Black Tiger group, the principal personally came to see Yiwu and expressed his thanks because the young man had saved Miss Mo and the entire academy at the same time. Humbly, Yiwu said that he couldn't let evil people do whatever they wanted in their academy. After all, the principal's teachings were always in his heart not to lose a strong heart just because he had a little weakness. As long as a person remains strong in his heart, miracles will always happen. Hearing this, the principal became very excited and loudly said that Yiwu deserved to be called a genius and a shining child in the academy. Even though the young man didn't seem to have improved his level in the past 3 years, the young man must have worked hard. The principal excitedly said he would give great academic achievements and some special awards to Yiwu. The principal immediately ordered Secretary Wang to gather the school's teachers and students. The principal wanted to explain this accidental attack, and more importantly, he wanted to give special credit to Yiwu for his bravery. Yiwu asked the principal to do it another day because now everyone was still in shock and there were more who needed to be comforted and needed rest. With a smile, Yiwu said that he didn't need any special rewards as long as the exchange of transcript bonus points and first prize bonuses were given on time. The principal emphasized that with more than 90,000 copies of Yiwu's points, plus 500,000 additional rewards, the nominal value is only more than 1.1 million. According to him, the nominal amount was too small and not comparable to Yiwu's achievements. Even there was no shortage of special awards in his opinion that were not worthy of repaying Yiwu. In the end, Yiwu could only surrender in the face of the principal's determination. Because he felt that there was nothing more to do or discuss, Yiwu said goodbye to the principal. Before that, the principal announced that the academy would be closed for 3 days starting tomorrow, so Yiwu should use the opportunity to have a good rest. The moment Yiwu stepped out of the room, the school thought that the young man was truly a true hero. An inconspicuous young man on an ordinary day can do things that turn out to be truly extraordinary. The principal asked Secretary Wang to ask the finance department to prepare 2 million in an item that had to be prepared within 3 days. Then the principal himself would personally hand over all the gifts to Yiwu. Yiwu immediately went to the hospital again to check on his family. This time, Yiwu's father was able to sit and laugh with them again even though his body was still weak. The mother and Yunfei asked the father not to be too excited and to lie down to rest more. From his younger sister, Yiwu heard that his father could only be recovered slowly, which means the father had to endure the pain for a long time. This young man wondered, is there any medicine to speed up his father's healing? The Yunfei suddenly asked Yiwu what about yesterday's dungeon contest. Did his older brother get a good ranking? Before Yiwu could tell, Dr. Hao entered the room. The doctor entered with the hospital dean. The dean had just returned and he heard what happened to the Yu family, so he immediately came over and wanted to see the Yu family. Dean Jiang said that he came to apologize to the entire Yu family about Director Fan's attitude. He felt embarrassed that the director could not follow medical principles and behave properly. Yu Wu welcomed and expressed his thanks to the dean. The young man did not forget to apologize for acting impulsively. Yu Wu again said that he would compensate Director Fan for the fat director's medical expenses. Yu Wu acted like this because he realized that it was very difficult to make a direct apology, especially from a high-ranking person like Dean Jiang. After saying that, Dean Jiang immediately turned around and asked them all to rest well. Before the old dean left the room, Yu Wu asked him to stop because he wanted to ask if the hospital had any quick cure medicine for his father. Dean Jiang answered that he had already learned about Yu Wu's father's situation beforehand, and if they wanted the father to get better soon, he needed to use a special medicine. Although the hospital had an antidote, it was very expensive because it was such a great medicine. The father immediately asked Yu Wu to stop thinking about it, because he was fine. The father said that he just needed to rest and there was no need to spend money on expensive medicine. But Yu Wu said that price was not important. While the hospital had it, Yu Wu would immediately swipe the card in his hand for the medicine. Seeing the card in Yu Wu's hand made the dean immediately. Dean Jiang knew very well that it was Miss Mo's black card. Dean Jiang immediately asked how Yu Wu got the card. With honesty and an innocent face, Yu Wu noted that the card was given directly to him by Miss Mo from the Hanmo group. Yu Wu asked if the card couldn't be used in that hospital. Dean Jiang immediately smiled and said that the card was free to use at all Hanmo Group properties. Dean Jiang immediately asked Dr. Hao to quickly take 3 special antidotes from their safe, then move the esteemed patient to the most expensive VIP room in their hospital. Dr. Zhang immediately followed the dean's orders obediently. On the other hand, the entire Yu family was confused by Dean Jiang's attitude. So Dean Jiang quickly explained that their hospital was also an industry of the Hanmo Group, so seeing it was like seeing Miss Mo herself. Because of this, the dean became very friendly. The dean also apologized for being slow earlier, and the top 3 bidders would be given to the Yu family as gifts. Hearing that, Yu Wu immediately looked at the card in his hand and he didn't expect it to be as powerful as it was now. Yu Yunfei immediately approached his older brother and asked how his older brother had the black card of the Hanmo Group's eldest daughter. What happened between the two of them? Yu Wu replied that it was a long story. He would tell his little sister more if Yu Wu had the chance later. Suddenly Dr. Hao came into their room in panic. Then they told Dean Jiang that all the valuable medicine they had was lost. Everyone in the room was shocked to hear the news brought by Dr. Hao. Yu Wu thought about this matter carefully and concluded that the person who stole the medicine in the hidden safe must be an insider who knew where the safe was and how to open the safe. Yu Wu immediately guessed that the person who stole the precious medicines must be Director Fan. Dean Jiang asked if Dr. Hao knew who the perpetrator was who had stolen the medicines. Dr. Hao answered that he had checked the CCTV money and found out that it was Director Fan who had stolen the drugs. Dean Jiang was immediately furious. He vowed not to forgive Director Fan. Dean Jiang regretted in his heart that he had taken Director Fan back to the hospital. The dean quickly apologized to all the Yu family members for not being able to do their job well. The dean said he would take special care of Yu Wu's father. Although it cannot be cured immediately, it can also speed up Yu Wu's father's recovery rate. Yu Wu explained that it was no problem. This young man asked the dean where he could get the precious medicine besides the hospital. The dean answered the top bidder is the top type of display item. It was priceless. Normally they could go to the auction house to try their luck, but Yu Wu could go and ask Miss Mo, because Miss Mo always has it. Because the medicines in the hospital are also supplied by the Hanmo Group. Yu Wu thought although it was simple and easy, Yu Wu had already taken 20 million from Miss Mo. So if he went to ask for medicine again, it seemed too bad and Yu Wu's impression might fall. Yu Wu was sure that the director's fans stole the drugs to earn money, and if he wanted to sell them, the black market was the only option. It seemed like Yu Wu was going to the black market again. Yu Wu told the dean to take care of his father. The dean is certainly willing. The old man even bowed while apologizing for not being able to help much. Dean Jiang immediately asked Dr. Hao to move the patient to a VIP room equipped with the best treatment. Before they did that, Yu Wu thanked Dr. Hao personally. Because of this doctor, their family gets the best care. According to Yu Wu, Dr. Hao should be respected even more. Dean Jiang immediately agreed when he heard that. He could also see Dr. Hao's work professionalism and good character. Because the position of hospital director was currently vacant, Dean Jiang immediately appointed Dr. Hao to be the director. Dr. Hao obviously couldn't refuse and didn't forget to thank Dean Jiang's kindness. As Yu Wu stepped away from the room, Dr. Hao expressed his thanks for the young man's help. Before actually leaving, Yu Wu asked his father to rest well in the hospital and left the matter of the antidote to him. Yu Wu's parents were very worried about their son going on a trip and spending a lot of money. But Yi Yunfei excitedly asked how did his older brother conquer a rich woman like Miss Mo in one day. Yi Wu was shocked to see the expressions of all his family members. This young man asked what kind of man he was. Yi Yunfei noticed his brother's very nervous expression, so she planned to find out the relationship between his brother and Miss Mo. So Yi Yunfei raised his hand excitedly and said that she wanted to join Yi Wu in finding the top bidder. But the older brother said he would do it himself and asked his younger sister to rest in the hospital. Because his older brother refused, Yi Yunfei immediately showed a sad face that was swimming with tears. This girl said that she was almost rusty in the hospital, and she still hadn't heard her older brother's story about the dungeon contest. In the end, Yi Wu couldn't refuse because his little sister used this move to seduce him. But Yi Wu advised his little sister to always listen to him and not wander around alone. With a cheerful face, Yi Yunfei answered that she knew that because she was not a 3-year-old child anymore. But the father who heard this said that as long as Yi Yunfei was not married, she was still a 3-year-old child in their eyes. Yi Yunfei was upset when he heard this, but all the other family members laughed happily seeing his expression. On the way to the black market, Yi Wu had told him all about the events in the dungeon and the attack on the academy yesterday. Yi Yunfei now understood why his older brother was so close to Miss Mo. But in Yi Yunfei's opinion, 20 million was too little because Miss Mo Kier's life was priceless after all. The older sister immediately asked her younger sister to be quiet because when someone was away from home their wealth was not exposed, and this was not as simple as Yi Yunfei thought. Yi Yunfei immediately covered his mouth after being reprimanded by his older brother like that. This girl then asked why they had to go to the dangerous black market. Wouldn't it be better to look for the drug at the auction house? Yi Wu replied that although the black market is not safe, the black market has the most complete goods. After all, with Yi Wu, his little sister would always be safe. Yi Yunfei now firmly believes in it. This time, Yi Wu was very confident about going to the black market, because he was completely different from his previous self. Apart from the increase in strength, what was more important was that they now brought in a lot of money. But just a few steps before they approached the black market area, 3 men confronted them and asked them to leave their money. At times like this, Yi Yunfei always took the initiative to step forward to face danger and asked his older brother to go first. A thug taunts Yi Wu because as a man he has only reached level 4 and needs protection from a woman. Yi Wu became the object of ridicule and laughter from the thugs because his younger brother came forward to protect him. Yi Wu immediately asked his little sister to step back and stop her habit. Moreover, currently, Yi Yunfei's body condition is still weak. Yi Wu said that from now on all the work of fighting and killing would be handed over to the older brother. Yi Wu was determined not to let his little sister suffer anymore. The thugs immediately approached Yi Wu. Leader says he just wants to take money and not kill today. Instead of being afraid, Yi Wu instead said that he also didn't want to kill in front of his family. So if the thugs wanted to live, then they had to leave in front of him right now. Seeing Yi Wu's arrogance made the thug leader immediately angry. He raised his huge arm preparing to hit Yi Wu, but suddenly a sword came out and immediately stuck into the head of the thug leader, causing him to die on the spot. Yi Wu was very appreciative of seeing the events that happened so quickly right before his eyes. But before this young man could react, a man ran as fast as lightning at his side and immediately beat up the remaining thugs. Even though the thugs were angry because they were suddenly attacked, they couldn't do much. Until finally all the thugs were defeated in just a short time. Yi Yunfei asked who was the person who had helped him. The handsome man smiled, then answered that he was just a passerby. Yi Wu said that the way the man gave the attack seemed to say that he was just a passerby, but it showed too much humility. So Yi Wu urged the man to say who he was. The mysterious man asked Yi Wu not to worry about such details, because apart from appearance, the key to a real man is showing off. Yi Wu was even more annoyed when he heard that because the young man in front of him had taken his experience points. Meanwhile, Yi Yunfei thought that the young man before him was very handsome, but his face is also very familiar. Yi Yunfei had to pinch his cheeks to stop imagining nonsense, because right now they are on a very dangerous journey. The young man named Cheng said that the black market was not a pleasant place, and since Yi Wu dared to enter the black market at his current level, Yi Wu must have a good reason for coming to such a dangerous place. Yi Wu replied that of course, no one would joke about his life. Cheng asked the 2 brothers to follow him because he happened to want to go to the black market and he knew the place very well, so they both will be safe. Yi Yunfei took his older brother to stay away from Cheng. The girl reminded her older brother that maybe the handsome man in front of them was a fraud who was trying to be nice. Even though the handsome man had just helped them, they couldn't prove that Cheng was someone else and they had gone with Monster now. Seeing that the 2 brothers were so wary of him, Cheng said that being wary was a good thing, but he had no other purpose. After all, Yi Wu and Yi Yunfei were academy students, so as a former senior, Cheng felt it was normal to help easier students. It was at this moment that Yi Yunfei realized that the handsome man in front of him was the star of the academy in the past, namely Cheng. No wonder Yi Yunfei felt that the face of the young man in front of him was very familiar. The young man confirmed that he was indeed in Cheng. It's just that he didn't expect that it had been several years since he graduated, but the news about him being a high school star had just been heard. Yi Wu finally remembered the young man named En Cheng. The young man was known as the first genius in the history of the academy. Because of this, En Cheng was invited by a professional team even though he had only been in the academy for 1 year. When En Cheng graduated, the young man had already reached level 20. If he didn't open up and rely on his strength, he would indeed be shocked. But in the final analysis, this man is more famous among women because of his visible face. Because they are confident in En Cheng, of course, they are willing to follow En Cheng. They even express their gratitude for their senior's help. But Yi Yunfei suddenly asked, even though En Cheng was their senior, did the older brother want to believe him? Yi Wu replied, for now, it doesn't matter. They can follow the senior first. If the senior acted out later, Yi Wu would immediately act. Yi Wu realized, in this era, that you couldn't completely trust anyone except his own family. En Cheng was only level 30, but if he wanted to give his experience points to Yi Wu, then the young man had no reason to refuse. Then Yi Wu asked, which professional team did senior En Cheng enter after he graduated from school? Cheng answered it was the Huang team of the Huangjing group. Yi Yunfei was very amazed to hear that because the Huangjing team was the second-ranked team after the Mogong team. So in Yi Yunfei's opinion, his senior was extraordinary. En Cheng smiled awkwardly and said that it wasn't that good. Because with his current level and ability, En Cheng was only in Huang's reserve team, not a member of the core team. Yi Wu thought it was really a coincidence that his popular senior got into Huangjing. Yi Wu immediately asked the system to redirect to Crazy Moss's account. Wise immediately appears and asks what can be done to help. Yi Wu asked where he could get an attribute that could survey targets. Wise asked more specifically what exactly is meant by a survey. Is this a test of physical conditioning or more perspective? Yi Wu immediately got a nosebleed imagining that there was a tool that could be used to examine a person's body with such a perspective that it penetrated his clothes. Wise cheerfully replied that the tool could be created, but for now, the perspective attribute could not be created at Yi Wu's current link level. Yi Wu immediately dodged it and said he didn't want to make such an attribute. He asked if there was an attribute that could tell whether someone was lying or not by their breathing or through their heartbeat. Wise answered that he could do that simple thing very easily. Wise explained that if it was just heart rate or breathing, the value would be too low because many people can cover it through training. But Wise reckons by scanning the target's spectrum and its biological magnetic field fluctuations, it's completely accurate. Yi Wu decided to start the experiment first. So Yi Wu approached Yi Yunfei and asked his sister who was more handsome between Yi Wu and senior En Cheng. With a serious face, Yi Yunfei said that her brother was the most handsome man in my heart. But Wise quickly detected the girl's words as lies. After that, Yi Wu approached En Cheng and asked, did his seniors know or hear about the recent events at their academy? Because it seems that the incident is related to the Huangjing group. En Cheng immediately stopped in his tracks and asked, he hadn't heard anything, so what exactly was going on? Did something happen between the academy and Huangjing? Wise immediately detected the senior's words as something that wasn't a lie, even though the senior looked very suspicious. So Yi Wu quickly said there were some classmates who said that the Huang team of the Huangjing group would come to the academy to select talents. Yi Wu thought, since the senior didn't lie, that means he doesn't have any threat to the two of them at the moment. En Cheng tried to remember before finally saying that maybe the reserve team was recruiting new members. Yi Wu asked his senior not to pay attention to the information because it might be wrong. Finally, they arrived in front of one of the black market entrance gates. En Cheng was immediately greeted warmly by the two door guards because they had not seen each other for a long time. En Cheng said that he had been busy training with the team these few days, but he specifically agreed to a day off before coming to visit the black market. One of the gatekeepers said, En Cheng really has to work hard to be able to compete because getting into the first team is getting more and more fierce. The two gate guards invited En Cheng in a friendly manner. Of course, En Cheng thanked them for their kindness and he said he would work very hard to become a core member as soon as possible. But suddenly the two door guards were immediately shocked when they saw Yi Wu's presence. En Cheng was worried that the two doormen would disturb Yi Wu. So this young man quickly said that the two people were his friends, so they should be let through. But unexpectedly the two entrance gate guards spoke highly of Yi Wu. They even offered the best cigarettes to Yi Wu. En Cheng was shocked to see the attitude of the two door guards who could be so friendly towards Yi Wu. En Cheng Till was surprised and asked in his heart how could they be friendlier to Yi Wu than to him. Yi Wu refused cigarettes from the doorman because he was a student. Yi Wu saying that they didn't need to be too friendly towards him made him a little confused. But the two guards insisted because Yi Wu's prowess had already spread throughout the market. They were even surprised that there was a young man who could refuse Miss Mo's invitation to join the Mogong team at that time. They also apologized for previously offending Yi Wu. With a confident smile, Yi Wu said that he had already forgotten about that small matter, and because now he was in a hurry he asked his sister to let him in. In his heart, Yiwu felt that the black market area was very great because it could bring news closer very quickly. The chief door guard immediately opened his arms wide and invited Yiwu to enter. They even still praised Yiwu as a very mature figure. Don't forget they warned that the roads around the place were slippery, so Yiwu had to be careful. When they finally walked down the hall leading to the main area of the black market, Yi Yunfei asked how her brother managed to get an invitation to join Mogong's team. Yiwu answered briefly that the story was very long. Meanwhile, Cheng, who was walking behind them, thought they must be joking that Miss Mo, who has such a high level of equipment, was able to invite a student who was only at level 4 to join their team. But this way the relationship becomes a little smoother, and it seemed like Cheng had to pay attention to this junior. With Cheng's help, Yiwu and Yunfei were finally able to enter the black market. Yiwu was grateful for the help of Senior Cheng who had escorted them. Now they won't bother you anymore. However, before Yiwu left, Cheng sent a friend invitation. Yiwu is still considering it, and Cheng said that they were destined to be at the same university, so it would be better for them to be friends so that if one day they need each other, they can also help each other. Yiwu naturally thanked Cheng and accepted the friend request. Before leaving, Cheng reminded Yiwu to leave immediately after their business was finished. The black market is not good for Yiwu and his sister. Yiwu immediately agreed, but in his heart, he could feel that Cheng was now starting to be interested in him. Even though he was honest, Cheng was already showing signs of suspicion and caution. Yunfei then called her brother. She looked at the huge place. She didn't know where to buy the antidote. Yiwu didn't know either. Previously when he came there, Yiwu was immediately taken to the VIP room. He had not had time to transact directly at that time. Yiwu felt like he had to find someone to ask. However, suddenly Yiwu could feel that he was being watched by someone. Yiwu then saw a beautiful woman drinking at the bar. She immediately greeted the handsome Yiwu. She even asked Yiwu if you would like to buy him a drink at that time. However, Yunfei immediately protected her brother. She told the woman that Yiwu refused to talk because he was underage. Of course, the woman laughed when she saw it. Even though she was just joking with Yiwu, Yunfei was already very nervous. It was then that the girl greeted Yiwu. Of course, Yiwu was confused because the woman knew his name. She asked Yiwu not to panic because he had heard all the rumors about him in the Hanmo group. She then introduced herself as Siyu, who is the resident agent of the Hanmo group. Yiwu immediately confirmed the information to Weiss. The robot could see that Siyu's words were all honest, but her whole body was now emitting a reddish-purple spectrum, which meant that Siyu was trying to seduce Yiwu. Of course, Yiwu felt that there was no need to get too much information like that. Siyu drew closer to Yiwu. She offered the man to take her to the Hanmo group's VIP room so he could do whatever he wanted. However, Yiwu confirmed that I had come there to buy the antidote. Siyu immediately said that Yiwu could buy anything in the VIP room. All the men in the room could only curse. They wanted to know about Yiwu's origins and why Siyu was so clingy. The other men became extremely jealous that Yiwu could even be brought to the VIP room, not with them. Yunfei was getting annoyed seeing Siyu being flirtatious with her brother. She felt like she had to protect Yiwu from being seduced by just any woman. Not long after, they finally arrived at the VIP room of the Hanmo group. Siyu explained that Yiwu could get the best service. Any kind of service that Yiwu wanted would definitely be provided. On the other hand, Yunfei continues to ask Siyu to distance herself from her brother. Yiwu was quite impressed when he saw the VIP room. The room was a trading base on the black market. Siyu explains that such trading bases exist throughout the black market and are the main trading method, but most are just casual trading. However, the Hanmo group has the highest level of trading authority. That means as long as Yiwu has money, it can be used to buy rare and hidden top quality equipment that is not on the market. Yiwu was impressed, but he also wouldn't buy the best quality equipment because he didn't have the money either. His goal there was to buy the antidote, which he happened to have managed to find. Yiwu took another look at the details of the bitter being sold. However, for some reason, he was very familiar with the seller's name written there. Director Fan is a suspicious person. He is a hospital director who should have a high salary. However, he actually humbled himself by stealing medicine to get money. Yiwu wanted to know what happened there. Yunfei saw that the bitter's price was very expensive. Siyu also immediately confirmed. The antidote that Yiwu wanted was indeed a rare type. However, it is usually sold at a price of 100,000 per bottle, but this time the price even reached 600,000 per bottle. Plus, Yiwu realized that only his family was selling the antidote all over the trading platforms at an unreasonable price. Yiwu then said that he wanted to buy the antidote, but he wanted to change his methods. He asked Siyu about ways that could be done so that I could make transactions directly. Siyu then replied that direct transactions could be made as long as Yiwu registered with the base. However, in the end, the seller must agree to it first. Yiwu agreed and asked Siyu for help to register me. Siyu immediately moved. She contacted Master Control and asked for help so she could be connected to the bidder. He revealed that he wanted to meet the seller in person. The Master Control responds immediately. After asking Siyu to wait a moment, the Control Master then reported that the seller refused to make a direct transaction. Yiwu was at a loss. He told Siyu to once again talk to the seller. Yiwu said that he would agree to increase the price to 1 million per bottle as long as the seller was willing to meet him in person. Master Control immediately moved to confirm it. However, Yunfei, who heard it, became very surprised. The current price is already much more expensive than it should be, so why did her brother actually increase the offer? Yiwu asked his sister to calm down because I am not a stupid man either. He deliberately raised the price to tempt the seller. As long as the seller agreed to the transaction directly, he could be sure of getting all 3 bottles of the antidote without any money. Yiwu's guess was correct because, in the end, the seller agreed to carry out the transaction directly. Yiwu asked to wait. There was a commotion outside the VIP room. A voice sounded rebellious as soon as he realized he was in front of the VIP room. He immediately reasoned that he had other things he needed to do. Then he said that his stomach hurts and he needed to go to the toilet. However, another person said that once the seller confirmed the transaction directly, he could no longer change it. That's when the door opened and a man was pushed into the room. Yiwu, who had been waiting for a long time, naturally became angry. At that time, Director Fan was very surprised by the figure of Yiwu who was in the Hanmo Group room. However, he was confident enough in his disguise at that time that Yiwu would definitely not be recognized. Yunfei immediately realized that the man before them was familiar. Of course, Director Fan immediately dodged it. He admitted that he had never met all of them. Director Fan accused them of playing games to lower the price. He also asked Yiwu and the others to move quickly if they really wanted to buy his merchandise. He admitted that he didn't have time to play with small children like them. Yiwu casually said that Director Fan worked hard enough to sell goods without getting hurt. Director Fan was very surprised because he was known by Yiwu. He certainly didn't believe it because he felt that his disguise was so perfect. Now he has no way to escape quickly. He was already afraid of what kind of game Yiwu would play. At that time, Director Fan immediately became angry with the guards who he thought did not check the identities of buyers on the black market. A kid like Yiwu obviously wouldn't have 3 million to buy things from him. Director Fan felt he had the right to reject the transaction. He asked the 2 guards to move aside, but Yiwu immediately stopped him. Yiwu immediately said that he could buy the bidder for 3 million. Siyu, who was by my side, was even more surprised because Yiwu had Miss Mo's exclusive Extreme Black card. The card is known to have a limit of up to 50 million. Director Fan, who heard this, was very surprised. He was curious about when Yiwu knew Mo Kier and whether Yiwu was really a rich kid. At that moment, Yiwu suddenly pretended not to know Director Fan. He said he had recognized the wrong person before. Director Fan was a man whose right hand had been burned. Initially, Yiwu planned to make up for the mistake by purchasing the antidote at 1 million per bottle with a direct transaction. Before he finished speaking, Director Fan had already detained Yiwu. He immediately said that the problems between them had passed. He wouldn't mention it again either. He even admitted that he was touched by Yiwu's sincerity. Director Fan blew his cover because he was tempted by the amount offered by Yiwu. He then admitted to being the director of Giant Fan. He wants the transaction to be carried out immediately. Yunfei was certainly surprised to see Director Fan. Yiwu immediately restrained his sister. He still wanted to continue the transaction. However, before making a purchase, he asked for permission to inspect the goods first. Director Fan happily immediately showed all the items he had. He showed the best antidote that only needed to be taken to neutralize any kind of poison. He admitted that he got the antidote with great difficulty. Even just 1 million was already a cheap price for Yiwu. Yiwu was so happy to see the antidote. He then provoked Director Fan by asking where the man could get such a valuable antidote. However, while looking at the antidote, Yiwu found a piece of paper stuck to the bottle. There was a pair of numbers written on it and the name of Mashu Hospital. Of course, Director Fan immediately dodged it. He said there was nothing written on the antidote bottle. He immediately took the bag containing the antidote from Yiwu's hand. However, then he realized that he had deleted all the information on the bottle. Director Fan immediately knew that he was framed by Yiwu. Yiwu of course understood. He had heard from the previous hospital dean that the 3 best antidotes in their hospital had been stolen. Yiwu naturally wanted to know if the Director's Fan had stolen it. The Director Fan once again dodged it and asked Yiwu not to frame such a good person. He also refused to make the transaction because Yiwu had insulted him. In his heart, Director Fan was very annoyed that Yiwu could find out the origin of the antidote. The 2 guards who had been standing at the door immediately stopped Director Fan. The man was deemed to have violated trade rules regarding the source of merchandise. On the other hand, Director Fan kept pushing to get out of there. At that time, Siyu immediately spoke up. Hanmo Group has the right to investigate allegations of loss of assets belonging to the company. There are no rules with the black market. Siyu will decide whether Director Fan is guilty or not after completing the investigation. Director Fan continued to struggle. He did not agree with the decision given by Siyu. I also demand damages of 5 million if he is tortured and suffers mental damage later. Siyu considered Director Fan's words. Will the 5 million be commensurate with the results they might get later? The woman finally immediately agreed. Yiwu, who noticed the incident, said that he would bear the costs if it was true that Director Fan was tortured during the investigation process because all of this happened because of him. Director Fan was getting even happier. He made sure everyone had heard Yiwu's statement. Yiwu would have no room for regret. Director Fan also felt relieved because he thought that the Hanmo group would not frame others for such a small thing. He was still so sure that he was innocent. Director Fan also believed that Yiwu would give him the money in the end. He was so sure that because he had replaced the antidote bottle a long time ago, they shouldn't find any evidence. Siyu tried to pay attention to the bottle of antidote, but I haven't found your connection to the Hanmo group. Siyu tried to confirm with his right eye. Yiwu was quite impressed because if he didn't guess wrong, those eyes were modified artificial eyes. Not long after, Siyu ordered the guards to take down Director Fan. Of course, Director Fan was confused at that time. He still insisted that they didn't find any evidence, but had insisted on blaming him. Siyu was very angry with her feet stamping on the man's face. Talking about the evidence that Director Fan questioned, Siyu knew that Director Fan had already replaced the original bottle of antidote. However, Director Fan clearly underestimated the Hanmo group. Siyu finally began to explain some secrets beyond Director Fan's authority. Whatever is produced by the company will be given some harmless information agent that is used as anti-counterfeiting. The information agent can be identified in certain ways, such as by using his eyes. At that time, Director Fan, who was increasingly frightened, immediately admitted his actions. He promised to return the company's assets. Director Fan begs to be let go. Siyu, who heard this, became even more angry. Director Fan's confession was considered too late. He should blame himself for having bad luck because he met Siyu. Plus, those who dare to embezzle company assets will only be faced with one path. Yiwu had thought that Siyu would kill Director Fan because such things could be done without the permission of the security department in the safe zone. Yunfei had thought that the woman would kill him straight away. However, Siyu certainly didn't want to do it because she didn't want to get her hands dirty. Director Fan immediately confirmed. Siyu must not get her hands dirty. Killing him would even pollute the air. Of course, that was an excuse for Siyu to let him go. He asked Siyu to lift her feet and let him go from there. Siyu raised his foot and Director Fan immediately thanked him. However, Siyu immediately called the guards and told them to throw Director Fan out of the safe zone so he could become food for the monsters. Of course, Director Fan quickly freaked out and immediately apologized. He begged not to be thrown out, let alone become food for the monsters. However, as soon as he was dragged away by the bodyguards, Director Fan started talking carelessly. He then laughed at everyone who was in the safe zone to hide. He was sure that monsters would enter the safe zone before long and eventually all of them wouldn't be able to escape. Director Fan says that only the old gods will be able to save all of humanity. Director Fan was part of the Old World King Landing sect. However, Yiwu, who heard everything, immediately thought about the Old World King Landing sect. Of course, he was curious about the information he suddenly heard accidentally. Yiwu knew many sects were founded after they entered the Earth All Age, but he had never heard of that one. Moreover, his hearing of 2 conspiracies regarding the safe zone falling in one day was not a coincidence. Yiwu felt like he had to investigate immediately just in case. On the other hand, Yunfei then asked Siyu a question. Director Fan was part of the Hanmo group, but committing the theft meant he didn't think about the consequences the company might have on him. Was it all because the safe zone would be attacked by monsters like he said? So he dared to take risks to steal assets and get money to escape. Yiwu was quite impressed because the possibility Yunfei gave was very logical. Siyu then said that such conspiracy theories had existed even since the safe zone was built. So, she didn't believe it because Yanfui also believed it. Siyu then explained again that in the 50 years since it was first established, the 9th safe zone they were in had not experienced any invasion from monsters or dark waves. Although this does not mean that there are no danger threats and that the zone does not have a high level of security, they still can protect themselves. Apart from that, from the start, the location of the safe zone will choose an area with a lower density and level of monsters. So, they shouldn't worry about such useless things. At that time, Siyu also handed over the antidote that they previously got from Director Fan. Of course, Yiwu was surprised, but Siyu explained again that the rules in the Hanmo group said that lost company assets belonged to whoever found them. Siyu then drew closer to Yiwu. However, she felt that the man should thank him because Yiwu managed to save 3 million in the end. Siyu wants a gift from Yiwu. Yiwu, who was pressed, said he would give Siyu a gift as long as it was reasonable. Siyu, who was by his side, could feel Yiwu's increasing heartbeat. She guessed that Yiwu was nervous at that time. Siyu continued to tease. She asked Yiwu if he had any experience and if he needed any lessons from her. That's when Yunfei immediately stepped in to pull his older brother's body and quickly thanked Siyu for saving them money. However, she immediately said that her older brother was still a minor and would not stand such temptation. Siyu immediately defended herself and said that Yunfei had misunderstood, even though she only asked to be treated to a drink. However, Yunfei certainly did not immediately believe it. Siyu finally asked the guard to bring them flame and burning love drinks for 21-year-olds. Yiwu then told Siyu that the girl had saved his 3 million and as a thank you he would treat her to wine no matter how expensive it was. But Yiwu also wanted to hear about the Kurashio monsters in detail while they drank. This is an open secret in books and public information. Of course, Siyu is confused as to why, at such a beautiful and rare moment, Yiwu wanted to talk about something like that. However, if Yiwu was interested, Siyu would give him the home address so that Yiwu could come and chat privately all night. Again, Yunfei immediately stopped him. She even immediately pulled Yiwu's body from there and asked him to come back. Moreover, they have managed to get the antidote and their father must be very worried about them. Yiwu immediately stopped his little sister because she hadn't bought anything on the black market. Previously, he planned to spend 500,000 to buy equipment in addition to the antidote. Now that he could get the bitter for free, that meant he still had a budget of 3 million. Yunfei, who heard it, certainly didn't believe it. Yiwu immediately asked his younger sister to calm down. Yiwu assured that he could earn more money later, but now his main priority was to improve Yunfei's equipment and level. He wanted to be able to entrust the safety of his parents to Yunfei so that he could go to the front lines without worry. Yunfei was so excited about choosing the equipment that she had to choose. Even though they have 3 million, they can't just buy it carelessly. Yiwu was happy to see Yunfei so excited. Suddenly, a guard told Siyu that it was time. Siyu certainly understands. She immediately declared to Yiwu that they would be holding a secret auction. She wanted to know if the man would be interested in participating. Yiwu was quite surprised because he had never heard of such a thing before. Siyu explained that the agenda was only held once a month only for those who had a high level and also had at least 20 million. Meanwhile, the transaction level on the black market is at least a VIP diamond or higher. The items sold through auction are all the treasures the team obtained in the dungeon. It could be said that the auction was the top in the safe zone. Yiwu was quite interested to hear that, but what if he didn't have money or didn't meet the qualifications? Siyu asks him not to worry as he will be the one bringing Yiwu in. Moreover, one group can only send 2 representatives to participate. Yiwu agreed and he immediately told Yunfei to stay quiet in the VIP room and not make a fuss. The girl who was still busy choosing equipment certainly immediately understood. He was still too busy observing the weapons that she was going to buy. Yiwu just accepted it because for him that was the nature of a woman who liked shopping. Siyu asked Yiwu not to worry because the VIP room would be safe for Yunfei. Meanwhile, she immediately issued a portal. Yiwu immediately guessed that the auction was in a different space. Siyu immediately confirmed it because such an important auction would not happen in a black market with such a low-level safe zone. The auction venue is actually in a very safe room. There are entrances to all the black markets in the main safe zone. Yiwu once again just heard the fact that there are black markets in all safe zones. Siyu continued that the Kayan family who ran the black market were not as strong as the Hanmo group, but they were still among the 10 largest groups. Not only safe zones but other urban agglomerations also have black markets. Siyu, who felt he had explained enough, finally chose to ask Yiwu to leave. Yiwu thought about the money he had originally planned to save, but now he doesn't care about it anymore. He just needs to be prepared to protect the safe zone from attack. Yiwu still had 17 million left and he could only spend 15 million at most on the auction. The budget was still too small for him. Even though he didn't know what his chances would be, the auction couldn't be missed. Yiwu ends up in the Victoria's Secret auction dungeon with Siyu along with everyone wearing strange robes. Siyu explains that once everyone enters the auction room, they will automatically wear robes to keep their identities intact. Yiwu finally understood because then one could just raise the bid as high as possible without thinking about each other's faces. He also paid attention to the location and size of the auction, which required a lot of money to make. Siyu asked Yiwu to sit down because the auction was about to start. At that time, an MC began to welcome the attendees who had arrived. He greeted those who were in the Victoria's Secret auction dungeon. The MC introduced herself as Victoria. At that time, Yiwu asked Weiss once again for help in the auction. He could provide an accurate appraisal based on the auction item's characteristics combined with the owner's attributes, so that Yiwu would not spend money in vain and could buy the things that were most suitable for him. Yiwu was happy because the skill was very useful. Yiwu then asked if there were any other skills that Weiss had, but he didn't have them. Weiss said that Yiwu had to upgrade his account link as quickly as possible if he wanted to unlock more of his skills. Yiwu was a little disappointed and said he would talk about it later. But suddenly, Weiss immediately realized that based on the biomagnetic field and spectrum of the person below them, it was Cheng whom she had previously met. Of course, Yiwu was surprised that Cheng was also there. Yiwu tried to think of Cheng, who had the status and money of being a reserve member of a top-ranked team, but it still wouldn't be enough for him to participate in the auction and even sit with the chairman. Yiwu immediately understood that Cheng also had secrets that were not much different from him. After that, the MC started saying that this time there would be 10 auctions of valuable items. He couldn't wait to see who would get the items. The MC started with the first item, which was a level 70 ancient magic crystal. Everyone was certainly surprised to see this rare item. The MC explained again that the crystal was obtained by a certain group of mercenaries after paying a very high price in a dungeon. These crystals will increase in level as long as they are used. The initial price is 1 million and each price increase is a multiple of 500,000. Many people quickly placed their bids. Siyu, who saw the quality of the magic crystal, wanted to know if Yiwu was interested in buying it. Siyu knew that Yiwu had been deliberately hiding his level, but Yiwu's true level was still far below level 70. The crystal would be of great help to Yiwu. The man knew he wouldn't be able to trick Siyu's eyes. But for Weiss, the purchase value of the crystal was 2 stars because X points were meaningless to a great expert. For him, there is no need to buy this item if it is just to get experience points. That's when someone finally bid for the crystal at 3 million and the MC finally let go of the item. He congratulated the man who had gotten the crystal. Yiwu knew that Cheng was the one who bought the crystal. Yiwu didn't expect that his senior was quite rich. He wondered what Cheng needed it for. Whether it was possible to level up quickly so he could join the core team or for some other purpose was unknown. Next, the MC showed the second item he had. This item is a cell phone lock potion that can increase the cell phone lock status for 30 seconds. HP locking potions are very rare, plus their quality over a long period is even rarer. The initial price offered is 2 million and once again each offer is a multiple of 500,000. Weiss immediately gave 1 star to the potion, which he considered ugly. Yiwu, who had the same title of Master of Alchemy, could even make it himself if he wanted to. Yiwu was even more surprised when he found out that the Master of Alchemy could make a similar potion. That means he can use it to earn more money. Finally, the potion was successfully sold for 4.5 million. After that, the MC introduced the third item, which is a royal cloak or robe that can make someone fly in the sky at high speed for 5 minutes at a height of no more than 20 meters. MC offers an initial price of 3 million and each increase is a multiple of 1 million. Weiss immediately said that the item didn't have any effect because it was just a KW item. Weiss immediately gave the item 1 star. But on the other hand, Yiwu wanted it. Weiss immediately asked Yiwu to calm down. He reminded Yiwu that he was so poor that he wouldn't be able to afford such flashy toys. Yiwu tried to calm himself down. Weiss's words had some truth to them. He should not spend money on such items. But it turns out that on the other hand, Siyu tried to bargain for 6 million. Yiwu was quite surprised, especially after Siyu managed to get the royal cloak. Siyu said that she could see that Yiwu liked the item. At first, he tried to think rationally. But for him, life was too short and Yiwu also had to fight for what he liked. Sometimes being too wise is not a good thing. Siyu wanted to give the item to him. Weiss immediately asked Yiwu to be careful because currently, Siyu is in the dark purple spectrum, which meant he wanted to test it. It was then that Yiwu was grateful, but he wouldn't be able to accept it without doing anything. So far he had been helped a lot by Siyu and there was no way he would dare to take Siyu's valuables like that. Yiwu then asked Siyu to keep the robe for him so that he could buy it back to her for 8 million if he had the money. Siyu finally could only say yes. He didn't expect that his good intention to give a gift would make him get an additional 2 million from the price of the robe. In her heart, Siyu had indeed intended to give the robe as a gift so that Yiwu would owe her a debt of gratitude. With a little more effort, she hopes to be able to get Yiwu to join Mogong's team. However, who would have thought that Yiwu would be so rational? After that, the auction continued again with items that the MC said were very attractive because they had a good combination of super high usage and excellent item attributes. That item is the drawing skill Heart of Steel. The drawing skill can be used to create a humanoid mech from a blueprint that can perfectly obey commands to fight and can also be changed and improved. The item was at Grandmaster level 10 at the moment and Yiwu wanted it very much. MC opened a price of 2 million for the Heart of Steel drawing skill. Some were quite surprised to hear that the price had decreased significantly compared to a month ago when drawing skills were being sold for 8 million. They suspect that the manufacturer deliberately lowered the quality because they were afraid they would not be able to sell it. Another man immediately dodged it. He knew that such drawing skills could only be done by masters. Only large, top-tier companies can afford to spend huge amounts of resources and money to create them. Small companies wouldn't even be able to think about it. Over the past 10 years, no more than 10 people have achieved a master's degree in engineering in the world. Yiwu, who was quietly listening to everything, was quite surprised by the fact that there were only less than 10 masters of the technique, which meant it was very precious and rare. Weiss then immediately confirmed that not only money was needed, but also intelligence and extraordinary talent that had to be far above ordinary humans. Even of the various strong master's degrees, a master's degree in engineering is the last degree that a person can get. Hearing Weiss' explanation, Yu Wu became very convinced. With Weiss' help later, he plans to unlock the most difficult engineering master's degree. Then he plans to carry out in-depth development and testing of these jobs. Siyu then said that it seemed like no one would want to buy the drawing skill. Yu Wu naturally wanted to know the reason because the item was priced cheaply. Siyu explained that although the drawing skill mechanism could be improved with great potential, however, it is still a lone soldier type. Moreover, even if one was a master of engineering when creating a master drawing, the intelligence attribute would also be permanently consumed. So, no big company would take that kind of risk with such low-yield skill drawing. Yu Wu in his heart was very happy that everyone would be afraid to take that risk. As for Yu Wu, the item was a small step for him to find out the main cause of the leak. When everyone won't bid for the item, the MC intends to close the auction. However, Yu Wu suddenly raised his hand to bid. Of course, many people laughed at Yu Wu's decision. They regretted the 2 million Yu Wu had to throw away just for a piece of waste paper. Another man said that Yu Wu was just pretending to be an engineering master. Siyu also asked why Yu Wu decided to buy the drawing even though drawing skills could only be used by engineering masters. Even if it is for resale, the item will not make much difference. Yu Wu probably wouldn't be able to sell it. But of course, Yu Wu was not affected. He admitted that he liked the item and had no other reason not to buy it. But in Yu Wu's heart, he was very happy because he got this item. It seemed to him that a fool would never know what the true value of the picture was. For them, the item may be useless, but for them, the purchase value is 5 stars. MC finally congratulated Yu Wu for successfully purchasing the Heart of Steel drawing skill for 2 million. Yu Wu, who received his purchased items, was very happy. For him, the picture came just in time. Apart from increasing yield, this item can be used to protect his family. The item was perfect for him. Yu Wu also used lucky rings to give a special effect of random increase to the drawing skill Heart of Steel. Yu Wu was even more happy to see him. The level of the drawing skill even increased by 10 levels to level 20. That way he could even fight with monsters at the level of the Ghost Eye Demon Spider. Weiss then immediately reminded me that it was not the starting level that was important, but the gender which could be set at will. Weiss had already imagined having a sexy female humanoid at that time. Yu Wu was of course angry with him. After that, Yu Wu focused on the auction again. His trip there was not in vain. The goal was achieved perfectly and even exceeded expectations. He became more interested in the rest of the auction that day. After that, MC introduced the Dragon Skin Battle Shield, which has a strong defensive effect and can reduce damage. Weiss immediately gave him 1 star. Then, MC took out another blood sword which could cause damage to the enemy. Weiss immediately gave him 2 stars, until finally the MC showed their 7th auction item that day. This item is a super rare epic level Summon Beast Demon Crystal with an initial price of 10 million and a bid multiple of 1 million. The beast needs to be filled with magic power so that the magical creatures in the magic crystal can be summoned to fight until the magic runs out. Yu Wu felt interested in the item. He plans to bid at 11 million, maybe even increase it to 15 million. For him, this item is the best and also extraordinary. He knew of many types of crystal magic in the world, but this was the first time he had heard of such a summoned beast crystal magic. Siyu then explains that after someone successfully defeats the boss in the dungeon, it is very rare for magic crystals to drop which are transformed from the boss's demon body. So, the summoned beast demon crystal is a very rare and top item in the battle type demon crystal category. For Siyu, it was very natural that Yu Wu didn't know about it yet. There were so many secrets in this world waiting to be discovered, but Yu Wu at his current level obviously wouldn't be able to touch them. However, if Yu Wu was interested in the secret, then he should have agreed to Miss Mo's invitation to join Mogong's team. Yu Wu said that he would consider all of Siyu's words. In his heart, Yu Wu could see how Siyu had persuaded him with great difficulty to join the team. To Siyu, Yu Wu just looked like a frog at the bottom of a well who had to depend on others to pull him out of the well so he could see more of the blue sky. However, Yu Wu knew he was a free frog. With his strength, he was sure he could see the vast blue sky. On the other hand, MC finally closed the offering price at 50 million. On the other hand, Weiss stated that he would not comment much. This was because over time the price of goods would become more expensive and Yu Wu's money would not be enough. The self-conscious Yu Wu would just sit quietly to enjoy the rest of the day's auction. The MC will then show the 8th auction item which he has to step aside due to its very large size. The MC began showing a tank with a 2000mm caliber magnetic rail cannon for electromagnetic siege tank siege type dungeon annihilation. The tank uses a magic crystal of electrical energy that can launch super electromagnetic weapons with destructive power to attack cities. Everyone was quickly amazed at such an extremely rare item. However, it was certain that such items would end up in large groups. Tanks are used for siege warfare dungeons with team battles of 50-100 people. Yiwu, who was listening again, was quite surprised by the term siege war dungeon, which he had heard for the first time. That day's auction was an eye-opener for him, so he can get a lot of important information. The 8th auction item alone can provide that important information. Yiwu was getting impatient with the information he could get from the 9th and 10th items later. The host explains the tank is a super killer, dungeon siege below level 40. The tank is one of the weapons that destroys everything. Even a 4060 level dungeon siege train is the most important and stable firepower output. It is the best weapon choice for small and medium teams to open up wasteland and attack cities. The host said prices start from 20 million. Each price increase cannot be less than 2 million. The host asks everyone to raise their hands if they are interested in the tank. Many people raised their hands to make offers to the tank. Meanwhile, Yiwu did not look interested. In my opinion, such a tool requires a very large amount of storage, and sieging dungeons in that way sounded really cruel. Miss Siyu said a siege dungeon is just one of the types of in this world. There is also escape and kill, which is more cruel and only the top team can attack. Yiwu realized, the more dangerous and cruel the dungeon, the greater the rewards. But if I want to get these benefits, then I only have two choices: join a top team or build a top team myself. But after thinking about it again, it turned out that it was too early. So Yiwu would be good to keep only what was in front of his eyes. Because eventually, the tank stops being obtained by other VIP teams, the next item will be released. The next valuable item to be auctioned was a high-level dungeon key, namely level 100. The price of the shiny key reached 30 million. All the participants immediately became excited to see that level 100 legendary key. Some people didn't even think they had been in the Forbidden House for years, but this was the first time they saw the key. They were excited because according to the information circulating, the valuable resources contained in a level 100 dungeon were worth at least 500 million. Miss Siyu also said that the reason the key was so sought after was because the legendary key had a validity period, and when someone owns the key, it will immediately enter a countdown. If the durability is 0, the key will be damaged, making it impossible to enter the instance, and repeated use of the key to enter the instance will also increase the durability degradation. But generally, only top teams would buy such dungeon keys. Yiwu was shocked to hear the information spoken by Miss Siyu. I was reminded of the level 40 dungeon key. So this young man immediately looked at the dungeon key. Realizing the new durability attribute was added, a little rust appeared on the surface of the key. Yiwu was aware that the dungeon had to be cleared before the lock was broken, but this young man still didn't know where Area C87 was. The level 100 dungeon key was finally sold for 150 million. Yiwu was shocked that dungeon keys could sell for that much. According to him, no matter what era, money is the most powerful. After that, the host announced the last item is the climax of that day's auction event. With great enthusiasm, the host asked all participants to open their eyes wide and look carefully at the items brought by the beautiful girl entering the auction room. The legendary item is, which is priced starting from 100 million. Resurrection Potion of Furious Elves attribute is a legendary potion containing mysterious power, with the amazing power to bring people back to life. Everyone in the room immediately became excited when they saw the potion. They didn't expect to see a legendary potion in the auction. They did not expect to see such a longevity elixir. Some people even planned to mortgage all their property for the sake of the elixir. Miss Siyu became angry and cursed at the Kayan family for not telling the Hanmo group before the auction that there was such a superior product. The transaction price of that item must have far exceeded Miss Siyu's authority in the black market. Yiwu asked Wise, can the master of pharmacy make a resurrection potion? Wise said no, because the resurrection potion is a taboo that cannot be accessed by humans on any rift plane. Seeing everyone so excited, the host became even more excited and explained impassionately. That person said everyone knows that even after entering the age, this skill is always a sign of forest. Even the highest level priests in the world cannot understand and control it. The host enthusiastically asked auction visitors to immediately buy the potion before they died. And after they died in battle, they would calmly be brought back to life by the potion. But the side effect of drinking it is to become an angry elf full of killing desire and bloodlust. But this state will only last for a month. 1 month later, everyone can return to normal humans again. Hearing that, someone immediately offered a price of 150 million in order to have a long life. Yiwu agrees that life is more important than money, but I still don't understand what an angry elf is, because so far I have never seen an elf. Yiwu was surprised by this elven nation, because I couldn't find any information about them in books and the internet. Mysteriously, information about them has been blocked. Suddenly, and Cheng's group raised their hands and bid at 300 million. Yiwu was obviously shocked to hear that. How could the reserve team members dare to bid at such a high price? Is it possible that the Huangjang group will give Junior hundreds of millions just for a transaction? Yiwu thought his senior was very suspicious, but that didn't have anything to do with Yiwu as long as their interests didn't conflict. After the last VIP managed to get an amazing item for 300 million, the auction for that day closed. The host instantly disappeared from before people in an astonishing manner. When he returned to the VIP room, Yiwu immediately approached his sister and asked if she had finished choosing her favorite items. But apparently, Yi Yunfei still hadn't finished choosing his favorite equipment. The girl even asked her brother to wait a little longer. Yiwu did not forget to thank Miss Siyu, because thanks to that beautiful lady I gained something from the auction, but also had a better understanding of the real world. Miss Siyu said that Yiwu didn't need to thank him because what the young man knew today was the tip of the iceberg. If Yiwu really wants to know the whole world, then I have to join Magong. Yiwu bluntly answered, I will think about it. Then Yiwu said to his sister that he would give her another half hour to choose her favorite item, because I will also take that opportunity to buy some ingredients. After that they can go home. After returning, Yiwu entered the system room and saw the images of the two kings before him. This young man thought his desire to explore the world was limited to curiosity and not wanting to take risks, because the safety of his family is the most important thing. So Yiwu couldn't put important things on others, even if it is better than the Hanmo group. Yiwu was still worried, so I had to rely on myself. Because of this, Yiwu bought a drawing technique that perfectly met his expectations. And more importantly, the materials requested in the drawing technique are easy to find. Yiwu managed to get the material after spending 4 million on the black market. So the next step is some fun programming time. The basic setting programming system finally started. Players only need to follow the instructions to complete the next settings. First, the player must choose the gender of the mecha. And looking at the system, of course, there are two choices, namely male or female. Yiwu thinks this is very fun. But why don't people want to have it? In fact, Yiwu really wanted to choose a male mecha that was full of armor and HP. But there is always an inexplicable voice that makes me want to choose a woman. Yiwu's body trembled and thought that the sound seemed to come from another dimension that was strong and unbearable. Wise replied that the master should not use funny and unscientific reasons to hide the essence of his LSP. Because of his words, Wise received a blow from Yiwu. After that, Yiwu chose the female gender for the mecha. After that, players can choose the basic attributes of the female mecha. Examples include height, face shape, etc. There are also automatic setting options such as, for example, a tall cold goddess, a well-behaved lowly type, or a mature older sister. Since Yiwu didn't have much time to adjust the settings manually, he would just choose a preset. The important thing is that the figure must have strong abilities. Since Yiwu had already decided, the system immediately verified the required production level, detected that the host has the qualifications to master the techniques and materials required for production, automatically generates, so the host just needs to wait. Slowly the humanoid woman's body began to take shape. Yiwu was surprised and asked, was it automatically generated by the system? Even though I thought I should do it myself. Wise answered that Yiwu was a master technique, so he didn't need to create it himself. But suddenly the system gave a danger warning due to unknown energy activity and is currently being repaired. Yiwu was shocked to see the warning. He asked for unknown energy body interference. What does it mean? Could the system be disrupted by something else like this? Wise replied that he had never seen anything like this before. It doesn't take long for the repair to complete and the system returns to normal. So the system automatically proceeds to produce. Players are expected to wait a moment. Yiwu wondered what just happened. The system can also be disturbed by external forces. There must be a reason for the incident, and it must be investigated clearly. While this young man was still thinking about the disturbance earlier, the process of making the cold goddess mecha was finally completed. Wise looked very excited to see what kind of cold goddess would appear. Meanwhile, Yiwu looked embarrassed and said that I had never seen such a high cold goddess even in the academy. But the goddess's tall body didn't change into the small body of the good lowly. They were clearly shocked and suspected this was the effect of the disturbance earlier. Slowly, the little lowly's eyes opened. The sea in her small and sweet. The girl asked if Yiwu was my master. Yiwu, who was fascinated by the beauty of the angry girl, was confused about how to answer. Wise, who was also fascinated by the beautiful little girl, Wise said, this type of well-behaved lowly, it seems, is not bad. When Yiwu regained consciousness a little, she said that it was true that you were my master. The girl quickly hugged Yiwu while crying and said she really missed her master. Yiwu gently rubbed the little girl's head and said that the little girl didn't need to cry because this was a happy thing. In his heart, Yiwu thought that the little girl had a good character. But this young man still doesn't understand what the ability of this little girl in her early 20 seconds is. Meanwhile, the little lowly suddenly smiled slyly and thought that this was certainly a very happy thing because I am the strongest mechanical queen, Nebula M79 Arena, finally reborn. The little girl's smile looked really scary at this point. It seems that the little girl has the evil power of Irina, but this little girl managed to cover it up by acting spoiled towards Yiwu. Wise, which can detect a person's lies, momentarily detected spectrum fluctuations of 1,000th of a millisecond that showed an abnormal black color. Yiwu replied, perhaps because the loli was assembled from a goddess, so it was natural. Moreover, there was a slight error. Hearing that Wise had almost detected my presence, Irina immediately looked at the robot with cold eyes. Irina realized because I wasn't used to that body yet, I almost got caught by the broken copper and iron scraps in Yiwu. Irina thought she would cover up all the information leaks first, then hide it temporarily in my new body, and then wait for the opportunity to make a move. Irina thought she would rule the earth sooner or later. Without knowing anything, Yiwu rubbed the little hair and gave the name Nana. Yiwu also asked the little girl robot to do everything according to my orders. Irina cursed at Yiwu in her heart, but on the outside, she still smiled sweetly and said she would follow everything the master said. Irina cursed even louder when my small body was told to wash the dishes used by the entire Yi family. As the queen of an advanced silicon-based civilization, Irina can't stand it because she has to do low-level things like washing dishes. But even though his consciousness was free, it turned out that his body followed Yiwu's orders unconditionally. This really annoyed Irina. Yi Yunfei commented that Nana looked cute, but couldn't they bear to let the cute and small Nana wash the dishes? Mother Yi also said that she really liked Nana, but letting the little girl do the housework like that when she just arrived at their house, wasn't that a bit cruel for Nana? Yiwu answered, my mother had worked hard most of her life, so it was time for her to rest. So just let Nana do everything. After all, Nana was a level 20 humanoid mecha, or rather bionic, so homework like that is not a problem at all for Nana. When Yiwu didn't question whether his statement was true to Nana, the little robot confirmed it while smiling cheerfully. Finally, Yi's mother could believe Yiwu's words. Yi Yunfei was also happy because, with Nana around, their house became more lively. After that, Yiwu asked Nana to peel the apple and serve it to the table. With a cheerful voice, Nana agreed to the master's orders. But inside the robot's heart was very angry because that stupid human kept telling me to. Nana swears that once I give up control of this body, I will immediately kill the entire Yi family. 3 days later in the academy hall, all the students had gathered in the hall. The principal gave a speech by saying that after 3 days all the students were relieved from panic. As everyone knows, 3 days ago the academy experienced a terrorist attack on the eldest lady of the Hanmo group, namely Miss Mo Kier. This was a carefully planned high-level terrorist attack, and the academy's security level was completely beyond defense. The principal was very scared when he thought that Miss Mo was injured, because if anything happened to Miss Mo Kier, their academy would be finished immediately. As the principal, he felt very hopeless at that time, but in this crisis, someone appeared who not only saved Miss Mo Kier but also pulled the academy back from the brink of despair. Someone worthy of being called a hero managed to fight a level 15 criminal. Even the leader of the criminals had a level close to 50. Hearing the principal's words, the students immediately became excited and wondered who the student could be who had succeeded in doing such an amazing thing. The principal enthusiastically said that all the students must have heard the rumors that he was a hero for their school as a student of their own academy. So the principal excitedly asked everyone to welcome their academy savior with warm applause and cheers. The very bright lights were directed at Yiwu, who was walking slowly towards the stage. All the teachers and supervisors gave warm applause, but the students had gaping faces and were in complete disbelief that it was Yiwu who had saved their academy. The majority of the students thought that this was a joke being pulled by the principal. The students actually accused the principal of fooling them by making Yiwu a fake hero while the real hero's identity was being kept a secret. A student wearing glasses even said that in order to hide the real savior, the principal deliberately gave all the credit to Yiwu. Whereas if the principal really needs someone to replace, why not choose yourself who can beat trash like Yiwu in all aspects? Hearing that someone looked down on Yiwu, Luo Feng immediately became angry and grabbed the boy by the collar, while saying that when Yiwu went up to fight the strongest enemy, the bespectacled man peed his pants. Seeing Luo Feng's aggressive attitude, the bespectacled man was finally frightened and couldn't answer anything. Meanwhile, most of the students only dared to wonder, was it really Yiwu who had saved them? Even though the principal himself has said so, many children still find it difficult to believe this fact. According to them, it doesn't matter who saved the academy because it is just a name. According to them, the prizes or awards mentioned may just be ordinary awards. Tianqian was sad to see Yiwu being underestimated by all the students. In fact, it was the young man who saved everyone. So why doesn't anyone believe you? Even though Yiwu was very strong and handsome in Ruan Tiantian's eyes. When Yiwu finally stood on the stage, the principal asked all the students to calm down and asked them to believe that Yiwu was the savior of their academy. Yiwu asked the principal not to worry and to stop forcing them to believe. because after all, people will believe more in what they see with their own eyes. So it is a normal reaction to question what they cannot understand without seeing it for themselves. And in Yiwu's opinion, it doesn't matter whether they believe it or not. Yiwu only hoped that the principal would not delay his award because of this little thing. Suddenly some disciples cheered angrily at Yiwu. They accused the young man who was standing on the stage of being someone who deceived the teacher and principal. They couldn't stand seeing Yiwu pretending to be a hero on stage any longer. Some students even demanded that the usual awards session be skipped because they wanted to start studying again. The principal was offended when someone said that this was a normal gift. Even though their 9th Zone Academy didn't have as much money as the other zones, they had made extraordinary contributions to the academy. So the principal excitedly pulled back the red cloth that had been covering the prizes and revealed a huge mountain of money. The principal firmly said that the 2 million in cash was only a small part of the prize that would be given to Yiwu. Everyone was stunned to see such a legendary and valuable gift. Yiwu thought that this was a very valuable treasure at the bottom of the school box. This young man thought, was it true that the principal wanted to give him that gift? The principal snapped his fingers and activated a hologram screen right behind his back. Always explaining, even though many students were already aware of the map's existence, he would still explain it today. This precious map comes from the legendary relic hunter Muwai, the greatest alumnus in the history of Zone 9 Academy. On the hologram screen, an image of a burly fighter with fairly long silver hair was displayed. The principal explains the map symbolizes their academy's spirit to progress and explore the unknown. In the history of the hunter religion, everyone must have heard that they were a group of people who were strong and had no sense of despair. In particular, they explored dungeons in the wilderness and ancient ruins, always selling the coordinates to large groups at high prices. And Master Muwai, one of the greatest adventurers of the Earth's age, goal is to selflessly restore the truth of the world. Relying on his efforts, Master Muwai drew a distribution map of wilderness and dungeon relics with a radius of 2,000 km centered on the safe zone. Yiwu had heard of that person, but in the end, because Master Muwai was too reckless and went deep into a zone that had never been explored before, he was unable to prove the authenticity of the map and was regarded by the public as an extraordinary legend. The principal explained that facing the world's ridicule and scolding, Master Muwai just smiled. But as a former classmate and follower, the principal always believed in his courage and spirit of exploration. The principal would never forget the day when Master Muwai handed the map into his hands and disappeared into the wilderness outside the safe zone. Regardless of whether the contents of the map were true or false, the principal would hand over the map to Yiwu. And the principal thought he was giving that legacy to a very talented young man, because the principal could feel the same courage within Yiwu and Master Muwai's bodies. So that's why he passed the treasure map to Yiwu. The principal hopes that the young man can live up to expectations and become a better person than Muwai. Yiwu accepted the map and said that he would never disappoint the principal's expectations. Just as this young man finished speaking, suddenly a very strong earthquake occurred at their school. Ruins of buildings began to fall, causing people to panic. At first, they saw it was an earthquake, but suddenly a very bright light appeared on the roof. The principal immediately took swift action by shouting for all students to be evacuated to an underground shelter. Meanwhile, teachers who are level 15 must stay behind to form an attack formation and prepare to face the monsters that will emerge from the cracks. Yiwu covered his face to avoid the dust flying towards him. This young man was thinking about whether what those two people said was true. But why now and in a crowded place like the academy? The teachers and principal stood in front of the crack and asked all the teachers to prepare because the monster would come out soon. The principal asked the teachers to stabilize the formation and give students time to evacuate. But suddenly a monster jumped out of the crack and said that with him there it would be impossible for them to evacuate. The pig-headed monster was level 15, which made all the students immediately frightened. They were surprised that a level 15 monster came out and attacked them. The monster says the monster race is fighting and thriving in the wild and all who can survive will be at the elite level. Level 15-like monsters were no match for a group of filthy humans like them. A student wearing glasses backed away while screaming in fear, asking the monster not to come to him. The student panicked and said that his father was a very strong warrior. If the monster dared to touch him even a hair, his father would not forgive the monster. Hearing the student's words, the monster became even more tempted by him. The monster stretched out its long arms and said it would fill its stomach with the boy's body before it was attacked by its father. Just as the student was getting more and more panicked, a light shone and immediately attacked the monster as fast as lightning. The bespectacled student still suspected that the person who came to save him was his father, but Yiwu stood up casually while holding his sword and said that he didn't remember having a child like that timid disciple. Yiwu said to the student that if he wanted to survive then he had to go to the underground shelter. But the boy hugged Yiwu's leg instead and thanked him while crying. The disciple frantically begged for help to be protected by Yiwu. With a cold face, Yiwu asked the student to go and secure himself in the school basement. Yiwu stared at the dimensional crack before him and thought that if the monster's goal was to seize the 9th safe zone, it must be more than the current scale. Moreover, the initial level of the monster is level 15. Like the Ghost Eye Demon Spider last time, this shows that the initial level the space crack can withstand is level 15. The question is, what will the high level be? At this time, Luo Feng and Ruan Tianchen appeared to help Yiwu. They were ready with their respective weapons. Yiwu immediately explained to them that space splits had appeared again and it seemed that they would continue to come. Yiwu guessed that this monster wave was still around level 15 monsters. Luo Feng immediately said that he understood Yiwu's meaning. So he and Ruan Tianchen will leave directly so as not to hinder Yiwu. Luo Feng said that all they could do was help the teachers and evacuate the students to the underground shelter. Suddenly a monster eagle with a human body appeared from inside the crack. Yiwu said that he didn't mean to tell the two colleagues to leave. Yiwu invited the two of them to follow him, because now was the perfect opportunity for the two of them to level up, so they can't waste it. Yiwu explained briefly that he would drain the HP from the monster first, and then his two companions would deal the final blow to gain EXP points. And the one who got the first turn was Ruan Tianchen. Hearing Yiwu's explanation made Luo Feng very eager to show the monsters that humans were not easy to bully. The eagle monster thought the three humans before him were very reckless, but unexpectedly he was defeated with just one attack from Yiwu and one attack from Ruan Tianchen. Without giving his two colleagues any time to rest, Yiwu asked them to follow him and not stop. They had to continue fighting like this and rush out of the room to kill all the monsters they encountered out there. Yiwu explained that before, he would drain the opponent's HP, and his two partners would deal the final blow. Outside the academy building, cracks appeared everywhere. Many monsters came out of the gate and immediately attacked the students. Everyone was running around trying to save themselves from the monsters. A teacher asked the students not to panic and to continue running after him to the underground shelter. Yiwu groaned inside as he realized the situation was worse than he thought. It was as if the entire 9th safe zone had been invaded by monsters. According to him, the conspiracy theory has become a reality now. Suddenly, a huge bull monster appeared in front of Yiwu. The monster said that Yiwu didn't need to bother running for his life, because the young man's EXP would be his and he would make Yiwu die painlessly. Yiwu tried hard to resist the attack from the monster while asking it to be quiet. Yiwu said that he didn't have time to accompany the monster to talk nonsense. Yiwu thought that even though he asked Yunfei to accompany his father, mother, and Nana at home this morning, he was still worried. Yiwu quickly delivered the ultimate attack to the bull monster before finally having Luo Feng deal the final blow. The moment Luo Feng did, Yiwu tried to contact Yunfei. In times of urgency like now, Yiwu thought, although he was very worried about his family, but he had no reason to abandon his teachers and classmates to face the monster invasion this time. After contacting his younger sister, he had to find out their situation first before taking the next step. Unfortunately, the system informed us that Yunfei was currently busy or his signal was interrupted so he couldn't be contacted. Yiwu became very anxious because he couldn't contact Yunfei. He was afraid that his family was in danger. However, before he could contact Yunfei, he heard screams on the other side. There is another monster that is fighting with a teacher. The monster looked down on humans who were too weak and not at its level at all. He admitted that he had killed many humans and even monsters at his level until he finally managed to reach level 15. Teacher Chen, who was already injured, asked the monster not to compare humans with cannibal animals like him. Teacher Chen also tried to get up to protect his students. He asked the monster to step over the corpse before it could take the students. Of course, all the students behind him were worried. Of course, the monster was confident that it would be able to defeat them all and enjoy its delicious human flesh and blood. When the monster was about to attack with its hand, Teacher Chen quickly asked all the students to run away. However, the monster's hand was suddenly cut off, which of course made him shocked and angry. The monster quickly found out who had done it, and at that time Yiwu quickly attacked its mouth. He told the monster to be quiet because no one would help him there. Teacher Chen and all the students who were still there were certainly surprised to see Yiwu. Yiwu confidently asked Teacher Chen to immediately take the other students away. He also said he would take care of the rest with Luo Feng and Ruan Tianchen. Teacher Chen and the others immediately complied and also thanked them. For them, Yiwu was worthy of being the savior of their university. Meanwhile, in the meantime, they would hide in the basement. Yiwu, who saw that the situation was so chaotic, chose not to think about his family anymore. For now, he would entrust everything to Yunfei. Meanwhile, he had to focus on defeating all the monsters at the university and then go home afterward. Meanwhile, in the bedrooms of the university students, another monster appears. He was relieved because he had the idea to gather some of the surviving wandering monsters to serve the team leader. On the other hand, he had also long heard that there were many immature low-level humans at the university assigned to that area. Now those students can become food for him. However, just as he was about to start his hunt, a voice sounded and asked Luo Feng to act. The monster was very surprised when suddenly its body was split into two. He couldn't believe that a human who was said to have a weak level would do that to him. Luo Feng on the other hand questioned the monster's attitude of being too surprised, even though the attack was a gift to him. That's when the monster apologized and chose to run away. He admitted that he would return to the space rift and asked Luo Feng not to kill him. Luo Feng naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity. For him, the university was not a home for monsters to come and go as they pleased. Luo Feng killed the monster and as a reward, he rose one level to level 15. Luo Feng was of course very happy because he had only spent one day with Yi Wu and was able to kill the monster and increase his level quickly. Ruin Tianchen was also happy because she was now level 12. She also thanked Yi Wu for helping them increase their level. Luo Feng, who heard Ruin Tianchen's words, immediately reminded him at that time because he said the boss's full name directly. Yi Wu asked everyone to be alert and not get distracted just because of such simple things. He also asked everyone not to get too carried away with increasing their respective levels. Yi Wu then returned his focus to the monsters in the academy. He quickly counted and realized that they had killed 20 level 15 monsters. This was not normal. At that time, another monster appeared again and this time it was even level 16. Yi Wu had already guessed that the increase in the level of the monster would allow two things to happen at that time. Before he had time to think about it, Yi Wu was shocked by the monster's fast movement. The monster confidently said that Yi Wu and the others would not be able to keep up with its speed. At that time, the tiger monster tried to attack Ruin Tianchen. Yi Wu, who saw it, immediately asked the girl to be careful. Although shocked at first, Ruin Tianchen immediately prepared. He no longer wanted to be underestimated as a beginner. Yi Wu saw Ruin Tianchen's quick and good response. He then asked the girl to learn to protect herself. Yi Wu then took over quickly. He would weaken the monster and let Ruin Tianchen deal the final blow to the monster. Ruin Tianchen naturally immediately agreed. While fighting the monster, Yi Wu realized that the invasion level of the monster had now changed from low to high. However, he was confident that his family could still survive because Nana was level 20. At least that also gave him time to help all the teachers and students who were hiding in the underground protection area. The problem now is that he doesn't yet know the limits of the monster invasion that will come later. Even though Yi Wu could handle a battle with a level difference of as much as 20 after he managed to defeat the Black Tiger mercenary group, he still didn't know what to do if the monster that came turned out to be at a level far above that. Yi Wu tried not to think about that for the time being. He chose to think about it later after facing the enemy directly. It was now half an hour after the monster invasion occurred. Most of the teachers and students should also have taken refuge in the underground shelter area. However, he is worried that there are still some students who are still outside the protection area. He made sure not to let anyone die, so he activated the True Eye system to look at the entire university area. After using their True Eye, Yi Wu could see that there were indeed still several teachers and friends in the university area. Therefore, Yi Wu divided the three of them into two groups. Yi Wu will go alone to the university collection room to save people. Meanwhile, Ruin Tianchen and Luo Feng were going to the cafeteria because there were still 3 people hiding there. They were both asked to rescue and evacuate them to the basement at once. Hearing Yi Wu's order, of course, Luo Feng immediately refused. He didn't want to be alone with Ruin Tianchen. On the other hand, Ruin Tianchen was annoyed because she also never expected to be alone with Luo Feng. However, hearing the debate, of course, Yi Wu became angry. Seeing that, both Luo Feng and Ruin Tianchen immediately shut their mouths and chose to follow Yi Wu's orders. Before Luo Feng left, Yi Wu told him to always be careful. Even though his level had increased, Luo Feng couldn't take risks and had to work together well to maximize his attacks. Yi Wu of course understood. After all, he already had a lot of experience in giving orders before. The 3 finally separated. Not forgetting, Ruin Tianchen asked Yi Wu to be careful. Meanwhile, Luo Feng tried to calm Ruin Tianchen. The girl had nothing to worry about because a monster invasion of that level was not a threat to Yi Wu at all. Luo Feng also immediately asked Ruin Tianchen to leave even though he didn't believe he still had to spend so much time with her. The girl also didn't want to lose. Ruin Tianchen wants Luo Feng to believe in her because he is no longer the novice he was before. Luo Feng never thought that Yi Wu could turn the 2 of them into what they are now. He believed that Yi Wu would continue to lead them to a much better future. Yi Wu immediately ran to help his friends. However, he didn't know yet what the final level of the attacking monster would be because he couldn't fight with less preparation. Yi Wu immediately tried to open the system and asked how many XP points he had at that time. Yi Wu's XP points at that time had reached 21 million, and with that, he could open a new king account. Apart from that, he can also increase the link level to unlock new skills. Yi Wu was very happy because it turned out that what he had was better than I expected. He suspected that he could get that many points after killing the Black Tiger mercenary commander and the monsters. However, in such an emergency situation, there was absolutely no time for him to learn new jobs. In the end, he asked the system to use all the SB points he had to increase the Qi and King link level. The system immediately processed it, and this made Yiwu add 10 levels so that he was now at level 31. With that drastic increase, Yiwu felt the difference in strength in his body. He could even feel the power flowing through his body. He felt very happy because the difference in strength after rising to 10 levels felt so significant. Apart from that, he has also leveled up to level 5, although that external panel level will not be very useful in the future. In addition, Yiwu has one talent point that can be used to select talents. Yiwu thought about the talents he should choose. Previously, he had a defensive talent that could allow him to fight enemies at level 40 with him at level 20. However, he still found it difficult at that time due to attacks from the enemy. Therefore, he chose the attacking talent. Yiwu now has a Qian form that can make him transform into the first order form of the Qian Emperor after gathering all the energy. Each attack will be a critical attack that lasts for 180 seconds. Yiwu recalled the Qian form he had previously used when he first got the King account system. The system immediately confirmed, but at that time Yiwu's link level was still very low and his attributes couldn't support the powerful Qian form, so the system automatically blocked the skill. Yiwu remembered that his link level had now increased, which meant that the skill had truly been unlocked this time. Yiwu immediately used the attacking talent and hoped to resolve the situation quickly. On the other hand, a group of students led by Teacher Jia is hiding from the monsters. Teacher Jia felt that the room they were using was safe enough to hide. The students were also annoyed because the monsters' levels were even much higher than theirs. However, Teacher Jia asks them to calm down and hide behind them. Meanwhile, female students are also afraid. The boys ask him to calm down as Teacher Jia will definitely protect them. Jia, who was there, assured everyone that they would be safe with them. However, a monster suddenly came to them. A student could only chuckle in annoyance because they had just been talking about the monsters, but now they had just appeared. However, they soon realized that the monster had been beaten to death. Of course, all the students were shocked and curious about who did this to a level 18 monster. Not long after, Yiwu appeared happy because after changing the attack talent it actually brought different results, even for close combat. A female teacher was certainly surprised to see Yiwu there. She still finds it hard to believe that her students saved them all, but I'm grateful. Yiwu then told everyone that all the monsters outside the room had been subdued, so Teacher Jia and the others could go to the underground protection area. Hearing that, all the students certainly felt relieved because it meant they were safe. Yiwu confirmed but also told everyone to stop by the office building to pick up some of the other students who were trapped there. However, Teacher Jia was of course angry and disagreed. In my opinion, Yiwu should have gone alone to save the students, not send me who was just a teacher. The female teacher became angry with Teacher Jia. It seems to me that it is clearly their duty as teachers to protect the students. Of course, they have to guarantee the safety of the students. After all, they could clearly see Yiwu's abilities and should have listened to instructions. Teacher Jia could only remain silent. But actually, in his heart, Teacher Jia felt annoyed because I was supposed to be the hero to save this beautiful teacher, but Yiwu actually grabbed his attention. Teacher Jia will not let this happen and promises to make Yiwu regret it. Plus now Yiwu actually wanted to let the female teacher go and die on the way. Teacher Jia would not be willing to give the female teacher's life to a boy who had not yet grown up like Yiwu. The angry Master Jia finally chose to go to the underground refuge himself. I also told the female teacher and other students to rescue the students who were still trapped. Teacher Jia said that I came to university so I could eat delicious food, not stay with those little kids. I don't want to die with the others at all. However, when Teacher Jia pushed Yiwu, for some reason his hand felt broken. On the other hand, the female teacher asked Yiwu to calm down. She convinced Yiwu to hand over the students in the office building to me. She will never abandon the students. Yiwu felt relieved because of Teacher Lai's kindness. Now that way I will be able to save other friends without worrying. Although of course, the rescue process will not be easy, they must try as quickly as possible. Hearing Yiwu's words, all the students became excited. The female students also immediately praised Yiwu, who was indeed as handsome and strong as Ruan Tianchen said. It was then that Yiwu finally arrived at the university's treasure room, which was rumored to hold all the secret treasures that had been collected by the school's younger generation. Weak students will definitely never get into it. In addition, a special seal is installed on the door that makes it impossible to open it by force. The door can only be opened with the principal and secretary's 2 keys. Therefore, he became curious about who was actually in that critical condition as he had seen with his true eye skill previously. However, as soon as Yiwu tried to open it, it turned out that the door was actually unlocked. Of course, Yiwu was surprised. He didn't believe the principal would make such a mistake. As soon as Yiwu entered the room, he could see many amazing weapons. However, of course, he had to be careful not to touch them. Until finally Yiwu saw a gap where a girl was inside. Yiwu certainly surprised the girl. Yiwu spoke casually about how everyone was trying to escape in order to survive, but the girl instead chose to hunt for treasure in the room. I wonder if that girl has found what you're looking for. The girl said that the treasure hunt I did had absolutely nothing to do with Yiwu. She actually threatened Yiwu to leave quickly if he wanted to survive. Yiwu recognized the girl as the famous cold goddess Suhi. It was rumored that the girl wasn't interested in anything, but from what Yiwu saw right now it was clear that everything was wrong. Yiwu knew that the treasure room was not a place that an ordinary woman like you should be able to visit. Suhi wanted to know if Yiwu was following me. Of course, Yiwu quickly dodged it. I only noticed that there were other students who were alone in the treasure room and thought about saving them, but it seemed like that was no longer necessary. Of course, Zhu wanted to know how Yiwu discovered my whereabouts. Yiwu just said that I have my own way. Yiwu then continued that he had his own way and that there was no need to find out further. Although it's a shame, on the other hand, I actually found out Zuhi's secret and Yiwu apologized for that. Yiwu didn't want to interfere too deeply and just told the girl to continue with her activities. Meanwhile, I will just remind Zuhi that the monsters that appear will have increasingly higher levels, so I asked the girl to be careful. Zuhi of course asked Yiwu not to move, but suddenly a monster attacked the two of them. Yiwu was quite surprised to realize that a level 30 monster had arrived, and that meant the level increase of the monster was faster than I expected. The monster apparently could smell human women, and sure enough he found the beautiful Zuhi there. The monster was very happy and felt lucky because he hadn't tried women for a long time. Zuhi, who was annoyed, immediately attacked the monster. The monster of course casually shrugged off the attack, which didn't give me the slightest pain. Zuhi's overly hasty attack just felt like a massage to me. The monster couldn't play around anymore because it only had a little time. The monsters were trying to catch Zuhi, who was protecting himself inside the shield. But the monster said that it would not make it difficult for him to eat Zuhi's flesh. The monster moved to devour Zuhi and his shield in one go. At that moment, Yiwu moved to cut off the monster's protruding tongue. For Yiwu, the monster was completely unsuitable to be a gorilla at that level because his predecessor used to love and respect women. However, now you actually want to kill Zuhi. Yiwu quickly caught Zuhi's falling body. The girl didn't expect that Yiwu would still be there. She also didn't expect that the person who attacked the monster was also Yiwu. Yiwu asked Zuhi not to panic now. Besides, I will definitely save you because running away is not my style. After all, his goal from the start of being there was to save people. The problem was that Zuhi knew that the level was at level 30 and Yiwu was far below. Yiwu asked the girl to be quiet and not worry about me. I just asked Zuhi not to be afraid and leave immediately. Meanwhile, on the other hand, the monster that had lost its tongue and hands was in pain. He couldn't believe that Yiwu was so strong even though he was only at level 5. Zhu was curious whether Yiwu was hiding his true level. Yiwu once again said that it was not important. After all, I already said about keeping secrets from each other. He asked Zuhi to leave immediately and leave everything to me. The monster became very annoyed because he was in pain, while Yiwu seemed to be teasing Zuhi. The angry monster attacked Yiwu again. Yiwu attacked back and was quite impressed to see the monster's vocabulary, which resembled the human race. Yiwu wanted to know if it was because of the high IQ or if someone taught the monster. Yiwu wanted to know if Lord Kang Beast taught this. The monster couldn't believe that Yiwu actually knew about the Lord Kang Beast. The monster was naturally curious about who Yiwu really was. Yiwu said that he was just a human who was almost killed by the Lord Kang Beast. But the beast knew that Lord Kang Beast should not let go of Yiwu. However, in the end, Yiwu succeeded in killing the gorilla monster. As a reward, Yiwu got 3000 X points as a kill reward and got a level 30 magic crystal item. However, Yiwu was not very happy because he thought he would get 5000 X points. He suspects this happened because the link level had been increased, which resulted in reduced XP gain. But on the other hand, Zuhi was more impressed with Yiwu's ability to kill a level 30 monster with 2 attacks. She wanted to know what level Yiwu actually was. After defeating the monsters, Yiwu again asked Zuhi to go to the underground shelter as quickly as possible. The level of the monsters that came would continue to increase, and he also didn't know how many monsters would come out this time. It was too dangerous for Zuhi to be outside at that time. Zuhi assures that she has her own way of saving herself, but she regrets not paying attention to Yiwu since 3 years ago because maybe now everything will be different. Zuhi said goodbye and then just disappeared. On the other hand, Yiwu was certainly confused about the meaning of Zuhi's words, but he chose not to think too much about it because at that time there were more important things to deal with. Yiwu was confused about handling all the items in the treasure room. All of these items fell as a result of the previous battle. Yiwu certainly couldn't bear to see all those valuable items being thrown away. In the end, he took everything and reasoned that he would keep it so it wouldn't be lost and return it to the principal later. Therefore, he took all the valuable treasures there. After doing everything, Yiwu made sure that all the teachers and students had hidden in the underground shelter. Yiwu felt relieved, but then he received a warning about a high-level elite monster approaching the underground protection area. Yiwu saw that the elite monster was level 45. Yiwu guessed that it was a boss monster that had finally appeared. In the underground protection area, everyone had gathered. The principal assured everyone to stay calm as they were in a level 40 room that was sturdy enough to withstand attacks. They just needed to hold on until reinforcements arrived. However, the students were worried when they heard the level of the room because it was possible that the monster that would attack had a level higher than 40. The principal explained that in the past, the monsters that attacked the 9th zone were only level 30. After combining with the university's economic strength, the protection construction level was finally set at level 40. Even with that level, the protection zone had already used up all of the university's money and 40 magic crystals to build it successfully. All the students were a little relieved to hear that because they thought the situation was quite safe. On the other hand, Ru and Tianqian began to worry about Yiwu who had not yet arrived. However, Luo Feng actually asked her to be quiet, because Yiwu couldn't possibly have any trouble out there. You should actually be more worried about the monsters that were defeated by Yiwu. Ru and Tianqian does know that Yiwu is very strong, but I'm still worried. Suddenly a voice sounded at the door. The students panicked because they thought a monster had arrived at the door. Other students asked them not to panic because it was possible that the monster was not a level 40 monster that was nothing to be afraid of. Luo Feng guessed it was a boss monster and asked everyone to open the door. Of course, the students immediately restrained Luo Feng. However, before Luo Feng had time to reach the door was actually damaged by a huge horn. Luo Feng was shocked and everyone immediately ran over. The underground shelter had been damaged so easily. At that moment the sound of monsters began to be heard. The monster did not expect that it was not only them who liked to make holes, but humans too. The monster named Chitin, which is at level 45, is happy because with humans hiding in one location, there is no need to bother wandering around to catch students. The monster was very happy because it could avoid trouble. Luo Feng, who saw the arrival of the level 45 elite monster, was very surprised. Even though previously the principal said that no monsters above level 30 had ever attacked their university. Now they are trapped in the basement, which means they cannot save themselves. Luo Feng thought about what they could do for now. The monsters who saw Luo Feng not running away thought that the man was trying to challenge him. However, of course, all the students chose to run away because they were afraid of dying. They have given up because they think no one will help them. Luo Feng in his heart realized that he had gained so much influence from Yiwu. Even when facing powerful elite monsters, he still had the courage to charge forward, even if that courage had fatal consequences for him. Luo Feng didn't care anymore and he would try to fight the monster as Yiwu wanted. Even if I can't survive, Luo Feng will still try to do it. The monster of course easily attacked Luo Feng. I don't want the meal schedule to be delayed because of that delinquent student. Luo Feng is just a troublesome human. Wouldn't even like Luo Feng as food. The monster chose to crush Luo Feng down to his internal organs and would suck after him. Not only Luo Feng, but the monster also made all the students slowly feel the same pain. Their bodies started to hurt from the inside. Ru and Tianqian could only try to protect the students with a magic shield, but she couldn't do much either. She is still too weak to protect everyone. On the other hand, the monsters were getting excited seeing the huge number of people. Even if the monster doesn't have much experience, just eating a large amount can help increase its level. The monster was ready to devour one student when the principal finally made his attack. The principal also told the monster to release the students. The principal was determined to stop the monster from harming his students even if he had to die. A man tried to stop the principal because the man's body could no longer withstand the effects of using magic. However, the principal was not at all afraid. As long as he could protect the students, then his body condition would not be a problem. However, the principal's lightning attacks won't hurt the monsters at all because their weaknesses are lightning armor and flame. The monster easily attacks and injures the principal. The monster also immediately grabbed the principal. The monster questioned the knowledge of the principal who apparently did not study their people carefully and thoroughly. Humans actually make mistakes when doing important things. On the other hand, their people study humans very seriously even though it is very troublesome. However, the monster chose not to continue the conversation. The monster promised to kill the principal in a decent way. I plan to destroy the principal's body and leave his entrails behind. The monster was ready to devour the principal and was sure he would rise one level after doing this. In his heart, the principal had already given up. But at least I feel like I'm one step ahead of Senior Y, who was the previous principal. Although he still regrets having failed to protect the university. He felt he was not an ideal school principal. However, he has succeeded in passing on his desires and beliefs to the younger generation. The principal believes that one day there will be someone who can reveal the truth in this world. The principal said goodbye and everyone was immediately hysterical. However, a sudden attack occurred. The principal was saved by Yiwu and that made the monsters very angry. Everyone was relieved to see Yiwu's arrival. The man could only apologize for arriving late, but I was determined to make the monster pay for his actions. Yiwu used the first Qian form attack talent special skill he had and was determined to kill the monster. The monster who saw Yiwu's arrival asked him not to try to fight him because, in the end, he would make life difficult for himself. However, Yiwu was not afraid at all. It came in a rush and the monster didn't need to say any nonsense. He immediately attacked the monster. The monsters then realized that Yiwu was using fire attribute Sunder crit armor. Yiwu was troublesome for him, but he realized that the man was only at level 5. Yiwu could already guess it and he was fed up because so many monsters or enemies were talking about his low level, but most of them ended up dead. Yiwu immediately attacked the monster without mercy. The overwhelmed monster couldn't believe that there was a human who had such intelligence, speed, and attack power. The monster was certainly angry because he was there to eat and not be tortured. The monster chose to surrender because he didn't want to be destroyed and also didn't want to waste time fighting Yiwu. The monster uses its magical abilities to influence the other students. The monster knew that Yiwu would not be able to kill his friends. Seeing the condition of his friends, Yiwu certainly couldn't be careless. The system notifies that the true eye has passed the cooldown period and also the lower form of the Qian skill will be strengthened and all the target statuses can be observed. That's when he immediately observed all his friends with his true eye with an amplified version so that all the information provided was much more complete. However, he was forced to kill all his colleagues. Yiwu hoped that they would rest in peace while he would avenge them. The monsters who saw him naturally thought that Yiwu was a cruel person who could even kill his friends without blinking. Therefore, the monster revived more students who then bit other students and turned them into a kind of zombies. The monsters would let Yiwu kill his friends. Yiwu of course had a hard time because between his dead and alive friends, everything was mixed. The monsters on the other side were waiting for what Yiwu would do at that time. Will he choose to save his friend? Can Yiwu save them all? Just then, Luo Feng asked Yiwu to hand it over to him. He asked Yiwu to focus on the monster alone. Ruin Tianqian also said so. At that time, Yiwu created a Mirror of Truth special effect. This effect serves to separate the space which functions as a space-type shield. Yiwu then explained that a small portion of the mutant disciples were still alive, so he asked the two to be careful not to hurt them. He also asked the two to follow his signs and not hurt anyone else accidentally. Yiwu thought of the special effects of the Mirror of Truth and Shield Grenade that could be combined and changed well, but the defense was too passive and also had limited usage time. He had to kill the monster before time ran out. Therefore, Yiwu intended to quickly sneak in while the monster was unaware. It's not that he's afraid, he just doesn't want to crush him to death. On the other hand, the monster was shocked to realize that there was a cannon turret aimed at him with fierce firepower. Yiwu immediately approached the monster and made sure it didn't run away. He then started by attacking the pair of wings that had been bothering him in the first place. When the wings were destroyed, the monster felt pain. He begged Yiwu to stop his attacks and begged to spare his life. Yiwu secretly used his true eye to look at the entire monster in detail. Meanwhile, the panicked monster thought that Yiwu was trying to thwart its mutation. However, this is impossible and may just be a coincidence. The monster still didn't give up. He tried to attack Yiwu who might die with him. However, of course, Yiwu was so confident that he could defeat the monsters. The monster's mutation skill had also been successfully thwarted. The monster panicked because the mutation failure was not a coincidence. However, he still didn't know how Yiwu knew what he was thinking. The monster intends to use the mutation skill for large-scale slaughter, a skill he deemed suitable for that kind of one-on-one combat. Monsters that have run out of ideas try to escape to a safe place to buy time and wait for the opportunity to mutate. The monster chose to leave, but Yiwu, who also had 10 seconds left to use the first Qian form, would not miss the opportunity. He asked the monster not to worry. He only had the last skill which would kill the monster immediately because he no longer wanted to waste a lot of time. Yiwu took out the Crimson Star at that time. Yiwu stuck his sword into the ground, creating a dimensional distortion that looked amazing. Even the Sitten monster thought it was an illusion, but then he realized that it was a dimensional distortion. Legend says only the power of a king can cause chaos in space and dimensions like this. So he didn't expect and didn't believe that a young human like Yiwu could activate such a power. So he asked who Yiwu was. Yiwu creates a fireball on his fingertip while saying that Qian should be worried about himself, because the bugs never seem to look up at the starry sky before lying on the ground. So Yiwu would give the creature a chance to see that beautiful sky. The fireball on Yiwu's fingertip turned into a giant fireball that was extremely dense and looked terrifying. Sitten realized that it was the Crimson Star. It was a black hole from the sun. Yiwu said he didn't care what the skill was called as long as it killed the monster. Sitten tried to beg for mercy while willing to hand over all his property to Yiwu. But Yiwu's compassion for the monster had disappeared until he threw a giant fireball right at the monster. For the rest of his life, Sitten said that Yiwu would not be able to stop this monster invasion even if he killed Sitten now, because Mr. Kashua Akao has come. So no matter how strong Yiwu is, this young man will not be a match for Master Kashua. Then this monster roared with laughter before it was finally crushed by Yiwu's immense power. After the explosion slowly disappeared, the system notified that Sitten had been defeated and Yiwu was entitled to 200,000 EXP points and 3,000 money. While changing his form to his original form, Yi thought, who is Kashua Akao? Is he the leader of the city's monster inflation? And is he a boss monster that is level 70 to 80? Yiwu realized he had to quickly increase his strength, otherwise the boss monster would be difficult to deal with. But for now, Yiwu wanted to put aside other thoughts first because he had to see the drop items dropped by those elite monsters. Sitten dropped several items, among them a level 50 magic crystal, strong acid gastric juice, can cause strong acid damage and weaken the armor's defense. There is also an item, fatty chitin legs. The fleshy legs hidden under the Zerg's hard shell are surprisingly tender and juicy. Although the Zerg's wings have been damaged to a certain extent, they are still an excellent material for processing. In addition, a skill book called Level 50 Control Skill Book can paralyze words or sounds to control the enemy. Yiwu thought, except for the skill book, there was nothing good that the monster dropped. It seemed like Yiwu's luck wasn't always that good. Suddenly the system notified that, was very interested in. Yiwu took out the egg and realized it was the egg dropped by the Devil Tyrannosaurus before. The egg had not reacted for a long time, but now it was completely attracted to the city bug's legs. Unexpectedly, the egg put out its tongue and immediately ate the insect leg that was dropped by the Sitten. Then the system notifies that the egg is very satisfied, so its love points increase by 1 and the system hopes that the host will always feed it like now. Yiwu arranged the egg closely and thought, should he continue to feed the egg like this? That meant he had to breed pets, and he could feed the egg all the food he got from the monsters in the future. Luo Feng and Ruan Tianchen immediately approached Yiwu. They asked if Yiwu was okay. Ruan Tianchen even immediately hugged Yiwu because she was very worried. Yiwu replied casually that he was fine, so they didn't need to worry. Yiwu didn't forget to praise the two of them for doing a very good job on this matter. Luo Feng felt embarrassed getting such praise from someone he admired so much. Luo Feng answered that it was thanks to Yiwu's help that he had risen to level 15. But Ruan Tianchen said that many students were still injured, so she felt she was still too weak and inexperienced to be able to protect her other friends. Yiwu gently rubbed the girl's head while saying this was an unavoidable incident. In the face of huge losses, just reducing the number of victims is already very good. So Ruan Tianchen was already very helpful, so Yiwu asked the girl to be more enthusiastic. The other students started to gather around them. Among them, some expressed their thanks to Ruan Tianchen, because if it weren't for that girl then perhaps no more students would survive the elite monster's attack. But more importantly, they realized Yiwu's abilities and apologized to the young man for saying many bad things about him before this. From today on they recognize Yiwu as the school's hero and their savior. There are even some among them who are willing to give up their bodies and souls to become Yiwu's subordinates. Teacher Lai asked the children to contact their parents and tell them what was happening at the academy. But the children could only sit with sad faces because they couldn't contact their parents. The children suspect that their parents may now also be attacked by monsters. Teacher Lai asked the children not to be discouraged because although the security level in the 9th zone was not high, there were also security forces on duty from large companies, so they would prevent monsters from attacking civilians. Everyone should hold on and wait for rescue and not give up hope. Yiwu approached Teacher Lai and said that the monsters in the academy had been taken care of by him, so it will be safe for everyone to stay at school. Moreover, there was plenty of food in the canteen for everyone to ration for the week, so everyone should be able to survive so that Yiwu can find a way out. Now the disciples agreed to follow Yiwu's orders. Yiwu sat near the principal's body and asked Teacher Lai, "Is their principal okay?" Teacher Lai replied that the principal was fine even though his life was saved. He was injured by an elite monster, so he is still weak and not yet conscious. The most important thing now is to get rid of this critical condition as quickly as possible. Otherwise, Teacher Lai is worried that the principal will not be able to hold on much longer. Yiwu asked the female teacher not to worry because he promised he would find a way out. Yiwu thought he would do 4 steps. First, he would use the Moss account's abilities to repair and upgrade the protection gate. Then the second step would have Luo Feng and the others go to the academy to clean up the battlefield and take the spoils. The most important thing is to go to the canteen to bring food for everyone. The third step is to immediately go home and meet his parents and younger sister. After that, look for an opportunity to go to the black market to look for medicine for the principal. Meanwhile, the fourth step was that according to the security situation outside, he had to notify the rescue team to come to the academy and evacuate everyone. Otherwise, there might be no guarantee of security for the academy in the city. After thinking about all these steps, Yiwu said it to Luo Feng and Ruan Tianchen. After that, Yiwu left the academy himself to go to his house. When he walked to the front of the school gate, Yiwu saw Teacher Jia's charred body lying stiff in front of the school's main gate. Yiwu thought it was Teacher Jia's fault for not being able to defend himself and refusing to wait with everyone in the school security bunker. According to him, in this era, if you don't have any strength, you will be reduced to flesh and blood to be slaughtered by others. If Yiwu wanted to become a blade wielder, his strength was far from enough. Yiwu continued his journey out of school. Suddenly, he heard his little sister's unclear voice. Yiwu immediately opened the communication service from his hologram screen and asked in panic where his little sister was now. And how are they doing now? Are they in danger? Yi Yunfei tried to answer and tell them their current location, but his voice was lost due to signal interference. Even after that, communication was completely cut off. Yiwu cursed in annoyance because the connection between them was lost again. Full of anger, this young man ran as fast as possible and hoped that all his family members would survive the current crisis. But when Yiwu made it to the front of his apartment building, this young man was stunned with a pale face. At this time, he saw that the apartment building where his family lived was destroyed and almost collapsed. Yiwu was stunned because the current image was the same as the one in his nightmare. Yiwu was very worried that his family was dead. Yiwu tried to think logically that his family couldn't possibly just sit still and wait to die when they found out that their apartment was attacked by monsters. Yiwu was sure that all his family members must be running away somewhere. Suddenly, this young man heard the sound of a woman screaming for help. Not far from where he was standing, Yiwu saw a woman being attacked by a large rat monster of quite a high level. Yiwu quickly destroyed the monster's body with just one attack. Then with a cold face, Yiwu questions, "Is that woman a member of the security team in charge of this area?" Instead of answering Yiwu's words, the woman, Qin Lu, instead asked Yiwu to remove the stone that had fallen on her foot. Full of anger, Yiwu kicked the rock until it shattered. Then, feeling impatient, Yiwu asked, "Does that woman know what happened to the apartment building in front of them now? And what about the residents inside? Where did the apartment residents go? Are they still alive?" Qin Lu asked Yiwu not to be too fierce and hasty. The girl drank a potion to restore her body condition first. Qin Lu then said the area was previously attacked by level 20 monsters. But fortunately, the girl's entire team fought hard and managed to save many people, so most of the residents were successfully rescued and evacuated. Yiwu felt relieved when he heard that the monster broadcasting the place was only at level 20. That meant his little sister and her family were fine and could defeat the monster. Yiwu apologizes to Qin Lu for being impolite because he was in a hurry. Yiwu said that currently, his family must be among the crowd of people being evacuated. So he wanted to know where the surviving citizens would be evacuated. Qin Lu was able to stand back up. The girl said they were sent to the nearest underground shelter number 5, where 2 teams were guarding them in that place. But he thought it was completely useless, because the level of the security team leader there was only 30 and couldn't handle high-level monsters at all. Qin Lu said that his team belonged to, because some of the residential apartments in the entire safe zone were built by Tian Chuang Group, so it was a coincidence that the 9th zone was also built by Tian Chuang Group. But the group did not send high-level members to join the security rotation and only sent low-level members like Qin Lu's group. Unexpectedly, a terrible incident occurred that led to their condition. Qin Lu approached Yiwu's body and urged the young man to come with her to the 8th safe zone, because living in Zone 9 is no longer safe. Qin Lu even already had plans to leave the 9th zone with the secret passage she got from her group. Qin Lu said that her house is in Zone 8, so as long as they get there, they will be safe. And as long as Yiwu is willing to save her life, Qin Lu promises not to just sit back and ignore Yiwu. But Yiwu still refused and said that he still had family in that place, so he couldn't leave his family in that dangerous place. Suddenly, a giant leopard monster appeared that had a human body and very sharp claws. The monster felt happy because he saw 2 prey in front of him. Qin Lu was very frightened looking at the level 30 monster beast. Meanwhile, Yiwu was just shocked to see the monster suddenly appear in front of him, because earlier this young man couldn't feel the aura of the monster's presence at all. At that moment, Qin Lu suddenly pushed Yiwu's body to become the monster's prey. Then Qin Lu ran away thinking that she couldn't die in that place because she still wanted to meet her mother. Qin Lu knew that using someone younger than herself as bait was indeed cruel, but she had no other choice because she didn't want to die in that place. Despite having to escape in this way, Qin Lu still shed tears of despair. But even though Qin Lu had pushed Yiwu as bait, the monster still chased after her. The monster thinks women who have thinner skin must be more delicious. According to the monster, humans who use each other as bait are not good people either. So the monster decides to eat Qin Lu first. Between despair and tears, Qin Lu calls Yiwu to help her from the monster attack. But Yiwu didn't sympathize at all and remained silent where he was. When Qin Lu was already seriously injured, Yiwu only raised his weapon to finish off the monster. With just one attack, the unwary monster immediately perished, resulting in Yiwu gaining 5000 X points. It was at this moment, with her body covered in wounds and in critical condition, that Qin Lu apologized to Yiwu for her behavior in intentionally feeding Yiwu to the monsters. Yiwu said that he didn't blame the woman. According to him, in this era, there is nothing wrong with living for yourself, but someone still has to pay for the choices they have made. So the girl shouldn't blame Yiwu for not wanting to treat her debuff, which had dropped drastically, so the girl had to die now. Qin Lu's voice trembled and she grew weaker, but the girl used her remaining strength to apologize and handed Yiwu a scroll. Qin Lu hoped that the plan on the scroll would be useful for Yiwu. Then with all his might, Qin Lu apologized once again before she finally died. Yiwu took the scroll from Qin Lu's hand while thinking that the girl didn't need forgiveness from him. According to him, the girl was not guilty of selfishness, but of her weakness, because, in these last days, weakness is a sin. And this is the same for humans and monsters. Only the strong can be at the top of the food chain. So Yiwu was determined to become stronger and stronger to protect his family and precious friends. Holding a roll of paper in his hand, Yiwu asked his family to hold on and wait for him to pick them up. Then the system appeared and announced that the host had taken a planning picture of the 9th security zone, which was full of blood. Meanwhile, along with the entire crowd of civilians, a security team continued to report to headquarters that they had escorted the civilians to shelter number 5 and everything was going normally. The leader of the security team, Mr. Wang, stood on the battle vehicle while jumping. He had the misfortune of encountering the monsters that were attacking the city right now. After this, he wanted to go to work and drink and play cards until he was satisfied. The squad member on his side, namely Shen Bing, said that although Master Wang was a little rough, he was the most active when receiving assignments. Shen Bing also said several teams have returned to the 8th zone, but their teams are still completing the mission seriously. That's called Deizizu Dufixin, right? Hearing his members' words made Mr. Wang excited. He held Shen Bing's neck and asked with a smile, "Is there anything good today?" So the members talked a lot today. Suddenly the other members reported over the radio that they had lost contact with Qin Lu. Even though before this the girl took the initiative to stay in Zone 9, now she cannot be contacted. Mr. Wang and Shen Bing were very shocked to hear the report. But Shen Bing was worried that the girl might be caught by the monsters. But Master Wang calmly said that they had cleared the area beforehand, so there shouldn't be any danger in a short time. Mr. Wang even suspected that the girl had defected. Mr. Wang knows that girls are usually shy, but seeing the girl's suddenly bold attitude, he was sure that the girl had defected to the queen voluntarily. Mr. Wang slightly regretted not having looked at the girl more carefully earlier. Shen Bing wanted to pick up the girl. According to him, even if the girl doubted something was wrong, it would still be dangerous to leave her alone in that zone. Mr. Wang was silent for a long time hearing Shen Bing's words. Before finally, he said to just let the girl go. According to him, right and wrong in this era are normal things, and there is nothing wrong with living for yourself. Since Qin Lu had chosen to leave the team, the girl had to take responsibility for her actions and there was no need for the team to intervene. Shen Bing stared at the photo of him and Qin Lu. The young man looked sad when he finally had to decide to follow the troop commander's orders. Master Wang looked at one of the civilians and thought that among this group of civilians, the strangest one was the Yi family, because they had a little girl who was already level 20. The commander of this troop wondered what happened to their family. Meanwhile, Yi Yunfei was busy staring at the hologram screen in front of her, kept trying to contact his older brother. This girl was very upset because she still couldn't contact her older brother and continued to experience very strong signal interference. Not far away, Nana appeared and asked Yi Yunfei not to worry. Nana was sure that Yiwu would be fine. What's more worrying now is Nana's condition. She has to carry a backpack that is dozens of times bigger than her small body. Mrs. He apologized to Rana for blaming the girl for looking too much at their things. Her smile asked the girl to just take off her backpack if she was tired. Nana answered that the bag was nothing and the lady didn't need to worry. Even though in her heart Nana was cursing in annoyance because the planet was like a broken place attacked by many monsters. She was annoyed because her plan to rule the earth had to be postponed. After all, these low-level carbon-based creatures suddenly disturbed them. Even though after finally being reborn, Nana wanted to immediately conquer the planet and make everyone kneel at her feet. So Nana was determined not to die in that place. Finally, their group arrived at Safe Zone Protection number 5 in the 9th Safe Zone. Before entering the safe zone, the officer on guard outside the gate asked which unit the group of immigrants came from. Shen Bing replied, "They are from the Swordfish Team, Security Codex 836D. They escorted civilians to come and take shelter." The guard team decided the confirmation of the security order was correct so they could open the door and let everyone in. But before they all entered the gate, suddenly the ground they were standing on shook violently and a Zerg monster appeared. Everyone panicked seeing the giant centipede monster. Even so, the security team remained quick in shooting the monster. Apart from the Zerg, other level 18 and 25 vicious monsters appeared. They looked happy when they saw many humans being sent to the door, so it was not in vain that they lay and waited in the presence near that place for a long time. Seeing other monsters appearing, the security team panicked and tried to attack them, but the monsters were too strong. The monsters felt happy as if they were harvesting food. Mr. Wang tried to protect civilians as much as he could. He ran over the body of one of the monsters and told it to go to hell. Mr. Wang was a little confused to see the Zerg joining the other monsters, because this is not a Zerg habit. Master Wang quickly asked Shen Bing to restrain the level 30 Zerg monster. Meanwhile, the other monsters were directed at other security members so they would not attack civilians. While fighting the Zerg, Master Wang believed that this incident was not a coincidence, and there must be someone responsible for this tragedy. But what is their aim? Master Wang came forward to attack the monster, and Shen Bing would do his part. Meanwhile, amidst the chaos, Mrs. Yu was separated from the rest of her family. The middle-aged woman was pushed by several people until she fell. A wolf monster chased them and looked happy because he saw a lot of food in front of him. Because of a scene like this, the giant's eyes seemed to see many flowers. Because Mrs. Yi's body was weak, she fell when pushed by people. The monster who saw it thought that Mrs. Yi was its first weak victim, so the monster immediately raised its arm to attack Mrs. Yi. But suddenly an arrow stuck into his arm, and a voice forbade the monster to touch his mother's body. Yi Yunfei and his father had arrived just in time to protect his mother. Yi Yunfei continued to shoot arrows to prevent the monster from attacking them. Yi Yunfei asked his father to take the mother away while she restrained the monster. Yi Yunfei thought the equipment that she bought on the black market was finally useful, but she didn't know whether the weapon could survive against that level 25 monster. The monster was annoyed and didn't expect that the attack of someone at level 7 would be quite painful. But such abilities and arrows couldn't possibly defeat him. Hearing that, Yi Yunfei immediately shot many more arrows. But this time the wolf monster was able to avoid Yi Yunfei's repeated attacks. Even the monster insulted Yi Yunfei because his level was still not enough, and no matter how good his weapon was, he would not be able to defeat the monster. In the end, the monster was able to continue forward, avoiding Yi Yunfei's attacks and bent on devouring the Yi family. It was at this moment that Yi Yunfei stood up, extending both arms to block the monster's attack. In times of urgency like now, Yi Yunfei was still a good child by asking his parents to run away. But the father said that their lives would be useless without Yi Yunfei, so the family finally resigned themselves to being under the shadow of the monster's terrifying attacks. Yi Yunfei closed his eyes and apologized in his heart to his older brother because he failed to protect their parents. Yi Yunfei truly felt very sorry for his older brother. But suddenly the giant monster's body was chopped very quickly by Nana. In an instant, the monster was destroyed. Yi Yunfei was surprised to see that Nana could fight, even though all this time they thought Nana was the type of housemaid. In her heart, Nana didn't want to do this, but his body was moving uncontrollably, so it was very troublesome for her. The system suddenly said that Nana managed to get 50,000 EXP points and successfully leveled up. After getting a notification from the system, Nana was shocked to realize she had more control over her body. At this moment she concluded that this was what the law in that world was like. As long as she kills monsters, she can become stronger and can control her body. Nana smiled happily and thought this was amazing, because there was nothing he liked more than simple and easy to understand rules like these. Therefore next she will start the massacre. This little robot has a scary face because finally she has a way to control her body more freely. Moreover, the method is quite easy for her. On the other hand, there is a monster who keeps chasing a man in red because he hates the color red. Luckily, Nana appears in time to kill the monster. With just one attack full of deadly slashes, the small robot succeeded in destroying its opponent. Nana was even happier because she managed to get more points. After the level increased, the experience points needed to increase the level also increased. Nana wondered if the mechanism was like that. Seeing that his two brothers had been defeated in a short time, a pig monster thought about running away because his safety was more important than being destroyed by a small guardian like his two brothers. According to the monster, Nana is not human, because the power is too strange and unreasonable. But when the monster tried to run, he heard someone following him. However, before the monster could realize what was following it, the monster's body had been split into two by Nana's lightning-fast attack. After destroying the monster, Nana gained high enough EXP points so she rose to level 30. But with a scary face, the little loli said that she still didn't feel full even though she had eaten quite a lot. This means Nana still isn't satisfied even though she managed to level up. Meanwhile, on the other side, Master Wang and Shen Bing were still busy fighting the Zerg monsters. For a moment, Mr. Wang's attention was diverted when he saw Nana get rid of 3 monsters at once. But Shen Bing immediately reminded his boss not to look elsewhere because the monster in front of them was also very scary. The Zerg monsters are still attacking Mr. Wang, and the security team leader is defending this time with the help of a debuff from Shen Bing. Mr. Wang said that he didn't expect that little boy to be able to defeat 3 monsters at once. He said it was a really pleasant surprise. But Shen Bing reminded his boss that now was not the time to feel relieved, because they haven't defeated the Zerg yet. Even though the worm monster's HP had been reduced by half, they still had to avoid mutating the monster. Shen Bing reminded me that Zerg is a type of monster that can change shape. The monster laughed at their conversation. The monster thought the 2 humans before it was quite knowledgeable, but it thought the humans would only die miserably in its mouth. Mr. Wang thought that the creature had a size that was very suitable for him. But as long as the monster can only turn into a ball, then the believer can still resist. But the monster says that it is its mutant form. So he quickly turned his body into small pieces and ordered all his body parts that had a level of more than 15 to suck in the humans. It was at this time that Mr. Wang started to panic because the small monsters started to attack him, stick to his body, and suck his cell phone. In just a short time, Mr. Wang's cell phone had dropped and was only 30% left. Shen Bing tries to approach his boss for the sake of his status as coming to save him. But, in his heart, Shen Bing realized that his equipment and magic had reached the limit. Shen Bing realized he could only divert the monsters to himself. That way, Shen Bing hopes that the boss can take the opportunity to escape. But the commander still prevented him from coming because it would be the same as dying in vain. Commander Wang told Shen Bing to leave while he still could survive. When his body was increasingly pressed and surrounded by monsters, Commander Wang thought that maybe it was time for him to catch up with his family who had gone deeper into heaven because of the monster attack. Mr. Wang was reminded of memories with his family. Before joining the Tianchuang security team members, Mr. Wang once promised his family that they would immediately move into the safe zone. But in the end, when Mr. Wang had become a member of the security team and returned to his village outside the safe zone, it was too late and his family had died due to a monster attack. At that time, Mr. Wang was very sad and down because he could not keep his promise to his children and wife. But because of this, Mr. Wang remembered that he was determined to kill all the monsters that had harmed his family. Therefore, Master Wang's spirits returned. The adult man immediately shouted and got rid of all the insects covering his body with his strength. When all parts of the little monster had left Mr. Wang's body, Nana moved as fast as lightning to destroy the entire monster with just one attack. However, Nana was surprised to see that Mr. Wang was still alive, even though Nana also wanted to kill him so that all of Mr. Wang's X points would be hers. The Zerg monster immediately reunited all its remaining body parts. He grumbled at Nama because in a short time the little loli managed to destroy half of his body. The Zerg are angry and will take revenge on Nana, causing little loli to experience painful suffering. At this point, Commander Wang realized that the monster had evolved stronger and was becoming increasingly difficult to deal with. But Nana asked the commander to keep quiet, because humans' low-carbon living laws are an insult to Nana, who is a humanoid. In a serious tone, Nana told them to open their eyes seriously because she would show the ultimate form that transcends any dimension. Nana took out a sophisticated and very large firearm from her arm and back. Then with full power, Nana immediately shot the Zerg monster. The giant creature was surprised to see Nana's abilities and said that Nana was not human. But all of that was useless because Nana immediately destroyed him to dust. Because of her prowess, Nana managed to get 10,000 experience points as a prize. Nana also has the right to get equipment dropped by the Zerg. Nana was very happy to get all the gifts, but suddenly she couldn't move her whole body. Even the little loli couldn't make any sound. The Yi family immediately approached Nana and Commander Wang with worried faces. Mrs. Yi immediately checked Nana's body while placing the little robot's head on her lap. Meanwhile, Yi Yunfei gave expensive medicine to Commander Wang, so that the security team commander gets well soon. As his condition improved, Commander Wang said that the other shelters might no longer be as safe as the Area 5 shelter. Commander Wang said to Yi Yunfei, this time the monster attack in the city was very strange. They seemed to know the humans, so he suggested immediately moving to the 8th safe zone. But Yi Yunfei thought that place was too far, that they would be even further away from his brother. Yi Yunfei asked how his brother would find them. Moreover, they have not succeeded in contacting Yi Wu. Yi Yunfei tried to contact his older brother again. However, the error sound due to signal interference is still heard. Even so, Yi Yunfei was a little happy because he could faintly hear his older brother's voice. Yi Yunfei quickly said they were in shelter number 5. Nana and the security team saved them all from the attack of a powerful monster, and now they would immediately take refuge in the 8th safe zone. But in the end, Yi Yunfei had to swallow his disappointment because the signal interference occurred again, and the connection was lost again. When the girl was angry because she couldn't contact her older brother, Commander Wang said that he had a way to convey a message to Yi Wu. Hearing this, Yi Yunfei immediately became excited again. The commander explained that the method was simple. he would immediately take care of that so they could move more quickly from that dangerous place. A few moments later, when everyone had left, Yiwu arrived at the 5th shelter. Seeing the very messy condition of the place, Yiwu knew that there had been a big battle before, and he was worried because he didn't know the news of all his family members now. But then, Yiwu saw the rows of kanji letters and the code on the entrance gate. Yiwu was sure it was a message left by her, but the series of codes below the message turned out to be something that made Yiwu very confused. Yiwu stared at the code intently. He was sure he had seen code like that somewhere. Then he finally remembered that it was an external radio wave code within the security team. Yiwu reminded him because previously the security team had come to the school to give an explanation to the science people. Of course, Yiwu couldn't possibly forget all those details. Yiwu immediately looked for the communicator in the body pocket of the dead security team member. Even though this young man managed to collect communicator devices, he couldn't repair the damaged devices. Under these circumstances, Yiwu thought because the True Eye was still on cooldown and its range was limited, he couldn't go to the 8th safe zone without having any plans. The most important thing for him now was he had to quickly contact Yi Yunfei and the others. Moreover, whether the 8th safe zone was willing to accept all the civilians from the 9th zone was still unknown. Yiwu decided to go to the black market, which was not far from where he was now, so he wanted to go there immediately to find a communicator. When we arrived at the black market in the 9th safe zone, the situation there was also very chaotic. Buildings were damaged, and many corpses were scattered around. Yiwu knew that there had also been quite a big battle at that place. From inside the main building, someone could be heard shouting, saying that whoever wants to enter the black market now is only asking for death for himself. There was always a hail of gunfire right at Yiwu. Luckily, this young man managed to take out a protective shield in time. Yiwu was relieved to see that the figure inside the building was still as energetic as ever. Then Yiwu asked them to stop shooting because it was him. Suddenly, the shooting stopped and Miss Siyu came out of the building. Miss Siyu apologizes to Yiwu because there was a battle before, so some people are still tense. Yiwu replies that it doesn't matter because I'm fine. Miss Siyu asked why the young man came to the black market at a time like this. Yiwu replied that there were some important things I wanted to ask you. So Miss Siyu took Yiwu into the main building of the black market. When he arrived at the hall, Yiwu was surprised to see that the place was still very lively. He asked how it was possible that people could still drink in that place when conditions outside were so chaotic. Miss Siyu said that the people who still drink there are mostly treasure hunters. Their goals are money, wine, and women. So no matter how the monsters live or die, or the civilians, they don't care at all. Yiwu stepped past them until he thought it was clear they had good strength and level, but they just chose to hide and didn't care about death. Yiwu does not have the right to change them of their own choice, but I feel this is a bit ironic. The two of them entered the Hanmo Group's VIP room. It was at this time that Yiwu asked if Miss Siyu could contact Miss Mo here. Miss Siyu asked why Yiwu immediately asked someone else when I came. Can Yiwu not care about others? Because right now I'm also scared. Miss Siyu held Yiwu's arm tightly while rubbing her chest. Despite that, Yiwu was not tempted at all. Yiwu asked Miss Siyu to stop joking at this time because I was really in a hurry. Apart from that, Yiwu could feel in his heart that Miss Siyu was not afraid at all. Miss Siyu finally sat down on the soft sofa and said that Miss Mo had not left the 9th zone. Miss Siyu had tried to contact Miss Mo using the internal secure line, but the connection was interrupted. Hearing this, Yiwu thought that the interference with the communication signal was not a coincidence but intentional by certain individuals, and it seems that only certain encrypted internal wave radios can still communicate with each other. Miss Siyu was immediately shocked when she heard Yiwu's guess. Who could cause intentional signal interference like this? Was it by a wild monster? Yiwu explained that overall it was a little scary. I can't draw a conclusion yet. But it's not the purpose to confirm the conjecture, because he had 3 things he wanted to request from Miss Siyu. First, Yiwu wanted to ask for help in finding a radio communicator from the Tianchuan Group security team. Then secondly, he wanted to ask for a potion that was useful for treating weak debuffs. Meanwhile, these 3 young men wanted to ask for the royal cloak, which Miss Siyu got at the previous auction. If Yiwu has money later, I will pay for everything. Miss Siyu approached Yiwu and asked why the young man saw her such a strange figure. Because it hurts my feelings, and it's not about money. After all, it was Yiwu's from the start. As for the communicator and potions, Miss Siyu will arrange for someone to find them for Yiwu immediately. Hearing this, Yiwu was very grateful to Miss Siyu. Miss Siyu quickly transferred the royal cloak to Yiwu. It was at this moment that Yiwu came to a conclusion. Talking about money could hurt feelings, but talking about feelings was more expensive. Sometimes generosity cannot be measured in money. Not long after, several people immediately brought what Miss Siyu wanted. They immediately handed over the communicator and potion to Yiwu. After that, Yiwu immediately tried the communication device and entered the code that Commander Wang had written at the gate of Zone 5. It didn't take long for the call to reach Commander Wang directly. The commander had already guessed that the call came from Yi Yunfei's brother. Yiwu looked very happy when he finally connected with the people close to his sister. Commander Wang immediately gave the communicator to Yi Yunfei. Not long after, Yi Yunfei's cheerful voice immediately greeted her brother. Yiwu quickly asked how his sister and parents were doing. Yi Yunfei replied that they were all fine, because before their house was attacked by monsters, they had already moved to shelter number 5. But they were ambushed by monsters in Zerg. Luckily, there was Nana and the commander of the security team who saved them all. Yi Yunfei also said that currently Nana is running out of energy and can't move, and now they are on their way to the 8th safe zone. They were all fine and they would be careful to avoid monsters along the way. Yiwu immediately understood all their current conditions and situations. Yiwu also felt happy that Nana did not disappoint. However, he was confused about how to solve his energy problems, so he called Wise. The little AI immediately appeared and said there were many ways to fill Mecha's energy, but combined with the current situation, the easiest and rude way is to use magic crystals that are higher than his level to charge energy directly. Yiwu immediately conveyed this information to his sister. Yiwu also reminded Yunfei to immediately treat Nana so she could act immediately, because Nana is an indispensable fighting force to protect their family now. Yi Yunfei explained that Nana had killed a level 30 monster before. After that, Yi Yunfei said she would take care of Nana, so I immediately returned the communicator to Commander Wang. After the communication device was handed over to Commander Wang, Yiwu immediately said that in his opinion it would not work if they went directly to Zone 8 via the connecting bridge, because there will definitely be piles of displaced civilians there who are very unsafe. So Yiwu immediately sent the safe coordinates he knew. Seeing the coordinates sent by Yiwu made Commander Wang shocked, because he still remembered very well that those were the coordinates that Qin Lu talked about. Roman and the security team were wondering how Yiwu knew the coordinates of the secret passage. Then Yiwu explained that it was a secret passage to Zone 8. Yiwu would be waiting for them there, so I hoped Commander Wang would take his family there safely. Commander Wang replied that Yiwu had nothing to worry about, because that is his job. Yiwu went down to the hall to enjoy a drink for a while. This young man thought that he had bought a lot of restoratives for insurance purposes, but the price is very expensive. These profiteers really just sat back and raised prices to gain more profits, so that Yiwu completely went bankrupt. Suddenly, in one corner of the room, Yiwu saw a female servant being bullied by several men. With a sad face, the poor girl said that my parents were still outside, so she asked the men around her to take my parents to the black market zone so they would be safe. The girl even said that she was willing to pay the men who would save my parents, but the men thought it was impossible for the girl to have money because she was only a servant. Except, the girl will pay them with her beautiful body. With very impudent, passionate faces, the men looked like they couldn't wait to touch the poor girl's body. But quickly, Yiwu grabbed the big man's arm and told the servant girl that I could help the girl as long as she answered Yiwu's 2 questions. Firstly, what is the direction of the girl's house? And secondly, and also the most important, how much is the girl willing to pay me? The servant girl showed the house coordinates from the hologram screen to Yiwu. Seeing that location, Yiwu thought it was the coordinates of my destination. So I think it's fine to bring the servant girl. Yiwu finally said, it doesn't matter about the location, then how much money can the servant girl pay? The servant girl quickly answered that I would pay 1 million. After that, you will add another 1 million when Yiwu manages to save my family. Hearing Mai Oya's words, the bandits in the room smiled happily. They didn't expect that the waiter had quite a lot of money. They wanted to try to save Mai Oya's parents. Miss Siyu said that the servant girl was called Mai Oya. Even though she is only level 10, she has a special skill, namely, and can sense energy fluctuations around her, including human emotions. So she can always win the hearts of the guests. Beverage sales performance is also long-term, so it's no surprise that she saves a little. Yiwu just realized that the waiter's skills were really good. Some of the adventurers in the room asked why the girl didn't say that she was very rich. They started to act sweet and said that his previous rude attitude was just a misunderstanding. So as long as the servant girls are willing to give money, then they will definitely try their best to protect your family. But Mai Oya insisted that she had collaborated with Yiwu. Hearing this, one of the bandits approached Yiwu to beat him up in order to get a job from Mai Oya. One of them even said not to be fooled by Yiwu's handsome face, because in an era like this, physical appearance is useless if you don't have the ability to fight the monsters outside. Unexpectedly, in the next second, Yiwu hit the head of the bandit who was heading towards him until the fat man was immediately stuck on the roof of the room. Yiwu casually kicked the people who came at him while asking how dare Trash get in his way of making money. Finally, they got scared and apologized. Seeing Yiwu's ability to get rid of the thugs made Mai Oya stunned. The girl didn't expect that the young man in front of me was not only handsome but also very strong. Miss Siyu, who saw Yiwu's fighting skills, was also shocked. Because she hadn't seen Yiwu for only a few days, the young man was already able to defeat level 30 bandits easily. Miss Siyu thought Yiwu was like a bottomless little monster, so Miss Siyu becomes more and more interested in you. Yiwu immediately headed towards the exit while taking Mioya. The youth wanted to say he was in a hurry, but beforehand, Yiwu warned Mioya to always listen to me along the way and not cause trouble for Yiwu. Mioya immediately ran after Yiwu. Before leaving the building, Yiwu asked Miss Siyu what the beautiful woman's plans were next. According to Yiwu, sooner or later if Miss continues to stay in such a place with severe bandits, then she won't be able to produce anything. So she asked Miss Siyu to come with her to the 8th safe zone. The bandits at that place were actually angry when they heard Yiwu's words. They felt insulted when they heard Yiwu's words. When they surrounded Yiwu and prepared to hit him, Miss Siyu immediately stopped them and warned them that if they dared to touch Yiwu, they would get into trouble with the Hanmo group. Miss Siyu immediately hugged Yiwu's arm and said that I would go with the young man, because she thinks there is no solution or future for staying in that place. Besides, she also had to find a way to contact Miss Mokir. Finally, Yiwu left the place with 2 beautiful women hugging his arms. The men in the room were annoyed to see Yiwu leaving with 2 beautiful women in his arms. They even prayed that the young man would die soon because it made them feel very jealous. One of them even suspected that they would soon return to the black market zone while crying and asking for help. After they left the black market, the 2 women changed into new suits equipped with weapons. Miss Siyu asked Yiwu, was the young man fascinated by the beautiful and brave figure of Big Sister? A flirtatious wink could not be separated from Miss Siyu's attitude towards Yiwu. Meanwhile, Mioya looks very embarrassed about her new appearance. Suddenly, they saw a huge lightning bolt in the sky. When we looked more closely, it turned out to be a dimensional gap. From within the gap, a giant claw appeared that was truly enormous. Even just that claw appeared from the crack in the sky and was able to instantly destroy the central building of the black market with just one strike. The 3 of them were shocked to see that the building that was attacked was a black market. But Miss Siyu felt very relieved because she had decided to leave that place right before the tragedy occurred. Miss Siyu also said that if a giant monster of that size came out of the space crack, they would have no place to escape. Yiwu said a monster of this level was completely out of reach. More precisely, this monster is called an ancient god. Miss Siyu asked, is the ancient god that Yiwu refers to the ancient god who descended to Earth at the beginning of the transformation of the world plane? But how could it be those ancient gods? Yiwu answered that this was just that, and the information circulating among people about that time was also varied. Mioya suddenly screamed and held her head hysterically. Miss Siyu frantically asks what's wrong with Mioya. Mioya hysterically said she felt a surging cold and evil energy spreading underground. Then gather in a designated direction. Right from that direction a light appeared that shone straight into the sky. Yiwu looked at the spear of light and thought that its direction was completely opposite to the direction he had agreed with Yi Yunfei. Yiwu was confused and wondered what he should do now. Although Yiwu had to meet Yunfei and the others as soon as possible, his instincts tell him that the source of the gathering of evil power must have something to do with the ancient god in the sky. So Yiwu must not neglect. But in the end, Yiwu told Miss Siyu and Mioya that he would find out the source of the evil power. So this young man freed the 2 women to make a choice. Will they go with Yiwu to face the danger, or will they go to the safe escape coordinates of the 9th zone? Miss Siyu immediately replied that she did not need to choose. Anyway, I will come with Yiwu, because if that one in the sky was truly an ancient god, then the entire upper, middle, and lower zones of the 9th zone would all be impossible to avoid being destroyed. Mioya also chose to follow Yiwu, because if they couldn't stop that huge monster in the sky, then my parents wouldn't be truly safe either. So they quickly ran towards the spear of light. As they got closer to the spear of light, Mioya's head became more and more painful, and said that the concentration of evil power had reached its strongest. When their position was very close to the source of the spear of light, Yiwu asked the 2 girls to hide behind a building. Yiwu looked at the source of the light spot and found 3 extremely scary black-robed people using giant crystals to create summoning lights for monsters. Inside the giant crystal, there are several human skulls that look scary. Yiwu wondered what they were doing. Yiwu was annoyed to realize that they were creating a magic circle that sent energy into the space crack. Miss Siyu invited them to immediately attack the 3 cloaked people because their level was not high. This woman believes that destroying the magic circle can prevent the ancient gods from descending to Earth. Without thinking, the 2 women immediately stepped forward to attack the 3 mysterious robed figures, even though Yiwu prevented them because things were not that simple. Sure enough, the 2 women's attacks had absolutely no effect on the 3 robed figures, who were still focused on activating the energy from the red crystal. The 2 women's attacks triggered an energy shield that protected the 3 mysterious figures. Miss Siyu cursed in annoyance because it turned out that her opponent had prepared something like this. Yiwu commented that today was only natural, as there was no way they wouldn't protect such an important magic circle. Yiwu tried to attack them with several wolf heads created from extremely hot flames. But in the end, this young man's powerful attack did not have any impact on the shield. Yiwu wondered what the level of that energy barrier might be. Once they switch attack talents, can I break that energy shield? Yiwu tried to attack the energy shield once again with his flame sword. But still this young man couldn't make any scratches on the shield. Yiwu thought it turned out that he really couldn't break the energy shield. So at least the shield was at level 60 or above. And although this young man had obtained a lot of ESP points before, but now the situation was completely different. And if he increases his normal attack power, it's likely that I'll find it difficult to deal with the situation afterward. Yiwu realized he had to collect EXP points to open a new account. Only in that way will you get a chance to win. But then this young man realized something very strange. Even though he had attacked the shield with a huge attack, the people inside did not even react. The two women approached Yiwu and asked how they were going to defeat those people if Yiwu's attack alone had no effect. What should they do now? Even though the figure in the sky seemed to be getting out of the gap in the sky. Yiwu told the two women not to worry because I would soon find a way to break the shield. Yiwu immediately called Wise and told the robot to analyze the energy shield to see if there were any loopholes that could be exploited. Wise immediately appeared and identified the shield with great focus. The little robot said a problem like this was not a big deal and could be solved in just a fraction of a second. Wise immediately explained that there was a level 65 epic item. The maker of the shield was unknown because the relevant information had been deleted intentionally. Now the information has been restored based on the displayed logo the maker has been found. From the logo on the crystal, Yiwu realized that it was the logo of the Huangjang group. Yiwu wondered why were they causing trouble again. Yiwu guessed that the crystal was probably the same as the small crystal that was obtained from the Black Tiger mercenary group's treasure chest. Yiwu tried to test how defensive the shield would be if it threw in crystals from the Huangjang group as well. It turned out that the small blue crystal that had been obtained managed to escape and enter the magic circle. Yiwu realized there was a certain degree of compatibility for the same type of product from the same company. So this young man immediately told Wise to browse his item library and see if there were any items that could be integrated with the shield. Wise was immediately alerted and the collection was underway. It only took a few seconds for the AI robot to find it. Wise released a turbo amplifier, which is a composite material to maximize the capabilities of the protective shield. The system explains that the turbo amplifier is a turbo boost level 65. Car or airplane engine modification parts can increase power output significantly. The system provided a note that the object was the principal's personal collection. Yiwu was doubtful whether I should use that thing because it was the principal's private collection. If the thing was used directly like this, would the principal blame him? Even though he had promised to keep the object in his name. Wise asked Yiwu not to hesitate because this item had not been used for a long time. After all, it was now in Yiwu's pocket, so it belonged to Yiwu. Hearing Wise's last words made Yiwu angry and immediately hit the little robot. Then Yiwu apologized to the principal because he had no choice but to do this. So Yiwu immediately combined the blue crystal from the turbo amplifier to create a new epic item called the Turbo Force Field Generator. After transformation, the recoil force field is stronger and so its duration and endurance have also been increased. Excitedly, Yiwu immediately ordered Turbo Force to advance with full force, destroying from within. The tool could actually penetrate the shield and immediately glowed ready to destroy the giant red crystal in front of him. Miss Siyu and Mai Oya looked very amazed to realize that Yiwu would use the energy field of the same particles to destroy the initial force field that the red crystal had. Yiwu explained that force fields of the same level cannot cancel each other out. The purpose is to use the reverse force field to confine the crystal's magic energy for a short time to form a short circuit within the shield. Sure enough, there was a short circuit in the shield which made everyone inside scream in pain as if they had been struck by a powerful bolt of lightning. Even their clothes were instantly destroyed and their bodies were covered in wounds. The short circuit was so powerful that it burned their hair and suddenly they all became bald. The three of them even continued to wail, screaming for help. Finally, the shield was not strong enough to withstand the short circuit that occurred in it. Yiwu, who saw the shield crack, immediately asked the two women to hide behind me. The explosion actually occurred. Everyone inside was thrown quite far, and a very large hole was created from the explosion. Yiwu regretted that he had underestimated the power of the magic crystal explosion. Even though he had changed to defensive talent, the young man still had difficulty breathing, until he opened his eyes and realized that someone was sitting right in my face. Yiwu felt this position was very awkward, but Mai Oya didn't immediately step aside and ask if the young man was okay. Yiwu just said to get the girl out of my face immediately. Meanwhile, Miss Siyu was thrown and fell right into Yiwu's groin. This really annoyed Yiwu, but Mai Oya instead told his two colleagues to look at the sky because currently the galactic gap in the sky was getting smaller, and the godly monster was not coming out of the gap. Miss Siyu commented that it was great because their efforts meant they were paying off. Without paying attention to the conversation between the two girls, Yiwu asked them to immediately get away from my body and don't chat on my body like now. After Yiwu was able to stand up again, he approached the three mages who had activated the crystal and was surprised that the three people were still not dead after being hit by the powerful explosion. They were still trying to stand while complaining of pain all over their bodies. Yiwu approached one of them and asked nicely, "Who are they, and what is their purpose?" Yiwu even offered to help save their lives. But unexpectedly, the person laughed very loudly and then said that the church of the land of the old world king would always be victorious. After saying that, the man's body suddenly glowed and he exploded right in front of Yiwu. Yiwu didn't expect the man to blow himself up. According to him, this is one of the cruelest ways to cover up one's identity. Luckily, Yiwu managed to create a protective shield in time and his defensive talent was very strong. Yiwu managed to prevent the attack on the other men because he wanted to keep the one remaining man alive to find out the details. However, suddenly the man laughed very strangely again and continued to say, "Long live the Church of the Old King's Land." Miss Siyu and Maioya panicked when the other man's body began to glow. They were worried that the man would also calm down like before. Miss Siyu even cursed because they were all willing to sacrifice their own lives to keep a secret. According to him, this was a very thorough and very cruel brainwashing practice. Suddenly, the man was stunned, the light on his body stopped, and he bowed before Yiwu. Apparently, Yiwu could also use brainwashing skills. It was the mind control skill, which had an activation duration of 60 seconds. The bald man even went so far as to prostrate himself before Yi and say, "The great new god. People want to hear your teachings." Yiwu was shocked to see that person's attitude. Moreover, he is called a god. Even though I was only controlling that person's thoughts, that person actually flattered him like this. Miss Siyu approached and asked, "Since when did Yiwu learn such mind control skills?" Yiwu replied that "You Miss Siyu think too much, because I've never used that mind control skill, so Yiwu just used it to train my hands." Yiwu immediately asked the man to give a very clear explanation of the Old World Folk Landing Church and the man's purpose in 1 minute. So the man immediately explained that the Old World King's Landing Church is an underground church with many believers. Believers come from all walks of life and all walks of life, among which there are many high-ranking people and powerful people. Although everyone has different statuses and ranks, they all have the same goal, which is to welcome the return of the ancient god. Only the arrival of the ancient god can bring about the end of the world and lead humanity to a brilliant new world. Yiwu asked, "Could the ancient gods end these final days and create a new world? Can you believe this kind of nonsense?" Though that was more unreliable than expecting it to end this life. Yiwu also wondered why the summoning of an ancient god and a monster attacking the city appeared at the same time. What is the relationship between the two? Miss Siyu suddenly said, "There are actually many churches that worship ancient gods among the people, but they are only superficial organizations. After all, no one had ever seen what it looked like at that time, let alone summoned it." Maioya also said this Old World Folk Landing Church can actually summon real ancient gods or not. Yiwu now understood their way of summoning ancient gods. But this young man asked what was the origin of the big red magic crystal and the tattoo on the man's body. The man explains the tattoo is a sacred magic pattern, so only people chosen by God have the right to be tattooed. As for the magic circle and crystal table, there were methods to summon ancient gods, but because the man's level was not enough, he really didn't know the details. Yiwu was angry and shouted at the man as if to hide it. The man quickly knocked his head on the ground and said, "He didn't dare to hide anything from the ancient god, because I think Yiwu is a great being and an ancient god." The man kept banging his head on the ground until it bled while saying that he was the most loyal and sincere person to the ancient god. The man even said he could give his life if God wanted and he would never dare to deceive God. Yiwu cursed in his heart, seeing that this person was too religious, or you could say he was crazy, because his loyalty made the man's head bleed, but he didn't complain at all. Then Yiwu asked one more thing. What is the connection between the landing church of the Old World Kings and the current monster invasion? With a trembling voice, the man said it was very important because, after all, the monster attack on the city was planned by the Old King's Landing Church because the summoning of the ancient god required countless blood. They all have to make sacrifices. When the man again said live the Old World King's Landing Church, his body glowed again and he was ready to explode. Yiwu swiftly stepped back to hug Miss Siyu and Maioya while creating a barrier to protect them. Luckily, just as the man blew himself up, the three of them were already safely inside the barrier. Yiwu cursed in his heart because it had clearly been less than a minute, but that person suddenly lost control. Yiwu guessed that when that person hit his head and went crazy, his brain might be damaged and out of control. When Yiwu looked at the two women in front of him, I became awkward and immediately let go of the two of them. Yiwu apologized while asking if they were all okay. Luckily, they were fine. They expressed their thanks because Yiwu saved them in time. Yiwu approached the crystal shard and thought that after wasting a long time, I finally got a satisfactory result. But the Old World King's Landing Church is really not easy to deal with. Not only could they plot monsters to attack the city, but they could also summon ancient and more powerful gods from powerhouses who only cared about making money. Yiwu had already ruined their plans. This young man wondered if they would appear to look for him. Whatever their next steps, Yiwu will do whatever it takes to protect himself and his family. Yiwu took out a fairly small piece of crystal. The system explained that the data from the magic crystal was unknown. Yiwu realized that his opponent must have carried out special secret treatment on the magic crystal so that it could not be detected like now. Yiwu immediately called Wise to detect the crystal. In a short time, Wise managed to identify the crystal and explained that it was a blood demon crystal. It was refined from ancient magic crystals and blood, and the blood component consisted of mostly human blood and a small amount of monster blood. Wise said that many people had been killed to make the crystal, so it's really evil. Yiwu guessed that this was the so-called sacrifice to the ancient god by blood. But strangely, apart from human blood, there is also monster blood in the crystal. Yiwu realized it seemed like he had really gotten into big trouble. Several times his communicator also kept buzzing noisily. This young man suspected that the error occurred due to interference from the crystal. Suddenly, Maioya shouted, telling everyone to look up at the sky. Currently, the gap in the sky is still forming very wide. The girl said that although the space crack had stopped opening, the crack in the sky had not completely disappeared. It seems that just destroying one magic circle can't completely stop the summoning ritual. Yiwu wondered, will the leveling still continue? If Yiwu continued trying to destroy the entire magic circle, then he would further expose his whereabouts and also his family's, so they would face even higher danger. But just giving up was no guarantee that the space crack would stop opening. While Yiwu was focused on thinking about what he should do next, suddenly a wolf monster appeared right behind him. A second before Yiwu was hit by the monster's attack, someone appeared to destroy the monster with just one attack. Then a man's deep voice said that he didn't expect to see Yiwu in that place in a daze, to the point of not realizing the appearance of a monster right behind him. When the monster was gone, Senior Ancheng appeared, and with a confident smile, he asked whether his presence had frightened or shocked the three of them. Maioya immediately approached Ancheng and looked very happy when he saw the young man. Yiwu also smiled, looking at Ancheng. But this young man thought that Senior Ancheng was the real danger. Even so, Yiwu still expressed his thanks because his senior had saved his life again. But Miss Siyu reminded Yiwu not to be too humble. After all, it was just a low-level monster that couldn't possibly cause too big of an injury to Yiwu. Miss Siyu doesn't seem to like Ancheng. Miss Siyu heard that Ancheng was the red man of the Huangjang group, who did not stay in the team, and often went to the 9th zone to gather, and strangely, Ancheng appeared right after the three of them destroyed the energy shield. Miss Siyu pointed a gun at Ancheng's head and said, "It's hard to believe, Ancheng." So Miss Siyu asked fiercely, "What does Ancheng want?" Even though Maioya had said that she didn't feel any negative energy from Ancheng, Miss Siyu still ignored it. Ancheng then answered that although there are some contradictions between them at the top level, this does not mean that the two of them have to be enemies with each other. So Ancheng asked Miss Siyu to put down her gun. Yiwu also said that the current problem is much more important, and the core frictions of the past must be put aside to solve the problems of the present. And with the addition of Senior Ancheng, their combat effectiveness will be more efficient. Although his face was smiling, in his heart, Yiwu was smiling slyly because the senior took the initiative to propose to himself. Yiwu planned to pretend to trust the senior first and then speak slowly until the senior revealed all the secrets he had. Finally, Miss Siyu put away her gun and said that she had to give a face to Yiwu. But that didn't mean that Miss Siyu had gotten rid of her doubts about Ancheng. Because after all, this beautiful lady would not be easily fooled by Ancheng's mask of kindness. Yiwu also asked Senior Ancheng not to worry too much about Miss Siyu. Because the woman was often careful, she didn't accidentally suspect seniors. So Yiwu thought it was just a misunderstanding. Senior Ancheng also said that it was just a misunderstanding. Then the senior explained that he also lived in Zone 9, so he wanted to help evacuate loyal residents around there. But then he heard an explosion and rushed to see the situation. Yiwu said that they were the ones who made that explosion sound because they had just destroyed the magic circle, but looking at the current situation, there was another magic circle. It turns out that Senior Ancheng also noticed the strangeness of the tear in the sky. The senior invited Yiwu to quickly close the dimensional tear. Before that, Yiwu said that this was a selfless act, but why was the senior still willing to participate in it? Ancheng answered because 9 is his hometown. The place was full of beautiful memories, so he didn't want it to be destroyed, that's all. Then Ancheng honestly explained that this sentence was a statement of high emotional intelligence. Meanwhile, the argument for low IQ is that completing a mission of this magnitude will result in him getting a bonus from the team. This single helped his promotion. When they wanted to continue the mission to destroy the circle themselves next, Maioya said that she likely wouldn't come because she was worried that she wouldn't be able to help anything and would just be a burden to everyone. Yiwu explained that the reality was not like that. Thanks to Maioya's perception ability, they were able to find the first matching circle, so the girl's ability is very important to them. Miss Siyu calmed Maioya by saying that the young girl's abilities were much more useful than hers. Miss Siyu asked Maioya to be more enthusiastic because they would soon search for the rest of the magic circle and then go to Maioya's parents' place. Hearing Miss Siyu's words made Maioya more enthusiastic, and we'll try our best to help them. Now the four of them are excited to go together to look for the remaining Betel circles. It was at this time that Ancheng's seniors asked Yiwu to explain the specific information before they began to attack the next magic circle. Yiwu said it was no problem and they could talk while walking towards the next location. After they found the location of the second magic circle, Senior Ancheng asked how to destroy that energy. Yiwu replied that he couldn't use the same method as before. So does Senior Ancheng know of another way? Because the protection device used by the circle was produced by Huangjeng. Senior Ancheng was very shocked when he heard this. He just found out it was like that. No wonder they all suspected that Huangjeng group was colluding with that heretical church. Miss Siyu replied, why not? Because Ancheng is a red man, he knows more than the three of them. So why didn't Ancheng explain it instead of pleading in front of them? Hearing Miss Siyu's sarcastic remarks made Ancheng smile awkwardly. Ancheng said that he was just an ordinary member instead of a red man. But this young man said that Miss Siyu's suspicions were reasonable. Moreover, the current situation is difficult to explain without misunderstanding. Ancheng said that he could only explain that the Huangjeng group never chooses people in business, and it doesn't matter who their weapons are sold to as long as they can make money. So the current situation doesn't explain anything. Yiwu confirmed Ancheng's words. He also believes in Ancheng 100%. But Yiwu still suggested that his senior show some real actions to prove himself in front of Miss Siyu, so that Miss Siyu no longer suspects the senior. Senior Ancheng is willing to do that. He will break the shield to prove himself. Luckily, he brought a useful item, namely overloading a secret model generator. Senior Ancheng threw the generator and it went straight into the shield, destroying the shield. Yiwu Til was shocked to see that the little guy's item had such great power that it destroyed the energy shield very easily. After that, Senior Ancheng moved as fast as lightning to kill 3 people in mysterious robes who activated the magic circle. Senior Ancheng said the boat of trust cannot be overturned. Maioya Til was shocked to see that Senior Ancheng could kill the 3 of them in just a short time. Miss Siyu was even very surprised to see the young man's abilities. Senior Ancheng explained that although the Huangjeng group is not picky about sellers to avoid attacks with self-produced weapons, they enter the back door of the weapons and properties they sell. And a new generator is only used as the backdoor to destroy the shield cover. Senior Ancheng smiled and asked can they believe it now, because he had told all such secrets. Even so, suddenly Senior Ancheng received a very fast and powerful attack terrible Dari Yiwu. After the crystal was destroyed, Yiwu told his senior that he forgot to do the most important thing, which was to destroy the blood demon crystal. Then Yiwu explained that if the crystal wasn't destroyed then they couldn't completely prevent the space crack in space. Senior Ancheng asked Yiwu to tell him earlier so that he wouldn't be shocked. Yiwu said it was good for Senior Ancheng to join them because work efficiency could be much higher. And now Miss Siyu will say no more. Yiwu patted Senior Ancheng's shoulder while saying that the young man was indeed a great legend of their academy. Senior Ancheng asked his junior not to praise him too much. Yiwu invited them to move on to the next point. At this moment, Senior Ancheng thought that the speed of Yiwu's sword just now was so fast that he almost couldn't react. But the sword was aimed at him, almost hitting him. So he wondered in his heart what Yiwu's attitude meant. But according to him, his junior is not as bad as he seems. Finally, the 4 of them arrived at the 3rd point, and it turns out it was the last magic crystal. After they destroyed the shield and the 3 people who triggered the crystal, Senior Ancheng asked everyone to move away because he was going to destroy the crystal. Before the senior destroyed the crystal, Yiwu thought there was something strange. Everything went too easily, except for the protective cover. Yiwu wondered if it was true, there was no second protective measure. Would the old world landing church be so careless? Suddenly the 3 mysterious men who had activated the blood crystal were sucked in by the giant crystal. Even though their condition was in danger, the 3 foreign men laughed happily because they felt like they were being called by God and would soon be one with God. Visible, the bodies of the 3 men were sucked in by the blood crystal. Yiwu immediately told the others to prepare to fight the enemy, because this must be the last choice of the old world king landing church at the last moment. At this moment, the bodies of the 3 men had already become a terrifying giant monster that was level 60. The 3 heads of the monster were saying different things. One of the terrible heads said that he would eliminate everyone who prevented the appearance of God. One of the heads begged for forgiveness because he didn't break up until he failed to bring a god into this world. Senior Ancheng ordered everyone to move according to his instructions. He suggested everyone hide behind Ancheng's back. The young man will distract the monster, then Maioya will heal his cell phone, while Yiwu and Miss Siyu have to help him. But Yiwu prevented Senior Ancheng's plan, because the level difference between all of them was too great. The monster immediately attacked them and said that a small human who dared to try to challenge the god's messenger was considered arrogant and deserved to be beaten. And Cheng was stunned by the attack of such a powerful monster. He just realized that this was what a level 60 monster's attack was like. With just one attack, and Cheng's body was thrown far enough that his weapon was destroyed. Then the monster turned to Miss Siyu. Luckily, Yiwu managed to catch Miss Siyu in time and protected their bodies with his special barrier. While maintaining the energy shield, Yiwu reminded Miss Siyu not to be dazed and to hold her weapon tightly. Then don't dodge in time. Yiwu complained greatly because the creature's speed was not much but its strength was too abnormal, and different from the opponents he encountered before. Yiwu's energy shield lost quite a significant amount of its energy in a short period. Yiwu realized that after the monster destroyed 10 layers of energy shield, there was still some attack power that the monster could exert. Yiwu was no longer comfortable and so took a step back quite far because he probably couldn't survive the monster's attack any longer. Yiwu put Miss Siyu down so that she had more freedom to attack the monster. Yiwu thought he should change defense to attack to have a greater chance of winning. According to his experience so far, Yiwu could face a difference of 20 levels above him. As long as the monster doesn't understand the attack pattern, then there is a good chance of being able to kill the monster with its abilities. Yiwu threw his attack with full strength, but the attack did not make any impact on the monster. Yiwu realized that the monster was very difficult to deal with. Even with his powerful attack, Yiwu could only deal a little damage to the monster. Miss Siyu asked Yiwu to retreat again because the elite monster's defense was too abnormal. Even their combined strength couldn't possibly break the monster's defenses. The monster continued to attack Yiwu with enormous power. The monster says God will not forgive people who have sinned and run away like that. Yiwu guessed that the monster's terrifying ability must have come from the crystal magic that covered its entire body. According to him, the monster was troublesome. Yiwu threw a red crystal under the monster's feet, and then in an instant an energy shield was created to block the monster's body. The monster was angry and said there was no danger he could be endured by such a shield. One of the monster's heads kept telling God to punish arrogant and weak humans. Before Senior and Cheng attacked the monster again, Yiwu immediately gave him a sword that looked quite tough. Yiwu explained that it was a sword taken from the hands of the captain of the Black Tiger Army. Senior and Cheng can use that sword if he wants. In Yiwu's opinion, it was not a wise choice to escape. They should have held off the monster a little longer and used the time available to find out its weaknesses and come up with the best strategic tactics to defeat the monster. While looking at Yiwu, Senior and Cheng looked amazed. He didn't expect that his junior could be calm and thought that his actual combat experience would be more than Senior and Cheng. Suddenly, Maioya felt dizzy because he felt the weakness of the monster. Yiwu exclaimed happily because he didn't expect the girl's abilities to always surprise him. Yiwu asked where the monster's weakness was. Maioya said that he felt the magic power in the boss monster's body seemed to be transported by the huge magic crystal on his shoulders. At this moment, Yiwu realized that there was indeed something that looked like a beating heart inside the crystal. But the crux of the problem is how to destroy that enormous blood demon crystal. Yiwu tried to ask Weiss about the monster's weakness. Weiss then gave him a suggestion after going through a thorough analysis which he carried out, namely to use the blood demon magic crystal that Yiwu had previously obtained to strengthen the weapon and use the same attribute to offset the hardness bonus. Yiwu immediately understood Weiss's suggestion like tooth against tooth. He will try to do it. Yiwu started by borrowing Siyu's weapon. Even though the woman was curious, she gave it to Yiwu. Yiwu then tried to change and strengthen Siyu's weapons. Siyu was of course amazed to find out that Yiwu had such abilities. Siyu's wind chaser is combined with the blood demon magic crystal and turns into a bloodthirsty wind chaser which can even penetrate armor and absorb cell phones with an attack speed increased by 30%. Of course, Siyu is very happy to be able to get a new weapon that has many special effects. At that time the monsters attacked again and Yiwu immediately asked Siyu to try an attack to see the effect the new weapon could have. At that moment, Siyu immediately fired her gun and the monster was in pain because the bullet could penetrate the defense now. And Cheng, who saw it, also couldn't believe that what Yiwu did was successful. He wanted to know how the man could do it. Yiwu realized that the weapon did not do much damage to the monsters. Even the monster would probably recover in a short time. If he wanted to defeat the monster, Yiwu knew that he needed a strong weapon, but he currently didn't have one. And Cheng then admitted that he had a powerful weapon. Previously, when he went to the black market, he bought an extra melee weapon for the team. But he wasn't sure what Yiwu could do with it. That's when Cheng sent a trade request for power gloves. Yiwu immediately accepted it. On the other hand, the monster was getting angrier because Siyu's attacks were causing him pain. However, Siyu could feel that the control effect she had was decreasing and she immediately asked Cheng to help her restrain the monster for 20 seconds. Cheng of course immediately helped Siyu. On the other hand, Yiwu had received power gloves from Cheng. Yiwu immediately asked Weiss to look for items that could be used to increase the power of the gloves. Weiss soon found it. The power gloves can be paired with a micro-rocket propeller, which is usually used to modify cars or planes and is in the principal's collection. Yiwu of course didn't expect that such a modified item existed. Plus it turns out the principal likes things like racing. Yiwu didn't expect it, but he didn't have time to complain anymore and had to quickly unite these three things with the Blood Demon magic crystal. The monsters got even angrier and kept trying to attack Siyuan and Cheng. And Cheng found it increasingly difficult as he couldn't keep up with his speed. If he continued like that, he would soon run out of cell phones. And Cheng immediately asked Yiwu if he was ready. Yiwu needed a little more time, and that's when something suddenly attacked the monster's sword. Yiwu finally returns with a new weapon and tells Cheng that they did a good job and now it's his turn. He will attack the monster. At that time the monster was afraid and could only ask the gods for help. The monster was confused because Yiwu's attack suddenly became very strong. The monsters were worried that Yiwu could destroy their magic crystal. Yiwu of course still attacked with confidence. Now the monster was of no use to him other than gaining experience points. He also wouldn't say anything to anyone else. The monster naturally thought Yiwu was arrogant. He was the child chosen and blessed by the ancient gods, so he would not be affected by a small ant like Yiwu. The monster felt that it only needed to pay serious attention to its defense, and then nothing could break its defense. That's when Yiwu attacked again and hit the monster. For him, whatever the ancient god did would have no effect on him who was a new god. The monster was of course even angrier because Yiwu had insulted the god. Yiwu had dared to claim to be the new god and therefore he would bear the punishment of 10,000 arrows. That's when the monsters attacked, but everyone around Yiwu asked the man to stay focused because they were the ones who would take care of the arrows. Yiwu was of course touched by his friend's attitude. Siyu reminded them again that their hope now only lies in Yiwu. Only he could break the monster's defenses, so he shouldn't waste his energy on such a small thing. And Cheng immediately confirmed. He asked Yiwu to attack the monsters with all his strength because they all relied on Yiwu. Yiwu quickly regained his spirits and was determined to end things quickly. When Yiwu tried to attack, who would have thought that his attack was blocked? Yiwu was shocked because he realized that the monster was protected by a god's realm, which was a level 60 magic barrier. The monster spoke again confidently that Yiwu might be able to damage his magic crystal, but it was impossible to break through the god's realm. Yiwu immediately noticed that 2 of the 3 heads were continuing to cast spells, and that meant the magic barrier would continue to recharge. Yiwu was of course annoyed because he, who had reached that level, was still not strong enough to fight monsters. On the other hand, warnings continued to sound because Yiwu's attacks that were too excessive could cause him to overload. Of course, the monster laughed because he knew what Yiwu did would be useless. Nothing could penetrate his absolute defense. Yiwu was increasingly annoyed because he should have attacked the heart on the monster's right shoulder from the start. Yiwu regretted his stupidity. Yiwu ended up completely overloaded, which made his stamina value continue to decrease with 30 seconds remaining. The monsters who saw Yiwu helpless naturally became happy. The monster was confident that its defense, which even received praise from the priests, would not be able to be broken by Yiwu. The monster that was fighting Yiwu would see who would fall first. Of course, Yiwu wanted to know about the priest that the monster had mentioned. Is the priest their superior? However, Yiwu tried to refocus on destroying the monster's defense. If he couldn't even defeat that monster, how would he be able to defeat the ancient god in the future? Yiwu felt that he had to use absolute strength to suppress the recovery speed of the monster's magic barrier. He immediately asked for Weiss' help to find items that could be used to quickly increase his strength. However, Weiss could only apologize because she didn't have any, even the most basic options they didn't have. Yiwu thought about the strength potion and immediately knew that if he could consume it then he could increase his strength. Yiwu immediately asked which other comrades might have strength potions as he needed one. And Cheng immediately apologized because he didn't have it. Although he bought a lot of things before, they didn't include strength potions. Maioya doesn't have either, but she has an agility potion and will offer it to Yiwu. Yiwu immediately asked Siyu if the woman had any potions. I will immediately pay if Siyu gives me the strength potion. Siyu immediately gave me the potion and said that Yiwu didn't need to talk to me about money, because the thing that worries him is the side effects that the drug will give. The strength potion is a Hercules magic potion which increases the strength attribute by 300% for 1 minute but will make the user weak for 2 hours after the effect ends. Yiwu, who noticed the side effects, was also worried because it could be fatal. Siyu asks if Yiwu doesn't intend to save his family after the fight is over, because if Yiwu becomes weak, then he won't be able to do anything. However, Yiwu immediately drank the power potion which shocked Siyu. He was annoyed because his words were not listened to at all. Yiwu looked very confident in what he was doing. Yiwu admitted that he would discuss it later, because if he couldn't even get through this critical period, then they wouldn't be able to talk about anything anymore. After all, Yiwu believed his family was still safe there. Suddenly, Yiwu felt a change in his body. The monsters also noticed the change in Yiwu. The monster felt it had to act immediately, but before it had time to move, Yiwu attacked it repeatedly. The monster was in pain, but even with Yiwu's great strength, it realized that Yiwu's attack was very careless. At that time, Myoya was immediately asked to heal Yiwu's HP. However, Myoya couldn't follow him because Yiwu's HP dropped too quickly. On the other hand, the monsters were starting to feel overwhelmed by Yiwu's attacks that were too fast, so their barrier recovery speed couldn't keep up. However, Yiwu currently didn't have much HP. As long as the monsters could see the opportunity to unlock the defense and then give Yiwu a fatal blow, then they would be able to win. However, who would have thought that Yiwu managed to break through the boss monster's god's realm and immediately attack their hearts? The boss monster became hysterical because of a damaged heart even though he had already received God's blessing. Even though the monster lost in the end, he told Yiwu not to get too excited. Even if Yiwu won, he would not be able to prevent the arrival of the ancient god. Monsters call for the landing church of the kings of the old world. Another head in the monster beast also said that more members of their church would come after Yiwu. That man, his family, and his friends would die miserably. Yiwu was of course not convinced by what the monster said. That will not happen to him or anyone else, for he is the one who will destroy the entire church of the old world King's Landing. Seeing the monster's defeat and Yiwu's victory, everyone cheered. They praised Yiwu's astonishing abilities. In return, Yiwu also got 200,000 X points and 50,000 gold. Apart from that, Yiwu also took several items belonging to monsters, such as Strengthening Material Hardened Magic Crystal, Level 60 Skill Book God's Domain, and Summon Magic Crystal Call of the New God. At that time, Yiwu entered a weak state within 2 hours. Yiwu was so relieved that everything was over. Now he asks what to do next. With his current condition, that meant he had to rely on Encheng, Siyu, and Myoya, but it felt so wrong. While Yiwu was still lying down, Encheng had already stood up and looked ready to attack. Siyu and Myoya naturally quickly intervened. Siyu immediately asked what Encheng would do to Yiwu. The woman suspected a fox had finally appeared among them. On the other hand, Myoya also asks what happened to Encheng and reminds him that Yiwu is a friend of all of them. Of course, Encheng shouldn't hurt him. Encheng, as if he had misunderstood, immediately put down his sword. He told the two women that everything was just a misunderstanding. He did lose control, but it was all unintentional. Women don't need to panic. Of course, Siyu didn't immediately believe it. Either Encheng thinks you are too smart or Siyu is too stupid, but she will not believe Encheng's nonsense. Encheng then explained that they had all just faced the test of life and death, so why was everyone still doubting me? I was just shocked to see Yiwu's strength that was shown just now. Encheng didn't have any evil intentions at all, but even if I had the intention to kill, neither Siyu nor Myoya, who were just beautiful women, would be able to stop me. Encheng then came forward to help Yiwu. I will carry the man on my back. Yiwu certainly gladly accepted the help since he couldn't even walk. However, Myoya still praised the extraordinary Yiwu. Anyone else would have been lying down and unconscious, but Yiwu could still stand and walk. The man was incredibly powerful. Yiwu asked Myoya not to be too surprised because it was just the effect of his practicing regularly. He also asked Siyu not to be too nervous. Encheng and the rest of them have become friends, so there is no need to be suspicious of each other and they have to trust each other. Encheng of course agreed. Weiss said that Encheng was filled with a pitch-black spectrum that showed full intent to kill, but that intent was directionless. Weiss also didn't know who the murderous intent was directed at, whether on Yiwu or someone else. However, Yiwu felt that Encheng was very suspicious. So for now, I'll pretend to believe it. After all, he still needed Encheng to be his bodyguard. Yiwu didn't care about Encheng's goals or secrets because as long as he didn't make a move, Yiwu could use him for personal gain. Encheng then invited Yiwu to rest for 5 minutes and then set off again. Yiwu immediately agreed at that time. Myoya, who looked at the sky, realized that the space crack had finally disappeared completely. Siyu immediately confirmed. Myoya was so happy because they managed to prevent the arrival of the ancient god who was the biggest threat. At that time, Yiwu immediately asked the two not to be too happy. Even though the space gap had been successfully closed, the crisis of the invasion of the monster army had not yet ended. They must always be alert because their lives are now in their hands. Yiwu, who had just lay down, then immediately got back up. He remembered that communication should have been restored because the blood demon magic crystal had already been destroyed. Siyu immediately contacted Miss Mo. However, before Siyu tried it, it was Yiwu who got a phone call from Miss Mo Kier. Of course, Siyu was surprised that Mo Kier contacted Yiwu first. As soon as communication returned to normal, Siyu wondered why Yiwu seemed to be so important to Mo Kier. Seeing Yiwu talking to Miss Mo, Siyu's feelings were complicated. I don't know who I'm jealous of. Is it Yiwu or Miss Mo? On the other hand, the phone calls continued. Miss Mo reported on the relationship between Huangjang and the Old World King's Landing Church, which became more and more interesting over time. I'll think about it later, but right now Miss Mo is safe and has contacted the help group. Even though it took time, Miss Mo asked Yiwu to stay where she was and not move because I would come there. But Yiwu didn't want Miss Mo to come because it would only waste time. Yiwu wanted them to meet at the secret passage leading to the 8th zone near the connecting bridge. Yiwu immediately sent the coordinates to Miss Mo. Miss Mo immediately agreed to meet at that location. In her heart, Miss Mo didn't think that Yiwu even knew about the secret passage. Yiwu is not a simple man as expected of the man I like. That's when Cheng teased. He admitted that he was worried seeing the weak condition shown by Yiwu. Moreover, Yiwu was a man that Miss Mo liked, so things like that had to be handled seriously. Yiwu could only thank him and confirm that he was fine. And Cheng then said that he heard rumors about Yiwu and Miss Mo's closeness. At first, I thought it was just a joke, but after seeing it for myself, now he believes it and feels jealous because of that closeness. Yiwu wasn't sure, but for him, the presence of Miss Mo as his support was indeed very important. That woman was the one who made Yiwu want to work hard. The group then continued their journey. Yiwu and the others finally arrived at the bridge connecting the 9th safe zone. Everyone jostled and tried to get in, but the door was closed. They wanted to be rescued, but the officers were waiting for a message from their superiors. They were worried that the monsters were already chasing behind them. On the other hand, Yiwu's family was already waiting worriedly. Mo Ke was relieved that they were already there. They definitely wouldn't be able to enter through the connecting bridge. At this time, the screams of the residents were also so loud that they could be heard reaching their location. Yiwu truly had extraordinary instincts. But on the other hand, Yiwu's mother was worried because her son hadn't arrived yet. Yunfei asked the mother to calm down. She has contacted her brother and I will also come soon. Yiwu is very strong, so her brother will be fine. That's when Nana pointed at the master. Yiwu and others arrived leisurely at the secret passage of the 8th zone. Everyone greets each other. Yunfei ran and immediately hugged her brother. She was relieved that Yiwu was fine because they were all worried about her. Dad was also very relieved because their family's reunion was a blessing. At that time Nana cried when she saw Yiwu's arrival. However, inside I was disgusted by the feelings of such a low-level creature. She even almost vomited because of him. Yiwu approached her and said that she had worked hard. I also thanked Nana for keeping her family safe. Nana said she would do anything for Yiwu. Once again in her body, I can feel Yiwu who is still very weak and can kill him. The problem is that the body cannot act according to the real me. She must immediately find a way to get rid of that young man. But suddenly, a voice interrupted the Yiwu family gathering. The voice belonged to Miss Mo, which made Yiwu realize that they didn't have time to be too happy anymore. The boss who led the monster invasion, namely Kashua Akao, finally appeared. Miss Mo then explained that the appearance of the boss Kashua Akao made the monster group stabilize and have no tendency to attack the 8th zone. However, that meant the 9th zone would immediately become a world dungeon where humans would no longer be able to live there and would have to evacuate. Yiwu was of course surprised because the world dungeon meant the place would become a nest for them and meant they would get closer to humans. Of course, Yiwu wanted to know what the monsters' true plans were for the future. Miss Mo again explains that monsters are just a group of creatures with unreasonable behavior. However, what should be paid more attention to is the existence of bosses who have reached level 90. Yiwu was once again shocked because level 90 was no longer a joke. Maioa believes that even professional teams will have difficulty facing the boss. See, you couldn't even believe the information. Although I'm sure Miss Mo couldn't possibly lie, this fact doesn't make sense. Miss Mo revealed that everything Miss Mo said was true. I've even seen it with my own eyes. Everyone was naturally surprised to hear that Miss Mo had seen the boss monster. Miss Mo then explained that I did see the boss monster from a distance, but even the look in the boss monster's eyes seemed like it could kill me. The monster knew Miss Mo's whereabouts, and before it managed to attack, the guards immediately took Miss Mo to escape from there. That boss monster almost killed me. Even just remembering that incident made Miss Mo tremble. Even though I'm not afraid of death, the aura of that monster makes her so scared that she can't even suppress it. At that time Yiwu tried to calm Miss Mo down. Yiwu asked the girl to no longer be afraid because even being able to survive was already extraordinary. Miss Mo is of course fine. She is not a little girl who needs to be comforted. They had to return to discussing the main topic. Miss Mo had already contacted the Hanmo Group's Monster Beast Research Institute and confirmed that this boss was one of the 28 stars. Of course, everyone didn't know what Miss Mo meant. Miss Mo explained again that since the start of the Old Earth Age, all the monsters and beasts in that world had mutated. Scholars have discovered through years of research that monsters' power levels are regulated according to certain laws. This law only corresponds to the 4 elephants Qinglong, Xuanwu, Zhuke, and Beiyu. Under the 4 elephants, there are 7 constellations which are combined into 28 constellations. The easier explanation is that there are a total of 28 boss monsters in the monster group. so it's natural that no one has heard of it because the information is not open to the public. Kashua Akau is one of the 4 Kinglong elephants. In history, Kashua Akau had massacred more than a dozen low-level cities, even though some people have tried to fight back with crusades. However, until now everything has failed. Yiwu immediately understood that the failure was because up until now the presence of the monster had not affected the interests of the big groups. Small-scale crusades are simply attempts to sacrifice oneself. However, based on the current situation, if such riots continued to occur, then large groups like the Hanmo group would also be affected. Miss Mo of course said yes. The Hanmo group has even sent elites to form a dungeon strategy team that will soon come to their place. According to reliable sources, other large groups are also gathering team members to become the first group of assassins to obtain rare items from boss monsters. One of them is the Huangzhang group, which is in Cheng's place. The man also confirmed it was because maybe a group of people would be on their way at that time. Yiwu was quite impressed because this event was able to attract the attention of many teams from large groups to fight to become the first killer. Yiwu was curious whether the boss monster gave special gifts like legendary items. Miss Mo immediately confirmed. The boss at level 28 of the constellation had its territory, so if a team can kill the monster for the first time, then they can get the key to open the monster's territory. The region held all kinds of rare resources that the boss monsters had collected. The amount is also equivalent to 5 times the results of a dungeon of the same level. If cashed in, the amount could even reach 2 billion. Of course, Yiwu was tempted to hear the fantastic number. He wanted to try to conquer it even though he was currently still weak. At that time, Cheng approached Yiwu. He asked if Yiwu had any plans to defeat the level 90 boss monster. Of course, Yiwu didn't have any plans. A level 90 dungeon boss was far beyond his reach. The only possible thing was that he would have to use a large number of experience points to open a new account, but he didn't know how it would turn out yet. On the other hand, Miss Mo immediately asked everyone to retreat to Zone 8. Miss Mo also mentioned about the civilians who would slowly be saved if the team members succeeded in killing the boss. They all did right away. Then a man asked Yiwu about the coordinates of the secret waypoint, which had been confidential information among the security team. So, how could Yiwu find out? Yiwu said that I was informed by a female security member who seemed to be part of the Tiancheng group. Shenfei, who heard it, immediately asked Yiwu about the woman's identity. I asked if the female member was Qin Lu. He also wanted to know Qin Lu's condition. Another man asked Shenfei to calm down, but the man showed him a photo. Yiwu was quite surprised because he didn't think that the woman was Qin Lu. He also suspected that there was a relationship between Shenfei and Qin Lu. With a heavy heart, Yiwu says that Qin Lu was killed by a monster after trying to cover up her escape and also gives him the coordinates. For Yiwu, Qin Lu is a good woman. Hearing the bad news, Shenfei was of course devastated. I can't believe that Qin Lu is gone. Another man immediately tried to calm Shenfei down. At least Qin Lu was not a traitor and her sacrifice was worth it. For Shenfei, it was still the case that Qin Lu was dead and everything was no longer valuable. Yiwu, who heard, could only confirm. In that era of their lives, the only thing of value was life. Deep down, Yiwu could only apologize because I couldn't help much other than covering up the facts with white lies so that Shenfei could feel a little better. Yunfei immediately pointed to an exit ahead of her brother. I was too busy looking forward to not realizing that the situation behind me was bad. But suddenly, Yunfei was asked to stop by a group of people. They claimed to be the rulers of the mountain, so the person asked Yunfei to pay if they all wanted to live. Yiwu naturally wanted to know who the group of people who knew the secret passage were. Yunfei couldn't help but be frightened looking at these men who had such a high level and were not ordinary people. On the other hand, Nana also hopes to tell Yiwu that these people are dangerous. The man naturally didn't care much about the secret passage. They are just treasure hunters who have gone through many battles. He had heard that the 9th zone was attacked by monsters and that was why they stopped there. They've been waiting for a long time and haven't gotten a single business. But now he got a big fish who was none other than Miss Mo. Miss Mo didn't expect the man to recognize her. However, since that man dared to rob in the middle of the street like that, it meant that he was very confident. Miss Mo also felt that she had seen the man somewhere. She wanted to know which team the guy was from. The man felt honored because of Miss Mono, but his team was successful in the past and is now just a free treasure hunter. Their goal this time in entering the safe zone was to replenish equipment, but who would have thought that they would be faced with a troublesome war situation? Therefore, the foreign man would let everyone go as long as they left behind equipment, items, and money. The man once again asked everyone to cooperate hand over valuables and they definitely won't feel any pain. Miss Mo will certainly not give up easily. So far, she has met many people who look down on her, but it's not uncommon for bad luck to turn around for her. Miss Mo assured the man that he would continue his efforts. The man confidently stated that he would continue because so far his efforts had never been successful. Miss Mo of course accepted his challenge and began to deploy her guards. The man was certainly not too surprised. He had heard about Miss Mo's pair of powerful twin guards. However, his second attack was so weak that he was able to block it without too much effort. If that is truly their greatest strength, then that is very disappointing. The man who was level 65 could easily withstand the attacks of 2 level 60 guards. Of course, Yiwu was also very surprised. Even though the man was level 65, it was impossible to catch 2 level 60 attacks with one hand. Yiwu asked if the man was really that strong. Yiwu knew exactly the strength of the 2 bodyguards, so there must be some reason behind it. Then Yiwu realized that the 2 guards were still affected by the attack from the previous level 90 boss monster, so it's no surprise that they are much weaker than usual. Yiwu realized that it was a big problem. The man managed to grab the 2 guards' heads. He told Miss Mo that he could squeeze the heads of the 2 guards. However, the right to decide life and death was both in Miss Mo's hands. The man said that Miss Mo was good at weighing the pros and cons. He reminded Miss Mo that all leaders must know that the most valuable thing in that era was the people, especially those who lived and died with him. Siyu, who didn't accept it, asked the man to let go of the guard, but Miss Mo asked him not to be careless. That's when a laser was aimed at Siyu's head and a man asked her not to move. Right now the best way to survive is to listen to Miss Mo's words. Otherwise, he would make a hole in Siyu's beautiful face. The man also threatened another man who was standing at the end not to move because his head might become a cactus because of all the sharp weapons that were aimed at his head. The other men could also see that the remaining person was already quite obedient. Moreover, their level is also quite small, so they are not at all worrying. The man looked busy eating because he was hungry. Meanwhile, another man felt that his reading activities were disturbed by his colleague's words. Yiwu watched all those people and saw how everyone's level and temperament were completely different from the treasure hunters I met in the black market. Not only was their strength extraordinary, but they also had perfect cooperation. Yiwu only had 30 minutes left in his weak state. Even if he managed to recover, he wouldn't be able to win without strong support. However, the thing that annoyed him the most was that the 2 million he had just gotten earlier meant that he would disappear with the robbers. Miss Mo said that money was not important to her. He has more than 80 million and he can give it to all of them. He just wanted his men to be released. Miss Mo also requested that the men let go of everyone who was with her because they would not amount to anything. Of course, the man was happy to hear that and felt satisfied with the decision of Miss Mo, who was the eldest daughter of the Hanmo family. The man let go of Miss Mo's 2 bodyguards. However, of course, he wasn't joking when he said he wanted everyone's possessions. For him, even fly legs were considered meat. Their journey to the safe zone wasn't easy at all, so he had to maximize his income. After all, in the wilderness, apart from strength, it was difficult to live without money, so he still insisted on getting all the treasures on everyone's bodies. Otherwise, they would not be able to guarantee their safety. Miss Mo once again asked the man to come to her if the money he gave her was not enough. However, Yiwu quickly restrained him. He immediately thanked Miss Mo for protecting them, but with their current condition, they couldn't afford to make the robbers even more angry because of the disproportionate results they would get later. However, in his heart, he is the person who is most reluctant to spend money. However, for everyone's safety, he had to give up everything. The robber did not expect that Miss Mo, who had a high rank, would try to protect Yiwu, who was just an ordinary citizen. However, he didn't think too much about it and went back to asking for all of Yiwu's entourage's treasures. He wanted everyone to give it voluntarily because if they dared to ask for it back, they would only feel pain. After that, the process of handing over the goods was carried out. Someone reported that the confiscation process was complete. They even managed to raise a lot of money. They didn't expect that Yiwu's group, which looked inconspicuous, was so rich. The leader of the robbers was of course very happy and grateful for their hospitality. As promised, he will leave there soon. However, a man said that Yu Chen fell asleep again after reading. On the other hand, and Cheng asked Yiwu to cheer up. Money is only a possession that is separated from the body. The most important thing is that their lives are saved. However, Yiwu, who was still feeling sad, didn't need In Cheng's comforting words at all. For him, sadness is a very natural reaction that has absolutely nothing to do with reason. However, at that time Miss Mo called the robbers again. He seemed to remember the man as someone from the Huangjiang group, which was Huang's team. The man calmly confirmed Miss Mo's words. He would no longer hide his identity. He used to be part of Huang's team, namely the Renault Grey Wolf. The man immediately said yes, and that meant he had told him his name. He also said that if the Hanmo group wanted revenge or something, they could come to him. He as Renault will wait for the presence of the Hanmo group in the wilderness at any time. At that time, Cheng asked the group to stop and immediately killed one of Renault's men, Feng Xing. Of course, Renault was angry when someone dared to attack his brother, and Cheng then came forward and asked once again if it was true that the man was a Renault Grey Wolf. And Cheng admitted that he had been looking for 5 years and he never expected to meet him there. Of course, Renault didn't recognize Cheng. He asked who the man was and what was wrong with the bone knife in his hand. However, Renault didn't think much about it and he would make sure Cheng went to hell. Yu Wu was also surprised to see the changes in Cheng's body. Not only did his hands grow bone blades like a Zerg, but he also managed to kill a level 50 person in one attack. Cheng had been hiding his strength all this time, but he still didn't expect that Cheng's appearance could change like that. On the other hand, Cheng did not expect to meet the Renault Grey Wolf in such a location. He had been looking for him for 5 years to do one thing. Renault is certainly confused and still wants to know who Cheng really is and whether they knew each other before. Renault asks Cheng to explain himself, especially since he just killed his brother. He immediately ordered all his men to kill Cheng first before they killed Cheng's other colleagues. He was determined to bury his younger brother along with Cheng's body later. Of course, a fight is inevitable. The big man from before immediately shot towards Cheng. He promises to break Cheng into pieces to take revenge for Feng Xing. However, Cheng immediately said that it was a matter between the two of them and had nothing to do with the others. He is sure that Renault and his entire team will die sooner or later, so they didn't need to use other people to threaten him. The robber reminded Cheng not to get too big-headed because he alone would not be able to fight 4 people at once. Renault asked his men not to talk nonsense with Cheng. He admits to having problems with many people, but he doesn't remember having problems with Cheng. They just need to get it sorted quickly. Of course, Renault was even more angry because Cheng dared to find trouble with him. Cheng started talking about Annie, who was Renault's subordinate in the past. Everyone was annoyed that Cheng turned out to be completely unaffected by their attacks. However, on the other hand, Renault certainly remembers Annie's figure. The woman was the main fighter of the Grey Wolf team when she was still on Huang's team. But in the dungeon, Annie embezzled their team's property and has been missing ever since. She is just a bitch who betrayed her teammates. That was also what got him expelled from Huang's team. It also ruined his bright future. Renault got even angrier when he remembered Annie's name. However, Cheng immediately asked him to be quiet. For him, his older sister was not that kind of person at all. Renault was quite surprised because Annie was Cheng's older sister. However, he now understood why Cheng felt familiar to him. Renault is getting more violent. He asked his men to kill Cheng as a way to repay the losses caused by his older sister. Of course, the team was eager to finish off Cheng even though they were also aware of being careful. Hearing Renault's words, of course, made Cheng even more angry. This time it will make Renault pay for all its mistakes in the past. Cheng immediately changed his form and killed Renault's men easily. Seeing that, of course, Renault became hysterical. The comrade who had experienced many battles with him was killed easily by Cheng. Renault certainly wants to know who Cheng is because he doesn't even have human form at all now. Cheng asked Renault about the whereabouts of his older sister. But on the other hand, as if not wanting to be outdone, Renault is also starting to change its shape. For him, Renault's Grey Wolf is not just a name. Renault was not afraid at all even though Cheng had completely turned into a monster. He had more experience killing monsters in the wild than Cheng do. However, Cheng just kept asking where his sister was. Renault tells him to go to hell and asks Annie himself. The fight continued. Yu Wu asked everyone to be careful not to be affected by their battle. Yu Wu could feel a very strong impact. The battle level was even much higher than before when he defeated the Blood Demon Giant using a strength potion. Yu Wu was annoyed because Cheng had shown his true self first, so they could no longer be friends like before afterward. On the other hand, Cheng asked once again where his older sister was. However, the injured Renault could not understand how Cheng could have such great strength. Renault, who thought he was a senior legend who had experienced many battles, actually lost at the hands of a kid like Cheng. However, Cheng didn't care about it and was going to kill Renault. At that time, Renault immediately intervened by saying that he knew where Annie was. Renault said that Annie was at the Sunset Canyon. At that time, Renault admitted that he wanted to embezzle equipment and dungeon resources and also intended to use Annie as a scapegoat. However, Annie disappeared herself before he could carry out his plan. Renault admitted that he had absolutely nothing to do with Annie's disappearance. Renault believes Annie couldn't get out of the Sunset Canyon alone, so she might still be there. Even though Renault begs not to be killed, of course, Cheng still kills him. Nana, who saw that, could only think in her heart how the Renault that lived on a modified semi-silicon base with level 65 died by living on a low-level carbon base. On the other hand, Yu Wu was also surprised by Cheng's changes. The man immediately assured Yu Wu that he didn't need to explain anything because the man was smart and would understand. Yu Wu wanted to know why Cheng chose that path instead of looking for another way. However, Cheng only apologized and asked Yiwu not to ask any more questions. Cheng then explains that the world is complicated. Everyone had their scars and secrets just like Yiwu had too. Cheng did not have any mysterious power that he could rely on. Therefore, he could only gain strength by trading with them. Yiwu wanted to know how much it cost and whether it had anything to do with the monster invasion that happened. Cheng confirms and admits that he helped them to open a gap in space, whereas they gave Cheng the power to take revenge. For him, it was a fair exchange. It seemed to him that sometimes monsters were even more trustworthy than humans. Of course, everyone was shocked and tried to stop Cheng. Yunfei was naturally angry and wanted to know why Cheng would do something like that, even though many people have lost their lives and many families have been destroyed because of Cheng. However, now he chose to just leave as if nothing had happened. Yunfei accused Cheng of losing his conscience, and Cheng could only apologize because he no longer had a heart. In Cheng's eyes, the whole world was completely worthless compared to Annie. Yunfei prepared to shoot, but Yiwu quickly blocked him. He asks Yunfei to let Cheng go because at least he didn't kill them all and should thank him for that. Yiwu then thanked him for not killing him. Previously, when he was weak, Yiwu knew that Cheng had tried to kill him, but he had doubts. Yiwu knew it was the second time Cheng had tried to kill him. However, now they have chosen a different path. He hoped that when he met again someday, Yiwu would not be cruel to him. Cheng knew that Yiwu could not be fooled at all. Cheng admitted that he had wanted to kill Yiwu because he had a happy family and extraordinary strength. Even he didn't know the reason why he didn't kill him. Cheng could only hope that he would not regret his doubts in the future. Yiwu knew deep in his heart that it was all because they were the same person. If he didn't have that king's account system, then when his family was in danger, maybe he would have made the same decision. Owned by most for everyone to return to continue their journey because the problem has been resolved. Miss Mo realized that the fight just now caused too much commotion, so she was worried that it would happen again. However, Yiwu asked Miss Mo to wait because he had things to do. Miss Mo was naturally curious about what Yiwu meant. The man only took back the money and equipment that had previously been stolen. Although a little surprised, that's Yiwu. Yiwu then thought that what happened to them earlier was a blessing of bad luck. If it weren't for Cheng, the family would have gone bankrupt at that time. However, Yiwu chose to ignore it. He is more focused on collecting money and equipment. Previously, the Black Tiger mercenary alone had given him a lot of results. So this time, in addition to his goods, Yiwu was able to get 1.2 million. The impossible weapon, shield device, blast robot, phantom slayer, phantom terminator, and nanofiber magic crystal. Of course, Yiwu was very happy to get them all. He felt lucky to get a treasure from a level 60 much higher person. Apart from that, he also got 100,000 X points. Yiwu became even more happy and he thanked Cheng for everything. Not only Yiwu but everyone also leveled up. Miss Mo saw that as a natural thing because their opponents were level 60 masters, so everyone got a lot of experience points too. However, for Yunfei, considering that it was all Cheng's doing, she found it difficult to be happy and instead felt complicated. Yiwu calmed her down and asked Yunfei not to think too much. The most important thing is that Yunfei needs to take better care of herself. As long as Yunfei has good determination, namely to demand justice and then become stronger, then she should be able to make good use of it. Because people who are weak and even die will no longer be able to fight for justice. Of course, Yui understood, but he wanted to know why his older brother could be so persistent. He wanted to know what kind of belief drove him to become stronger. Yiwu calls Yunfei stupid and says that everything is very clear. Miss Mo again asked everyone to continue their journey towards a coordinate point agreed upon by the rescue team, until they finally arrived at the 8th safe zone called Peripheral. There, the captain asked his troops to close the doors and not let their zone become a refugee location for people from the 9th zone. However, of course, the troops are hesitant because there are so many innocent lives out there. The captain continued that it was an order from their superior. If the troops felt that kind of compassion, then he would throw the troops away to kill wild monsters for the sake of the refugees. Of course, the military members no longer dared to argue. The captain then gave the order to immediately close the castle gates and no one was allowed to enter. Yiwu, who was paying attention, immediately understood that Zone 8 really wouldn't open the door. Even a captain dared to point his gun at his comrades in this kind of monster invasion situation. Yiwu didn't know whether it was a perversion of human nature or just morality disappearing from humans. At that time, Miss Mo suddenly appeared. She claims to know what Yiwu thinks, but some things that have been ingrained for many years cannot be changed by Yiwu or Miss Mo. The only thing they can do is learn to adapt. Yiwu of course knew it. On the other hand, Nana knows that even humans experience inter-ethnic problems and are involved in internal fighting. To her, humanity was just a stupid race. But suddenly, the rescue group finally arrived by plane. They are a rescue team from the Hanmo group. A group of people immediately came down and saw the target, Aka Miss Mo, who was safe. They also began recovery tasks. At that moment they asked everyone who was not related to Miss Mo to step back because otherwise they would open fire. Miss Mo naturally told her rescue team that Yiwu and the others were her guests who needed to be invited too. However, the man said that their job was to ensure the safety of Miss Mo, the guards, and the group's assets. Meanwhile, other personnel are not included in the scope of their instructions. Of course, Miss Mo was angry because she felt that her orders were simply rejected. However, the troops still carried out their duties and asked Miss Mo to understand the special situation in such wartime. She immediately asked other troops to take Miss Mo onto the plane. A guard intended to escort Miss Mo into the plane, but Miss Mo's two guards immediately intervened. Of course, the troops became angry because the two guards seemed to be blocking them. A woman suddenly came and asked her troops not to act rudely. The woman asked Miss Mo not to be angry and asked her to get back together. Miss Mo didn't expect that it was Melee who was the first person to greet her. Miss Mo wanted to know if the Melee would seize the opportunity to attack her there. Melee says that she wouldn't dare do it. She just asked Miss Mo to leave immediately. The chairman and young master were already very worried about her. Miss Mo still insisted on her previous words that Yiwu and the others were her guests and should come with her. But Melee says that Miss Mo no longer has such permission. Previously, the board of directors had passed a resolution to minimize group losses and protect company assets. Therefore, Miss Mo's authority level was temporarily lowered to that of an ordinary director. Miss Mo must obey all regulations during the war. Miss Mo naturally became annoyed. On the other hand, Yiwu was watching the situation. In the end, Miss Mo could only apologize. At that time, Yiwu quickly spoke about the Melee words that said about protecting company assets. Yiwu then mentioned Miss Mo's previous invitation to join the Hanmo group. That meant Yiwu and his family could also be considered assets of the Hanmo company. Of course, Miss Mo was quite surprised. In his heart, Yiwu didn't want to do that. But for the long-term security of his family, it was the only way. Yi Yunfei asked his older brother to think about his decision first. Yiwu answered that this decision was the result of careful thought. Miss Mo looks very happy because it seems like the young man is completely sure of your decision. Miss Mo thought, whether it was because of Encheng's enthusiasm before, or for her family, as long as Yiwu could join in and use her for Miss Mo's benefit, then it would be the best decision. Meanwhile, Yi Yunfei thought that although joining the Hanmo group was indeed the best choice in the current situation, according to his older brother's personality, she did not make such a decision for himself. Yi Yunfei was sure that the reason Yiwu did all this was definitely for the safety of their parents and herself as his younger sister. In other words, they had become a burden to Yiwu. She is even willing to be someone else's pawn. This thought made Yi Yunfei sad. Miss Mo also promised in front of everyone that after joining the team, Yiwu would be an important asset to the Harmony group. So he and his family will be protected by the group. From now on, Yiwu no longer needs to worry about the future. He just needed to feel comfortable getting stronger and working for the Hanmo group. Then with sharp eyes, Miss Mo glanced at Melee and asked, "Are the directors going to revoke her right to recruit team talent?" Melee answered that it was impossible. But the mysterious woman asked, was Mo Kier serious about wanting the boy to join their team? Because Yiwu's original level wasn't even 6 as written on the panel. This young man was truly full of mystery and deceit. Melee suggests Miss Mo rethink her decision or she will just embarrass herself for forcing trash onto the team. This will be difficult for the team and the captain to do. Plus it would also affect Miss Mo's reputation within the group. Miss Mo says that Yiwu is not trash and he only needs to speak with his strength, not his mouth. Besides, Melee should not have to worry about Miss Mo Kier's reputation. In her heart, Miss Mo scorned Melee because she couldn't even think about how attractive Yiwu's growth rate was. Because in a short time, the young man had gone from almost being killed by a level 18 monster to being able to kill a rare elite of level 60. According to Miss Mo, Yiwu's potential was immeasurable. But this is good too. The more Melee looked down on Yiwu, the more beneficial it would be for Miss Mo Kier. So now Miss Mo Kier announced that starting today, Yiwu is a member of their Mogong team. Melee congratulated Yiwu, because there are many people out there who have extraordinary abilities but cannot enter the Mogong team, even if they squeeze their heads. But Yiwu managed to enter through the back door. Melee warns that Yiwu is not too happy now because he will know all the consequences after entering the group. Melee explained everyone had to rely on strength to speak. Those who were incapable would only live a life lower than death if they remained in the Mogong team. Suddenly, Yiwu interrupted Melee's words and said that from beginning to end he never said that he would join Mogong's team. He talked about joining the Hanmo group. Miss Mo and Melee said they were shocked when they heard this. Then Yiwu explained that from the beginning he was a free person and did not like to be restricted by fixed rules. So if Miss Mo can trust him, then Miss Mo will allow him to join the Hanmo group and lead the formation of a new team. Neil laughed at Yiwu's words. She didn't expect that the young man would start on his own without first joining the Mogong team that was already in the top class. Melee didn't expect that his guess of Yiwu would be wrong, because not only was that young man white, but he was also quite ridiculous. Melee laughed even more with satisfaction and suspected that Miss Mo was attracted to Yiwu because of his silly attitude. Melee said that Yiwu didn't know anything. There were indeed many small teams under the Hanmo group, but regardless of resources or status, they could not compare to the Mogong team. Yiwu has chosen this difficult path. Melee believes Yiwu will not shame Miss Mo's face, even though he said that Melee still laughed with satisfaction, as if mocking Yiwu's childish decision. Yiwu smiled and said, no matter what the resource status is, as long as the strength is strong enough, it is not a problem. The problem was, if Yiwu couldn't act according to his ideas and style, even if it was in the Mogong team, then he wouldn't be able to react to his full potential. Melee looked at Miss Mo and said with a very mocking smile that she had honestly never seen a crazy person like Yiwu in her life. Melee congratulates Miss Mo on taking such a beautiful treasure. At least the fun around Miss Mo will be indispensable in the future. Melee was completely satisfied laughing at Miss Mo. Meanwhile, Mokir was silent for 1,000 words. Melee turned around and walked back towards the plane. Before actually leaving, Melee told Yiwu that she would remember the young man's name and will entrust Miss Mo's safety in the hands of the extremely confident Yiwu. After all, Melees must quickly join up with teammates on the front line to get the first kill. While waving at Yiwu, Melee said that she looked forward to Yiwu's future appearance. Yiwu replied to the woman's words by saying that he would never disappoint the seniors. After the Melee left, Miss Mo asked if Yiwu's words were all serious. Yiwu smiled broadly and said of course. This young man even has his team name, namely the Wang's team, which means the king's team. Yiwu thought that the name would create a domineering impression. Miss Mo advises Yiwu to think clearly. Although forming a team is a simple thing, growing strong is more complicated than imagined. Miss Mo then explained, first of all, the most basic things about team formation are funding and members, both of which directly determine the team's early development. The second requirement is resource allocation, including crusade missions, team points, dungeon qualifications, etc. And these usually newly formed teams cannot get the right to actively allocate and can only take the rest of other teams. Ultimately, Yiwu's team will face the true challenge of another oppression. Even they belong to the same group, no team would allow a new power to emerge. They would try their best to cause trouble for Yiwu's team, and the young man couldn't prevent them from using all kinds of methods, whether it's a light method or a dark one. And the biggest problem was that once Yiwu entered the group system, Miss Mo's authority couldn't help him internally, so Yiwu can only rely on himself. Yiwu just smiled awkwardly hearing Miss Mo's explanation. This young man just realized that the road ahead sounded a little dangerous. With an annoyed face, Miss Mo asked, why did Yiwu refuse to join the Mogong team? Yiwu changed, serious, and asked, did Miss Mo not understand the true meaning of Yiwu's attitude? He did this on purpose because on the one hand, he didn't want to be restricted, on the other hand, this was all for Miss Mo. Hearing this, Miss Mo was shocked. So Yiwu explained that from the situation just now, Miss Mo's position in the Hanmo group seemed unstable. Melee didn't have any respect for him at all. So, indirectly, Miss Mo's rights have been weakened by the chairman or young master. They must have launched an attack on Miss Mo openly by now. So under these circumstances, even if Miss Mo forced Yiwu into the Mogong team, Yiwu was afraid it would not help Miss Mo. In this case, Yiwu argued it was better for them to build a new team, and this Wangji team would be Miss Mo's exclusive force in the future, as well as being Miss Mo's strongest supporter in the future. Miss Mo was very surprised to hear Yiwu's words. This girl's face even turned red. She didn't expect Yiwu to think that far about himself. But suddenly Yiwu said that everything had conditions. That is, the entire distribution of team profits should be up to Yiwu, and Yiwu's interests cannot be less. The system finally notified that the weakening effect on Yiwu was over and had been lifted. Yiwu was happy because the terrible debuff had finally disappeared. Yiwu immediately stretched his body and said that he had entrusted his family to Miss Mo's care, because this young man still has many things to do. In a slightly high tone, Miss Mo asked what was so important that Yiwu had to leave now, when he finally arrived at the 8th zone. With a big smile, Yiwu said that he would go to watch how professional teams fight dungeon bosses. Yiwu didn't want to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Hearing Yiwu's words, his parents immediately looked worried. They prevented Yiwu from going because it was too dangerous. Even though his father always supported Yiwu's decisions, this time his father prevented Yiwu, because what will appear is a level 90 boss which is very different. Yi Yunfei even intervened to stop his older brother because their family had just finally been reunited. Yiwu replied that he understood that everyone in the family was worried about him, but they didn't need to worry too much because he wouldn't be stupid enough to put himself in danger. Miss Mo even reminded them that they were level 40, so the power of was stronger than Yiwu could imagine. Not to mention that this young man had to face the other team members surrounding the boss. If they attacked Yiwu, then they could become more dangerous than the dungeon boss itself. Miss Mo reminded him that after all, the human heart was much scarier than a monster. Yiwu asked the noble lady not to worry because she had her plans. Yiwu also said that he would not enter the war circle and would only watch from the outside. But in his heart, Yiwu said that if an opportunity arose, he would never miss it. In the corner of the room, Mai Oya realized that Yiwu was very strong. Not only that, Yiwu also really likes adventure. It's no wonder that Miss Mo is so interested in him. Mai Oya feels very happy and lucky to be able to join the Hanmo group. But Mai Oya felt that, compared to Yiwu, he was useless. Even though she escaped to Zone 8, this girl still didn't know what she should do in the future. Mai Oya thought, people who are unfamiliar with life here, everything has to start from scratch. How can she give her parents a stable life? At a time when she was feeling anxious like now, Yiwu suddenly approached her and asked if she wanted to join his team. Because this way Mai Oya's parents will get protection from the Hanmo group. In Yiwu's eyes, Mai Oya was a trustworthy person, so Yiwu sincerely invited the girl to join his team. Would Mai Oya be willing? For a moment, Mai Oya was shocked. She stuttered as she was about to answer, but in the end, the girl hugged Yiwu's body while crying. Mai Oya was doubtful, and sobbingly wondered could he be of any use to Yiwu. Mai Oya's attitude made Yiwu think that this rhetoric was a little strange. Meanwhile, on the other side of the room, there was Yi Yunfei who was angry because his older brother was hugged by Mai Oya. Yiwu tried to ask Miss Mo if would it be okay if Mai Oya joined now. With a dark face holding back anger, Miss Mo finally answered that this team was proposed by Yiwu, so the young man was completely responsible for the selection of its members. So Miss Mo doesn't mind at all. With a very seductive sad face, Mai Oya thanked Yiwu. The girl promised to continue to grow stronger and become a qualified member of Yiwu's team. In his heart, Mai Oya was determined, from now on, she would only listen to Yiwu alone. No matter what Yiwu ordered, Mai Oya would do it. Yiwu then turned to Commander Wang and asked what they would do next. Commander Wang replied that their house and company were in the 8th zone, so they would return immediately and report the situation as usual. So Yiwu doesn't need to worry about them. Yiwu was happy because everyone had the right arrangements, and he was very confident with 1,000 bets that a level 90 dungeon boss would be very exciting. Seeing Yiwu's enthusiasm made Commander Wang think, facing this difference in level, it is certainly not easy for Yiwu to feel happy rather than afraid. But there is also a contradiction. Before he said that Qin Lu died to save him, this statement is very suspicious about the real situation. But now, Commander Wang no doubt saw Yiwu's very friendly attitude and caring for others. Before Yiwu left, his parents asked the young man not to push himself too hard. Indeed, Yiwu has grown stronger, but his parents are still worried and give him the advice that life is the basis of everything. Yiwu then advised Nana to always obey her parents when the young man was away, and Yiwu's parents would rely on Nana to protect them. Nana smiled gently and said she would obey the orders of her master, Yiwu. But, in her heart, Nana wanted Yiwu to leave immediately so that she could be free when Yiwu died. Yiwu waved and was preparing to leave when Miss Mo suddenly stopped him and said she would send him the coordinates of the boss's position. Miss Mo will also transfer some items to Yiwu, so they could be calmer when they let Yiwu go to face the crisis. Miss C will also give you all the equipment at the bottom of the storage box and order Yiwu to come back alive. Yiwu immediately got a notification from the system that the two women sent me a lot of things. When it opened, Yiwu was shocked to see the many legendary items he got. Yiwu got 10 level 40 ancient magic crystals, 5 which have a blinding effect. Then there is also which will help the owner escape and is able to deal lower blows. Plus 10, 3, and 2 shock grenades. Yiwu smiled widely realizing all he got were very practical PvP items. So this young man enthusiastically thanked the two beautiful girls in front of him. But Miss Mo firmly reminded me that Yiwu should come back alive for my sake. Yiwu answered loudly that I understood. Arriving at the 9th safe zone, Yiwu stood on top of a fairly tall building, and thought, even if he just went to watch, he couldn't do anything without preparation. If affected, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. Yiwu immediately entered the system space again. This young man immediately asked the system, is there a way to unlock a strong account to 100%? The system replied, there is no way they can open 100% directly, but there are 2 ways to increase your chances. First, use 300,000 X points to continue to open a basic king account. As long as the amount is large, the host will always be able to open a stronger account. Yiwu replied, after all, that choice sounded like a gold lottery card, full of traps that would consume his money. Meanwhile, the second way is to use 1 million X points to immediately open a special king account. Such a king account will trigger its own special way up to 100%. Yiwu was shocked and asked if there really was such a special king account. Yiwu said, with his personality, he would definitely be curious about the special king's account. but 1 million points sounds excessive. But in the end, he didn't care about it and converted the EXP points from the ancient magic crystal to open the next king's account. The system explains the host has successfully converted 60 ancient magic crystals plus 40 magic crystals for a total of 180,000 EXP points. In addition to the accumulated X points from previous battles, the host's X points currently total 720,000. Yu Wu himself was shocked that he managed to get that many points. It turns out that the previous fierce battle was not in vain. Moreover, as long as this ancient magic crystal is measured, the benefits will also be huge. In the future, it should be included in the must-sweep list. Finally, Yu Wu received a communication request from Luo Feng. When their communication was finally restored, Luo Feng smiled happily. In my opinion, Yu Wu was great because he was able to restore communication between them. From the other side, Yu Wu asked how are the conditions of everyone in the academy. Ruin Tianqian replied, currently they are fine, and everything is done according to Yu Wu's orders. Luo Feng also explained that they were safe for the time being. Ruin Tianqian and I managed to collect enough food to support them all for 1 week, but their principal was still in a very weak and comatose state. Yu Wu replied and told them not to worry, because I managed to get a potion to restore the principal's condition, and now I will immediately return to the academy. Yu Wu said there would be a boss extermination battle launched by each group team in the 9th zone. The scale was expected to affect the entire area, but they would all be safe as they hid in underground bunkers. But Yu Wu advised them not to take this lightly. Hearing that information, Luo Feng asked if Yu Wu was going to go fight against the boss monsters. Luo Feng cursed because he also wanted to go but his strength still didn't allow it. Yu Wu asked Luo Feng not to talk about it. He would be here soon and they could talk about all that later after the meeting. Hearing that, Luo Feng immediately hung up the phone. So Yu Wu had a 3-step plan. First, I will return to the academy to give medicine to the principal. Then I'll go and kill the monsters in Zone 9 to collect EXP points to unlock the Special King account before the boss battle. Then the 3rd step, he would do testing at the edge of the boss battle and find out the cause of the leak. Suddenly several special planes drove quite close to Yu Wu's head. This young man suspected it was an escape formation from a certain group. Yu Wu was very happy to see the plane because I had difficulty seeing the plane unit in the 9th zone. Seeing that all the team planes had gathered, he guessed that there would soon be a battle with the boss in that area. Since there is only one boss monster, it will likely be difficult for the entire team to get along with each other. If they weren't negotiating or engaging in civil war, then they should be able to start fighting the boss and working together. But with the feud between the groups, this would give Yu Wu time to collect EXP points. Yu Wu's only hope now was there were enough monsters left in Zone 9 to possibly collect 1 million X points. While other people avoided monsters and hoped not to encounter any monsters, Yu Wu was the opposite. Yu Wu smiled and hoped that the monsters would not disappoint me. While running along the messy 9th zone, Yu Wu thought that if a professional team had stepped in, then this crisis should be resolved quickly. But the specific time depends on the efficiency, so having them stay and hide inside the academy was indeed the best thing. Yu Wu has also been given a potion to restore the principal's condition, so all his worries are gone. After the principal recovered yesterday, Yu Wu directly told him that he used all the items from the academy's treasure room and some of them were used in battle. It even includes the principal's private collection. Yu Wu apologized and asked for help not to be blamed. Instead of blaming Yu Wu, the principal actually thanked the young man for using the item properly. As long as it was to deal with monsters, not just the principal's personal treasure, Yu Wu was even allowed to use the entire academy's resources. The principal excitedly said that if his body had not aged, then it was clear that he would fight with Yu Wu. But after saying that, the principal coughed again, and his body became weaker, almost falling. Luckily, Teacher Lai managed to help in time. The teacher asked the school to just rest because I had just recovered from a serious injury. Yu Wu also looked worried about the principal's condition. The old school principal's enthusiasm has not waned, but Yu Wu hoped that the principal would speak slowly so that Yu Wu would not worry too much and was shocked by the principal's overzealous attitude. After taking care of matters at the academy, Yu Wu could freely go out to catch monsters. But all the way out of the academy, he didn't see a single monster, until suddenly several monsters appeared at once, and those monsters were level 30 plus. The monsters were happy that there were still monsters appearing in the neighborhood. They are happy to be able to eat humans again after waiting long enough. Now they would complain no more, for a man had been sent to their door, so they can get rid of boredom. Instead of being afraid, Yu Wu was happy to see them all. This young man even asked where their other monster friends were. Why is there only this number? Yu Wu instead asked the monsters to call the rest of their comrades to watch as they looked at the humans who rarely appeared in the area. The monsters were obviously angry seeing Yu Wu's bold attitude. They were annoyed that a level 6 trash like Yu Wu dared to act arrogantly in front of them. A bull monster immediately used its giant hammer to smash Yu Wu to pieces. Luckily, Yiwu managed to block the creature's attack with his extremely strong shield. Yiwu commented that what the bull monster did was too impulsive, even though Yiwu was not wearing red at this time to provoke the bull monster. Moreover, the EXP points from those monsters would also not be enough to stuff Yiwu's teeth. After saying that, Yiwu slashed the bull monster's neck until it died on the spot. Several monsters were shocked to see Yiwu defeat the bullhead monster. They didn't seem to believe Yiwu could win that easily. They believed that Yiwu must be hiding his strength. Seeing the monsters arguing, Yiwu asked them to stop, and he ran off while saying goodbye. Of course, the monsters immediately chased him because they thought the young man would leave. Yiwu ran as fast as he could to avoid the monster's pursuit. The cat monster was still asleep until it was shocked and woke up realizing that someone was chasing humans. Because there were more and more people chasing, some of the monsters saw that the person being chased was a human and immediately joined in the chase. Until now, more and more monsters have been chasing Yiwu. While running, Yiwu looked and counted that there were already around 30 monsters in the area chasing him. So Yiwu felt that was enough until he suddenly stopped. The monsters thought that Yiwu was so tired that he couldn't run anymore. But unexpectedly, Yiwu created a magic shield that instantly covered all of their bodies. It was a fairly powerful G-rank shield and had a lasting time of 360 seconds. The monsters suspected that Yiwu had lost his mind because he used the shield to trap himself and the monsters. They suspected that Yiwu was planning to capture them all at once with that shield. Yiwu answered that their guess was not correct. Then this young man took out 2 giant firearms he had made himself and immediately attacked the monsters with them. All the monsters inside the shield screamed in pain. They wanted to escape, but it was too late because they were already trapped by the shield. But there was a monster that reminded them to attack Yiwu together because the young man was alone and there were many of them. But on the other hand, when the monsters wanted to run away, many small spider robots appeared to surround them. The robot is specially designed to find enemies and immediately explode, creating a large explosion for the enemy. Sure enough, with just the spider robot Yiwu assembled, many monsters were immediately wiped out with a single explosion. Luckily, Yiwu had already prepared the Fire King shield just as the explosion occurred. Yiwu said that explosions were an art, but Yiwu forgot who was the one who said such a great phrase. After the monsters were wiped out, Yiwu gained a lot of experience. In total, Yiwu managed to get 120,000 X points. Yiwu was happy because this way he could accumulate a lot of experience quickly. In this way, the target points will definitely be collected immediately. But Yiwu knows that the area doesn't have many monsters anymore. If he wanted to get more prey, then he had to go deep into the boss area. And the situation would definitely get complicated after that. But Yiwu thought that a solution would be found for this problem later on the battlefield. The battle just now was too intense and he was worried that it would attract other teams to take the prize. So he had to hurry to take his prize before they came and created losses that were not worth the effort. Of all the items dropped by the monsters, Yiwu got a legendary quality item. He was surprised an ordinary monster could take down a legend like that. But unfortunately, the cut taken was one of 5 pieces, so there are still 4 more fragments to perfect the item. The carvings on the fragments were also very strange and nothing Yiwu had ever seen before. Yiwu guessed it was foreign text. Yiwu asked who was the person who could understand the words after each part was completely gathered. Yiwu wondered how he would get information about the fragment. Suddenly a large man appeared with 4 female bodyguards around him. The grown man with a terrible face asked what was going on in that place. Why is it so smoky? Was Yiwu the one who did the whole mess? The big man was called Lei Tu. He was level 55 and was from Team Chuangxi from the Tianchuang group. With a serious face, Lei Tu demanded that Yiwu tell the truth if the young man wanted to survive. Yiwu immediately raised his hand and asked the Chuangxi team leader not to shoot because I was just a harmless student. The chairman immediately asked his men to confirm and Yiwu was indeed declared an ordinary student. Of course, the chairman was confused because I didn't know who killed that large group of monsters. Of course, you're annoyed because you missed out on so many experience points and items. The leader then asked what a level 6 like Yiwu was doing there while threatening him. I want to know what Yiwu saw before and who killed that monster. The person asked Yiwu to answer honestly and not hide anything. Yiwu immediately asked the chairman to calm down first. Yiwu then stated that their university was attacked by monsters and I just ran away in panic and accidentally got separated from the group. I happened to run there and didn't know what happened there. But the chairman had another view. Facing the threat of such a knife, most people would subconsciously dodge it, but Yiwu did not do so at all. The chairman suspects that Yiwu is a spoiled and slow to respond student who doesn't even know what danger and death are. But at least Yiwu was very lucky because he could survive even though he was alone. The chief then asked Yiwu to no longer stand in my way. Meanwhile, the leader would focus on fighting with the Mogong team and Yiwu should stay away. Yiwu called the Mogong team the best team that ranked at the top throughout the year. I heard that all the players in the team are very strong and there is no dungeon they can't conquer and they are definitely unrivaled. In my heart, Yiwu immediately knew that the Chuangxi team intended to fight the Mogong team. Therefore, I tried to continue to dig up information by continuing the conversation with the chairman. Sure enough, hearing Yiwu's words, the Chuangxi team leader became very angry. I don't care how strong the Mogong team is, but I'm sure that day they will definitely be able to defeat you so that the Chuangxi team can become the new strongest team in their place. The team leader even knew that Yin Huan was also there. The woman was very beautiful even though she had a very high level. But of course, if I succeed in defeating her later, I have to taste the woman first. Of course, Yiwu wasn't sure that the chairman could do it because Yin Huan was very strong. Of course, Yiwu still tried to stir things up by saying that the Mogong team was very good, so the Chuangxi team should have already prepared a plan. The captain has of course prepared his plan, but of course I won't reveal it to Yiwu. That person then threw Yiwu out. Yiwu then said that I was a student who wanted to hear everything. I begged the Chuangxi team leader to grant him his wish. Of course, the Chuangxi team leader became very angry. I was kind enough to let Yiwu live, but that brat was so rude. The leader immediately tried to attack Yiwu at that time and succeeded in beheading him. But it turns out it was just a doll made with puppet card skills. The real Yiwu was already ready with his sword. From the start, team leader Chuangxi started first, so I didn't want to be blamed for taking away his experience points. Yiwu started attacking the leader named Leidu. Yiwu immediately noticed that I was no longer in the second drop. Right now I can't kill a level 50 or above person in a matter of seconds. I just need to change my style of play so I can win the fight because right now I'm outnumbered. Leidu was of course very angry because Yiwu had actually pretended to be weak and stupid to deceive them, even though I was very strong. I asked his men to shoot at Yiwu while I would attack Yiwu again. I was determined to break his body into pieces and then take his corpse to feed the monsters. Yiwu knew that his enemy this time was at a high level. Plus the fight this time is 1 versus 5. He won't be able to last too long. Yiwu must immediately cut the battle line and destroy them one by one. On the other hand, Leidu mocked Yiwu for acting stupidly because he was alone against the Chuangxi team. But of course, Yiwu said that he was not stupid. I have the firepower to back it up. Yiwu took out his weapon again and shocked the Chuangxi team. Yiwu was told that the weapons were still in the cooling period, so he had to pay attention to the remaining weapons and ammunition. On the other hand, Leidu, who received fire from such special heavy weapons, could only protect himself. He mobilized his men to attack Yiwu first so he could think of a way to destroy Yiwu's 2 weapons. Yiwu saw 4 subordinates attacking him with the power of lightning, which seemed to speed up their speed. Although surprised, Yiwu believed they would not be able to block the route from all sides. Yiwu started to attack, but all the Chuangxi team's men also dodged quickly. At that moment, 4 of his men suddenly attacked him at the same time. In his heart, Yiwu was amazed at the good cooperation of such a professional team. Yiwu had difficulty facing the lightning speed of the 4 beautiful women who are the Chuangxi team's subordinates. I couldn't follow his movements at all. Yiwu felt very disadvantaged with attribute specialists in PvP. Plus he has to handle 4 at once. Yiwu even felt that they were better than the leader, but Yiwu realized that they had disappeared. Yiwu quickly asked Weiss to look for equipment and speed type items in his storage. Weiss immediately found 2 pieces of equipment and 1 item at that time, namely the level 45 Thunderstone electric armor obtained from the previous Black Tiger mercenary leader, which could increase speed. After that, there is Boosting McQueen's Heart, which is a personal item belonging to the principal that can absorb electricity to increase speed. Weiss confirmed whether Yiwu would use it now because McQueen's Heart was the last item with a fairly large boosting effect. Yiwu considered Weiss' words. Even though I might lose everything I got in the treasure room, by destroying that team I would be able to gain 1 million experience points. That would give him hope of opening an account with great destructive power. He was eager to try it, so he immediately started combining all the equipment and items. Of course, the Chuangxi team was a little confused about what was happening. Not long after, Yiwu appeared in new armor. He said that as a man, there should be no need to be faster than others, but the Chuangxi team's men apparently really wanted to play around with speed. Therefore, Yiwu would just serve them to play until the end. Yiwu is now equipped with Thunder McQueen battle armor, which can absorb the power of the lightning attribute, increase strength when attacked, and paralyze the enemy within 2 seconds. The Chuangxi team saw the change in attributes. Yiwu naturally looked down on it. They feel they are still superior in terms of quantity, speed, and level. Yiwu had absolutely no chance of surpassing them, not to mention the bullets and their shooting speed, which is assisted by lightning. Of course, Yiwu is confident that he won't lose because I also have the blessing of that lightning. Yiwu immediately attacked all of the Chuangxi team's men. They were surprised because Yiwu's movements were so fast. Other subordinates asked everyone not to panic. If long-distance shots were useless, then they could use close combat to defeat him. Yiwu then prepared to attack one of the women. Previously, he apologized for never bullying other women besides Yunfei, and maybe what I did would hurt them. Yu kicked the woman and was greatly relieved to find an explosion with every attack I made. For him, Thunder McQueen really didn't disappoint. However, before he had time to move, several grenades surrounded Yu and exploded instantly. A subordinate laughed at Yu. Even though that guy became quite fast, still you won't escape their numerous attacks. The level 50 electric grenade would be a funeral for Yu. However, on the other hand, Yu actually got stronger because he absorbed the lightning energy from the previous grenade. Yu actually asked if there was any other energy intake he could get from them. Of course, the men were surprised by Yu's strength. One of the others immediately realized it was because the armor Yu was wearing could absorb electric and lightning attacks and also convert damage into buffs. Of course, it annoyed them because Yu could have such special armor. At that moment, Yu started to attack again and made the girl faint with only 10% HP remaining. Yu got 80,000 PvPX points as a reward. Yu, who had already gained experience points, had no deep hatred and no need to kill them all. But the problem now is that Yu doesn't know where the Chuangxi team leader is. At this time his shooting weapons would not be able to stop the chairman's movements any longer. If the chairman wanted to attack, then he should have done it a long time ago. On the other hand, the chairman who was hiding was apparently waiting for the gun to run out of bullets. Even though it turns out it takes a long time. He wanted to know if the gun had unlimited bullets. Suddenly, the shooting stopped too. The chairman was of course shocked and thought that Yu had finally died. Leidu finally came out of hiding and immediately spoke to his men who took a long time to fight a kid like Yu. Leidu immediately called for help, but he was shocked because it was Yu who was standing there with his men who had all collapsed. Yu, who was sitting casually, asked whether the Chuangxi team leader would continue to hide at that point if he didn't stop attacking. Of course, Leidu was very angry because Yu was still alive. He was also angry at his men who were lying on the ground. Asked them all to wake up instead of pretending to be dead or I will return them all. Yu of course couldn't believe it when he saw that Leidu, as the leader, instead of leading his men to defeat the opponent, actually hid behind and allowed his men to attack. Leidu didn't agree with Yu's expression because, to him, those subordinates were just slaves to him. He immediately used the power of electricity and lightning to wake up his men again. Of course, Yu was surprised to see the Chuangxi team troops awakening again. For Leidu, Yu was just a naughty boy worthy of fighting with his slaves. Leidu wanted Yu to start a second round of fighting with them. Yu went back to fighting, but he knew something wasn't right there. Leidu utilizes a mind control skill that attacks the nerve center in a specific way. Yu immediately realized that the subordinates were sad and even crying behind their masks. Of course, Yu became angry because Leidu was just a guy who attacked his own team members. He is not worthy to be the team leader. Leidu just laughed it off and claimed not to care even though his actions were not reprehensible or even a coward in that world. For me, winning is everything. For him, the lives of prostitutes are worthless and can only be used once and then replaced at any time. Even though Yu agreed, he had many ways to win. Yu started to attack and broke Leidu's hand at that time. At that moment, his control over his subordinates was lost. Leidu immediately begged not to be killed. Leidu could see how Yu seemed to be very interested in his female subordinates. He said he would give them all to him. Even though they are just trash, they are still very useful in bed. Yu kicked him again and even stepped on the man's head. Leidu became even more frightened and said that I would give anything to Yu. It was at that time that Yu asked about Leidu's entire plan. He wanted to hear about the Chuangxi team and the Huangjang team's preparations to fight the Mogong team. He wanted to hear all the details. Leidu finally told everything that he and the Huangjang team had indeed conspired to attack the Mogong team from behind later when they were busy attacking the boss monster. Yu certainly wasn't sure that that was their only plan. Yu knew that there were still many important things that Leidu had not talked about. After all, such low-level tactics could even be thought of by a 3-year-old child. He was sure that the Mogong team would also be able to overcome it. Yu again threatened to step on Leidu's head, but of course, the chairman immediately begged and promised to tell everything. Leidu then said that according to the Joint Scout Team's investigation, the boss was currently in the central square of the 9th zone. Many elite monsters in the surrounding area. However, fortunately, the distance between elite monsters and boss monsters was relatively far, so his attention would be divided. The Chuangxi team would be in charge of holding back the elite monsters so that the Mogong team could concentrate on attacking the boss monsters calmly. Yu was of course curious because the Tianchuang group that belonged to the Chuangxi team was also a big group, so why did the Chuangxi team want to help the Hanmo group? Leidu then explained that the Tianchuang group only looked like a big group on the surface, but 80% of their business was actually provided by the Hanmo family group. So in fact they are just one of the followers of the Hanmo family. During this time they are always called upon to carry out some thankless tasks. Meanwhile, the dungeon profits were taken by Hanmo's group and they couldn't get a single point. Yu started to understand the situation. Leidu felt dissatisfied with all this and was ready to take advantage of it for himself. Therefore, he cooperated with the Huangjang group to get rid of the Hanmo group. Leidu immediately confirmed it. Later, when the Mogong team managed to suppress the boss monster's HP to 10%, they would pull the elite monsters into the battle circle and then be simultaneously forced out of the war. It was hoped that this would make the elite monsters focus their hatred on the Mogong team when the Mogong team was almost killed. Next, the Chuangxi team will join the Huangjang team to kill the remaining boss monsters and elite monsters. That way they would definitely be able to share the obtained resources equally. Once it was all over, the Chuangxi group planned to throw all the blame on the Huangjang team. So, not only were they able to obtain abundant resources, but they also destroyed the Hanmo group. For him, this plan was like killing two birds with one stone. Yiwu noticed that the plan looked good, but it was obviously too idealistic. How could Leidu ensure that the Mogong team had no defense against the Chuangxi team? Leidu explained again that the 5 members of the Mogong team did have unmatched strength, but they had one fatal weakness, namely pride. The Mogong team never thought that the Chuangxi team would come back. Moreover, this time the Mogong team only relied on Yinhuan, so he had the opportunity to take advantage of it. Yiwu finally understood, and Leidu, who felt he had told everything, again begged to be let go. Yiwu casually revealed that it was a coincidence that he had just joined the Hanmo group. Even though he wasn't familiar with the Mogong team, of course, he wouldn't be able to watch others try to make the group suffer. Of course, Leidu was shocked because he felt he was being played. Yiwu finally killed Leidu. From the start, Yiwu didn't care about him wanting to kill him. However, because Leidu had valuable information, Yiwu ultimately let him live a little longer. Yiwu also looked at the Chuangxi team's men and chose to just leave them be. Even though the women were currently in a coma, there were no monsters around them. The Tiancheng group will definitely come to their rescue. Even if they didn't come, the women would definitely wake up on their own. Yiwu wouldn't worry too much about them. Yiwu also managed to get a prize of 50,000 experience points and 800,000 in cash plus several items and equipment. One of them, Yiwu got a passive hormone boost skill which can increase the attractiveness of the opposite sex and can increase the hormones of the opposite sex around Yiwu. Of course, Yiwu immediately decided to throw it away because he felt that he didn't need such a perverted skill. That was what he saw from Leidu, who succeeded in controlling his female subordinates who were apparently influenced by this skill. Yiwu also got an additional 50,000 experience points for successfully defeating 5 people at once. That way he managed to get a total of 1 million experience points. Of course, Yiwu was happy to know, and he immediately entered the system space. Yiwu immediately asked Weiss if there were any methods or items that could increase luck. Weiss said that there was no such item, but he could calculate and analyze Yiwu's lucky state at that time. Not long after, Weiss said that Yiwu's luck level was the strongest SSS level. He didn't need any external help at all and asked Yiwu to do it immediately. Yiwu was even more happy because he had a great opportunity for strength and luck at that time. Yiwu could clearly feel how the god of luck was on his side. Weiss then said that Yiwu's qualities existed throughout the Rift Dimension. It was the first time Weiss had seen someone like Yiwu. Yiwu understood and finally prepared to unlock the Special King account. It was at this time that a black substance came out of the new king's account which made Yiwu confused. The system explained that they detected a powerful and unknown evil energy wave. Yiwu was increasingly confused and he suspected it was a virus that came out of the account. The system experienced an abnormality that made Yiwu unable to even move. The evil value had even exceeded the threshold that Weiss could calculate. Yiwu kept losing his attributes, couldn't move, and kept losing his HP. The black substance began to fill Yiwu's body, but he didn't know what to do at all. A system that continues to improve itself can eventually return to normal. The dark power also disappeared quickly. Weiss immediately confirmed Yiwu's condition. He also immediately apologized because he felt that everything that happened was his fault. Yiwu, who was still coughing, said he was fine. However, he questioned the god of luck, who seemed useless because he almost died. Weiss didn't know either because data wouldn't lie in the first place. Yiwu was curious about what exactly happened. Other accounts are trying to kill the enemy, while this account is actually trying to kill him as the owner. He had to see where the account came from. Weiss of course agreed, and he also wanted to know which saint had created the account that almost harmed Yiwu. Yiwu finally succeeded in opening a new Special King account called Shadow King. Shadow King is a name that makes the world tremble. He was the symbol of the power of the fallen blood race and the manifestation of the will of the ancient abyss. The Shadow King has existed since ancient times, having destroyed thousands of worlds. Even the stars have become gloomy in his hands. The Shadow King was finally destroyed by powerful people from different dimensions. The account had been waiting for Yiwu for quite some time, and he needed to see if Yiwu was qualified to become the next Shadow King. Yiwu was of course very surprised to find out that his Special King account turned out to be a big villain. Yiwu was still paying attention to his Special King account, which showed the fusion rate. Shadow King can apparently be upgraded with the level of integration. Yiwu noticed that the account apparently did not require experience points. But the problem is that increasing the account level has now become more difficult. Weiss immediately confirmed. Yiwu can increase the fusion rate by entering the dimension plane owned by the account and completing special events and related quests. Of course, Yiwu was even more shocked because he had to enter the dimensional plane where the account was located. That meant he had to make a legendary crossing over. For some reason, Yiwu felt unsure at that time. Moreover, Yiwu should also know that only when the fusion rate is higher than 30% can he control it. If it is below that, then he will be faced with uncontrollable danger. Forced use could cause Yiwu to be swallowed by the account and could even destroy the world. Yiwu needed to pay close attention. Yiwu just got even more annoyed. From the start, even just opening it, the account almost killed him. Plus, using it forcefully will cause the destruction of the world. That account is really a big villain. Yiwu wasn't even sure that the Shadow King could really shake the world. Still, the account felt too abnormal. Yiwu was sad and annoyed because he felt that his 1 million experience points had been wasted. The system then said that there was a way to forcefully use the account, but perhaps Yiwu would not be able to accept it. However, Yiwu still wanted to know about this method. The system then said that the way was to offset the direct effect by using money or huge experience points. Yiwu wanted to hear the details of its use. The first way is to consume $10 million to maintain a normal state for 10 seconds. Meanwhile, the second way is to consume 500,000 X points with the same conditions as before. Of course, Yiwu was even more annoyed when he heard that. He had no money or points at all and couldn't find them easily either. Weiss also felt that the system didn't make sense. Yiwu chose to ignore it. He tried to see the available options. The experience points have now run out and he only has 3 million, which means it can be exchanged in just 3 seconds. Yiwu might exchange some of the items he obtained previously for money, but he still didn't know if it was enough. He didn't want to suffer another loss. But Yiwu thought that the more he used his strength, the stronger his account would be. He was sure that even 10 seconds would be able to restore his condition. The remaining monsters in the 9th zone probably wouldn't yield more than 500,000 exp. So, Yiwu only needed to collect 10 million as soon as possible before he started the battle with the boss monster. Yiwu was still confused because just thinking about it made his head hurt. He wondered when a fighter like him could become a gold player. Yiwu returned to the city ruins where he was already very close to the boss monster's location. Yiwu naturally shouldn't approach him rashly. He had to fight several enemies around there. He hopes there are still fish that escaped the previous net. However, Yiwu actually found a pile of defeated monsters in front of him. Yiwu was annoyed that he was one step too late. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his shoulder and a voice greeted him. Yiwu was very surprised because he didn't see anyone approaching him. He immediately asked who the man was. The man had a big body, making Yiwu think. Even though his body is big, there is absolutely no sound when he walks. The man asked Yiwu not to be too nervous and just relax. He then asked if Yiwu had come to watch the fight. Yiwu certainly didn't know what battle the man named Zhu Xiaoji was referring to. Yiwu thought that the man was the same age as him, but had level 50. The man then said that Yiwu was the same as him, not part of a team or treasure hunter. So, he believed Yiwu was there to watch the fight, because with their level, they would absolutely not be enough to serve as an appetizer for the boss. Yiwu immediately agreed. He then asked if Zhu Xiaoji had come alone. The man avoided it because he was a treasure hunter named Pingxian's team. He only heard that a level 90 boss monster would appear in Zone 9 at that time. His boss was the one who brought him there to watch the excitement, as well as observing whether it is possible to make a lot of money through this opportunity. Yiwu finally knew that Zhu Xiaoji was a treasure hunter. If Yiwu wanted to have a lot of money, then he had to go with him. That man might help him earn 10 million easily later. Although Zhu Xiaoji also seemed like an honest person, Yiwu felt bad if he had to take advantage of him like that. Zhu Xiaoji once again invited Yiwu to go together. Yiwu wanted to know if the invitation was to go with his team. Zhu Xiaoji quickly confirmed it was because the situation was too chaotic and unsafe for one person to walk around alone, and after all they were all there to have fun. Yiwu became a little suspicious whether Zhu Xiaoji was indeed a familiar person or whether he actually had another conspiracy. But before that, he didn't try to attack behind his back. So, is it true that Zhu Xiaoji is a good man? A treasure hunter who is not in the Chuangxi team's plans might be a good opportunity for him to collect money. Yiwu finally thanked Zhu Xiaoji. He admitted that he was a little scared because he had to walk alone. He felt more relieved with the guard of someone level 50 like Zhu Xiaoji. The man could only laugh and ask Yiwu to believe him. He assured that the monsters would not be able to harm Yiwu in the slightest. The man then invited Yiwu to join his team, and at a glance, he saw the other team members, and all of them were at a high level. Yiwu was relieved that he would have strong protection at that time. Zhu Xiaoji asked Yiwu not to be too humble because even though he was at level 6, he knew Yiwu's level was greater than that. He knew the humans in the city knew how to play, but Yiwu even deliberately hid his level. Unlike their treasure hunters, he himself admitted to only exaggerating his level in the wilderness to avoid a lot of trouble. However, while the two were still talking, a monster appeared out of nowhere and said that he was relieved to be able to smell meat. At that moment, Zhu Xiaoji easily grabbed the monster's neck and slammed it onto the ground. He was angry because they were humans talking and the monster shouldn't disturb them. Yiwu was of course very impressed and immediately praised Zhu Xiaoji. The man instead asked about Yiwu's condition. Zhu Xiaoji admitted that he was surprised because the insect suddenly jumped out and scared him. Unfortunately, the monster didn't have many experience points, which was really disappointing. Yiwu could only smile and say that it was not a problem. In his heart, he could only deny Zhu Xiaoji's words that he was afraid. The big man clearly looked like an honest person and suddenly gave a fierce blow, as if they were two different people. Zhu Xiaoji again invited Yiwu to leave as he told him about his team's past glorious deeds and even promised to show them to Yiwu. Yiwu thought how with a few words, others would be easily influenced. There are 7 hours left before the battle with Kashua Akao. Zhu Xiaoji finally arrived at their gathering place. Yiwu recognized that place as the transportation hub of the 9th zone. Seeing the large number of people gathered, Yiwu wanted to know if they had all come to watch the fight. Zhu Xiaoji said yes because ever since the news spread in the wilderness, either nearby mercenaries or treasure hunters immediately gathered there. That place was the safest as well as the closest to the boss monster battle circle. Meanwhile, 500 meters from them there was a group of monsters. Hence, they used that place as a temporary base. Yiwu immediately understood. Zhu Xiaoji then greeted the chairman, Lan Qingyan. Lan Qingyan returned the greeting and immediately asked about Yiwu. Zhu Xiaoji introduced Yiwu, who happened to meet him on the street. The two had a good talk and Yiwu also wanted to watch the fight, so he brought him there. Yiwu greeted everyone there. Zhang Cheng, who saw Yiwu had level 6, also immediately knew that it was not his real level. People of a similar level in this situation would have already sought shelter or even died. They wouldn't wander the streets with a fat man like him. Hao Shuai immediately embraced Yiwu and he wanted to know whether the man was good at fighting and what his real level was. Yiwu said that it was just luck. He then asked whether everyone's safety would be guaranteed if they watched the fight. Hao Shuai assured them that they would be fine. He also said that he didn't like being pulled back when he was engrossed in watching the match later. Yiwu immediately concluded that Hao Shuai was an outspoken man, but he was not an enemy. Zhu Xiaoji also assured Yiwu that he would be fine. He also knew that Yiwu was an individual and mysterious person from the start. There was an attitude that he liked from the start from that Yiwu. Lan Qingyan asked Yiwu to forgive Zhu Xiaoji's overly friendly attitude. Yiwu could only joke and say that because he was the one who always received attention. Lan Qingyan then wanted to know about Yiwu's reasons for joining a foreign group like them, because only people with unhealthy minds would do stupid things like that. He wanted to know whether Yiwu was looking for fun or looking for combat support. Zhu Xiaoji tried to defend Yiwu because he was the one who invited him to join. However, Chairman Lan Qingyan wanted to hear Yiwu's explanation directly. Yiwu then said what if the goal was to kill the boss monster, take the items, and destroy the professional team. Of course, everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it. Hao Shuai said that it was a crazy plan and Yiwu didn't seem to realize what he was saying. On the other hand, Lan Qingyan laughed out loud when he heard Yiwu's words. Even his team members had to remind him. Lan Qingyan then told Yiwu that young people like him should have a sense of anger and pride. They have to dream big. For him, Yiwu's words were a big dream and he admired them. In his mind, Yiwu certainly said that he meant what he said. His subordinates knew that their leader was like that. He liked ambitious and energetic youths like Yiwu. He couldn't even hold back. Even at 35 years old, he also looks like a young man. On the other hand, Lan Qingyan happily welcomed Yiwu to become part of the Dai Pingxian team, with the temporary name being the Jian Lu team. Yiwu was of course grateful and welcomed the chairman's handshake. Yiwu secretly felt the difference between the people in the team and the mercenaries and treasure hunters he had encountered before. He felt the feeling that a team should have. At that moment, another man appeared and reminded them. He was annoyed because he heard a noise. The man turned out to be Ma Wang, who immediately recognized the chairman, who still seemed to like dealing with low-level people. Even Yiwu, who was only level 6, could enter the team. Ma Wang advised the Dai Pingxian team to immediately change its name to a rookie team. Of course, the team members became very angry and tried to invite Ma Wang to fight. At that time, Zhang Cheng asked the two of them not to get emotional and leave it to their leader. Lan Qingyan immediately spoke up and said that it was none of his business. Dai Pingxian had the right to recruit members, so his Haiyan Mabin team had no right to come and interfere in their affairs. He didn't have time to fight with Ma Wang anyway. Lan Qingyan advised them to return to the wilderness after the boss battle was over and work it out slowly there. Ma Wang naturally became angry that Lan Qingyan dared to talk to him like that. He had long wanted to resolve the problem between the two. He wanted to finish it there immediately. Zhu Xiaoji then explained to Yiwu that the Haiyan Mabing team was their deadly enemy. The team consists of 10 people. Usually, they always compete for resources in the ruins. However, he did not expect that the team would also come to watch the fight. Yiwu came to understand. However, looking at the opponent's level and the amount of advantages possible, Dai Pingxian's experience and overall strength were not that great either. The key is in Lan Qingyun. At that time, Ma Wang encouraged all his team members because they would destroy Dai Pingxian's team that day. However, before the fight had started, Yin Yuan and the Mogong team arrived. Everyone was stunned by the arrival of the beautiful woman. They were even devastated. At that time, Yiwu greeted Yin Yuan casually and even praised her for coming and gave her a score of 99 points. Yin Yuan, who saw Yiwu there, did not expect that they would meet again so quickly. Yiwu casually said that fate was indeed beautiful. Yin Yuan praised Yiwu's courage to come to the front line to watch the fight. However, she wondered if it was also possible that Yiwu was there to see it. Yiwu didn't expect Yin Yuan could know everything. Everyone who saw it naturally wondered who Yiwu was and what his relationship was with Yin Yuan. They were extremely jealous and even wanted to kill Yiwu because of it. On the other hand, Yiwu spoke again to Yin Yuan, who immediately mocked him when she arrived. It seemed to him that Yin Yuan needed to thank him for that. The other men were even more jealous when they saw Yiwu put his hands on the girl's hips and hoped that she would no longer live. Everyone at the scene was shocked to see Yiwu dare to hold Yin Yuan's waist. Some of them thought it was a good show, because people who approach Miss Yin Yuan are approaching their death. Miss Yin Yuan said that Yiwu's attitude was very bold. People who dared to do something to him in the past usually didn't end well. Besides, Yiwu knew that this was the same as pushing himself into a hole of trouble. So by approaching Yiwu's body until the distance between them was very close, Miss Yin Yuan asked whether Yiwu was confident in his strength or was he just a stupid man. With a smile full of confidence, Yiwu replied, it was not important now. Didn't Miss Yin Yuan herself want to use means to get close to him and help him attract hatred? Yiwu only drew that point to offend Miss Yin Yuan, and it turned out to be quite successful. But for the sake of Miss Mo here, Yiwu asked, Miss Yin Yuan won't kill him now, right? Miss Yin Yuan smiled at this young man's words. She didn't expect that the young man in front of her was so attractive that she was quite interested in Yiwu. Not long after, a high-class player named Song Yunxiao came and told Miss Yin Yuan that time was almost up, and the Chuangxi team had arrived at the designated location and was ready to fight at any time. Miss Yin Yuan told the young man to tell them to attack after receiving Miss Yin Yuan's signal and not to act rashly. Song Yunxiao obediently bowed and said he would follow the lady's orders. Then Miss Yin Yuan walked away, saying that she would collect Yiwu's words at the next meeting. So when they met again next time, then the young man would have to find a way to repay it. Yiwu replied that the miss was not worried, because he would not dare to disappoint Miss Yin Yuan. Then when Song Yunxiao passed by his side, the man asked if it was true that the name of the young man in front of him was Yiwu. Yiwu casually confirmed this. But what now? With sharp eyes full of threat, Song Yunxiao said that he would remember Yiwu's name well. Seeing Song Yunxiao's terrifying aura, Wise immediately appeared and warned Yiwu that the man had extremely deadly killing intent. It was as if the man had killed Yiwu thousands of times in his heart. Hearing Wise's report made Yiwu think that Song Yunxiao must have misunderstood him. And this is what it feels like to provoke another troublesome character. Wise asked why Yiwu didn't tell them about the conspiracy of the Chuangxi team. Yiwu replied that the time was not right and now people might not believe it. Moreover, if Yiwu said all that without any evidence, then he would only be treated like a fool. So this young man realized he had to speak at the most critical moment in exchange for the greatest benefits later. Wise was satisfied when he realized that his master had a great mind. The bandits around the location were annoyed to see Miss Yin Yuan just leave. But from this, they concluded that Yiwu had used Miss Yin Yuan to survive temporarily. Some of them looked worried because they were causing problems with children who were close to Hanmo group officials. Meanwhile, Xiaoji and Hao Shuai immediately embraced him and smiled broadly, realizing that the young man had succeeded in taking advantage of Yin Yuan. Even Xiaoji admitted that he was very jealous that Yiwu managed to hold onto Yin Yuan's waist. The big young man asked if Miss Yin Yuan's waist was soft and did she smell good. Xiaoji even asked to kiss Yiwu's hand that had been stroking Miss Yin Yuan's waist. This big man was very sure that the fragrance of his miss still lingered on Yiwu's hands. But Yiwu quickly grabbed his arm and said that the big man was perverted. Captain Lan didn't expect that this young man who had just arrived was interesting. Zheng Cheng also thought that Yiwu was not a simple figure because he could have a certain relationship with the Mogong team. Some of the other treasure hunters realized that Yiwu was not an ordinary person, so they should not provoke him. They asked each other what to do now. Yiwu asked didn't they want to fight, so they can fight now. Suddenly the bandits changed their minds and ran away. They made the excuse that they wanted to save their strength to fight elite monsters only. The majority of the bandits were not afraid of Yiwu, but of Mogong's team. because they didn't know what relationship there was between Yiwu and the Mogong team, so they chose to leave for their good. Hao Shuai shouted at them not to provoke him anymore or next time he would kill them straight away. Xiaoji even accused them of being trash who could talk nonsense. After the annoying bandits left, Chief Lan said that he really shouldn't have asked Yiwu's secret, but that the young man's actions were truly extraordinary, so he asked how Yiwu could do it. Yiwu replied that it was just a normal action so the chairman shouldn't be surprised. Chairman Lan said that holding a top team's ace was not considered normal, so with a smile full of patience, Chairman Lan asked who Yiwu's true identity was. Yiwu answered with a big smile that he was just an ordinary student, but he met some team members by chance and mastered several ways to make money. Hearing the words making money immediately made Xiaoji and Hao Shuai excited again. They immediately urged Yiwu to tell them how to make money quickly. The chairman immediately reminded his two members to calm down and not make things difficult for Yiwu. The commander also asked Yiwu not to be surprised by the attitude of his two members, because they are treasure hunters who are very sensitive to the word making money. Yiwu replied that it didn't matter. This young man ended up being willing to say it because he had a very good impression of this group. But before that, Yiwu explained that there were reasons, including how much money they wanted to invest in this to make more money. Zheng Cheng asked Yiwu to just speak frankly when it came to money. This young man with glasses asked, was Yiwu telling the truth or was he a low-level liar? But Yiwu's previous actions had dispelled any doubts that the young man was a liar. But even if there was a way to make money, most people would not take the initiative to reveal it. With a serious face, Zheng Cheng said that since Yiwu had taken the initiative to reveal and pull his entire group into the group, it meant that there was a risk at this doorstep, and Yiwu had previously drawn the conclusion that the young man would rob a professional team and snatch the boss. With a confident smile, Yiwu confirmed Zheng Cheng's words. Yiwu didn't forget to praise Zheng Cheng's cleverness in being able to guess his intentions so precisely, but one of them said that was impossible. Yiwu also said that of course what he wanted to do sounded impossible at the beginning. But if they highlight the door point, then with that door it is possible that anything can happen. Then Chairman Lan asked, how many points did Yiwu expect from the investment amount? And how much can his team get in return? Yiwu estimated that it would be at least 10 million or no limit. And the more the team chooses, the more points they will get. All the members were very surprised to hear that the estimated points Yiwu wanted to reach 10 million. Xiaoji even reminded Yiwu that this amount was not something that could be achieved at will. But Yiwu still emphasized that what he said was serious. According to him, the higher the investment risk, the higher the investment, the greater the income. Chairman Lan finally asked Yiwu to tell him two things. First, what is the decisive door to making money that Yiwu said, so they can assess whether it is worth the investment. Secondly, if they invest that amount of money, how much income can they earn? Yiwu answered he couldn't reveal the specific details of the first question yet, but after they confirmed the cooperation, Yiwu would tell him everything at the right time. As for the second question, Yiwu could answer definitely after the matter was resolved. He guaranteed they would get back at least 100 million. The four of them were immediately shocked to hear Yiwu's answer. Hao Shuai and Xiaoji laughed at Yiwu for talking about impossible things like dreams. According to them, it is impossible to earn that kind of money. Yiwu said firmly that he was not joking and asked them to imagine a little about the best possibility. Zheng Cheng replied, according to Yiwu's imagination, they should overthrow the Chuangxi and Mogong teams first, and then overthrow the level 90 boss so that they could get 100 million. But no matter how imaginative he was, Zheng Cheng still couldn't imagine that kind of fantasy. Finally, Chairman Lan spoke up asking all his members to calm down. Chief Lan said they weren't intentionally making fun of Yiwu, it was just extraordinary that the young man suddenly said such exaggerated words as a newcomer. Chairman Lan honestly said that they had just had an accident not long ago, which caused most of their valuables to be lost. So even if they believed in Yiwu, they would not be able to give so much money. Yiwu answered that it didn't matter. According to him, business is still business. After all, in this era, there were not many people with a true temperament like Chairman Lan. Then Yiwu wouldn't waste everyone's time, so he would leave the team first. But suddenly Chairman Lan stopped him and said that he wasn't finished talking yet. Although they can't give much money, but he knows who has money and they can borrow from the group together. Yiwu was surprised and asked what Chairman Lan meant by the word borrow. Meanwhile, not far from where they were, the Haiyan Mabbing group led by Chairman Ma Huang was fighting against two level 50 elite monsters. One of the members asked Chairman Ma whether it was safe for them to fight level 50 elite monsters like now. Chairman Ma says that this is no problem. According to him, they will be able to survive even though it is difficult. Suddenly, Yiwu's explosive spider monster crawled towards them. The members of the Haiyan group suspected that the monsters were getting crazier because of the spider robot. So one of the Haiyan group members kicked the robot, creating a quite loud explosion. Chairman Ma panicked and asked his members who were injured by the explosion to immediately heal themselves as soon as possible. Right after that, several more elite-level monsters appeared. Just when they were thinking about running away from the elite monsters who were about to attack them, suddenly a large shield appeared to protect Chairman Ma and all his members. They were amazed and wondered who created the protective energy shield at the right time. Chairman Ma's entire group said that they didn't have items like that high-level shield. At this moment, Yiwu appeared from behind Chairman Ma and said that he missed Chairman Ma after not seeing him for a while. Yiwu appeared with Chairman Lan and all his members. Yiwu stepped confidently toward Chairman Ma and said that he had arrived on time to protect Chairman Ma and all his members. But Yiwu suddenly said that how long the energy shield can last depends on Chairman Ma's sincerity. When Chairman Ma asked what Yiwu meant, the young man casually said that Master Ma's life was in his hands. So if Lord Ma wanted to live, he had to hand over his money to Yiwu. Mr. Ma's team members blamed Yiwu and thought the young man was shameless for taking advantage of other people's difficulties. They refused to give Yiwu the money. Because they said so, Yiwu turned around and said he would leave. Master Ma frantically stopped the young man and said he would pay 3 million if Yiwu saved all their lives. Hearing Mr. Ma's request made Chairman Lin ask, 3 million? Is Mr. Ma begging? Last time Master Ma had used a trick and seized the resources of ruin number 69 of Master Lin's Depingxian realm, so at least Master Ma has to give 6 million if he wants to survive. Hearing Mr. Lin's words made Mr. Ma even more angry. He said, even if he died at that place and was killed by a monster beast, he still wouldn't get 6 million. Then regarding the problem in Region 69, it was because members of Mr. Lin's group betrayed him. So of course Mr. Ma will not miss the opportunity and seize the opportunity in front of his eyes. Shayaji was very angry with Master Ma and wanted to curse, but Yiwu stopped him and said that they weren't there to fight and that they didn't want to care about Master Ma's complaints about the previous matter. Yiwu reminded me that the time for the energy shield was coming to an end. Now the hatred from wrongdoing can be concentrated on Master Ma, and the time left for him is running out. Right after Yiwu finished speaking, a monster managed to destroy a small part of the shield and took away the bodies of members of Master Ma's group. Several of Mr. Ma's members urged him to just agree to Yiwu's offer because where there is life, there is hope. So as long as their team is safe, then the money can be earned back sooner or later. Finally, Mr. Ma agreed to give 6 million very reluctantly. Then he immediately forced Yiwu to save himself and all his members. But Yiwu played a trick on the man and changed his mind again and asked for 12 million. Mr. Ma becomes even more furious and accuses Yiwu of blackmailing him. Unexpectedly, Yiwu admitted from the start that he had intended to blackmail Master Ma. The members of Mr. Ma's group became even more panicked when they saw that the huge arm managed to break through the defensive barrier again. Finally, Mr. Ma was forced to agree to the price that Yiwu asked for, namely 12 million. But Master Ma could only give Yiwu 6 million first and would pay off the rest after Yiwu rescued all the members of his group. But suddenly Yiwu raised the price again to 15 million. With a sly smile, Yiwu said he would add 3 million to the price every time Mr. Ma protested the price he gave. Finally, Master Ma was forced to agree to Yiwu's request and didn't protest anymore. Mr. Ma immediately sent a transaction request of 15 million to Yiwu. While mocking Yiwu, he said that Master Ma should have behaved like this because he met a good person like Yiwu who only took his money and was willing to help him without having to kill him. In his heart, Master Ma was very angry with Yiwu, but for now, he would follow the way this young man played. No matter what the relationship between Yiwu and Yinhyun of the Mogong team was, Lord Ma was determined to kill Yiwu when he had the chance. Because the money had been obtained, Yiwu immediately asked all his brothers, namely members of Mr. Lin's team, to start attacking the monsters and save Mr. Ma and all his team members. Excitedly, the 4 of them charged, attacking the elite monster. Seeing Master Lin's group in action made the members of Master Ma's group sad, because previously the elite monster belonged to them. Mr. Ma asked them not to worry and to follow his very evil orders. The first person to report having cleared out the elite monsters was Shayaji. He looked happy because he had an opponent who was not that strong. But suddenly, an object fell by Shayaji's side. The big young man was shocked when he saw the object, but it was too late. The smoke bomb had exploded and Shayaji couldn't see anything. Not long after, several other smoke bombs exploded. It was the work of Mr. Ma and all his members. He deliberately wanted to run away so he wouldn't have to pay Yiwu the rest of the money. With this, they will restore their HP and be sure to kill Master Lan's entire group along with Yiwu. Mr. Ma believes that in the old world, only sick people could live to the end. Yiwu smiled and asked if it was really like that. At this time, several members of Mr. Ma's group were successfully intercepted by Mr. Kan and Hao Shuai. Seeing that several of his members had been detained by Mr. Lan's group, Mr. Ma panicked. He reminded all his members that even if the opposing group managed to control some people, they would still have the advantage in terms of numbers. Mr. Ma told all his members to use the remaining restorative bottles to restore 30% HP and fight the members of Mr. Lan's group. Hearing Tuan Ma's words made Yiwu ask whether it was true that they won, because at this time Yiwu shot at several members of Master Ma's group. Even Shaoji and Zhang Cheng attacked Master Ma's members until one by one all their members died and only 2 remained. Yiwu then asked again, does Master Ma now still think that he has more members than Master Lan's group? Now, Master Ma could only stand quietly where he was. The big man's body shivered in fear seeing all his members on the beach before his eyes. Yiwu then said that Master Ma Wang had said something wrong about Earth's old age. Yiwu insists that only the strong can live to the end. Mr. Ma realizes the situation is not good, so Plan 16 is the best plan he has now. He never threw away his own life in that place, so Mr. Ma decided to immediately run away without caring about the rest of his members. Shaoji shouted, how could Mr. Ma have the heart to escape alone without caring about his companions? Is he stillborn to be called the chairman? Mr. Ma instead answered that the remaining members were trash and deserved to be used as shields. Mr. Ma doesn't care about anything other than himself. According to him, as long as he is safe he can still find other members. After all, everyone in this era tried to survive in groups, so brotherhood is not valuable at all. Unexpectedly, Master Lan appeared right in front of Master Ma and pointed his large sword right in front of Master Ma's face. Mr. Lan said that even if they let Mr. Ma go, Mr. Ma's colleagues would not allow it. Sure enough, Mr. Ma's colleagues immediately became angry when they saw Mr. Ma acting like that. He didn't expect the chairman to have the heart to leave him, even though Master Ma once said that they had to live and die together. Now he just realized that Mr. Ma lied to him. Master Ma fell silent, until finally he said that he did not expect to fall to this point. Because this is the last of our problems, Mr. Ma was killed, so now Mr. Ma has resigned himself to kill him. He said that he did not want to kill Master Ma, because the leader of the group at least has a net worth of more than 15 million. So Yiwu asked Master Ma to show him where the rest of his money was. Hearing this, Mr. Ma immediately accused Yiwu of being a devil who kept urging Mr. Ma to spend all his money. Mr. Lan accused Mr. Ma of still pretending. Even though Haiyan Mabang Tuan Ma depends on many people, they also often loot and suppress peers, stabbing knives in the back, and making money of more than 15 million. If Master Ma would tell Yiwu about the hiding place of his money, then Master Ma's good fortune would be in the end. This would leave evil people like Yiwu with little to do. In his heart, Yiwu was a little annoyed when he was called a bad person even though he was an upholder of justice. But Yiwu still squatted in front of him and said, as the leader of the group, it would be too dangerous to carry so much money with him. So Yiwu was sure that Master Ma would find a safe place to hide all the money. Yiwu asked the mature man to tell him the position where he hid the money honestly, so Yiwu will consider letting go of Master Ma. Hearing Yiwu's words made Master Ma immediately step back in panic. This man wondered how Yiwu knew about that. Master Ma suspected that Yiwu had prepared such a bad plan for him, so he thought Yiwu was very greedy and shameless. Suddenly Yiwu stood up with a cheerful face and didn't expect that the middle-aged man would say so his guess was correct. Shaoji showed a thumbs up and appreciated their plan being successfully executed. Finally, Mr. Ma could only surrender and laugh loudly while admitting that he had indeed hidden his money and many other assets. But he wouldn't say anything. Tuan Ma laughed crazily and told them to just kill him because Tuan Ma would never give a penny of his money to all of them. Suddenly, the only member of Mr. Ma's group who was still alive said that he knew where Mr. Ma had hidden his money. He will accompany Mr. Lan's group to that place. Mr. Ma was very shocked to hear his member's words and asked while shouting, how did his member know the place where his treasure was hidden? Mr. Ma's team member replied that he accidentally discovered the place while urinating. Mr. Ma hid all his money in a dilapidated factory. Angered by his own member's words, Mr. Ma immediately raised his sword high and prepared to kill his member. But Shaoji immediately stood in front of the poor man and blocked Master Ma's attack. Shaoji even laughed at Mr. Ma's anger at being betrayed by his members. Yiwu said that in this era, apart from being cruel and having to be strong, one must remember to have good thoughts. Yiwu was ready with his weapon to finish off Master Ma, but Master Lan stopped Yiwu and asked the young man to hand over the last piece to Master Lan, because he wanted to end the grievances between the two of them. Of course, Yiwu welcomed it. Mr. Lan stood towering in front of Mr. Ma and said that even though there were many complaints between them, Mr. Lan still wanted to know one thing, namely, where was Huazi? Master Ma said that he didn't know either because they were traitors from Master Lan's army. Mr. Ma said curtly that the person had only complained to him first. He was tired of playing with groups of people like Master Lan and his shallow members. Mr. Ma said that the person just wanted to make money. That's why Master Ma deliberately incited him to betray Master Lan. Even though Mr. Ma didn't treat those people as his members, he managed to make them rich. Meanwhile, Mr. Lan couldn't do anything for them. Mr. Ma even questioned whether Mr. Lan ever thought about their feelings. Without further ado, and because he was fed up with hearing Mr. Ma's words, with one swing of his large sword, Mr. Lan killed Mr. Ma. Master Lan's attack managed to amaze Yiwu, because the attack succeeded in destroying the two walls in front of them. Yiwu suspected that Master Lan was stronger than Miss Mo's two personal guards who were also level 60. The system finally appeared notifying them that they had managed to obtain 10,000 experience points, and several high-class items dropped by Chairman Ma. After killing Master Ma, Master Lan approached Yiwu and said he couldn't lead his members to a good life no matter how good his words were. So he felt that he had lied to Yiwu. Hearing the chairman's words made all the members come to encourage. They asked the chairman not to be influenced by Mr. Ma's words, because they believe in Mr. Lan's principles. They would even directly beat up Master Lan if he acted like a criminal. Seeing the warmth between them made Yiwu want to have team members like them someday. Yiwu then invited them to go and find the money. Today they will make a lot of money. On the way to where Mr. Ma hid his treasure, Yiwu asked if Mr. Lan was also a treasure hunter who usually hid his wealth in random places. Mr. Lan confirmed this, because their work is a high-risk job, and every day they spend a lot of time on the road, they bring as little money as possible. However, very few people usually store their assets in a safe place like Chairman Ma Wang's. Member Mr. Ma Wang explained that the chairman didn't hide much because they were always together, and so far the other treasure hunting teams have not posed too much of a threat to them. But because they were worried that this hunt would cause conflict with the professional team, they were temporarily looking for a place to store all the valuables they had. Finally, they all arrived in front of a very damaged and abandoned warehouse. Mr. Ma's team member explained that that was where the boss hid all his wealth. When Sheaji asked everyone to rush in, Yiwu suddenly stopped them. Yiwu saw that something was moving in front of them, although when you looked closely it turned out to be a level 65 goblin secret demon. The monster was digging up Mr. Ma's treasure and was carrying a large bag filled with treasure on its back. Yiwu then revealed that secret demons were a type of monster that had been introduced in books, but the type of thief secret demon was never mentioned. Yiwu wondered if the existence of the monster was hidden. Zhu Sheaji, who saw the monster, was very impressed because he could make a lot of money. This time he felt he had to catch him. Of course, Hao Shuai immediately told the man to be quiet because the monster might be startled by his screams, and in the end, they wouldn't be able to get any money. Lan Qingyan then revealed that the thief's secret demon was a rare secret demon that was both special and rare. They naturally like to collect treasures, and large amounts of treasure are often hidden where they appear. Yiwu then concluded that perhaps Ma Wang's previously hidden treasure had now been taken by the treasure-stealing secret demon. Lan Qingyan then pointed to the big bag on the secret demon thief's back and said that it was a dimensional sack. All the treasures he collects will be stored in this bag, which has unlimited storage. Yiwu then determined whether by killing him, they could get the many treasures in the bag. Lan Qingyan immediately confirmed, but even that was just one advantage. They even have a bigger advantage, namely if they can kill secret demon thieves above level 60 or above, they will be able to get the portal key item to their lair. Their lair is rumored to have more treasures than can even be counted. Yiwu was interested, but he realized that the secret demon thief would be difficult to defeat. He then asked Lan Qingyan what steps they could take. Lan Qingyan stated that the thief's secret demon was indeed difficult to deal with. The difficulty was not whether he could be killed or not, but rather whether they could catch him or not. If the monster is threatened, it can run away at incredible speed. If it is not caught and killed quickly, the monster can summon a portal and escape to its lair. Yiwu immediately concluded that the key to their success lay in control. Lan Qingyan confirmed, but it was still difficult to achieve effective control. Lan Qingyan then revealed that many years ago, when he was still a beginner, he once participated in a team consisting of 10 people. At that time he met a level 25 secret demon thief in the wilderness. However, under the siege of all of them, Lan Qingyan was stunned by the monster's ability to escape. He possessed speed and cunning that were beyond human imagination. Yiwu was of course very confident and asked everyone to calm down because he was a master of control. If everyone there believed him, then they just had to do what he said. Zhu Sheaji quickly stated that he would trust Yiwu. It seemed to him that Yiwu was the lucky star of their Depingxian team. He would listen to everything Yiwu said. At that time, Ma Wang chose to leave. Zhu Sheaji invited him. As the man thanked him before leaving, Zhu Sheaji became very annoyed that the man was noisy, without realizing that he was much noisier at the moment. That's when Zheng Cheng and Hao Shuai immediately covered Zhu Sheaji until he fell to the ground. Yiwu, who saw the commotion, could only reveal his strategy. At that time, the secret demon thief was still busy collecting lots of treasures while humming. Just then, Yiwu and Depingxian surrounded him and started wearing scary looks. Yiwu saw the good harvest and said that they should share the harvest. The monster spoke a language he couldn't understand, so Yiwu immediately asked Weiss for help translating it. Weiss then said that the monster was making fun of her. He challenges everyone to catch it and will allow them to take the treasure if they succeed in doing so. The monster also said that Yiwu was an arrogant man. Yiwu didn't feel offended at all because he had said such things before. However, he started to take out his sword and stated that he was interested in the secret demon thief's money. The monster would give it to him if Yiwu managed to catch it. As expected, the secret demon thief moved very quickly. However, Zhu Xiaoji had already blocked off the road at one point with his shield. The monster certainly wasn't afraid because there was only one person there. Then, Zheng Cheng and Hao Shuai asked him to stop and immediately attacked with their respective moves. The secret demon monster naturally easily dodged all the attacks and felt the upper hand, until finally Zheng Cheng managed to trap the monster's legs. Hao Shuai immediately praised him, but Zheng Cheng asked him to be quiet. The returning monster was able to cut it easily, which made Zheng Cheng surprised. When that happened, a shield made by Yiwu immediately trapped the monster within it. He tried to free himself, but his efforts were unsuccessful. Zhu Xiaoji then asked the monster to surrender because it could no longer run. Hao Shuai was also curious about how the secret demon would escape from the shield. However, the secret demon thief was not at his wit's end. He used a move to multiply himself, making everyone surprised and confused. Yiwu immediately ordered everyone to chase the thief's secret demon separately and not let it escape. They also have to direct it and catch it in one direction. They then chased the secret demon and saw how its movements slowed down. They believe it is one of the clones and must immediately capture it. Hao Shuai uses the Hunter's Eye move, which can increase attack and speed within 30 seconds. However, it was at this time that Zhu Xiaoji quickly moved past all his colleagues and Hao Shuai was very surprised to see him. Of course, Zhu Xiaoji couldn't help but laugh because even though he was fat, he did have flexible surfing skills. Zhu Xiaoji was using early surf, which harnessed magic power into the shield and moved quickly as a vehicle while destroying all obstacles in the path of travel. Zheng Cheng casually mentioned how noisy they all were. He wanted to know when his partner would be able to mature a little. He wanted his colleagues to be a little quieter, like the ones who casually drank coffee on the magic carpet. Zheng Cheng is using Baby Ollie's magic carpet, which can move at high and stable speed and can even prepare food and drinks. Zhu Xiaoji and Hao Shuai were even more surprised to see their colleague. On the other hand, Lan Qingyan certainly didn't want to lose. He was happy to see all his troops so energetic. However, he will also show his abilities, namely strike the mountain and get over the world. With this, he can jump into the air and deliver a hard punch. But it turns out, the secret demon thief he killed was fake. Likewise with the secret demon thief who was killed by his men. Lan Qingyan immediately realized that the thief's secret demon's true body was the one that was heading towards Yiwu. The original secret demon thief went towards Yiwu because he was the one with the lowest level. However, the portal finally opened and the monster intended to escape. Everyone asked Yiwu not to let the thief's secret demon return to its nest. However, the monster simply passed by Yiwu and said that Yiwu could only dream of catching it. Seeing this incident, everyone was naturally confused as to why Yiwu didn't stop him. Yiwu asked everyone to calm down. At that time, the secret demon thief suddenly saw a book fall on the ground. He was interested in turning around and returning to pick up the book that was lying by Yiwu's side. Everyone was also confused as to why the secret demon thief actually changed his direction. It turns out that the secret demon thief was interested in an adult magazine. At that time, Yiwu used a love secret animal trap, which is a level 60 trap that can cause the forbidden copper effect. Yiwu knew that secret demon thieves who were still part of the secret demon clan had a perverted nature in their DNA that could not be changed. Therefore, he deliberately set a trap and waited for the secret demon thief to head towards the portal. It turns out the results are really in line with what was expected. Of course, the thief's secret demon, who knew that he had been framed, became very angry and wanted to kill Yiwu. It was then Lan Qingyan praised the great Yiwu. Likewise, Zhu Xiaoji also joined in the praise. On the other hand, Yiwu didn't want them to be too happy. The secret demon thief had unpredictable thoughts. Besides, the traps also don't last long. They had to get rid of the monster as quickly as possible. Lan Qingyan then volunteered to kill the secret demon thief because he had annoyed him. Zheng Cheng asked everyone to step back just in case. Although the thief's secret demon did not have high defense, it was still a level 65 elite monster. Lan Qingyan had to make a strong slash to successfully kill it, and standing too close could cause them to be hit. Lan Qingyan finally succeeded in killing the monster, and it made their team gain some advantages. They got 200,000 team experience points and Lan Qingyan got an additional 50,000 points. They also got 40 million in cash as well as several rare items and weapons. They get the mysterious short sword of the water spirit, which can increase their speed and dodging ability. Apart from that, it can also cancel enemy equipment and item features for 10 seconds. They are happy to be able to make a lot of money. However, one thing that must not be forgotten is the Ring of Luck, which is the key to getting to the nest of the secret demon that steals treasure. They were even happier because they actually managed to get the key. They were able to get a good harvest thanks to following Boss Yiwu's orders. While they were still celebrating their success, a roar suddenly sounded. Lan Qingyan was sure it was the sound of the boss fighting. Hearing that, Yu Wu became confused about what to prioritize. Should he defeat the boss monster or explore the thief demon's secret lair first? Yu Wu was still confused about whether he should choose between fighting the boss monster or exploring the secret demon's nest first. Lan Qingyun then asked Yu Wu not to worry too much because time in the secret demon nest passed slower than in the real world. 1 hour in the nest is equivalent to 1 minute in the real world, although he also didn't know the exact comparison. Of course, Yu Wu was happy to hear that because there was nothing for him to doubt now. He immediately opened the dungeon door. Yu Wu again asked Lan Qingyun about other information in the dungeon. Things like monster levels, precautions, or the like. Apart from the timing, Lan Qingyun knew that the dungeon had monsters of random levels. Yu Wu considered it, and that meant he had to be more careful and conquer the monsters one by one to find out later. Yu Wu finally decided to enter with the Depingxian team. He could immediately feel that there was a strange, unknown atmosphere ahead, so he asked everyone to be alert. The Depingxian team actually felt ready. Zhu Xiaoji was of course even more excited because they were destruction hunters who were indeed looking for previously unknown things. The adventurous spirit in his body was already burning at that time. Likewise, Hao Shuai couldn't wait to make a big fuss. Likewise, Seng Zheng became increasingly curious about what was inside. They finally entered the dungeon together, which turned out to be level 35. Zhu Xiaoji was disappointed because the dungeon turned out not to be of a very high level. However, Lan Qingyun asked him not to take it lightly. Even though the dungeon was only level 35, they didn't know anything yet and had to be careful. Yu Wu asked them not to be disappointed after he saw what was below. Zhu Xiaoji was surprised because there were a lot of gold coins piled up below. However, Hao Shuai asked him to focus more because downstairs there were still many treasure-stealing secret demons standing guard. Zheng Cheng immediately confirmed. He could see a total of 15 secret demon thieves, all of whom were rare elites. Their locks don't look high. Zhu Xiaoji naturally couldn't wait to see it. He wanted to immediately finish off the monster. It will attract attention and make them despair. He asked everyone not to worry about it. Lan Qingyun was getting annoyed because Zhu Xiaoji was moving too hastily. Zhu Xiaoji immediately attacked the crowd and scolded everyone for all the rubbish which was used to provoke all targets and increase the hatred value. The secret demon thieves were shocked to suddenly see so many intruders there. They naturally immediately moved to kill Yu Wu and the others. The battle soon broke out even though Yu Wu misfocused on the random names of the Depingxian team members. Yu Wu asked everyone not to attack the central altar. Then he asked everyone to move aside because he would use full firepower, which would not give the secret demon a chance to breathe. The secret demon thought of a way to escape, but Yu Wu wouldn't let it. He attacked the secret demon thief with a full attack and even made the dungeon full of smoke. Zheng Cheng couldn't understand because Yu Wei had previously asked them not to attract too much attention, but it was Yu Wu who made the dungeon full of fog. Lan Qingyun also said that Yu Wu's firepower was too fierce. Yu Wu could only laugh and apologize. He just tried to secure the situation by not releasing a single secret demon thief, and now it was all over. Yu Wu then invited everyone to enjoy their harvest. The secret demon thief took out many items. They were happy because they could get the jackpot at that time. They got 75,000 experience points and got 85 million in money. They also got several items, including the Front Guardian, which is a shield with good defensive capabilities, the Rocky Magic Gun, which can be used to shoot short and long distances, the Dragon Soul Greatsword, which holds a certain dragon in it, the Scripture of Elements, which is a magic book which record the origins of elements. Each member gets this rare item. Lan Qingyun didn't expect that each of them would obtain new and powerful epic equipment. Zhu Xiaoji was happy that he had received such a strong shield and now felt safe to hold off the enemy. Hao Shuai was happy because he got a cool arrow that he liked. Zheng Cheng also got a good book even though he felt uncomfortable and afraid. Yu Wu, who didn't get any equipment, was quite satisfied with tens of millions of money that could be used to pay in full. After all, the new equipment received by the Depingxian team could increase their combat effectiveness, which would be very important for the next battle. Yu Wu then asked them all to calm down as they hadn't even started the main event yet. A large treasure chest on the altar was the true final destination. Seeing the treasure chest, Zhu Xiaoji became very curious about the contents of the unknown level treasure chest. The chest is clearly a mysterious prize package that must be of fantastic value. Hao Shuai was no less enthusiastic in saying that he was the best at opening such mysterious boxes. However, Yu Wu immediately stopped the two from acting rashly. He reminded the two of them how previously the secret demon thief had been seen kneeling and dancing around the treasure chest. Zhu Xiaoji also noticed the strangeness. It was as if a secret demon thief was worshipping the treasure chest. Zheng Cheng then revealed that usually worship objects were spiritual objects, so perhaps the contents of the treasure chest were one of them. Lan Qingyun put aside whether the contents of the treasure chest were spiritual or not, but there were a series of procedures that had to be followed when finding and opening a treasure chest in the wilderness. Yiwu naturally wanted to know what he meant. Lan Qingyun then explained that they should not approach the unopened treasure chest rashly. They had to make sure that the chest was not a trap before they approached it. Lan Qingyun finally threw the body of the secret demon thief and the chest suddenly opened and went and ate the body. They were annoyed because the treasure chest turned out to be a monster called the Dream Demon of Greed. Lan Qingyun had heard of such a treasure box monster before, but that one was not only a rare elite, but had also reached level 90. He also concluded that it was the same level as the boss monsters outside because they were both the same at level 90. Lan Qingyun could only give up because their level was too low and they had also made quite a lot of money that day. He also reminded Yiwu not to be too greedy because they might end up dead. Lan Qingyun wanted to know Yiwu's decision, while Zhu Xiaoji would do whatever Yiwu chose. Yiwu finally decided to split the money they got before. Although surprised, Lan Qingyun also thought it was a good idea. Lan Qingyun then talked to his team members and that day they managed to get 140 million thanks to Yiwu's ability and leadership. Therefore, he planned to give Yiwu as much as 70 million. All team members immediately agreed without any objections at all. To them, if Yiwu wasn't around, then they wouldn't even get a cent from the trip. Yiwu's abilities were the best and he should have gotten the biggest share. Yiwu in his mind felt so amazed that with the temptation of such a large amount of money, the Depingxian team did not try to kill him or take his share, but instead divided the proceeds into two parts. Yiwu was relieved because he had not misjudged that the Tum was indeed worthy of trust. They could also work together more in the future. Lan Qingyun, who had decided, finally divided the amount of money received by the Depingxian team among the 5 people present. Moreover, each of them had also gotten a new weapon so they wouldn't need much money in the future for shopping. Yiwu has also succeeded in getting the 70 million that was agreed upon previously. After the process was complete, they decided to return. However, Zhu Xiaoji had asked Yiwu about what methods he usually used to earn money. He didn't mean to be greedy but just wanted to weigh the risks. However, instead of answering, Yiwu actually looked closely at the treasure chest. Zhu Xiaoji asked Yiwu not to think about the treasure chest. The chest was definitely something they couldn't conquer at that level. Zhang Cheng reminded that the treasure chest did have a high income, but they could not afford the high risks that would come with it. In the meantime, their luck had run out, so they should just give up. Hao Shuai immediately confirmed. Yiwu of course understood, but leaving behind such a huge treasure was simply not his style. Lan Qingyun immediately reminded that Yiwu definitely still wanted to live. Yiwu apparently made the decision to leave the team, which surprised everyone. Yiwu then asked everyone to leave because an uncontrollable situation would soon arise. Zhu Xiaoji was naturally worried and tried to persuade Yiwu to go with them. He didn't want to see the man die. Lan Qingyun asked Zhu Xiaoji to stop talking like that. Yiwu had already made his decision and he would also have his own considerations. After all, they couldn't judge Yiwu by their standards. Therefore, Lan Qingyun decided not to leave Yiwu but just stay away so that the man wouldn't get into more trouble. If something bad happens to Yiwu, then they will work together to save Yiwu and escape from there together. Yiwu was of course happy because for him the Depingxian team was a team he could trust. Although such an emergency situation should not happen. Yiwu then opened the Shadow King's Special King account system. Yiwu then used 10 million to exchange it for 10 seconds of opportunity. He wanted to see how far the power of the new king's account was. Yiwu was waiting for the Shadow King's account to be connected to him. Zhu Xiaoji was confused as the place turned blood red. Lan Qingyun immediately noticed something was different about Yiwu and asked everyone to look at him. Zhu Xiaoji became even more confused when he saw the many bats that suddenly arrived. Then they saw the changed Yiwu and were immediately amazed by the clothes he was wearing. However, Lan Qingyun was sure that it was not just external appearances, because he could feel a strong pressure. They weren't sure that it was Yiwu because even his body gave off the scent of blood. At that moment, Yiwu immediately attacked the treasure chest monster. He utilizes a shadow vortex which makes him immune to any physical damage. Yiwu immediately cut off the monster's tongue with his strength. The monster in pain actually moved towards the Depingxian team who were hiding and made them panic. With ease, Yiwu immediately used the endless blood curse and drowned the chest in his blood. Until that time ended, Yiwu released the new Shadow King's account again. However, as soon as the Shadow King left, Yiwu had that feeling. Hurtful. That feeling was even more painful than the feeling of weakness caused by drinking the Hercules magic potion previously. Yiwu immediately realized that he couldn't bear the weight of the Shadow King and it caused great damage to him even in just 10 seconds. Yiwu apparently experienced soul collapse. Even so, he couldn't deny that the Shadow King's strength did not disappoint. In fact, he still couldn't believe he could so easily kill a rare level 90 elite in less than 10 seconds. Now as long as his body was able to withstand it, then a level 90 boss monster wouldn't be a problem. As a prize, he also got a Terminator treasure box as well as 500,000 experience points and 200 million in cash. Yiwu also got Tristan's shoulder dragon sword to fight dragon monsters. Apart from that, he also has broken angel wings which can make him fly in the sky. Lastly is the castle construction blueprint level 90 as well as several other items. Of course, Yiwu was satisfied with the results of a level 90 treasure chest and was worth the pain he received from the Shadow King. Then, Zhu Xiaoji immediately came up to him and said that he had no idea that Yiwu could kill a level 90 treasure chest monster alone in the blink of an eye. How Shuai even opened his hunter's eye and still couldn't see Yiwu turning into that abnormal thing. Lan Qingyun immediately confirmed the man's condition and Yiwu said that he was not feeling well. Zheng Cheng saw Yiwu trying to recover him. He immediately did so and was lucky that the after effects of the merger could be removed quickly. He immediately thanked Zheng Cheng who had helped him. After that, Lan Qingyun was very curious about what actually happened. However, Yiwu didn't want to talk about that and instead asked Lan Qingyun a question. He wanted to know about the castle construction blueprint level 90. They were of course surprised to see the picture. The castle construction blueprint is a rare blueprint among the rare. Yiwu was considered truly lucky to be able to get such a picture. Yiwu was confused because to him it was just like an ordinary blueprint for building a house. Lan Qingyun then explained that the fortress was different from an ordinary house. An ordinary house could be built in the wilderness as long as one had courage and strength. However, forts can only be built in certain dungeons. Lan Qingyun then continued that different fortresses should be built according to different dungeons. If Yiwu was lucky then he could get a beautiful castle like a fairy tale. However, if it had bad luck, then the fortress would have a desperate ending too. Yiwu was still confused about whether there really was such a big difference. That meant the fortress was completely dependent on luck. Lan Qingyun then continued that no matter what kind of stronghold he got, it could be an exclusive private territory that would not change. Yiwu could open up deserts and build cities within dungeons, collect resources, recruit followers, and even form his own professional team. Zhu Xiaoji, who heard the explanation, also felt that the concept of exclusive personal territory was too ridiculous. Yiwu also seemed unable to understand the benefits, so he wanted to help. How Shuai intends to sell this blueprint treasure which will definitely provide fantastic value. Lan Qingyun immediately dodged it. Even though the blueprint had a high price due to its rare existence, the usage threshold was too high. The blueprint required a top engineering master who could use it. So in essence, they won't be able to sell it either because no one will buy it. Zhu Xiaoji regretted that in the end, the picture would only rot in Yiwu's hands. Yiwu looked at the blueprint and realized that it was similar to the drawing he had previously made of Nana. The blueprint is a high-level manufacturing drawing that is not for sale. However, Yiwu also thought about the possibility of using the blueprint for his personal gain. Zhu Xiaoji ultimately asked Yiwu not to think too much about it. The blueprint was definitely just one of the many treasures received by Yiwu. That one item clearly won't make him lose money. Yiwu immediately confirmed because it was indeed not the only one. He then opened the transaction system. The team members immediately asked what the man was doing. Yiwu showed all the items produced by the dream demon of the greedy monster. He intends to share the results with the Depingxian team members except for the 200 million and the blueprint. At that time all the team members became very happy and once again carried Yiwu to plan for success. They were all now willing to serve Yiwu and would do everything he ordered. They are also ready to do other work after that. Lan Qingyun also asked Yiwu to contact him next time if he needed help, especially with business matters. Even though their words may sound a little hypocritical or just taking advantage, they are serious about what they say. After that, Lan Qingyun asked everyone to take one item each according to what was really needed. After all, they are not insatiable criminals. Zhu Xiaoji immediately agreed because he would never do anything evil to Yiwu. An hour later, Yiwu and his party finally came out of the dungeon and breathed fresh air. Lan Qingyun immediately wanted to know Yiwu's next plan. He already had a plan and everyone immediately wanted to hear it. Yiwu then explained that he had changed his original plan. Previously, he wanted to find a boss monster and get 100 million. However, now they had gained additional profits so he didn't want to take another risk. Lan Qingyun asked Yiwu to be honest about whether the man still needed them or not because the man's strength was much higher than their expectations. However, of course, if Yiwu still needed them, then they were ready to follow him. However, if Yiwu thought they were a burden, then they would leave there too. Yiwu definitely needed that important chess piece. Even though their goal was the boss monster, it would definitely be a hassle to take care of the other teams. The more chess pieces that can be used, the more ticks there are. Lan Qingyun couldn't help but laugh when he heard Yiwu's honesty. Who could be so blunt? Zhu Xiaoji also felt that he was not wrong in judging Yiwu as having a unique temperament. Zheng Cheng would have also shot anyone else who dared to say such things, but Yiwu actually made him volunteer to become a chess piece. Yiwu was of course also happy to hear that. He was also confident that under his command, they would not become chess pieces sacrificed in vain. They finally headed to the boss monster battle area. Lion King Yun immediately wanted to know Yiwu's plan at that time and whether they should fight immediately. Yiwu naturally had to wait and let them fight for a while. He then activated his true eye to observe the situation. Several teams were seen surrounding the boss monster, including the Mogong team and the Chuangxi team. Yiwu was happy because all the expected teams had gathered, and that meant the good show was about to start. A few minutes ago, the elite Mogong team stared at the monster Kashiwara Akao, who was still sitting quietly on top of a building. One of them said that the monster had destroyed several cities and legends, and it was true by looking at its scary gaze. They thought the dragon monster was indeed worthy of such a terrifying reputation. Lai Yuanhao said that their opponent this time was the level 90 blue dragon type world boss, Ajiku, so they must not be careless. Miss Yinhuan asked all team members to concentrate and follow instructions. All members of this elite team have levels over 80, so their combination should be able to defeat the boss monster Kashiwara Akao. With his deep voice, the dragon Kashiwara Akao asked the elite group if they knew where they went wrong. Without fear, Yinhuan said that unexpectedly, the monster beast had such a high level of intelligence, and the dragon beast actually learned to use words. But the beautiful girl came to that place not to accompany the monster Kashiwara Akao to chat. But Yinhuan came to talk about Sim, because the number of crimes of the dragon Kashiwara Akao are numerous and uncountable. Dragon Kashiwara Akao flies and says that they are just humans who are ants, but they are very impudent, so they are tantamount to seeking their own death. Then the dragon Kashiwara Akao attacked them with a powerful burst of fire energy. Miss Yinhuan asked to be very wary of the monster and pay attention to the attack skill mode to wait for an opportunity to counterattack and don't rush. All members certainly obey the words of the chairman, namely Miss Yinhuan. Lin Yuanhao felt that the pressure of this dragon beast's attack was indeed very strong. Even though I had used a lot of skills to withstand the monster's attacks, his HP was still reduced by 30%. While Lin Yuanhao was defending to protect his teammates, Huang Tianqi asked whether Lin Yuanhao had suffered a death penalty just now, because most of Yuanhao's HP is gone. Death penalty usually refers to the enormous skill damage that a boss in an MMORPG inflicts on the player. If the damage is not reduced, those affected will die. Lin Yuanhao said that this monster was so cunning that it almost died with just one attack. But luckily I reacted in time by using lots of debuffs to protect his body. Miss Yinhuan said Lin Yuanhao's work was very good because he was able to use skills until only his HP was reduced and he had no injuries. Miss Yinhuan asked everyone to give me some time. She is sure to reclaim the Wasteland boss and understands the unknown style. Miss Yinhuan asked everyone not to waste their lives. Lin Yuanhao also praised Chen Chen, because thanks to the debuff help from that girl, I was able to survive. So Chen Chen's help was very meaningful and timely. With a cheerful smile, Chen Chen answered that it was no problem, because she loves to help everyone. Only for a moment did they feel relieved. Suddenly the dragon monster Kashiwara Akao opened his mouth very wide again, preparing to deliver the next attack. Luckily, before the Kashiwara dragon fired its attack, Song Yunxiao covered the monster's mouth with ice power. Then this handsome young man said the flame breath had stopped. It has been confirmed that the cooldown is 30 seconds. While the monster was being detained, Miss Yinhuan and several other colleagues immediately attacked the dragon monster. Enraged at being surrounded by the elite members of the Mogong team, the dragon monster Kashiwara goes on a rampage, and roared as loud as possible until it knocked them backward. Plus, the monster's roar was able to summon several other elite monsters. Apparently, that roar was the boss's general skill. The roar would attract monsters with a radius of hundreds of meters to come and protect them, and these monsters were all elite. The Mogong team members thought the monster was shameless for using weaker monsters to protect it. Lady Yinhuan told Song Yunxiao to tell the people of Tianchuang to prepare for the battle that was coming soon. At the location of the outer area of the boss monster, team leader Chuangxi has started to be on standby to stop the attack of the monsters that are moving into the boss area. The group leader of the Chuangxi team, Boss Cao, made a face and complained when he said that Miss Yinhuan's strength was abnormal, but he still ordered the second and third troops to go to the designated location to deal with the enemy. The boss reminded his members to just catch the enemy and not kill the monster. He reminded all his members to control the monster's HP to more than 50%. Now is not the time to carry out the plan, especially delay time. Wait until the boss's HP volume drops to 10% before acting. All members of the Chuangxi team immediately answered in unison that they understood and comprehended the instructions from their boss. Once again, Boss Cao reminded all his members not to take action now and wait for my signal. Unexpectedly, a mysterious man wearing a black robe was eavesdropping on their conversation. The mysterious man smiled slyly when he heard the Chuangxi team's plan. On the other hand, the Mogong elite team has succeeded in reducing the HP of the Kashiwara Akao monster by 50%. But they were overwhelmed because even though the monster's HP was only 50% remaining, the monster's attacks were still difficult for 5 level 80 players to handle. Chen Chen was sad and apologized because she felt I was hampering the whole team. But Lin Yuanhao said that the girl had done a very good job by helping restore their buffs. But I think it's just not good to continue like this, because the boss's HP volume doesn't go down while their supply is about to run out. Song Yingxiao tried to contact Boss Cao to ask for help because the team's condition was getting worse. But Boss Cao answered that there were quite a lot of elite monsters, so they were also very overwhelmed there. So they couldn't provide manpower assistance to the Mogong team. After that, Boss Cao immediately hung up the phone. Lin Yuanhao cursed and thought that the Chuangxi team was just trash because they couldn't kill a small group of monsters. Suddenly Yiwu appears and says that it's not that they can't but that they don't want to really help the Mogong team, and expect the Mogong team to die quickly. Out of alert, Song Yingxiao threw a dagger at Yiwu and asked who was hiding there. Yiwu caught the dagger and headed toward it very casually, then asked Song Yingxiao not to be too rude. Why didn't Song Yingxiao say he would remember me? But now why does that young man quickly forget and throw the ball 3-way at me? Or was Song Yingxiao deliberately pretending to be stupid and taking advantage of the chaos to kill? Yiwu crushed Song Yingxiao's dagger while smiling confidently. Then this young man casually said that I was good enough to help the Mogong team. But unfortunately, Yingxiao's Song team actually gave him such a surprise attack. Song Yingxiao was shocked to see Yiwu. He asked why a kid like Yiwu could get to that place. Song Yingxiao immediately threw Yiwu out of the place so as not to get in their way. At a time of panic like now, Miss Yanhuan asked Song Yingxiao to leave the boy and immediately give him an output. Right after speaking, Miss Yanhuan was hit by the tail of the Kashiwara dragon and was thrown quite far. Fortunately, Yiwu appeared in time and caught the beautiful girl's body. With a mischievous smile, Yiwu asked the beautiful lady not to be careless because they were currently fighting against the boss. So this young man suggested that they work together. Yiwu even boldly said I had taken the risk of sending such important information to Miss Yanhuan. So I asked Miss Yanhuan to thank me. Miss Yanhuan laughed at Yiwu's words about the information that said that the Chuangxi team would betray them in a chaotic time like this. Miss Yanhuan thought it sounded very funny. Miss Yanhuan then ran again towards the monsters while saying that even if their group had 10 courage they wouldn't dare to embarrass the Mogong team at a critical moment like this. Yiwu felt a little annoyed because the information I said was really concrete information conveyed by a member of the Chuangxi team directly. While fighting the monster, Lady Yanhuan thanked Yiwu for appreciating your kindness, but she asked Yiwu to leave that place immediately. Yiwu casually said, when the goal is achieved, I will leave naturally. Hearing Yiwu's words made Song Yingxiao annoyed. While fighting the monsters, this long-haired man said Yiwu's goal in that place was only to seek death. In a sarcastic tone, this man said that now was not the time to treat trash like Yiwu. Instead of being sad to hear the ridicule from those people, Yiwu smiled confidently and said that he would help them defeat the boss. But he will ask for 3 items dropped by the boss when the monster loses. They were immediately shocked to hear Yiwu's words. Song Yingxiao even asked Yanhuan's permission to get rid of this trash brat so he wouldn't continue to blab and bother them. After all, they only needed 3 seconds to get rid of the brat. Yanhuan suddenly said, I thought Yiwu was attractive at first, but it turned out that the young man had an arrogant and chaotic performance that made Yanhuan disappointed. So this woman immediately told Yiwu to disappear from my sight within 5 seconds or else the young man would be involved in the battle against the boss who was out of control. Yiwu might lose his life and even Miss Mo might not be able to save you. Hearing Miss Yanhuan's answer made Yiwu smile understandingly. In his heart, Yiwu realized that I had been rejected for cooperation, so I would become a criminal and slowly disappear from them all. Before completely disappearing, Yiwu said I wish them all good luck. Chen Chen looked worried and reminded the chairman that they should be careful if the Chuangxi team members really betrayed them in times of crisis like now. But Yingxiao reminded Chen Chen not to be stupid and not to be bothered by such trash talk. In a firm voice, the silver-haired young man said that if Chen Chen believed that trash young man's nonsense, then their goal would not be achieved. Miss Yanhuan also confirmed Song Yingxiao's words. Their main goal now is to defeat the boss monster, and Chen Chen only needs to provide the chairman with full output, and don't worry about other things. On the other hand, the Chuangxi team was being completely slaughtered by the elite monsters they encountered. Even Team 2 had fallen because they could no longer withstand the monster attacks. Boss Cao panicked and ordered the leader of Team 2 to solve the problem and help his team members. Boss Cao threatened all his members with anyone who dared to break their formation chain, so Boss Cao found someone to resolve the members' mistakes afterward. At that time, Boss Cao was already very panicked. He asked himself what kind of situation he was in now, even though it was clear that the wave of elite monsters in the area had been cleared before the start of the battle with the boss monster. But strangely enough, the number of elite monsters that attacked them was increasing over time. He was worried that the formation and all its members would be destroyed sooner or later if the situation continued like this. Finally, Boss Cow came forward to join in attacking the elite monsters. Previously, the boss advised his members behind him not to forget to fight and continue to give him full output. They also couldn't let the boss reach 10% HP at this point, even though the people on their side were almost dead this time. All the members in the back immediately agreed to the boss's request. Meanwhile, Mr. Land's members hid in a relatively safe place to continue monitoring the activities of the Chuangxi team. They also expressed their thanks to Mr. Land, because apart from getting the right position to watch, they also thought that the Chuangxi team was indeed suitable as bait. Mr. Land said that Yiwu's strategy was to create chaos, so as long as there isn't any chaos then they can sit and enjoy the show. At this time, the Chuangxi group was increasingly pressed. Only a few people remained from the 3 teams consisting of 15 people. Currently, the number of water monsters is too many. They all panicked and kept going like this and they would die in that place. It was at this time that Chairman Cao summoned all the members of Huang's team who had been just watching. But with a smiling face, the leader of the Huang group said that the life and death of the Chuangxi group had nothing to do with them. All members of Huang's team who wore robes covering their heads smiled with satisfaction at the leader's words. Team leader Huang also added that their main goal was the Magong team and the boss monster. They would blame the Chuangxi team for being incompetent and not even being able to do small things like defeating those monsters. Boss Cow cursed in annoyance in his heart. He thought that Huang's elite team was unreliable, but this plan was faster than he had specified. According to him, because Huang's team was not good, he would not be blamed if his group also did something wrong. Boss Cow invited everyone to run to the boss's place and develop a plan in advance. However, some members doubted the leader's decision because the boss monster still had 30% HP. While running, Boss Cow said that if he can't save his life then he won't care about that damn plan. Since they probably can't get it, then there's no one else who hasn't gotten it. Wang's team members started to worry seeing that the Chuangxi team had crossed the wall in a hurry. So should they take action to prevent the team from falling apart? Team leader Huang replied that it was not necessary, because the task given to them was to prioritize weakening the Magong team. As for the master boss, it doesn't matter if other teams can beat him. So as long as the Inhuan team fails, then their mission will be completed. And if they weren't dead, then Huang's team members would have to step in a bit to get rid of them. A huge explosion was heard as Kashiwara Akao's dragon attacked Miss Inhuan's team members. They still have to struggle to defeat the dragon monster through fierce combat. Even the dragon monster boss attacks became stronger over time, so they have to be extra careful if they don't want to die in that place. At this time, the Chuangxi team actually came in droves and asked for help because they were being chased by the elite monsters. They looked very panicked and asked this team for help because they couldn't defeat all the elite monsters. Song Yingxiao cursed Master Cao Renji for bringing all the elite monsters to them in such a hurry. Even when they arrived in front of Miss Yinhuan's team, suddenly all the members of the Chuangxi team fell and pretended to be dead. Seeing their attitude really annoyed Miss Yinhuan. She didn't expect that the entire Chuangxi team would dare to do tricks in front of my eyes. Now she began to realize that Yiwu's words were true. Kashiwara Akao's dragon monster roared louder and louder. Meanwhile, several elite monsters came from behind. Miss Yinhuan and the rest of the team looked worried about being surrounded from all directions like this. They wonder what to do now. Miss Yinhuan asked all her team members not to panic and maintain their positions so as not to disrupt the formation. Quickly and decisively, Miss Yinhuan asked Yuan Hao and Chen Chen to try their best to resist the boss's attacks for 30 seconds. Then she asked Ying Xiao, and Tianqi followed him to annihilate the hordes of elite monsters with all his strength and use all his great skills. Obediently, all team members immediately followed the leader's orders. Tianqi killed the horde of elite monsters that surrounded them using very fast fire shooting skills. Meanwhile, Song Yingxiao froze several elite beasts and destroyed them with one attack. Likewise, Miss Yinhuan moved as fast as lightning to destroy all the elite monsters around them. After such a draining battle, Tianqi looked so exhausted that his breathing was labored and he could barely hold on. Likewise, Song Yingxiao looked exhausted and didn't have much mana left. But fortunately, all the elite monsters had been killed. Even though they were starting to run out of energy and were exhausted, Miss Yinhuan asked the two men not to waste time and returned to help the other colleagues quickly. Before leaving, Miss Yinhuan warned Boss Cow that the half-build man would soon receive punishment for being bold and betraying them. Boss Cow, who was actually just pretending to faint, in the end, could only curse in his heart. He still continued to pretend to faint while regretting seeing that several of the water monsters that they had been so hard to scare off were actually defeated by the Magong team in just a matter of seconds. Now this randy boss realized that he had underestimated the strength of the Magong team. With cold sweat and panic, Boss Cow realized that his fate was truly hanging in the balance. Even so, he tried to stay calm because the boss monster was still alive. So he realized that Miss Yin-Hyun shouldn't be able to do anything to them for now. Plus Wong's team hadn't made a move yet, so he still has hope to wait for the chance to win. Suddenly, Miss Yin-Hyun was startled by the scream of a team member named Chen Chen. When she turned to Chen Chen, Miss Yin-Hyun had to face a very bitter reality, because currently one of the team members had to fall to the ground because of the attack from Wong's team. Chen Chen looked very panicked and in shock. She didn't expect that someone would have the heart to attack her when she was off guard. The mysterious man laughed and said that on the battlefield there is only life and death, and cruel and not cruel. Seeing his comrade being attacked like that, Lai Yuanhao was furious and wanted to take action to save his comrade. But without surprise, another hooded man appeared right behind and immediately stabbed them with a dagger that had a flow of lightning until it absorbed all their HP to 20%. Tianqi and Song Yung-Sao also panicked. They realized that Poison Feng was a person under the Huangjang group, but they didn't expect that Poison Feng would kill them at a critical moment like now. At times like this, Miss Yin-Hyun asked several other members not to be fooled and divert the boss monster away from Chen Chen and Yuanhao. No matter what they used, they only needed to give Miss Yin-Hyun 20 seconds. While the two team members were distracting the Kashiwara dragon, Miss Yin-Hyun stood alone facing all the members of the Poison Feng team. Seeing Yin-Hyun's brave attitude made team leader Poison Feng really admire the beautiful girl. They think that Yin-Hyun is indeed worthy of being one of the Mogong group's trump cards, because at the moment crisis like now I can face quietly. However, team leader Poison Feng confidently believes that Miss Yin-Hyun will no longer be able to control the current situation because the healer and tanker in her team have been paralyzed, so Yin-Hyun will not get any more output. Now, Yin-Hyun definitely has no way to reverse this situation. Miss Yin-Hyun said that it was only natural that Tian Chuang had the courage to betray, because it turns out that Poison Feng's group is behind. Now Miss Yin-Hyun asked again, are all of them, the Poison Feng team, not afraid of failure? The hooded group leader answered, that as long as Miss Yin-Hyun and all the team members died in that place, today's events would not be known by anyone. The outside world would only know that Miss Yin-Hyun of the Mogong team died at the hands of the boss in the 9th zone and that her pitiful confidant had disappeared. That was the cunning plan they had prepared to cover up the crime. It was at this moment that Lady Yin-Hyun said an important piece of advice, that one word of advice, cruel words, only effective when the opponent truly falls under your feet. Then Miss Yin-Hyun crushed a legendary magic crystal and swallowed all the liquid inside with just her bare hands. With the special features of the fruit, Miss Yin-Hyun's body suddenly floated in the sky and emitted a very bright light. It turns out that currently Miss Yin-Hyun's body is covered by demonic power, and her level has risen to 115. But the duration this ability will only last for 30 seconds. Apparently is able to change a person's body into a demon body and is able to raise that person's level up to 30 levels. You can use sky magic skills for 30 seconds. The entire Poison Feng team was shocked to see Yin-Hyun's changes. They wondered what to do and how could the woman's level suddenly increase to 115. But the boss still invited several of his members to attack Miss Yin-Hyun. He didn't believe 4 people with level 80 couldn't beat Miss Yin-Hyun. But unexpectedly, Yin-Hyun moved as fast as lightning to slash through their bodies and defeat them with just one attack. Among the screams of pain from all opponents, Miss Yin-Hyun said, no matter how many there are, ants are still ants in my eyes. Seeing that all his teammates were defeated, a man from Huangjang's group finally ran away with the optical stealth skill. Meanwhile, on the other side, Song Yung-Sao and Tianqi had completely run out of mana. They couldn't even move to withstand the attack of Kashiwara's huge dragon tail. When they thought they would die there, Miss Yin-Hyun moved as fast as lightning to help them and cut off the tail of the Kashiwara dragon. Then Miss Yin-Hyun asked them to help Xiao Chen Chen and Yuanhao who were in critical condition. Then Yin-Hyun ordered if she didn't finish the Kashiwara Akao dragon in 10 seconds, she asked all team members to run away. Even though the 2 team members were reluctant to carry out Miss Yin-Hyun's request, because the beautiful woman forced them, as a result, they ran to 2 of their colleagues who were in critical condition, leaving Miss Yin-Hyun to mobilize all her strength to fight against the dragon Kashiwara Akao. Miss Yin-Hyun attacked the dragon with the sword already to upgrade, and unexpectedly, Yin-Hyun's attack this time managed to reduce the monster's HP to only 10%. But because of this, the Kashiwara dragon managed to catch Miss Yin-Hyun's body with its tail and roared very loudly, raging with the remaining strength it had. Then the dragon rose into the sky, carrying Miss Yin-Hyun's body, and threw the beautiful woman's body from a height. As critical as it is now, Miss Yin-Hyun's demon body skill has run out of power. When she fell from a height in a helpless state like now, Miss Yin-Hyun thought that she would die right now. But suddenly a man's gentle voice asked, why is Miss Yin-Hyun so shy after not seeing me for a while? Yes, unexpectedly, Yu Wu was able to fly and catch Miss Yin-Hyun's body which fell from a height. Right now, Yiwu even has beautiful angel-like wings. At a height of tens of meters, Yiwu asked Miss Yanhyun again, will that beautiful lady consider my proposal about cooperation between them? But now the price has been increased. If Yiwu succeeds in defeating the boss monster, he wants all the prizes dropped by the dragon Kashiwara Akao. Miss Yanhyun reiterated that Yiwu should not interfere. In an angry tone, this woman asked whether Yiwu was really someone who only wanted money without wanting his life. Yiwu smiled and casually replied that only weak people make choices, and he wasn't a weak person, so he wanted life as well as money. When they both finally landed on the ground, a large explosion was created due to the force of the impact when they fell. But Yiwu managed to land safely. It was at this moment that the mask on Miss Yanhyun's face slowly shattered, and her extremely enchanting face appeared clearly in front of Yiwu. Without being able to hold back, Yiwu praised the girl's beauty. I think Miss Yanhyun's face is very beautiful. Hearing their leader's mask breaking, all members of the Magong team quickly approached, because they were also very curious about Miss Yanhyun's beautiful face. Because it turns out that all this time, as team members, they had never seen the leader's face directly. But Miss Yanhyun quickly broke away from Yiwu and repaired her mask with the skills she had. Yiwu said honestly that Miss Yanhyun was very beautiful, so why did she have to cover her face? It is a pity that such beauty must continue to be hidden. Hearing Yiwu's words annoyed Song Ying-sao to death, because he was the only person who had ever seen their chairman's beautiful face. Miss Yanhyun asked Yiwu not to talk about it in such a dire situation. She also prevented Yiwu from acting and saying anything as he pleased just because he had succeeded in saving Miss Yanhyun. This beautiful woman even pointed her sword at Yiwu to deter the young man. Miss Yanhyun said that although the boss monster only had 3% HP, now things were getting worse and the Mogong team had used up all their strength to fight. So it seems like they won't be able to fight anymore. So instead of talking too much, it's better to find a way to get out of this crisis before launching an attack. Yiwu actually smiled broadly and said that this was a good thing. Since the Magong team was no longer able to fight, the boss monster was completely Yiwu's. It was clear that all members of the Magong team were shocked to hear Yiwu's words. They thought that the young man was stupid or reckless. Song Ying-sao even accused Yiwu of being too arrogant. Even though this young man was at a low level, he dared to stand in front of an elite team like Team Magong and act arrogantly. Song Ying-sao even laughed at Yiwu's words, but he told Yiwu to stay a little longer if he could so that the entire Magong team could have time to escape. Suddenly the land team appeared and laughed at Song Ying-sao's words. They thought that Song Ying-sao had poor eyesight as a professional. They also say that arrogance and underestimation on the battlefield can be fatal. Moreover, Yiwu's strength cannot be judged by common sense at all. Song Ying-sao was even more furious when he saw the treasure hunting team there. He didn't accept a group of street ants teaching him how to do things. With a dark face, Song Ying-sao said that he would watch them kill the boss or be killed by the boss. Hao Shuai, who was annoyed when he heard Song Ying-sao's words, said loudly that professional teams were actually just ordinary. And without Yiwu, Miss Yanhyun would have died by now. Sheaji was also very angry and wished Yiwu would immediately hit Song Ying-sao in the face. Zhang Cheng immediately covered their mouth and reminded his two colleagues to behave themselves in front of a professional team. Mr. Lan also apologized for the behavior of his two members who had sloppy mouths. But Master Lan also explained that they were only there to watch and Yiwu was the only one who would fight. Right after Master Lan spoke, from behind Song Ying-sao, a huge energy almost hit his body. When all the members of the elite team looked back, they were shocked to see that the dragon beast was currently facing a mysterious man with a very deadly aura. They realized that it was Yiwu, but they didn't expect that the young man had immense power pressure that surpassed that of a boss monster. Miss Yanhyun could barely believe that Yiwu could have such immense power now. The entire elite team members were even pushed away because of Yiwu's enormous energy. Even the dragon Kashiwara Akao admitted that the strength of the young man in front of him was so great that he had to do his best. The dragon beast roared, creating a huge ball of energy to attack Yiwu. Everyone in that place had to be on standby for the boss monster's strongest attack. The system also warned Yiwu to be careful because the attack was a very dark magic attack. The attack may be absorbed, but if it exceeds a certain limit it will cause damage. So Yiwu tried to absorb the attacks from the boss monsters as best he could. The elite team members were even amazed to see that Yiwu's robe could absorb such damage. Then when his robe was opened, Yiwu smiled in an extremely terrifying manner. After that, he rolled his body and the numbers formed like a giant ball in the sky. People ask what he does, and why did he form such a formation. The people watching started to get more and more worried when they saw flashes of light from the ball and there were strange sounds coming from inside the mysterious large ball. It can even change the size to become bigger very quickly. Finally, the giant ball slowly opened and a red dragon appeared which roared horribly. People didn't even think that this young man could turn into such a big and powerful dragon. They wondered, is that still Yiwu? Now the terrifying aura of the dragon Yiwu completely covered the aura of the boss monster Kashiwara Akao. Even the purple dragon looked small in front of Yiwu's dragon. With doubt, the dragon Kashiwara Akao asked why Yiwu's aura was so familiar. Who is Yiwu really? Yiwu briefly answered that it was none of the Kashiwara dragon's business and he was not a filial descendant. After that, the red dragon Yiwu immediately created a giant fireball and attacked him while biting the dragon Kashiwara Akao. The Kashiwara dragon roared in pain as its small body was devoured by the Yiwu dragon. The sky immediately turned dark with lightning striking as the fight between the two dragons looked very terrifying. Mr. Lan said that this kind of spectacular battle scene was estimated to be impossible for them to see again in their remaining lifetime. Zhang Cheng didn't even think that a silly young man like Yiwu could become so reckless like this. How Shuai even praised Xiaoji for bringing a treasure into their team. Meanwhile, the Magong elite team did not think that humans could change like that. They seemed to be dreaming because they saw a power that was more abnormal than the boss monster. They even think about buying such skins despite the price. Meanwhile, Song Yingxiao could only remain silent with a cold expression. Chen Chen asked the great lady Yinhuan, "Has that enchanting lady ever seen a boss monster fight of this scale? Because this fight is definitely amazing." Yinhuan replied that she had seen something more exaggerated than this fight, but this was the first time she saw a human being able to fight a boss monster alone. Even Yiwu could suppress such a powerful ghost monster. In her heart right now, Miss Yinhuan finally understood why Big Miss loved Yiwu so much. But she was surprised because she had never heard of someone with immense strength like Yiwu before. Miss Yinhuan wonders who Yiwu really is. Meanwhile, Boss Cao, who is still pretending to faint, also glanced at Yiwu in the boss monster's fight. He was surprised to see a human fighting a boss monster alone. He suspected that Yiwu was the secret weapon of the Magong group. He had to pretend to be dead and find a chance to quickly escape from that place. Meanwhile, the only remaining member of the Poison Feng team could only fall to their knees looking at the sight of two dragons fighting in the sky. He knew that Miss Yinhuan's strength was already abnormal, but I didn't expect that there would be someone more abnormal than Yinhuan. This man thought that even though his mission had failed, he had not done anything in vain, because he was going to report to senior management about Yiwu. Meanwhile, the Kashiwara dragon is still asking whether Yiwu might have swallowed his fellow clansmen and inherited the dragon's power, because the Kashiwara dragons felt they were related by blood. Dragon Kashiwara asked again, with this much power, why was the red dragon in front of him still willing to be an ordinary human? Why not join the monster camp to share the thrill of slaughtering humanity and something like that? His words made Yiwu's dragon even angrier and it bit him harder and harder until finally the dragon fell and died in front of everyone. After the Kashiwara dragon fell, the Yiwu dragon roared extremely loudly. Even everyone at that place had to cover their ears because of the ultrasonic roar emitted by Yiwu's dragon. Xiaoji was afraid that Yiwu was starting to lose his mind because he seemed like he was going to attack them indiscriminately. Moreover, at this time the big red dragon suddenly flew down towards everyone below it. The entire elite team started to worry and fear. They flocked to get out of the way because they were worried that Yiwu would go crazy and not care about anyone anymore. Meanwhile, Mr. Lan's team just stood there smiling full of confidence at Yiwu. They purposely did not spare because they believed Yiwu couldn't possibly harm them. Because of their attitude, the elite Magong team thought that all of Tan Lan's members were crazy and would be swallowed by the terrifying blood wave. Indeed, the entire team of Lord Lan was covered in a huge wave of blood. But slowly the blood wave disappeared and Yiwu returned to his original form. Yiwu said how could he do the irrational thing of swallowing his own comrade. Yiwu asked them all not to panic because everything was still under his control. After Yiwu returned, all members of Mr. Lan's team immediately smiled brightly to welcome his arrival. Hao Shuai even loudly said that Yiwu was more handsome than himself. Master Lan smiled in relief and asked the two of them not to disturb Yiwu for now because the young man was still very weak after the battle. Meanwhile, Zhang Cheng immediately provided healing to restore Yiwu's body condition. While being treated, Yiwu said that he was fine and could still survive. The system informed him that he was currently in the process of settling and the battle this time took 60 seconds and 60 million was automatically deducted from Yiwu's account. And because of the use of the ultimate move along, an additional 100 million will be consumed. So a total of 160 million has been deducted from the host account. In his heart, Yiwu was crying very loudly because he spent a lot of extra money to use the powerful skill just now. If it wasn't for his luck in meeting the secret demon, he wouldn't have dared to spend so much money like that. However, this is not a long-term solution. Xiaoji immediately helped Yiwu up and asked if the price was okay. Yiwu answered weakly that he was okay but his heart ached. Mr. Lan also approached this young man and congratulated him on his success in defeating a very terrible boss monster. But Master Lan also warned the young man to be more careful because he had shown himself like this in front of so many people. He was worried that there would be many eyes threatening him on the battlefield. Even though the young man was able to reach the sky, he still had to be alert. Yiwu smiled in relief and replied that he would be more careful from now on. In his heart, Yiwu was very impressed with Master Lan and his vast experience. He realized he really had to pay attention to convergence if he wasn't in a closed dungeon. Speaking of trouble, the Mogong team approached Yiwu and Master Lan's team. This made them worried and suspected that the Mogong team would take advantage of other people and take the prize items dropped by the boss monster. But even though they had to face an elite team and sacrifice their lives, they would still protect Yiwu and prevent the Mogong team from touching him. Miss Yinhyun explains that whoever kills the boss monster, then the prize is his, and the Mogong team would not do such reckless and lowly actions. Miss Yinhyun raised her hand and said that she only wanted to apologize to Yiwu for looking down on the young man in front of their big miss. Miss Yinhyun honestly said that Yiwu was the first man who succeeded in attracting my attention, so she sincerely invited the young man to join the Mogong team. Yinhyun's decision to invite Yiwu to the Mogong team naturally surprised everyone. Tianqi asked about the chairman's seriousness because Yinhyun had never invited anyone to join the team before. Yuan Hao was also surprised because all this time it was Yinhyun who had always eliminated other people who did not meet the requirements. But today she made an exception for Yiwu, who was very lucky. It's just that for Chen Chen, Yiwu really deserved that honor because he was indeed strong. On the other hand, Yun Zio objected because they had attacked the boss and left 3% of the boss monster's HP, so it would be easy for Yiwu to defeat it. He didn't accept that Yiwu actually got the offer even though they had not taken anything from the items on the boss monster's body. Then why did Yinhyun still have to bring Yiwu into the team? At that time, Zhu Xiaoji became angry because he objected to Yun Zio's words. For him, even if the boss monster had full HP, Yiwu would easily kill it. He was annoyed because Yun Zio looked down on other people. Yun Zio was getting angrier because Zhu Xiaoji was interfering in their affairs. At that time, Yinhyun asked Yun Zio to stop talking. As a member of the Mogong team, Yun Zio should be able to see Yiwu's true strength. He asked Yun Zio not to embarrass himself unless he wanted to leave the Mogong team. Yun Zio couldn't speak anymore, but in his heart, he did realize Yiwu's potential, but he still couldn't accept it. For him, Yiwu was a shameless and arrogant child who was also an expert at pretending. He was so annoyed because Yinhyun, who was the woman he adored, actually seemed to like Yiwu. He then determined to make Yiwu pay a heavy price for his actions today. Yiwu expressed his gratitude for Yinhyun's kindness, but the woman also knew that the young man had decided to form his own team, so Yiwu could only apologize. Yinhyun had expected Yiwu to say that, but to me it wasn't a problem because, after all, they were all members of the Hanmo group. Yinhyun hopes that their team can work together comfortably in the future. In his heart, Yiwu did not expect Yinhyun's attitude to change. Even though before that girl didn't like me, now after seeing the power, she has changed 108 IDIC. I can't even believe the change in that woman. Yiwu finally said that I was not sure that their team could work together. My team is a beginner that has just been formed and is quite grateful to be looked after by the Mogong team. In his heart, Yiwu admitted that he liked strong righteousness over weak hypocrisy. At that moment, Yinhyun suddenly hugged Yiwu tightly, making the man confused. The woman was grateful that Yiwu had saved me. She will never forget that kindness. Yinhyun then asked how he could repay the man's kindness. Yiwu asked Yinhyun not to be too hasty because I will talk about this later if you need my help. Yinhyun wanted to know if Yiwu was planning to make me owe a debt of gratitude first. However, for me it's okay. Although normally I would really hate that kind of thing, since that person was Yiwu, she could accept the verdict. Yinhyun finally left and said goodbye to Yiwu. Yiwu returned the greeting and in his heart, he thought that the women of the Hanmo group were indeed not simple. On the other hand, Zhu Xiaoji immediately teased Yiwu, who seemed to have a relationship with Yinhyun. For him, Yiwu is an idol and can be a role model for him. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Hao Shuai revealed a saying about beauty only being worthy of those who are strong, which accurately describes Yiwu's current condition. Yiwu could only say that the two men were too much. Lan Qingyun then spoke and he didn't expect that Yiwu was part of the Hanmo group. At first, he thought the man was a free player. Yiwu admitted that he had only joined recently and it was normal that other people couldn't guess. Lan Qingyun remembered that the Hanmo group's tax was 50%. This means that if someone joins the team, then half of their income must be handed over to the Hanmo group. However, currently, Yiwu is working alone and the Hanmo group also did not provide any assistance. These regulations must be very burdensome for Yiwu. Yiwu didn't mind it because there really was no other way. Yiwu then explained that his reason for joining the team was because of his family. Besides, it was much more comfortable and shady for him under a big tree. He was well aware that in that harsh environment, he would find it difficult to do everything himself. However, in his heart, Yiwu remembered how he had to talk to Mokir about whether she could give him a small reduction in the huge tax. Lan Qingyun certainly understood and that was what differentiated him from them. He and the others were orphans who grew up in the wilderness. Meanwhile, Yiwu had many people to worry about around him, so looking for supporters is a good choice. But for Lan Qingyan, in the end, there is no need to depend on others for long as he has strength like Yi Wu. Instead, he could take advantage of the opportunity to build his own strength. Lan Qingyan then remembered the fortress blueprint that Yi Wu had previously obtained. Hanmo Group had an engineering master and Yi Wu could find a way to establish a good relationship with him. When the time comes, the fort can be built and developed. All of Yi Wu's family members could be placed there so that Yi Wu would no longer have to worry about the future. Yi Wu was of course very happy with this suggestion, even though he could actually do it himself without asking anyone for help. Weiss of course agreed because building a fortress was a small thing for the great Yi Wu. Yi Wu then asked everyone to see what items would come out of the boss monster's corpse. Zhu Xiaoji was also curious. The Kashua Akao monster boss apparently gave 400,000 exp and 100 million money. Apart from that, Yi Wu managed to get a dragon heart, Brightway, Longan ring, Tooth Eater dragon sword, and Jua Kashua Akao domain key. Seeing that last item, Yi Wu became very excited. On the other hand, Zhu Xiaoji actually looked disappointed because the items weren't even better than what they got from the treasure chest in the secret demon's nest previously. Meanwhile, the boss monster actually took out ordinary items for not much money. Zheng Cheng reminded Zhu Xiaoji not to look at those things based on his standards because they weren't even his and might actually be of more use to Yi Wu. At that time, Yi Wu suddenly showed a key which was his second goal. Lan Qingyan guessed that the key could lead them into the boss monster dungeon. This means that the contents of the dungeon could be more valuable than the secret demon dungeon. Yi Wu immediately confirmed this based on sources he could trust. The resources in the dungeon could even reach 2.5 billion. Of course, everyone was surprised to hear the nomination. Everyone was surprised to hear such a huge amount. If they get that amount of money, they won't even have to work again for the rest of their lives. However, Zheng Cheng quickly reminded Zhu Xiaoji and Hao Shuai that the dungeon belonged to Yi Wu and that they should not interfere. Yi Wu confirmed, but the amount could not be obtained yet. In his heart, Yi Wu knew that with his current level, he wouldn't be able to just enter a level 90 dungeon. Although he could later use the Shadow King account to fight level 90 boss monsters, there would definitely be a lot of high-level monsters and level bosses low in the dungeon. He won't be successful if he doesn't have partners to compete with. At that time, Yi Wu sent 100 million to Lan Qingyan. This surprised everyone. Zhu Xiaoji even reminded the man not to give money carelessly even if he had a lot of money. Hao Shuai also confirmed whether that was Yi Wu's intention from the start after defeating the boss. Yi Wu immediately confirmed. He previously said he would give them 100 million in return. Now he is just fulfilling his promise. Lan Qingyan then reminded them that Yi Wu had previously given them 70, so why did the man give them more money? Yi Wu asked Lan Qingyan and others to receive the money. For him, secret demons and secret demon nests are a great fortune for them. Meanwhile, the 100 million was the payment he had previously promised for the boss monster. Zhu Xiaoji and Hao Shuai were of course very happy and moved. They were happy because even from the start Yi Wu had worked hard, but he did not hesitate to share his money with them. From then on they promised to continue to be by Yi Wu's side. They would also not allow Yi Wu to accept anyone else to work with him. The irritated Zheng Cheng could only ask the two to be quiet because they were so annoying. On the other hand, Lan Qingyan was happy with Zheng Cheng's actions in beating his two colleagues. For him, they should not depend on other people for their lives even though Yi Wu was indeed reliable. Lan Qingyan apologized for his team members' impolite behavior. He will also receive the money. He also assured Yi Wu that although their relationship started with the same elements of need, he assured them that the relationship would not be limited to just that. Lan Qingyan is willing to provide future assistance to Yi Wu. As long as Yi Wu summons them, then the Depingxian team will also try their best. Yi Wu certainly wouldn't hesitate to ask for help because there was something he needed. Lan Qingyan wanted to know what it was. Yi Wu apparently hoped that Lan Qingyan could gather information about outside the safe zone and what was there. Whether it's about monsters, humans, or dungeon data. For Yi Wu, the lack of information he had was his weakness and it had to be strengthened. Therefore, he needed to prepare himself before entering the wilderness in the future. Apart from that, Yi Wu also suggested that Lan Qingyan start enlarging his team so that he could build a large-scale force. Lan Qingyan and others wanted to hear more. Lan Qingyan considered the condition of the team where up until now they had always chosen the route of small and sophisticated teams that suited fast and covert operations with easy-to-manage personnel. However, there were still traitors in the previous operation, so he was hesitant about increasing the number of people. Yi Wu then said that the amount of funds would determine the difference in operation. Before they had money, they did take small and subtle routes. But now they have a lot of money and that means they can't do the same things as before. For Yi Wu, Lan Qingyan definitely understood more about the importance of a force in the wilderness like Ma Wang's team. Lan Qingyan understood and he also understood that Yi Wu could think things that far, but they are just treasure hunters trying to survive. They had no reason to think things through too much. Zheng Cheng then agreed with Yu Wu's thoughts. For him, that moment was a good opportunity for them to change. Zhu Xiaoji also started to agree because, with the current numbers, they were only able to fight up to 6 people at the same level maximum. If that continues, then it will be difficult to compete with a team of 10 people. Hao Shuai also felt that for long-term development in the future, he had to do as Yu Wu said even though he really wanted to be able to have money and leave. Lan Qingyun didn't expect that all his team members would have such far-reaching thoughts, even though all this time they were just a group of people who only cared about food. Lan Qingyun of course knew it was all thanks to Yu Wu. It helps them see a different level of perspective. During this time he also realized that he had not been able to bring the team members to a higher level. But he realized that even at that level, they couldn't even help Yu Wu much. Lan Qingyun finally agreed to use 100 million as initial capital for Yu Wu's investment in the Depingxian team. Yu Wu is a member and largest shareholder in the team. It also has priority rights and decision-making power. All members agreed and Lan Qingyun respected the decision very much. Yu Wu could clearly see that they could all call themselves a team now. He was relieved because Lan Qingyun had a big dream in his heart. Then Yu Wu entrusted the wilderness to Lan Qingyun. They had to separate there. He also did not forget to ask Lan Qingyun to contact him at any time. Everyone waved while telling Yu Wu to be careful. They said goodbye and would definitely miss Yu Wu. The next thing the man did was contact Yun Fei and ask where you were. On the other side, Yun Fei was relieved that her brother finally contacted her. Previously the man was very difficult to contact. Yun Fei then said that they were in Zone 8 with Miss Mo. They have found a temporary residence there. She also immediately sent Yu Wu the coordinates. The man immediately headed to his family's location. In his heart, Yu Wu was relieved because he could combine the Royal Cloak and Royal Angel into a perfect Broken Angel wing. Even though it still has height and time limitations, cooling is faster and quite practical. In Zone 8 of the Hanmo Group's luxury apartment, Miss Mo was talking about the wartime situation which had not yet been completely resolved, so she could only find a house like that as a temporary residence. She was forced to make Yu Wu stay there temporarily. Yu Wu said that it was fine even though in my heart I also didn't understand what Miss Mo was arguing about, because they were in a very luxurious apartment. I've never even seen a house so spacious and luxurious in my entire life. Yun Fei then asked if Yu Wu had watched the Boss Monster match. She was relieved that Yu Wu returned safely because she heard waves of roars from the Boss Monster in Zone 9. She had felt so worried. Yu Wu then shows the key he got from the Boss Monster and asks if Yun Fei thinks he is just watching. Yun Fei didn't know and thought it was just an ordinary gold key whose function was unknown. On the other hand, Miss Mo was surprised because she thought it was the same thing as I said before regarding the key to the dungeon domain by the Boss Monster. Miss Mo was naturally surprised at how the key could be in Yu Wu's hands. Yun Fei then asked if Yu Wu managed to kill the boss. Yu Wu immediately confirmed it. At that time, Miss Mo's bodyguards were certainly not sure because from what they knew, Yin Yuan from the Mogong team was the leader of the mission this time. Of course, based on individual strength, Yu Wu wouldn't be able to take over the Boss Monster of the top 5 combat power people of the Mogong team. Yu Wu couldn't help but laugh. He admitted that he was lucky because he was able to take the opportunity and take advantage of the Mogong team's negligence. Of course, Miss Mo's bodyguards still didn't believe it because chance and negligence could not be used to defeat a level 90 boss monster. Miss Mo was curious how much strength Yu Wu actually had hidden. But of course, she respected that it was Yu Wu's privacy and I had no right to find out more. It's just that Miss Mo really wants to hear this time. Yu Wu said that Miss Mo would receive a more detailed report later, so I didn't want to go into details. There is only one thing that Miss Mo needs to know, that the Hanmo Group currently seems to be the target of public criticism. The Hanmo Group was not only targeted by the Huangjeng Group, but also the Tianchuan Group also began to betray. Even though the Hanmo Group is strong, if it continues to make enemies everywhere, then I'm afraid that one day something worse will happen. Miss Mo was shocked to hear of the Tianchuan Group's betrayal. However, she claimed to be able to guess the general situation, so Yu Wu didn't need to worry about the Hanmo Group. They could definitely develop at their own pace no matter how the external environment changed. Only their strength is important. However, Miss Mo knew in her heart that the external development strategy formulated by the board of directors was indeed too strong and arrogant. If that continues, it will only become a very unstable factor. Even though she had actually tried to suggest it to the directors many times, no one took me seriously. Yu Wu also said that he was not worried because he was a newcomer who had just joined. However, he was indeed interested in knowing the loot distribution mechanism to detect any flaws. He knew that there should be an even distribution between groups and teams, but with the current situation, he wanted to know how he should calculate it. Miss Mo realized that Yu Wu's situation was special because he had not really entered the Hanmo Group. Their Hanmo Group has not entered any information regarding Yu Wu and the team they want to form. So this time, Yiwu didn't need to hand over any income to the group and everything became his personal property. Yunfei became very excited because it meant Yiwu got a total of 2.5 billion in value, and that was definitely a huge amount. Miss Mo was of course surprised, but not too surprised by Yunfei's attitude. For them, it is just a very appropriate combination in the family. Yiwu also immediately understood, but he would follow the rules. He took the initiative to hand over half of the proceeds. Miss Mo was of course confused because Yiwu didn't have to do it. Besides, I know Yiwu is a person who really likes money, so why would he take the initiative to share the profits with the company? Yiwu revealed 2 reasons at that time. Firstly, he should not be too greedy as a human being. Even though he really likes money, since he has chosen to join the Hanmo group, he must act according to the rules. However, this time he did take over the boss monster from Mogong's team. He doesn't want to be an enemy of the group. Then since our Wangji team will be part of the power of the Hanmo group, there is no need for Miss Mo to harm her status and pride in the group for direct gain. Yiwu did all that for Miss Mo and the woman was shocked. The woman then accepted it. Miss Mo also said that now that Yiwu has his own plans, then she will no longer stop him. Yiwu then wanted to know if he should hand over the money now, but Miss Mo immediately avoided it. She asked the man not to rush because later there was a special evaluation department that would calculate the profits, but Yiwu had 2 choices. First, he can immediately hand over all the results including the dungeon domain key in the group, which will pay 50% of the total obtained. This step is very easy and safe because Yiwu doesn't need to worry about anything and only needs to wait to get the money. Second, Yiwu can claim 50% of the data set at the beginning and then enter the dungeon to collect resources. If it turns out that Yiwu gets more than this amount, then he only needs to pay according to the previously agreed amount. This method is full of uncertainty and risk. Yiwu did not hesitate at all because he would choose the second way. He is confident in his abilities, so the greater the risk, the higher the income. Miss Mo naturally understood because that choice was indeed the most suitable for Yiwu. Miss Mo asked Yiwu to hand everything over to her and leave from there. Just before leaving, Miss Mo told Yiwu that according to the welfare of the group, Yiwu and their family could move to zones 3, 4, 5, or 6, which were much safer than zone 8. She asked if Yiwu wanted to go because if he did, I would send someone to pick him up. Yiwu apparently wasn't interested in moving yet because after going through such a big battle, the monsters definitely wouldn't move at this time. After all, he has friends in Zone 9 and Zone 8 is a place not too far away. Yiwu would talk about that later. However, in his mind, the most important thing was not to get too close to the center of the group because it wouldn't be good to be monitored too much, which could limit freedom. Miss Mo respected Yiwu's decision. She only asked that the man give him news that he intended to move. Then one more thing Miss Mo wanted to say was that I also gave Yiwu a card that allowed him to freely travel between zones, which would definitely be useful for his daily needs. Yiwu was naturally grateful for Miss Mo's wisdom because the card was indeed very useful to me. Yunfei of course teased Miss Mo, who seemed reluctant to leave the apartment and even offered to stay the night, but Miss Mo quickly refused. After that, Yiwu talked to his parents about him having to stay in Zone 8 for some personal purposes. He wouldn't take them to a better and safer place for now. The father said that he would support his son's decision unconditionally, and so would the mother. Mom also said that the temporary residence was quite good because previously I never even thought that I could live in such a high-class house for the rest of my life. The only thing that made it difficult for him was that the house was too big to clean. Nana immediately asked her mother to hand over small things like that to her. Yunfei added that wherever they are, as long as the whole family can be together, then that is the best home. Nana immediately confirmed it, even though inside me, I actually felt disgusted and even wanted to die. Yiwu was happy because this was his fight. Lately, many people think that family is a stumbling block that will only get in the way, so they choose to live alone. However, Yiwu was very lucky because he was born into a happy family. He will do everything he can to protect that happiness. He had to do it, and that was clearly not the final goal, even though he was currently in the Hanmo group. If he succeeded in building a strong fort, then that place could become his family's real future. At that time, Yiwu called Weiss. He wanted to see the blueprint of the fort and start analyzing it. He wants to know how much it will cost to create the future he wants. Weiss managed to analyze the fort's blueprint, but the situation was less than favorable. Yiwu wanted to hear the problem. Weiss then explains that the blueprint location requires at least level 40 or built. However, for Yiwu, it wasn't difficult at all because he had already gotten the dungeon key from the Black Tiger Army group, which was level 40. Previously, he was still hesitant to open it, but it turned out to be useful now. Weiss then continued that it was only the first step because next it would cost him 5 billion to build the entire bowl. Yiwu was of course very surprised by the nominal value and suspected that this fortress was truly legendary. Weiss continued that it was just a matter of money and had not talked about the many rare items and materials that he would not talk about so as not to discourage Yiwu. Yiwu was really annoyed because some of his enthusiasm had indeed disappeared. He thought the money he got from defeating the boss monster was enough, but apparently not. Weiss asked Yiwu not to give up hope because Yiwu was very strong, so sooner or later he would definitely be able to collect the money. Yiwu knew that even though he was still upset, he wanted to know after he managed to get the money and materials, what he should do. Weiss said the next phase will be the specific construction phase. Yiwu needed to use engineering master skills to create many engineering robots to build the fortress. This step can be done in the presence of the owner. If the owner is not there, the robot will stop working. Yiwu did see that as a problem, so would it be possible for him to give Nana the robot control authority and let me replace Yiwu's presence in the fort construction area? Weiss said that it was a good idea because Nana was also created by Yiwu, which was the equivalent of the man's clone. Nana can definitely control that engineering robot too. Yiwu finally understood, and now the only thing he thought about was how to earn money quickly. Yiwu realized that it was not easy to build a fortress. Meanwhile, he also plans to strengthen the Shadow King account a little. It seemed like he really had to postpone the construction of the fort first. In the meantime, perhaps no strong enemies will appear. The stronghold after that would be a priority, and he needed to make a lot of money first. It was then that water was suddenly splashed on Yiwu's face. Apparently, it was Yunfei who asked to play in the fun infinity pool. Likewise, Nana looked happy to be playing water fights. Yiwu was happy because he could see Yunfei was also happy. Yiwu wanted to refuse, but once again Nana attacked him with water. Nana said that Yiwu needed to relax more because being too tense wouldn't be good. In my heart, I hope to have the opportunity to play water war with Yiwu and then drown them in the water. Of course, Yiwu was provoked too, and it reminded him of the time when I dominated the swimming pool. Yiwu will show everyone what I am as the king of water warfare. They immediately had a water fight together in the swimming pool. At the headquarters of the Hanmo group, precisely in the vice chairman's office, Yinyuan was apologizing because I couldn't anticipate the betrayal from the Tianchuang group. She also didn't guard against the death threat sent by the Huangjang group, the thing that causes the boss battle to fail. Yinyuan as chairman felt responsible and asked for punishment. The deputy chairman was quite relieved that Yinyuan turned out to be quite self-aware, but that wasn't actually the reason for Yinyuan's failure. For him, the woman was just too weak. Mokai kicked the woman and wondered how Yinyuan still dared to kneel in front of me. Even though as one of the top 35 combat powers of the Mogong team, I had already failed to lead the team to defeat a level 90 boss monster. For Mokai, Yinyuan was simply embarrassing the Hanmo group's face. Yinyuan apologizes, but Mokai slaps him this time. He didn't have time to listen to her nonsense. Mokai brought Yinyuan from the gargle area and spent much money to raise him. The man didn't want Yinyuan to make excuses to deceive with a weak posture. It was then that Jai Wang Chuan asked Mokai to stop. Of course, Mokai thought he felt sorry for a beautiful member like Yinyuan. Jai Wang Chuan reminded Mokai not to waste time on boring things and instead forget what to do. Mokai once again slapped Yinyuan, but he admitted that he had not forgotten. He then asked whether Jai Wang Chuan knew who took it. Jai Wang Chuan admitted that he already knew because the person was included by Miss Mo in the company's talent pool before the battle against the boss monster, but there was no official registration record yet. Mo Wai certainly didn't believe that it was this person who managed to defeat the boss monster. Mokai naturally felt that Mo Kier was openly fighting. Mokai was very curious about Yiwu's figure and was surprised to find out that he was only a beginner level 6. Jai Wang Chuan asked Mokai not to think too much about the levels written in the system, because those who managed to snatch the boss monster from Yinyuan's hands were definitely not ordinary people. Yiwu had probably hidden his level on purpose. Mokai then asked Yinyuan about Yiwu's strength, and the woman said that Yiwu was truly unfathomable. The boss monster did have 3% HP in its enraged state, but Yiwu managed to defeat the boss monster in a matter of seconds. Mokai was of course very surprised, but I also wondered why Yinyuan didn't recruit that talented man to their side instead of leaving him under Mo Kier's control. Yinyuan admitted that he had tried, but he didn't succeed. Mokai was even more surprised because so far no one had dared to refuse Yinyuan's invitation to join. Mokai got even angrier and actually strangled the woman. For me, Yinyuan is no longer what it used to be. In the past, Yinyuan would not let such a stupid man out of her hands. Mokai immediately suspected that the woman was interested in Yiwu and deliberately released the boss monster for me. Mokai actually became more curious about Yiwu and was going to give Yinyuan a last chance. I want Yinyuan to use all kinds of methods to make Yiwu come to me, either using violence or seduction. If Yiwu still refused, then Mokai asked Yinyuan to kill so that he would no longer be a bother. Jai Wang Chuan asked Yinyuan to understand his condition of not being able to defend him. After all, this happened because of Yinyuan's unprofessional mistake. He was also curious whether Yiwu was really that strong. Yinyuan said that Yiwu was even stronger than Mokai. She didn't even know who was stronger, Yiwu or the chairman. Jai Wang Chuan was quite surprised because Yinyuan had never heard of such a high value in someone. Yiwu was truly able to arouse the curiosity that Jai Wangchuan had not had for many years. In the meantime, Yinhuan had to leave the team and find a way to deal with Yiwu. He asks the woman to do her best. If Yinhuan still can't do it, then I will kill him personally. Yinhuan regretted that Yiwu's move to defeat the boss monster actually caused a big wave. Not only the Mogong team but Huangzhang and Tianchuang will also make Yiwu the main target of the competition. But I didn't expect that even Mo Kai would be interested in him. She became worried that my assessment of Yiwu would end up harming the man even though I didn't mean it at all. Yinhuan didn't want to be Yiwu's enemy at all but instead joined forces and fought together. The next day at the university in Zone 9, all the students had gathered. They were happy because they could finally see the sun again. They can even become moldy from being trapped underground for too long. Other students heard how the boss monster occupying the 9th zone was finally killed by Mogong's team yesterday. Of course, they weren't surprised because that team was indeed the strongest of the Hanmo group. However, other students said that the information was wrong because the rescue team said that the boss monster was killed by one person. They weren't sure about the truth of the news because killing a level 90 boss alone was too impossible. Ruan Tianchen, who heard the students' conversation, guessed that the person who killed the boss monster alone was Yiwu. Luo Feng also suspected the same thing because only Yiwu had such astonishing strength. However, the opponent was a boss monster of 90, and even if Yiwu managed to defeat it, he would definitely incur a lot of money because he was seriously injured. Ruan Tianchen was very worried about him. Luo Feng also thought about this possibility and decided to contact Yiwu to ask about his condition. But suddenly, an energy reaction from the sky appeared and it turned out to be Yiwu who the disciples thought came with the special effect cloak. Luo Feng was of course happy to see Yiwu was fine. On the other hand, Ruan Tianchen, who hasn't seen Yiwu for a long time, thinks that the man is actually more handsome and charming, which makes my heart beat fast. Luo Feng was moved that Yiwu wasn't even injured at all. He praised Yiwu's strength and apologized for doubting him. He feels unworthy of being a younger brother. The principal was also happy to see Yiwu return and the university was also safe. Yiwu immediately asked what the university's future plans were. The principal then said that he had contacted the Hanmo group and they promised to send someone to rebuild the university and the 9th zone as soon as possible. In the meantime, all students will be on holiday and stay with their respective families and work together to overcome difficulties. The principals were also happy that Yiwu had managed to save the university once again, even though they could no longer give gifts to repay him. Yiwu naturally didn't mind it because he was just doing his duty and it wasn't all about the reward. Luo Feng was happy and proud because Yiwu was really suitable to be a boss. At that time, everyone at the university became fond of Yiwu after the hormone advanced passive skill was activated. Everyone immediately idolized Yiwu. Both men and women wanted to have children with Yiwu. In fact, this made the students attack each other. Seeing the chaos, Yiwu felt like he had to leave there immediately. He could only blame the immoral skill that suddenly activated. He has to go before something bad happens to him. Yiwu immediately left while taking Luo Feng and Ruan Tianchen with him. The two people immediately followed him. Yiwu asked if the two of them had carried out his orders at their respective homes. Luo Feng stated that he had contacted his family, who was quite rich. They had already fled to the 8th zone immediately after the incident occurred. Now they are safe. Likewise, Ruan Tianchen was alone and her family was not in the city. There was nothing for me to worry about, so she wanted to know where Yiwu would take them. Yiwu wanted to take the two out of the safe zone to go to an area in the wilderness. I want to clear the level 40 dungeon obtained from the Black Tiger mercenary group. At the 9th zone immigration gate, everyone was working on repairs. Someone stopped Yiwu and the others because the area was not a place to go out and stroll around. Yiwu then explained that he was a student who wanted to go out of town to do something. Of course, the guard was increasingly forbidding it because students weren't supposed to go out of town. Moreover, currently, the emergency orders during wartime have not been revoked, so no one was allowed to leave the city. The guard told Yiwu and the others to quickly return to school or he would shoot. Luo Feng was naturally angry that a level 10 guard dared to threaten and yell at them even though he didn't know who Yiwu was with them. Yiwu tried to restrain Luo Feng because the three of them were good students who shouldn't cause trouble. Yiwu then showed his pass to the guard. The guard then noticed the pass and he admitted he had never seen it before. He, who was indeed a new guard, certainly suspected that the card was fake. Yiwu finally understood why the guard didn't know about the pass. That's when another guard came because of the commotion. The guard asked the other guards not to chase Yiwu and others away. The new guard then said that Yiwu showed an unknown pass and he wanted to leave the city. The guard tried to look at the card and as soon as he realized it, he slapped the new guard. That card is the highest level card of the Hanmo group. He was angry that the new guard didn't know after training. The man couldn't defend himself. The guard then saw that Yiwu's presence as a distinguished guest made even the gate shine. The guard didn't know where Yiwu was going, but he offered to send a team of escorts for him during the journey because it was currently too dangerous outside the city. Yiwu immediately rejected it because he had his plans. Yiwu simply asked the guard to quickly open the gate. The guard immediately opened it. Ruan Tianchen saw the gate open and became very nervous. Their first time out of town after she was so grown up. Luo Feng asked him to calm down as they were just going into the wilderness, which could be a rare opportunity to train. After Yiwu left, the guard saw the man who had previously been mentioned directly by senior management. He was asked to focus on it, but he didn't see anything special about it. The guard then reported on someone Yiwu who had just left the city. He wanted to know what to do next. The voice on the other end was so happy because meeting Yiwu meant they could make a lot of money. The voice on the other end was Mai Sha, who then asked the guard not to be too hasty. Meanwhile, they only need to report the whereabouts of the target and continue to be careful so as not to be discovered. Mai Sha is an elite mercenary on the outskirts of the Huangjang group. In her heart, Mai Sha was happy because the previously announced mission was hers. She was determined to get Yiwu. In the wilderness outside the 9th zone, Yiwu and others were amazed by the world outside the safe zone. The rest of the old world became desolate and only ruins remained. Ruan Tianchen had seen photos and videos of wilderness on the internet and in books, but now he could see it with his own eyes and even feel the intimidating atmosphere of the end times. Luo Feng told Ruan Tianchen not to think too far because he felt that the air outside was fresh and clear. Then Luo Feng asked how they were going to the dungeon. Yiwu could fly, but it would be troublesome since they were there too. Yiwu asked them not to worry because he had already arranged everything. Yiwu revealed that conditions in the wilderness have been very safe recently. After all, Luo Feng and Ruan Tianchen had also killed monsters before. However, if they encounter monsters, it will be better because they can collect experience. Luo Feng and Ruan Tianchen were members of Yiwu's Wangji team who naturally couldn't be left behind. Both of them were certainly confused when they heard the name of the new team. Yiwu took the two to explain as they walked. The Wangji team is a team formed by Yiwu who also belongs to a local company such as the Hanmo Group. Ruan Tianchen was so excited, but also not sure they could join in. Luo Feng was too enthusiastic because Wang Ji's team name sounded well dominating and matched Yiwu. Ruan Tianchen then wanted to know because Yiwu could have directly joined the Mogong team and reached the pinnacle of life. So is he convinced to start everything from scratch. Luo Feng also confirmed Yiwu could defeat a level 90 boss monster, whereas they were just small people who would hinder him. Yiwu then considered whether he should cancel the plan to take the two to the level 40 dungeon and gain experience. They should take advantage of all opportunities and not be discouraged. Ruan Tianchen and Luo Feng agreed that they would not disappoint Yiwu. That's when an off-road car came and stopped right in front of them. Zhu Xiaoji, who was driving, suddenly showed his head and said yes. He then introduced himself as a handsome fat man. Zhu Xiaoji then greeted Yiwu and did not expect to see him again so quickly. He was quite surprised when Yiwu contacted him. Zhu Xiaoji's attention was also suddenly drawn to the beautiful Ruan Tianchen. If he knew Yiwu would bring him, so he would dress up. Zhu Xiaoji then greeted Ruan Tianchen and introduced himself as a treasure hunter. For him, the wilderness is like a playground. He will also take good care of the girl. Ruan Tianchen thanks and please help. In her heart, she knew Xhu Xiaoji was of a high level. The man was an acquaintance of Yiwu who was so enthusiastic and bold. On the other hand, Luo Feng was also excited to see such a powerful tank. Zhu Xiaoji couldn't help but laugh and be like that expected of Yiwu's comrades. Luo Feng was quite knowledgeable. He also asked Luo Feng not to hesitate to ask him if there was anything he didn't understand. Yiwu immediately stopped them all because he had work to do. In the car, Yiwu determined the destination in Area C87. Zhu Xiaoji revealed that the Depingxian team had already gone to that place by traveling for half a day. It's just that time he couldn't find the dungeon entrance before. Yiwu said that because they needed a key to open the dungeon. Yiwu looked at the key whose durability had dropped by 10%. The durability had indeed dropped a lot, but it was lucky that he was able to use it before the lock broke. At that time, Zai Xiaoji wanted to know whether the detailed map in Yiwu's hand was true. Maps and actual coordinate information in the eyes of hunters like them were something invaluable. Yiwu then assured that the map was correct because it was directly written by Mu Wai. That's when Zhu Xiaoji immediately braked suddenly, causing Luo Feng to crash. Zhu Xiaoji was very surprised because Yiwu mentioned the name Mu Wai, who was a legendary treasure hunter. Yiwu immediately confirmed it, and he was also curious as to why Zhu Xiaoji's expression had changed in such a way. Yiwu wanted to know if there was anything Zhu Xiaoji knew about Mu Wai. Zhu Xiaoji revealed that he did have a very long story about Mu Wai. He would talk about it as he went along. Zhu Xiaoji finally started his story. Zhu Xiaoji explains how in the eyes of most people, treasure hunters are seen as not much different from mercenaries who want money and life. However, the object of their looting was not humans but ruins. The problem is that all of that is just a perception because their real goal is to find the truth in the world. Therefore they continued to explore the ruins one by one. Yiwu was naturally curious about the truth of the world. Zhu Xiaoji wanted to know if anyone out there had ever questioned how and why the Earth's old age was born. Ruin Tianchen recalled several conspiracy theories circulating in the past. Some say that the world is a dream. Some say that the world is just a high-dimensional holographic projection. Even though it seems like an exaggeration, humans are data in a database. They are just the intelligent AI of a big game with their destiny and thoughts determined by the program. However, Luo Feng immediately stated that it was just a theory from the past that was never heard of or discussed. For Yiwu, after several generations, everyone had become accustomed to that era and only wanted to live that short life. The problem was that for Zhu Xiaoji, habit did not mean truth. They always believed there is a reason behind all phenomena. As long as they continued to explore the ancient ruins, one day they would be able to find out the buried truth. Yiwu was quite unexpected about Zhu Xiaoji, who despite having an eccentric appearance, actually had a very philosophical heart. Zhu Xiaoji was embarrassed because all he said was speech Lan Qingyan. Meanwhile, he is not someone who has that kind of awareness. He and the other teammates in the team were only interested in Lan Qingyan's philosophy, and that was also the reason they were together. Yiwu certainly understood very well because it was Lan Qingyan. The man did have a vision and philosophy that ordinary people did not have. After that, Zhu Xiaoji said that according to rumors, Mu Wei was a legendary treasure hunter who was very close to the truth of the world. It's just that he has been missing for a long time and no one knows his whereabouts. If the map was in Yiwu's hands, then there must be a hidden mystery. Maybe they will find the key clue to unlocking the truth of the world. The problem was that Yiwu couldn't find any clues at all. Besides, he didn't know what would happen if the truth of the world was truly discovered. Life still has to go on as before. Zhu Xiaoji realized that Yiwu didn't know about a legend that had been circulating for a long time among treasure hunters. If there is someone who can find the truth of that world, then he can restart the world according to his wishes and become king in one of those worlds. Yiwu was the first time he heard of such a legend. Everyone became very curious about whether the legend was true. If true, then it could be very interesting. Ruin Tianchen began to fantasize about starting the world and turning it into a world of girls, love, and peace. Luo Feng didn't want to lose, and if it was him, then he would be the Supreme Emperor Realm Master who could unify the world. Yiwu immediately reminded the two that they still hadn't even reached the most basic level and should put aside such delusions. Luo Feng and Ruin Tianchen couldn't help but laugh. As for Yiwu, the legend was too exaggerated. They should focus on doing what is in front of them. Zhu Xiaoji confirmed, but one had to have dreams because otherwise, humans would be no different from salted fish. In his mind, Yiwu thought about dreams. For him, the word dream was too much in that era. So far all he had done was to achieve practical goals. He asked himself what his dream was. Zhu Xiaoji then continued that if Yiwu could meet Yu, then he could get more clues. All of this is not just a fantasy or rumor. In his mind, Yiwu thought of the principal who probably knew a lot about Mu Wei. He decided to ask him after completing the dungeon. The vehicle continued to drive until they finally arrived at the destination. They weren't sure that it was the entrance to the dungeon because they didn't see anything. But of course, Yiwu knew that the entrance was hidden and they needed the boss's key to open it. Because if it wasn't like that, then the dungeon door would have been discovered long ago. However, before opening the dungeon door, they had to take care of the stalker. Zhu Xiaoji couldn't help but laugh because previously he must have caused the stalkers to keep getting sand from their vehicles. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Ruin Tianchen and Luo Feng had no idea that they were being stalked. Zhu Xiaoji said that he is an expert in anti-reconnaissance and Luo Feng also Ruin Tianchen have a lot to learn. Zhu Xiaoji took out a bomb and threw it into the distance, which turned out to be an invisible shield. Luo Feng was shocked because someone was following them. He regretted not realizing the low-level mistakes he made. Luo Feng was also even more shocked when he found out that the man was the head guard who previously checked them. So why was the man following them? The head guard and all his members then got out of the car. They asked Yiwu and others not to misunderstand. He reasoned that he was very worried about the safety of the honored guests. But previously Yiwu did not allow them to accompany Yiwu. Therefore they secretly protected Yiwu and the others. Yiwu sarcastically said that they had all worked hard. The head guard immediately explained that they were in no trouble at all and that it was for everyone's good. It's just that for him Yiwu shouldn't have drawn a sword at him like that. Yiwu could only look at those who didn't even take the time to make a reasonable excuse. The head guard was just a bad old man. Yiwu confirmed that was the end of their awkward conversation. The head guard once again explained that Yiwu had misunderstood. He said that he was 28 years old even though his hair was gray. He's not a bad parent either. In his heart, the head guard was naturally angry because Yiwu pointed the sword at him. If it wasn't for Zhu Xiaoji who was level 55, he would have shot Yiwu first. Secretly, the head guard sent a signal behind his back. One of the subordinates thought that the head guard was showing the tactical sign language of the triangular offensive formation. They immediately understood that if Yiwu attacked first, they would have to defend and counterattack. Caretaker others could see that only Zhu Xiaoji was level 55 while the others were easy opponents. The man insulted the ignorant Yiwu for daringly starting a fight. However, Yiwu chose to wave his hand and said he would accept the kindness of the guard leader. At that time everyone had survived the monster invasion, so they had to trust and help each other. In his heart, Yiwu could see how the head guard was trying so hard to make him believe again. Therefore, instead of killing those of little value, it was better to use them to find out the big fish hiding behind them. The head guard immediately confirmed Yiwu's words. Meanwhile, in his heart, he felt satisfied because he was able to fool Yiwu. He also didn't know why the stupid Yiwu became the target of the competition. The head guard also suspected that Yiwu was one of the children of the director of the Hanmo group because he had the highest level pass even though it was only level 6. The chief guard then asked where young master Yiwu was headed in the dangerous wilderness. Even though he was a little surprised to be called young master, he said that he planned to enter a dungeon. Yiwu then asked if the head guard and the others would go in with him. At that time, Luo Feng and Ruan Tiantian secretly knew that Yiwu was trapping the guard. In the end, smart people will die. The head guard was surprised because seeing the dungeon key, it was at least a level 40 dungeon. Even though they own Zhu Xiaoji is a level 55 tanker, Yiwu and the others will die if they open a dungeon that is not comparable to the average level of Yiwu and the others. Luo Feng then explained that that was the reason Yiwu invited them to enter together. Luo Feng accused the guards of being scared, even though previously they said they would protect them. However, it turns out they didn't dare to do it. Ruan Tiantian added that she felt sad about the quality of the security team in Zone 9. He also came to understand why they were affected by the monster invasion. Of course, all of this made the head guard even more annoyed and disbelieving. Meanwhile, the guards asked their leader not to let the boys underestimate them. The chief must be able to let Yiwu and the others see their prowess. In his heart, the head guard indeed felt slighted. The problem was that he had no experience in clearing dungeons at all. If something bad happened to them later, they might die, so he just forgot about it. The head guard then reasoned that the dungeon could only be entered by 5 people. Even though he wanted to leave, he couldn't bear to leave the other guards alone. The head guard regretted that. But Yiwu casually said that the dungeon would fit 5-10 people and they could enter together. The chief guard had no choice but to enter the dungeon. He would let his members see a dungeon. They are certainly very enthusiastic and see their chairman as a strong and dominating figure. Even though in his heart, the head guard was just acting to satisfy his members. He would come in for a while to accompany Yiwu. If he encountered danger inside, he would use Yiwu and his friends while waiting for Mai Sha to come. On the other hand, Yiwu, who opened the dungeon gate, asked for guard protection, and the head guard immediately agreed. As a form of anticipation, the head guard deliberately left a signal via the smart signal tracker so that Mai Sha would find their coordinates. They finally arrived in the life dungeon of the forest, which was level 40. The dungeon had a beautiful view with a wide range. The dungeon wasn't as scary as a level 40 dungeon. They were also curious about what kind of monsters would be inside. They waited curiously and tensely. Ruan Tiantian saw a towering giant tree. According to Zhu Xiaoji's experience, that kind of place was where the boss monsters were. Luo Feng asked Zhu Xiaoji to teach them many things when they fight later. Zhu Xiaoji could only laugh and ask Luo Feng to stay behind him so he wouldn't lose his life. On the other hand, Yiwu immediately asked Weiss to quickly analyze whether the dungeon could be used to build a fortress. After that, Weiss revealed that the dungeon did meet the classification for building a fort, but only had 3 stars. In his heart, Yiwu was quite disappointed because he had hoped to get 5 stars as a location for building a fort. This trip seemed to only give him experience. It was then that Ruan Tiantian pointed at something in the sky that was flying towards them quickly. It was a level 25 Batwing Wyvern monster. The chief guard immediately repelled the monster and asked everyone not to panic while it was with him. The head guard started to attack together with the members, but for Yiwu the attack was not unified enough and seemed to lack practice too, although in the end, they succeeded in defeating the monster. The captain felt great and proud because he had killed the level 20 monster. Likewise, the guards immediately praised the captain's greatness and how they didn't need to worry when they were near him. But suddenly another monster appeared. Level 40 Stinging Snake Dragon Monster. The angry monster easily bit and threw one of the guards. He shouted for help from the head of the guard, but he did not survive. The head guard naturally couldn't believe he lost his members so soon after entering. The chief guard tried to attack the monster alone. He also wondered why Zhu Xiaoji, who was level 55, was just silent like a fool and not helping him. Even though Zhu Xiaoji was at a higher level than him, he didn't need a leader to protect him. Zhu Xiaoji asked Yiwu if he needed to help now. Yiwu immediately permitted because the presence of the head guard was still needed. The goal this time was still far from there and the guard would still be useful at another point later. Zhu Xiaoji immediately stepped in to help. It seemed to him that even level 40 monsters could be handled without breaking a sweat. It was then that Yu Wu received notification that a mysterious egg suddenly reacted strongly. Yu Wu was naturally curious about what happened to the egg. Is the egg lapse or pain? However, he realized that perhaps the egg felt the breath of the same clan and wanted to hatch. The mysterious being was constantly abnormally restless. Yu Wu wondered whether the mysterious egg's occupant really wanted to come out of the shell after being silent for so long. He asked the egg not to be anxious and to take whatever ingredients he had gotten before so he could be calmer. The mysterious egg could use a monster's tongue or an arthropod's feet. Yu Wu could see that the egg had finally calmed down, but he still seemed to be harboring something. Weiss then said that it did work temporarily, but his strength was insufficient so he couldn't break the shell's walls. Yu Wu finally tried to help with the dragon heart he previously got. He asked the egg to eat it so it could come out of the shell, but apparently the egg actually looked scared. Yu Wu was curious whether the egg was really afraid of the aura of the upper race, but Yu Wu still insisted because the dragon heart was just a piece of meat. He then said that the egg had absolutely no willpower and that it would be better to shrink into the shell so that it could remain a useless egg forever. The egg became very upset and that was exactly what Yu Wu expected. He wanted to know what the egg would actually become. The egg broke itself and had such strong pressure. The egg eventually hatched into a battle pet and Yu Wu was asked to give it a name. Yu Wu thought of a suitable name, and as a fighting pet then it should be a domineering name. Yu Wu named the pet Chihong. On the other hand, the head guard was still fighting with the monsters. Even though he struggled, he finally managed to defeat him. After finishing, the head guard was confused about what was happening behind him. He saw that the Chihong, which was only level 6, was easy to handle. A guard then prepared to shoot him. Moreover, the monster is only in the middle of a group of people, which means it is only looking for death. Although you can't get many experience points even if you succeed in killing him. However, Chihong actually bit the man's weapon first. He also attacked Zhu Xiaoji's shield even though the man didn't do anything. The head guard finally intervened to finish off the Chihong, but Yu Wu immediately said that it was not a monster but a battle pet. Yu Wu apologized because the Crimson Cosmetic was very aggressive when it was born. But Zhu Xiaoji was sad because his shield was damaged and he wanted Yu Wu to reimburse him for the repair costs. Yu Wu finally said yes. On the other hand, Ruan Tianchen knew that the Crimson Cosmetic came from the egg that Yu Wu got in the Shadow Forest before. She was very happy because the egg finally hatched. The girl really missed and wanted to hug the Crimson Comet, which I previously named Long Long. Yu Wu reminded everyone that they had to be careful because Chihong was still a child and it was normal not to want to be approached casually. Yu Wu introduces them all to Chihong as friends to remember. Just then, they heard a roar. Yu Wu suspected that the forest owner did not welcome them or instead felt Chihong's presence. The guard captain no longer cares because after fighting before, I'm sure the monsters there aren't that dangerous. The guard captain then split the team into 2 squads and explored the dungeon separately, which would be more efficient. They will meet again at the end of the big tree. Yu Wu agreed and suggested that they use the team channel to contact them at any time in case of unexpected situations. The guard captain finally said goodbye. In his heart, he knew Yu Wu would definitely encounter trouble. The power he had previously used had not even been fully displayed due to Yu Wu's understatement. He realized that Yu Wu was not at level 6. Therefore, he planned to separate himself and leave the team so he could watch Yu Wu from behind. On the other hand, Ruan Tianchen was very nervous and excited because it was her first time entering a desert dungeon. The dungeon seemed to him like a magical land version of the Shadow Forest. Yu Wu immediately confirmed. He also asked Zhu Xiaoji based on his knowledge and experience whether he had any insight into the various types of dungeons that appeared in the world, or at least those that had been visited. Zhu Xiaoji claimed not to know because, for a treasure hunter, his main line of business was ruins and not dungeons. Plus, it was a new dungeon that was something that belonged to a professional team from a large group. Usually, they wouldn't be able to go to the dungeon easily unless they had received a detailed guide. Zhu Xiaoji knows that dungeons in this world are divided into many types and views, such as running the map and going deep into unknown areas, carrying out adventures and survival, completing the number of battles and killings, and solving puzzles to test IQ. Whatever the type, no one can explain how a dungeon looks and works. The only thing you can do is adapt and use it to make yourself stronger. Ruan Tianchen added that there are so many types of dangerous and interesting dungeons. I wish there could be a dungeon with a magical girl appearance. But at that moment, another monster came. The level 40 monster named Spinosaurus appeared behind Ruan Tianchen, but Chihong immediately attacked him. Ruan Tianchen apologized for being careless and thanked him for being saved. Yu Wu praised Chihong and left the monster completely to me. Spinosaurus was very angry because Chihong managed to cut off its tongue. Yu Wu was more surprised that the monster could talk like a human. However, Zhu Xiaoji only heard a strange scream. At that time, Weiss said that Yiwu and Chihong were indeed linked in spirit, basic attributes, and abilities. Hence, Yiwu could understand the language of the dragon race. Yiwu understood and confirmed the point about the similarity of basic attributes. Weiss added Yiwu is the owner of the link hierarchy system. That meant it was partly Yiwu's level and partly Chihong's level. When Yiwu switches between different accounts, his attributes and appearance will also change. Yiwu started to understand. He was currently using the Qian King account, so that meant Chihong was using the fire attribute. Spinosaurus continues to attack, but Chihong doesn't want to lose. Spinosaurus says that Chihong's tricks will no longer work on him because he is very angry. The monster attacks Chihong, making everyone worry as the little dragon bounces away. Shu Xiaoji saw the huge difference in level between the two. He was worried that something bad would happen to Chihong if they didn't help, but Yiwu immediately intervened and forbade them from helping Chihong. Ruan Tianchen wanted to know the reason. Yiwu then explained that as his battle pet, Chihong shouldn't need help with small things like that. Even if he died in the end, it was nothing to regret. In his heart, Yiwu knew that after sharing the link level with him, it wouldn't be a problem for Chihong to fight the Spinosaurus monster. Yiwu knew Chihong was planning something by pretending to be a pig that would later eat a tiger. Yiwu couldn't wait. Chihong broke a large tree trunk. Seeing that Spinosaurus couldn't help but scoff. For him, a small child is still a child. When he loses, he takes out his anger on the tree. But apparently, Chihong used the tree trunk to hit Spinosaurus. This made Spinosaurus even more angry and determined to attack until Chihong had no bones left. However, Chihong didn't stop hitting Spinosaurus with a tree trunk. Spinosaurus states that such a small attack is painless for him and that when it breaks free, then it will be Chihong's time of death. At that moment, Chihong shot out fire which made the Spinosaurus overheat. Chihong managed to defeat Spinosaurus and that resulted in everyone getting a level increase. They immediately thanked Chihong. Zhu Xiaoji then told Yiwu that he heard Chihong say BBQ before. Yiwu confirmed that Zhu Xiaoji had indeed heard it right. Yiwu knew that Chihong had deliberately used that attack technique because the stems, dan, and petals he had chosen just now did have a special aroma which was a delicious spice. Yiwu was sure that Zhu Xiaoji could smell the delicious aroma of BBQ. Zhu Xiaoji, who had many years of food tasting experience, immediately knew that this BBQ was a top delicacy. They didn't expect that Chihong was actually a food expert. Chihong then gave Yiwu some meat and the man praised the delicious aroma of the food. The team finally decided to eat before continuing their journey to fill their hungry stomachs. Everyone is certainly happy, but apart from that, Yiwu has successfully opened the BBQ Bone Dragon food graphic. The dish has soft bones with a pleasant spice taste. This food can increase endurance. Meanwhile, the guards who were secretly following them could also smell the tempting aroma of BBQ. Those who were eating the toast tried not to be affected even though the aroma was very delicious. The head guard asked everyone to shut up. After completing the mission and taking the money, they will also be able to eat whatever they want. In his heart, the head guard was getting increasingly annoyed because Mai Sha hadn't arrived yet. The longer he watched Yiwu, the stranger he became. I was sure not his opponent and chose to leave Yiwu to Mai Sha. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon gate, Mai Sha finally came. I didn't expect that my target would actually go into the dungeon like that. Of course, I'm happy because I can capture everything in one location at once. So, I'll start the hunt. They were all very happy because when they entered the dungeon, unexpectedly, all the monsters they encountered were easily defeated by Chihong. So now, they walked through the dungeon quietly, but they didn't have a chance to act. Even so, Ruan Tianchen felt happy because in this way they only needed to follow Xiao Longlong and could level up successively. Luo Feng was even more amazed at Yiwu for being able to have such a powerful pet. I really want to have a pet like Xiao Longlong. But Xiaoji quickly reminded Luo Feng to immediately put away such thoughts because battle pets were very rare and the training costs were very high. So entry-level players like them might have difficulty owning it. Moreover, battle pets like things that can jump and fight monsters when they are born are really rare. Plus Yiwu can make a name for himself as a culinary lover. Hearing an explanation like that made Luo Feng realize that for a top human like Yiwu, the battle pet he had to be this high level. Yiwu was surprised to hear their conversation. In his heart, this young man thought that his colleagues were too bad at expressing themselves. Suddenly Xiaoji thought of an idea to make money. Yiwu immediately became excited when he heard this and asked his big partner to quickly say how to do it. Xiaoji said that in the wilderness there was a relic called the Beast Arena and there would be the strongest pet contest every now and then. As the name suggests, battle pets will compete to determine the strongest. The championship prizes are very large. Besides money, there are many rare items and even legendary equipment. Therefore, it attracts all kinds of people from all over and is a very popular event. Yiwu didn't expect such an event to occur. He just realized that this world is much bigger and richer than he thought. Xiaoji thought, with the power of Chihong, they could definitely make a lot of money. So when the next bonus was plentiful, Xiaoji took Yiwu to go and harvest it. Yiwu thought it was worth it. This black-haired youth thought that maybe he could also collect some of the rare items needed to build a fortress. The most important thing was that Yiwu had to expand his knowledge of the real world, because all this time he had always been in the safe zone and the information he had was limited. Luo Feng and Ruan Tianchen were certainly excited and asked to be invited to the battle event. While they were chatting, it turned out that there was a woman wearing an animal mask who was watching them from the top of a tree. The mysterious woman wore clothes made of animal skin and was accompanied by a pet who also wore a mask. Yiwu smiled faintly as he glanced at the tree where the girl was standing. Yiwu said that the woman had finally shown herself after following them this far. Xiao Longlong immediately went to hit the tree, causing it to break and the two people under it to fall. Right before the girl fell, she shot an arrow at Yiwu, but the black-haired youth managed to catch him easily. Yiwu said that the methods and weapons used by the girl were very primitive. I even told the mysterious girl that if she wanted to kill, this level of weapons and methods would not be enough. Yiwu tried to ask who they were and why they wanted to be enemies with Yiwu and my comrades. The mysterious girl was silent, but her attitude was very alert. Xiaoji said that perhaps they were natives of the dungeon. Yiwu was surprised to hear this and asked, "Aren't they just NPCs?" Xiaoji explained that usually, monster-type dungeons would not have human residents, with only a very rare chance that they could meet native dungeon residents. So Xiaoji suspected that the girl was the true descendant of Wu Wang who had just reappeared. Yiwu saw that Xiaoji was very serious, so he asked if there was any difference between the natives. Xiaoji explained that natives' attributes were usually associated with dungeon types. Although they were different, they all had the same features. It is maintaining initial growth status, which, in simple terms, is eternal life. Yiwu thought that eternal life would be fun. Ruan Tianchen also thinks that living forever and being forever young is the dream of all girls. But Xiaoji quickly said that the reality was the opposite. Because the very rare natives in the dungeon cannot take the initiative to leave the dungeon. They are seen by people who come to the dungeon and often end up badly. All native citizens of the dungeon will be taken out and sold to human traffickers at high prices or to research institutes and become research objects. And for the two natives in front of them at this moment, although they couldn't show their faces, their figure and variety alone could be considered the best attractants, and they would definitely be hunted down. Yiwu also agreed that in these last days, people can do anything that breaks the line of norms to gain profit. Yiwu told the mysterious girl that I was lucky because I only met Yiwu. Even though this young man loves money, you wouldn't do such terrible things. Yiwu told the girl to immediately go and find a place to hide if she wanted to survive and not just be around them to disturb them. The girl still lowered her spear at Yiwu and loudly said, "Why should I obey a foreign human? In my opinion, Yiwu and his friends should be the ones to leave home." The mysterious girl and her pet immediately attacked Yiwu with their ancient weapons. Of course, Yiwu could avoid it easily, but the girl continued to babble and say that they were not allowed to destroy this pristine forest. Yiwu smiled and said that I was indeed a stranger to those two mysterious figures. But Yiwu was the one who had opened the dungeon. In other words, the place is yours, so the original inhabitants of that place are also yours. So you have the right to do whatever you want to them. Yiwu took out his weapon, which was full of power and a flash of electricity that made the two mysterious masked figures step back in fear. Then Yiwu said he didn't care if the two mysterious figures were real NPCs or something like saints, but anyone who got in his way had to die. With his dark and terrifying expression, the two mysterious figures were very frightened and finally ran away. Seeing the attitude of the two mysterious figures, Yiwu thought that their nature was immature and shy even though their level was hidden. Yiwu guessed that they acted like that because they had never dealt with other humans. Yiwu hoped that they would no longer show up to blame him for being cruel. This young man hopes that today's events will make the two mysterious figures learn the first lesson in their lives and be more careful in the future. After some distance, the two mysterious figures finally fell from exhaustion. The girl didn't expect Yiwu to be so cruel even though he was only level 6. She could feel that Yiwu's killing intent was very strong. She was worried that if they escaped any slower then they might die in Yiwu's hands. Suddenly a terrible laugh was heard. The head guard appeared with his group in front of the mysterious girl and was very satisfied to finally meet her, and thought that the mysterious girl was a very valuable item and they could get rich if they sold the item. Kiki felt surprised and angry. From behind the mask, this mysterious girl asks what is really happening to this world. This girl asks why there are so many intruders from other worlds now breaking in, after successfully maintaining the peace of that world for thousands of years. The men in the door guard group looked at Kiki with wild eyes. They loved to see a woman's body so well, but unfortunately, they couldn't see the real face behind Kiki's mask. But one of his colleagues said that they could do it without removing the girl's mask. They already seemed very eager to imagine the body of a native that had not been polluted by the outside world, so it was very rare and definitely pure. So quickly the four of them attacked Kiki together. Seeing their attitude made Kiki angry and accused them of being shameless for daring to gang up on a woman. Even so, Kiki was not afraid of being attacked by 4 men. The mysterious girl quickly managed to defeat the 4 men with just 1 attack. Even the guard boss Till was shocked to see all his members being finished so quickly. The boss felt like he had made a very careless mistake because even though she was a woman, she still came from a level 40 dungeon. The guard boss immediately raised his gun and attacked Kiki, who quickly ran to attack him. At this time, Kiki attacked the guard boss very quickly and thought that the bearded man's level was quite high but not as strong as the level 6 human that she met earlier. Boss Beard suspects that the young man Kiki is referring to is Yiwu. When Boss Beard realized that I was too late to dodge the spear attack thrown by Kiki, suddenly a shot exploded right in front of Boss Beard's face and destroyed Kiki's spear, which almost killed Boss Beard. Then a woman's voice was heard warning Boss Beard not to let his guard down on the battlefield. It turns out it was Mai Sha. The tough woman was already standing on the tree with a long-barreled weapon. Mai Sha said that trash like the bearded boss is really a bit lucky because I can actually meet a rare native. The bearded boss immediately smiled broadly and was excited to see that the chairman had finally arrived. Quickly, Boss Beard handed over the rest of the problem to Mai Sha, and I won't bother him anymore. Mai Sha told the bearded man to leave immediately so as not to disturb. Kiki realized that Mai Sha had level 85 and the woman was emitting a very dangerous breath. So Kiki is sure that Mai Sha has already killed so many people that I might not have a chance to win. Kiki slowly backed away to escape. But suddenly all my directions were shot at by Mai Sha. The fierce girl said that no one can take the initiative to escape from before my eyes unless they die. Mai Sha came down from the tree and asked Kiki and her pets not to act carelessly if they didn't want to die immediately. When Kiki and Mai Bao looked back, they were shocked to see a spider robot crawling towards them. Kiki quickly pushed Mai Bao away. Suddenly a dimensional cage was created and immediately trapped Kiki's body. Mai Bao panicked seeing his partner trapped like that, so the little cat tried to save him. But Kiki prevented Mai Bao from helping and running away because their opponents this time were too strong, so they couldn't possibly defeat the woman. With a sad face, Mai Bao finally left. The cat said it would seek someone's help and hoped that Kiki could survive for a while. When the bearded boss tries to chase Mai Bao, Mai Sha stops him and says that Kiki is in their hands, so sooner or later the living creatures will definitely return. Then Mai Sha told Boss Beard to stay because I had things to do. Mai Sha explained that Kiki would soon be paralyzed with anesthetic and this woman would be taken to a hidden place to hide her body, while they waited for Mai Sha to finish with her business. Mai Sha warned that the girl should remain intact. The bearded man smiled and said that I wouldn't make such a small mistake, so the chairman didn't need to worry. After that, Mai Sha asked what the specific strength of Yiwu who managed to open the level 40 dungeon was. Boss Beard replied, "At first I thought Yiwu was a second-generation descendant of a very rich family who liked to travel alone. But after following the young man for a while I discovered the fact that the young man's strength was very unfathomable. Even though Yiwu never directly intervened in battle, the dragon race battle pets and level 50+ fighters who were always by his side were by no means ordinary people. Mai Sha thinks that Yiwu is really interesting." When Mai Sha was about to leave, the bearded boss asked where Yiwu actually came from. Why did the chairman want to capture Yiwu so enthusiastically? Mai Sha answered that this information was also confidential. "I just got orders from above to ask Yiwu for as much as possible, although I can't kill him." But compared to inviting in a boring way, Mai Sha said that hunting was more fun for me. Mai Sha's expression when she said this was very scary, as if I was going to hunt her prey. Meanwhile, Yiwu and all his team members arrived in front of a large tree. Yiwu said that the big tree was too much. From a distance, the tree looked very big, but when they got closer it turned out to be more closed. Yiwu apologized if in the end there was no treasure on the big tree. But Luo Feng and Ruan Tianchen felt that it didn't matter if they didn't get any treasures, because they have reached level 30 easily and got new and very cool equipment. They did not forget to thank Yiwu and Xiao Longlong, who had worked hard and did not disappoint their expectations. Xiao Longlong nodded with a big smile, but suddenly the little dragon became alert when he noticed the appearance of another creature approaching them. Yiwu asked Xiao Longlong not to worry and be too alert. Yiwu told the figure who had been watching them to come out immediately. Yiwu asked why the creature came back to them even though it knew that approaching them was very dangerous. Finally, Xiao Bao came out of the bushes and commented that Yiwu's vision was great. Xiao Bao quickly explained that my partner was taken away by a human from another world like Yiwu. Xiao Bao begs Yiwu to save my partner. Ruan Tianchen actually failed to focus because she saw that the cat turned out to be very cute because it could talk like a human. Xiao Bao was even surprised to see that Tianchen had just discovered that the animal was a cat. But from here Xiao Bao felt very proud because he had succeeded in pretending and fooling them all. After they all found out his true identity as a cat, Xiao Bao asked them to immediately grant my wish and save my partner. Yiwu said that it was not impossible to help Xiao Bao and Kiki, but Yiwu's question was, what benefits would they have after helping Xiao Bao? Xiao Bao confidently said that of course, I didn't ask them to do everything for free. Xiao Bao took out a red crystal from his pocket and said that I would pay Yiwu and his colleagues with that very beautiful and sparkling crystal stone. Seeing the crystal made Yiwu know that it was even though it was only level 40, it was of epic quality. But if the amount is only a piece, it means it is far from enough. Xiao Bao confidently said that they don't need to be afraid of the cost because I have as many crystals as a mountain. So as long as Yiwu helps me, then the crystal will be yours. Hearing this actually made Yiwu think that the animal in front of me might be lying because the number of crystals sounded unreasonable. Xiao Bao cursed at Yiwu and firmly said that I am not a creature like humans who often cheat. Wise, who suddenly appeared in front of Yiwu, suddenly commented that even though the creature was deemed not to be lying, Xiao Bao's attitude was really unpleasant. Yiwu said that I would believe in Xiao Bao, but the pay was still not enough. Now, Yiwu asked Xiao Bao to make them all see your face, so the creature had to remove the mask in front of them. Xiao Bao immediately lowered his head when he received such an embarrassing request. I think it's better to die than to take off the mask. Hearing Xiao Bao's words made Yiwu immediately turn around and say that if the cat doesn't want to do it, then I won't talk about saving Kiki either. Yiwu bravely even waved and said goodbye to the cat. Finally, Xiao Bao apologized and was forced to slowly take off the mask. Despite its shaking body, this cat is determined to do everything to save Kiki, even if it means doing something very embarrassing. After the mask was removed, Xiao Bao's cute face appeared and begged for help from the people in front of him to save my partner. Ruan Tianchen was immediately excited to see Xiao Bao's cuteness. This girl immediately hugged Xiao Bao, who was very cute. Even Xiaoji and Luo Feng were very impressed with Xiao Bao's cuteness and wanted to hug him too. In the end, Xiao Bao got angry and said that I had tolerated their behavior, but I didn't want to be touched or hugged anymore. Yiwu also rubbed Xiao Bao's back very gently. Yiwu asked the creature not to be too fierce because I thought the cat was really cute. Finally, Yiwu said that because of Xiao Bao's sincere attitude, Yiwu would help save Kiki. Yiwu immediately activated his true eyes to look at the map of that place and realized that a new level 85 person had appeared in the dungeon. Yiwu guessed that this person was the head of the bearded boss. Xiaoji asked if Yiwu would let the black hair directly help Kiki and Xiao Bao. Yiwu said that their side would take the initiative to come to Yiwu's team, so it will save them time. Sure enough, Mai Sha was currently walking through the forest while following the traces of battle along the way to track down the whereabouts of Yiwu and his colleagues. But Mai Sha was sure that Yiwu's group would not think that there were hunters who wanted to catch them from behind. Unexpectedly, she received a fire attack large enough to fall and burn. It didn't stop there. Mai Sha also received an attack from Xiao Longlong, who attacked her right arm. Luckily, Mai Sha managed to fend off the little dragon's attack by creating a shield in time. Yiwu approached the woman and asked if you were surprised by my unexpected attack. Yiwu said that I thought that Boss Beard and company would sneak up and attack from behind him, but unexpectedly, it was the girl who came to attack them. Yiwu guessed that the woman must be the top leader of the bearded boss. Mai Sha put away the burnt skirt and said that the young man's attitude was really an unexpected meeting ceremony. In her heart, Mai Sha realized that Yiwu was a really bad boy. Even though I used a hidden skill earlier, the young man in front of me managed to find me. Yiwu expressed his thanks because the woman praised me. Yiwu originally wanted to lure the chief to come, but I actually caught a bigger fish, or rather a very rare mermaid. Mai Sha approached Yiwu and rubbed the young man's face gently. Mai Sha thought that the young man's mouth in front of me was very sweet, like it was smeared with honey. But if Yiwu is not satisfied with the mermaid you are talking about, will you eat the mermaid? Yiwu replied, how could I not be satisfied, because the pond I have is too small, so it definitely won't satisfy a big fish like Mai Sha. So Yiwu asked, which big pond did Mai Sha come from? Huanzhang Group, Tianchuang Group, or something else? Mai Sha smiled coquettishly and said that she didn't expect Yiwu to be so interested in me. According to Mai Sha, the young man in front of me was very wise, so I introduced myself and revealed his identity as a mercenary from the Huanzhang Group. Mai Sha also said that she came to that place to recruit Yiwu to join the Huanzhang Group. So is Yiwu willing to follow me? Yiwu didn't expect the woman in front of me to run so far just to recruit me. But Yiwu said that I had joined the Hanmo Group. In his heart, Yiwu confirmed Mr. Lan Qingyun's words, who once reminded me that after the fight with the dragon Kashiwara Akao, many people were targeting me to join their group. Mai Sha said that Huanzhang's financial resources are not much worse than Hanmo Group. As long as Yiwu is willing to come, she can arrange the conditions as you likes, and it is guaranteed that Yiwu will not be disappointed. Yiwu answered that the purple-haired woman was really sincere, but unfortunately, I hate betrayal the most, so I had to reject Mai Sha's offer. Mai Sha suddenly said this is very easy, but Yiwu didn't seem to recognize the current situation. Mai Sha immediately pointed the gun right in front of Yiwu's forehead and explained that according to your style, once I get rejected, the person who refuses will immediately die. With a calm expression, Yiwu asked if I should be grateful when being pointed at with a gun like now. Mai Sha said she usually doesn't do impulsive actions, but I think if Yiwu joins Huangjang, it would be fun to do something with Yiwu. So Mai Sha gave Yiwu another chance and asked if that young man was. With a calm smile, Yiwu answered that I still refused. Right after that, Mai Sha directly shot Yiwu in the forehead and said that his answer was very unfortunate. Apparently, at that time, the number of uses for the puppet card had run out, and the real Yiwu appeared right behind Mai Sha and attacked the woman's body with his fire sword. Yiwu said that Mai Sha was really a piranha who killed people without blinking. Before the body was destroyed, Mai Sha said that to be honest, Yiwu was a very attractive figure, but it was a shame that the young man rejected me. When Mai Sha's body was destroyed, it turned out that it was only a puppet card that could create a shadow of its owner. But Yiwu was shocked because Mai Sha's puppet card was completely undetectable by my true eye skill. Yiwu guessed that the level of this opponent's puppet card had already exceeded the range that could be recognized from my skills. Yiwu was truly careless this time. Mai Sha immediately shot Yiwu from the hiding place. This woman said that Yiwu was too young and lacked experience, because it is impossible for a sniper to take the initiative to appear and fight directly. Mai Sha said that at first I didn't have the heart to teach Yiwu this kind of practical experience, but I still had to kill Yiwu. Mai Sha shot Yiwu with a phantom sniper. That is a specialization of weapons that can shoot with special ammunition. There will be no sound when shooting and will kill without being seen. Yiwu couldn't hear Mai Sha's weapon, but I could feel something was wrong. Despite that, unfortunately, Yiwu didn't have the chance to dodge. Luckily, Xiao Longlong jumped in time to stop the bullets heading towards Yiwu. In this way, Yiwu survived, but Xiao Longlong's HP was immediately drained and the system explained that the battle pet was weakened. To avoid another attack heading their way, Yiwu directly hugged Xiao Longlong and rolled away. Yiwu cursed angrily because he was completely unaware of the hidden bullet coming from behind. Yiwu knew that when he fought monsters everything was very smooth, but he had difficulty when he had to face one-on-one with ordinary players. Because if he is careless for a moment, it could have fatal consequences. Especially when he faces high-level players like Mai Sha. Uncontrollable factors become clearer. Now he could only try to survive behind the barrier that Yiwu had created. Seeing Xiao Longlong injured made Ruan Tianchen sad and wanted to help him straight away, but was prevented by Xiaoji and Luo Feng. They couldn't act rashly because currently their opponent was a high-level sniper. After all, as long as the little dragon still had some HP left, Yiwu would try to save it. As Xiaoji had expected, Yiwu was currently drinking a super recovery potion for Xiao Longlong while hoping that the little dragon would recover quickly. That's right, Xiao Longlong instantly recovered and was able to stand up with a bright expression. Yiwu was relieved to see Xiao Longlong energetic again. Because of this, Xiao Longlong deserves to be Yiwu's favorite battle pet. Because even when the creature dies, it will never back down from the battle. Currently, with his stamina reaching 100%, Xiao Longlong stood alert in front of Yiwu again. At this time, Yiwu's protective barrier started shooting at Mai Sha, but such firepower would not be able to prevent the attack of Mai Sha, who was a sniper. Mai Sha jumped out of her hiding place and started targeting Yiwu again. Mai Sha thought that such meaningless shooting would not hurt him in the slightest. According to him, Yiwu was very lucky because he wasn't hit by a gunshot earlier, but now the young man was standing without moving right in the middle of the barrier. Mai Sha wonders whether the young man is too confident or frustrated. According to him, Yiwu was just attacking blindly but with the protection of a shield that couldn't possibly last longer. While continuing to avoid attacks from Yiwu's barrier, Mai Sha thought that the young man was just a child whose abilities were not much and was very far from what he had initially expected. Mai Sha was determined to destroy Yiwu's shield by continuing to fire at the shield. Inside the shield, Yiwu apologized to Xiao Longlong because his carelessness almost caused his precious pet to suffer and almost lose its life. Yiwu thought that he had already used the Shadow King to kill level 90 elites and rare bosses, which gave him inertial thinking and miscalculated the basic combat power. In terms of Emperor Qian's available account level, he was only equivalent to level 60. Facing a level 85 opponent like Mai Sha would be very troublesome for him. This young man was aware that the previous battles were based on money and gold. Plus the accumulated EXP points are not used at all, so he immediately called the system and asked how many X points he had now. The system answered that Yiwu's current EXP points were 1.3 million. Yiwu thought that his experience points were quite a lot, but his opponent was a sniper and thought there was nothing good in his body to be an advantage for Yiwu. So the rate of return on experience points he would use to transform into a Shadow King was too low. The most important thing is that the basic attributes of the Crimson Comet cannot be improved, so it is more appropriate to increase the Link's current level. Currently, the strength of the shield is decreasing until it is only below 10%. Yiwu asked the system how many XP points would he need to increase his panel level to level 10. The system explains that Emperor Qian's current link level is 55 and needs to be upgraded to level 45 to meet the demand. Required X points are 1 million. So Berta system is Yiwu sure he wants to use it. Hearing the system's explanation made Yiwu think that the further he wanted to increase his level, the higher the EXP points would be consumed. But he thought it was okay because it would be spent sooner or later anyway. It's better to use the current experience points to strengthen it directly. This way, with a basic attribute of level 100 and he can deal with a difference of 20 levels, it is guaranteed that he will have no trouble facing enemies at level 120. So with a happy smile, this young man immediately asked the system to use his EXP points. The system immediately received the command and consumed ISP points right when the shield's resistance reached 0% and slowly the shield was destroyed. Mai Sha smiled happily because the shield was gone. Yiwu questions whether the young man will use other tricks, but unfortunately, Yiwu only created quite a small flame around him. Mai Sha took out a special bullet that was quite large and said that she would use the enchanted bullet attribute to kill Yiwu in a matter of seconds. Mai Sha immediately fired the super bullet and said that Yiwu should go to hell so that the prize for the young man's head would be his. The super bullet flew very fast towards Yiwu, but this time the young man managed to fend it off with just a barehanded blow. The fiery aura around Yiwu's body was truly extremely tempestuous. This young man said that he had seen many women of various types, but this time he was very sure that he would make Mai Sha the first woman that he would kill with his own hands. Mai Sha was very shocked to see the two creatures in front of her level up so quickly. She wondered how those two creatures do it so fast. Mai Sha thought that the distance between them was still several hundred meters, but she could already feel the hot temperature of the flames coming out from around Yiwu. This woman just felt this strangeness and powerful power from Yiwu. He was also very surprised to feel the pressure of level 100 power emitting from Yiwu's body. Mai Sha panicked and realized that she had to retreat and escape first. Yiwu said that although he wanted to kill the girl with his own hands, Mai Sha almost killed Xiao Longlong just now, so he would hand over the grudge to Xiao Longlong. Yiwu firmly told Xiao Longlong to go to avenge himself and repay him many times over. Xiao Longlong immediately attacked Mai Sha and spat out a very powerful fire from his mouth. A large explosion occurred, making the sky very bright. The burst of fire contracted into a ray of lightning, plus the speed and coverage area have been greatly increased. Mai Sha, who was increasingly pressed, ran away, wondering why the battle pet had also become so strong. Mai Sha is still asking if Yiwu wants to fight the Huangjang group and wants to be the enemy of this big group. Yiwu said that he didn't care what the woman was talking about at the moment. Even if Mai Sha takes pity or begs for forgiveness, she still has to bear the consequences of her actions. Because Xiao Longlong's fire blast attack was too strong, in the end, Mai Sha couldn't dodge and was burned. At the end of his life, Mai Sha said that the Huangjang group would not let go of Yiwu. After the woman was burned to the ground, the system appeared notifying him that Yiwu's battle pet had succeeded in killing her first PvP, and because of this they managed to get 50,000 EXP points and 100,000 in money. Several prize items were dropped by Mai Sha and are now their rights. Among them is the modified Golden Desert Eagle weapon. Then the KG-98 Kelvin long-barreled weapon, then the skill box which can make the owner enter an invisible state when close to the target's body. Plus several attributes such as water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder are placed with 100 magic bullets. Plus there are smoke bullets, flash bullets, mine bullets, and spider web hunting robots. Without them realizing it, there was an optical drone watching their battle and recording everything. After that, the drone automatically flew out of the dungeon to return to Huangjang's base. Yiwu's colleagues were very surprised because they managed to advance 2 levels very easily. Moreover, the battle situation turned around in an instant. When initially they were knocked out and pushed, suddenly they were able to win. They almost couldn't believe it even though they had seen it with their own eyes. Xiao Bao also gaped at the incident he had just witnessed. He was shocked to see the fact that Yiwu was so strong and thought that Yiwu was stronger than Wire. Ruin Tianqian immediately hugged Xiao Longlong because she was really worried about the little girl. Now she felt relieved that Xiao Longlong was fine. Yiwu said, previously, he slightly underestimated the enemy, which ended up putting Xiao Longlong into a dangerous situation and also made him very worried. But from then on, Yiwu promised himself a similar situation would never happen again to Xiao Longlong in the future. Suddenly Xiao Bao took Yiwu's hand and made a cute face while asking if the young man lacked pets. Xiao Bao will recommend himself, although she is not as strong as Xiao Bao, but she can sell her cuteness to help Yiwu relieve fatigue. Xiao Bao also promised to provide the best food to satisfy Yiwu's appetite. So wouldn't Yiwu want to bring home a pet as cute as Xiao Bao? With a cloudy face, Yiwu answered that he was sick of Xiao Bao's changing face too quickly. Besides, didn't Xiao Bao want to save his master first? While coughing, Xiao Bao said that Kiki was only his partner. The only person he acknowledged as master was Yiwu. Suddenly there was an earthquake from the movement of a three-headed dragon in a large tree quite close to them. The dragon monster turned out to be an elite creature that was level 50. They thought the creature was a dungeon boss. They thought that the creature was shocked because of Yiwu and Mai Sha's battle just now. The dragon saw the presence of Yiwu and his companions, so he asked who dared to disturb his sweet dream. When they saw that they were humans, the dragons did not expect that a lowly existence like humans would dare to appear and disturb them. The yellow-headed dragon asked the other two dragons not to talk too much and just kill them straight away. Xiao Bao, who saw the terrible creature, immediately hid behind Yiwu's feet and said that it was the most powerful and evil creature in that place. So he invites everyone to run away right now. Yiwu casually asked Xiao Bao, was that creature the main boss of the dungeon? And was he also the guardian of the giant tree before them? Xiao Bao answered that the dragon was not the guardian of the tree. This cat then said that in the past the forest was still very peaceful until the three-headed dragon monster suddenly appeared. The monster not only occupied the elder tree as a nest but also polluted the entire nature's forest. Most of the creatures were affected and became violent to the point of being out of control, and they became like this. Then after a long time, the monster has a certain relationship with the elder tree, but Xiao Bao forgot what the specific relationship is. After hearing all the stories, Yiwu didn't care what the specifics were, but he was going to kill the three-headed dragon beast and then heard the rest of the explanation from Kiki in detail. Seeing Yiwu's courage and determination made Xiao Bao even more impressed. He became increasingly convinced that Yiwu was the only figure worthy of being his master, because that young man easily dared to say something that he would never dare to say in his life. Before Yiwu started to act, Luo Feng suddenly called him and told him to invite him to participate in the next boss battle, because although it was cool to just lie down and level up this way, if he didn't have actual high-level battle experience, there was no way to truly play a role around Yiwu. So Luo Feng wanted to join in the fight too. Ruin Tianchen also confirmed Luo Feng's words. He said he not only wanted to have a high level but also wanted actual combat experience. Xiaoji even thought that the two of them were very good partners. Even after they leveled up, they still didn't give up on their hard work. This was something rare. Yiwu said that his team members should be like that. They are quite good indeed. But according to him, it was not yet time for them to join the fight. Yiwu planned to let them level up first and then accumulate actual combat experience. This would be safer because no matter when, survival always comes first. Finally, they both obeyed Yiwu's words. Feeling that its existence was ignored, the dragon monster immediately attacked them all with fire breath. Yiwu casually ordered Xiao Longlong, who immediately responded to the huge dragon's attack with an even more powerful fire breath. Even with Xiao Longlong's fire breath, the three-headed dragon's fire attack was instantly evaporated. The three dragons were amazed. How could a level 10 beast have such energy? The blue dragon reminded his two brothers not to be careless, but the golden dragon said that they were just ants and the dragons should not be afraid. Yiwu smiled and created a circle, so asked if the 3 steps were starting to feel scary now. Even though the real attack has not yet come, Yiwu issued a giant dragon arm directly above the three-headed dragon's body via the magic circle above the dragon beast. The first to be caught was the head of the red dragon monster. Then the dragon monster's head struggled to be released because it was burned and then crushed by Yiwu's giant dragon arm. The other dragons were shocked to see their brother destroyed with just one attack. With this, their HP drops by 50%. They panic and want to run by walking down from the cell phone. But Yiwu wanted to capture and destroy them again, but he was prevented by Xiao Bao. The little thieving cat prevented Yiwu from directly killing the three-headed dragon beast because he suddenly remembered something. He remembered Kiki once said that the monster had some kind of special connection with the elder material. If someone killed it, then they would miss something very important. Yiwu asked what was meant by such an important thing. Is it worth it? Xiaoji frowned and asked a moment ago. Xiao Bao said that he didn't know the specifics, but now he was preventing them from destroying the dragon beast. Xiaoji suspected that Xiao Bao was conspiring with the dragon beast to trick them. Xiao Bao answered that it was impossible. This cat tries hard to convince them that he is doing all this for the good of all of them. And only after they met Kiki would they know all the details. Yiwu thought that the cat's words did sound very interesting. He had thought the dungeon was a normal level 40 place, but he didn't expect there to be so many turning points. Now, Yiwu invites everyone to go to save Xiao Bao's partner, because that's what's more important right now. So they left the three-headed dragon monster and went to where Kiki was being held. Beard's boss complained because his chairman didn't come back. He was very annoyed because living in a dirty place was very boring and there were lots of mosquitoes. In the cave, there were only Boss Beard and Kiki. He saw that the girl's body was extraordinary, plus she was fainting. so the beard boss's lust is increasingly tempted. But even though the eldest brother forbade him to touch the girl, he didn't think it was a problem to feast his eyes on her even more. The bearded boss tried to remove the animal mask on Kiki's face, but he had a very hard time because the mask was attached very tightly. While Boss Beard was busy, he suddenly heard the sound of a creature approaching. When we looked, it turned out to be a small dinosaur monster called Velociraptor, which was level 20. The beard boss attacked the little dinosaur with his weapon because it startled him. In a loud voice, Boss Beard told the little dinosaur to get out and not disturb him. The beard boss tries to take off Kiki's mask again, but he still had difficulty pulling it even though he tried as hard as he could. Suddenly Boss Beard heard the sound of the Velociraptor dinosaur again. Full of anger, this big man brought his weapon to beat the dinosaur again. But when he walked towards the cave exit, unexpectedly there were hundreds of Velociraptor dinosaur monsters currently covering the cave entrance and glaring at the bearded boss. Well, that's all for this discussion. If you are still curious about the continuation, wait for the next video. Thank you and see you.